In the waning hours of October 31st, 1981, the world changed, though few in the non-magical world could feel the tremor in the ley lines of fate. The stars hung low and heavy in the sky, like silent sentinels, bearing witness to a turning point that would echo across generations. On a quiet, nondescript street in Little Whinging, Surrey, beneath the dull yellow glow of a lamppost on Privet Drive, history crouched in the dark, wrapped in a blanket, sleeping soundly as if unaware of its own magnitude. Before we dive in, know this video seamlessly weaves together 3 of my past projects, creating one epic, 10-hour story. So grab your pillow, drop a like and let's begin. In this video you'll witness a neglected boy step into a hidden world of magic, where wonder and danger intertwine behind castle walls and enchanted doors. As friendships form and mysteries unfold, a deeper darkness stirs, one that ties Harry's fate to a rising evil long thought vanquished. Each chapter pulls you further into a world where courage is forged early, secrets are deadly, and nothing, not even life or death, is what it seems. Number 4 Privet Drive was a house of neatness, of structure, and denial, a domicile whose inhabitants clung tightly to normality, warding off anything that even hinted at the unusual. And yet, as the clock approached midnight on the cusp of All Hallows Day, something truly extraordinary unfolded upon its doorstep. Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore arrived first. He did not come with fanfare, nor accompanied by the rustling of wings or the roar of celestial thunder. Instead, he emerged quietly from the narrow shadows, appearing at the far end of the street with a sound like a sigh of wind. Clad in robes that shimmered faintly in the dim light and boots that made no sound on the clean pavement, he moved with deliberate care. A silver instrument, curious and delicate, was drawn from his cloak, the put-outer, or deluminator, as it was known to those in the know. One by one, the streetlights dimmed into nothingness, gathering their luminance into the small device like wisps of memory returning to a bottle. Darkness swelled gently, but not ominously. It was a darkness of privacy, of quiet things coming to pass. Moments later, a tabby cat who had been watching the house from a brick wall transformed seamlessly into a tall, austere woman. Her expression was stern but not without warmth, and her tartan cloak whispered against the night air as she approached. Minerva McGonagall, transfiguration expert and deputy headmistress of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, stood beside Dumbledore, arms crossed not merely from the cold. They're the worst sort of muggles, she had observed earlier that evening, when she'd been watching the house as a cat for most of the day. Her tone now was a mix of frustration and confusion. Is this truly where we're leaving him? Dumbledore's response, characteristically, was not defensive but measured. It's the only family he has. This was true. Painfully so. For the child they were waiting to deliver was now an orphan, his parents, Lily and James Potter, murdered just the previous night by the darkest wizard to ever rise, Lord Voldemort. That name still carried weight, even when not spoken aloud. It pulsed in the air like a scar freshly sealed. The wizarding world reeled in the aftermath of his apparent fall, for the killing curse, the Avada Kedavra, had rebounded upon him when cast at the infant Harry Potter. The Dark Lord's body was gone, his followers scattered, and the spell's failure was attributed to something that would be debated for years: sacrificial love, ancient and absolute. The boy had lived. And that was the miracle around which the wizarding world now revolved, stunned and exhilarated, mourning and celebrating in tandem. As Dumbledore and McGonagall stood in quiet debate near number 4, a low rumble approached from above, at once ominous and absurd. It was not thunder, nor broom, nor beast, but a flying motorcycle that descended from the clouds like a knight on an iron steed. Rubeus Hagrid, keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts, arrived astride the motorcycle, his large frame barely fitting within its confines. In his arms, cradled with a tenderness wholly incongruous with his immense size, lay the boy. Harry James Potter. He was wrapped in blankets, barely larger than a bundle of linens, his face serene despite the lightning-shaped scar that marked his forehead, the only evidence of the curse that had failed to kill him. "There ye go, Professor Dumbledore, sir," Hagrid murmured, eyes misting beneath his wild beard. He fell asleep while we were flying. Didn't make a sound the whole way. You were followed?" McGonagall asked sharply, though her concern was not mistrust, but caution. "Now. Took a side route through Bristol. Bit o' fog helped." Dumbledore nodded. No alarms had been triggered, no Death Eater activity stirred. For now, the boy was safe. And so, beneath the cloak of night and secrecy, the wizarding world entrusted its greatest hope to the care of a world that knew nothing of him, a world that might never understand what had been given. Dumbledore knelt and gently laid the infant on the doorstep. A letter, written in a hand precise and unflinching, was tucked under the boy's blanket, addressed to Petunia Dursley. It explained what had happened, why the child had come, and what must be done. In that letter were the seeds of understanding, responsibility, and, perhaps, guilt. The headmaster stood again. Hagrid sniffled noisily beside him, reluctant to leave. McGonagall folded her arms tighter, eyes locked on the boy as though trying to will a better fate into him. "He'll be famous," she said at last, quietly. "Every child in our world will know his name." "Yes," Dumbledore replied, with something akin to sadness. "But he'll be safe. That is what matters now." There was nothing more to say. The deluminator flicked once more, returning the light to the street lamps. The three figures vanished, one by one, into mist, into shadow, into legend. And so, Harry Potter slept on, unaware of the world he had changed, or the one he would one day save. Beneath the stiff suburban architecture of Privet Drive, the magical and mundane crossed paths for a fleeting instant. The scar on his forehead, a silent marker of survival, would become the symbol of everything to come. But for now, he was only a child on a doorstep. And history held its breath. The years that followed the night on the doorstep were neither kind nor warm, and certainly not magical. Harry James Potter, now a boy of nearly 11, spent his earliest years cloaked in obscurity, not the revered kind one might associate with prophecy or legend, but a more mundane and biting form of invisibility, the kind born from being deliberately ignored. At number 4 Privet Drive, where everything had its place and every emotion was tucked beneath layers of routine, Harry's existence was treated not as a marvel or miracle, but as a burden tolerated out of obligation. The cupboard under the stairs was not a place for a child, and yet it was where Harry lived. The space was dim and close, with a ceiling that slanted sharply downward and a floor covered in fine dust and cast-off spiders. It had no window, no light of its own save for what slipped through the vent in the door. In this cramped place, Harry slept, dreamed, and quietly grew. His bed was a thin mattress atop the wooden floorboards, worn and sagging, covered with a threadbare blanket that did little against the chill in winter or the staleness of summer. Shelves above his head held old shoes, broken vacuum parts, and curling electrical cords. Dust thickened with time and neglect, layering the walls and boxes as if trying to obscure the reality of the child within. It was not cruelty that defined the Dursleys, not in their eyes, at least. It was fear. Vernon Dursley, with his large frame, thick neck, and thunderous voice, prided himself on discipline and order. Petunia, with her sharp face and keener eyes, busied herself with appearances, always scrubbing the world clean of anything that might invite questions. Together, they were perfectly ordinary, perfectly Muggle, and perfectly determined to keep it that way. Anything out of place, anything strange, particularly that which Harry occasionally did without understanding how or why, was met with swift and severe correction. Their own son, Dudley, was a study in indulgence. A creature of appetites and tantrums, Dudley was both adored and feared by his parents, and the house bent around him like glass melting in fire. His birthdays brought mountains of presents, his school troubles were blamed on others. And Harry's existence was frequently and loudly compared to his cousin's presumed brilliance. It was a childhood framed by contrast. Where Dudley was praised, Harry was punished. Where Dudley was embraced, Harry was ignored or scolded. Meals were portioned with bias, chores were doled out with unfair precision, and even in photographs, Harry was conspicuously absent. There were no birthday parties, no hugs, and no explanations. Only once had Harry asked about his parents. He had been 7, perhaps 8, old enough to recognize the vague unease around their names. Petunia had pursed her lips tightly, her eyes flashing with something ancient and bitter. They died in a car crash, she'd said sharply. Drunken, reckless fools. The subject had not been raised again. But if the Dursleys were careful to erase Harry's past, they were less effective at suppressing his nature. Odd things happened around him, often when he was frightened or angry. His hair, once shorn brutally short by Petunia's kitchen scissors, had grown back overnight. A teacher's jumper, stolen by Dudley, had shrunk comically small after Harry had wished it so. Most notably, once during a school field trip to the zoo, Dudley had shoved Harry aside to press his face against the glass of a boa constrictor's enclosure, and the glass had vanished. The snake had slithered out with silent grace, prompting chaos, screams, and a rather involved lecture from the zoo staff. Harry had no explanation. But as the snake vanished, he thought he heard it say, or maybe it had just seemed to say, a thanks. Each incident was followed by punishment. Days locked in the cupboard. Missed meals. Silent meals. Longer lists of chores. Still, Harry endured. He was small for his age, with unruly black hair and glasses that sat crooked on his nose. His eyes, so often noted, though rarely met, were a vivid green, inherited from his mother. And somewhere beneath the years of indifference and belittlement, something in him remained quietly, stubbornly unbroken. A curiosity. A flicker. A waiting. His school reports often spoke of potential. Polite, teachers wrote. Reserved. Intelligent, but distracted. Frequently bullied. The Dursleys had no interest in such reports. Dudley's own behavior, much more raucous and less commendable, was excused with mutterings about boys being boys. Harry learned to move silently through the house, to anticipate the Dursleys' moods, and to disappear when Dudley's gang came over. The world was not a safe or fair place, not for him, but it was the only one he knew. The cupboard became his refuge, in its way. He knew every inch of its walls. He imagined faces in the dust patterns, built stories around the discarded junk overhead, and spent hours contemplating the light that came in through the vent, shifting subtly with the hours. The world outside was noisy and complicated, but inside, at least, he was left alone. He knew very little of who he was, or what had once been. He knew only that he was different. Not better, not worse, just not like the others. He dreamed often. Strange, vivid dreams. Flashes of green light. A laughing woman. A man shouting. A high, cold voice. He never told anyone. One day, a grey and wet morning sometime in July, he found himself standing in the kitchen, scrubbing the floor as Dudley watched television in the lounge. The postal flap clinked, and a letter dropped through. It would be the first letter he'd ever receive. But that, too, was still to come. For now, Harry remained under the stairs. Unseen, unheard, but waiting. The day began with grey skies and a sense of dull expectancy, as if the air itself had agreed to behave out of respect for the occasion. It was Dudley Dursley's birthday. A date marked on the household calendar with a gold sticker and a scrawled note that read Dudda's special day. The house, unusually tense for a celebration, buzzed with minor chaos. Petunia flitted from room to room, ensuring everything was in order for the trip to the zoo, her voice rising above the clatter of frying pans and Dudley's ever-expanding list of birthday demands. Harry Potter sat at the edge of the kitchen table, as far from the action as politeness allowed, nibbling quietly on a slice of toast while nursing the sort of anxious quiet he had long ago adopted for self-preservation. His cupboard beneath the stairs had released him early that morning, but only as a matter of logistics. Someone had to be awake early enough to start the tea, iron Dudley's birthday jumper, and wrap the last of the presents. He had not expected to go to the zoo. The night before, the Dursleys had made plans that conspicuously omitted Harry's presence. Petunia had spoken in low tones about arranging for Mrs. Fig to watch him, the eccentric old woman down the road with her cats and the smell of cabbage. But Mrs. Fig had broken her leg tripping over one of her own animals, and so, quite reluctantly, the Dursleys were forced to include Harry in their outing. "It's a one-off," Vernon had grunted that morning, adjusting his tie and scowling in Harry's direction. "You stay out of the way. No funny business. If you ruin this day, so help me." The threat didn't need to be finished. Harry knew the implications. And so it was that he found himself in the backseat of the Dursleys' car, squashed between Dudley and his best friend Piers Polkiss. Piers was a narrow, pinched boy with teeth like a ferret and a constant snicker just beneath the surface of his voice. He and Dudley formed a miniature axis of cruelty that delighted in cornering smaller boys at school, and Harry had frequently found himself their preferred quarry. As the car rolled toward the zoo, Dudley alternated between whining about presents he hadn't yet opened and kicking Harry in the shins. Petunia, ever the watchful mother, occasionally looked back to say something like, "Do stop provoking him, Harry," though Harry had not spoken once since leaving the house. They arrived at the zoo just before midday. The animal enclosures loomed like ancient monuments, their iron railings and simulated habitats meant to replicate jungles, deserts, and wetlands. The smell of straw, damp earth, and ice cream mingled oddly in the air. Children squealed. Balloons bobbed. Somewhere nearby, a peacock let out an indignant cry that reminded Harry of a bicycle horn being stepped on. He liked the zoo. There was a quiet there, beneath the noise, that felt different from Privet Drive. He liked the way animals moved on instinct, without posturing. They did not speak, and yet he felt they knew things. He liked the turtles and the lizards and the strange, twitching birds. He liked the calm of it. The Dursleys moved from exhibit to exhibit, Dudley demanding ice cream before lunch and dragging Piers along with him from cage to cage. They laughed uproariously at the monkeys, shouted at the lions to wake up, and banged on the glass to provoke reaction. Harry trailed behind, quiet and observant, unnoticed as long as he did nothing remarkable. Then came the reptile house. It was dark and cool inside, lit by greenish lamps and lined with glass enclosures that held serpents of every imaginable size and pattern. The floor was tiled in uneven grey stone, and a faint hissing sound, part ambience, part genuine, echoed through the chamber. Dudley charged toward the largest enclosure first, dragging Piers by the sleeve. Inside was a massive boa constrictor, coiled in loose loops on a bed of warm stones, its eyes closed in what appeared to be the reptilian equivalent of meditation. "Make it move!" Dudley cried, slapping his palms against the glass. "Lazy thing's asleep." Piers joined in, laughing. The sound of their fists pounding echoed unnaturally in the enclosure, and Harry winced as several people turned to stare. The snake, however, remained unmoved. "He's boring," Dudley declared, turning away in search of something more exciting. And just like that, the exhibit emptied. The Dursleys ambled away, distracted by the promise of something with claws or teeth. Harry lingered. He leaned against the railing and peered into the glass. The snake stirred. It did not open its eyes, but one lid twitched, and its great body shifted slightly, slow and deliberate, like the movement of a river's current. Its head lifted, just barely, and turned toward Harry. He stepped closer. For reasons he could not explain, Harry pressed his hand lightly to the glass. There was no conscious thought, no summoning of language or spell. Only a kind of resonance, as though a string in his chest had been plucked and the sound echoed somewhere within the creature before him. The snake's eyes opened. Pale, lidless, alien, and intelligent. It watched him. And then, Harry swore it, the snake nodded. A flick of the tongue. A slow tilt of the head. Harry blinked. The glass between them fogged slightly beneath his hand, though he hadn't breathed on it. He looked around. No one was near. No one was watching. Then, something wholly impossible happened. He heard a voice. "Stock here. Zoo, sta stupid place. Born in captivity, they say. Never seen the jungle." The words were not spoken aloud, not truly. They unfolded in Harry's mind like a memory he'd never had. Not quite a sound. Not quite a thought. But unmistakably speech. He stared. "You can hear me," he whispered. The words came instinctively, softly, almost under his breath. He wasn't even sure he'd spoken them aloud. "Yes," the snake answered, clearly pleased. "Rare. Very rare. You speak." 1,000 questions clamored for expression, but Harry only asked one, "Do you miss it?" "The jungle?" "Don't know. But better than this. Better than banging glass and fat boy breath." Harry laughed, a brief, stunned exhale of sound. He glanced toward the corridor, half expecting someone to come charging back. But the moment was undisturbed. "I'm sorry," he said, and meant it. "They're not very kind." The snake tilted its head again. "You are different." Then, chaos. From the corridor, Dudley returned, his voice rising before he even entered the room. "Mum! Look, it moved!" In his rush to get a better view, Dudley shoved Harry hard in the ribs, sending him stumbling sideways. He hit the railing, wind knocked from his lungs. Dudley pressed against the glass, face flattened, mouth open. The snake struck. Not at Dudley, not violently, but the glass vanished. One instant it was there. The next, it simply wasn't. The sound of it vanishing was soft, like breath being drawn in. Then the boa constrictor uncoiled with a grace that defied its size and slithered forward, over the lip of the enclosure, across the polished floor, past Dudley's squeals and Piers's scream. People scattered. A woman shrieked. Someone dropped a bag of popcorn. The snake did not pause, did not turn, did not harm. It simply moved, gliding toward the door, and as it passed Harry, it paused. "Thanks," it whispered. Harry watched it go. Then, the glass reappeared. Just like that. The enclosure was sealed. Dudley was on the ground, gibbering. Piers clutched his sleeve, pale as milk. Vernon's voice thundered in the background. Petunia screeched. People gathered. And Harry stood silently, heart pounding, caught between wonder and dread. He had made the glass vanish. He had spoken with a snake. And somewhere deep inside, a door creaked open, a door long locked and labeled impossible. The days following the zoo incident unfolded with a peculiar tension in the Dursley household. While the event itself had concluded with no injury and no evidence of wrongdoing, at least none that could be proven, there was an undercurrent of unease in the air, like ozone before a storm. The reptile house incident was recounted many times, with each retelling by Dudley and Piers growing more dramatic and self-serving. "It was going for my leg," Dudley insisted. "I swear it looked me right in the eye." And Petunia, appalled that her son had been exposed to such horror, clucked and fretted over him like a hen disturbed. Unsurprisingly, Harry received the blame. "How dare you do that to Dudley?" Vernon roared upon returning home, his face a blotchy maroon. "How did you remove the glass? What are you?" The question, rhetorical and furious, was laced with something else, not mere anger, but fear. Harry didn't answer. Because he didn't know. The punishment was swift and predictable. His cupboard was locked from the outside for the better part of 2 days, and meals became even more infrequent than usual. He said nothing. He had long since learned that protesting only made things worse. But during those silent hours in the dark, his mind kept returning to the snake's parting words, "Thanks." It had known him. It had spoken. And it had gone free. Something in Harry had shifted since then, an imperceptible change in the shape of his thoughts. Not larger, exactly, just less contained. That was when the letters began. It arrived quietly, without ceremony, on a morning in late July. The sun was high but muted by a veil of summer clouds, and the post slid through the brass flap with a sound that would ordinarily have been unremarkable. Except that something landed for Harry. It was not the usual cast-off envelope addressed to the cupboard under the stairs in a nondescript hand. This was different. The envelope was heavy, creamy parchment, thick enough that it resisted bending. The ink was emerald green. There was no stamp. The writing was precise and strange, looping in a manner both archaic and elegant. The address read, Mr. H. Potter. The cupboard under the stairs. 4. Privet Drive. Little Whinging, Surrey. Harry stared at it for a moment, frozen. It was the first time, ever, that anyone had addressed him properly. Not just a name on a school register or a dismissive shout from across the house. This was a letter written to him. Someone knew where he slept. Someone had sent him something on purpose. He reached out. But Vernon was faster. With the reflexes of a man under siege, Uncle Vernon snatched the letter from Harry's hands and turned it over. His face paled. "Who's writing to you?" he demanded, voice sharp with something like panic. "I don't know," Harry answered truthfully. Vernon ripped the envelope open with unnecessary force. His eyes darted across the contents. The color drained further from his already ruddy complexion. He stuffed the letter back into the envelope, glared at Harry as if he'd committed some offense against nature, and stomped into the kitchen without a word. Harry was left staring after him, bewildered and burning with curiosity. He would not see the letter again. But another came the next day. And the day after that. Each addressed to him with eerie precision. The second was sent to Mr. H. Potter, the smallest bedroom. Somehow, the writer knew he had been moved from his cupboard to the spare room upstairs. A result of Vernon's clumsy attempt to demonstrate fairness, or perhaps an effort to remove Harry from the downstairs hallway where owls and letters might find him more easily. The third arrived wrapped around a dozen eggs in a grocery bag. Petunia opened it, screamed, and dropped the entire load onto the kitchen floor. By the end of the week, letters came in under the door, through the windows, down the chimney. They were tucked inside folded laundry. One had been wedged into a box of cereal. The house descended into madness. Vernon boarded up the mail slot. Then the entire front door. He sealed the windows with tape and nails. He threatened the milkman. He began sleeping in front of the front door with a hammer and a frying pan. He muttered constantly, eyes flicking from corner to corner, as if letters might burst from the wallpaper or crawl up through the pipes. He stopped going to work. His mustache began to twitch at irregular intervals. Meanwhile, the letters increased in number and ingenuity. Dozens. Then hundreds. Owls began to circle the neighborhood, an eerie, wordless spectacle that had neighbors peering through curtains and whispering about infestations. Harry, for his part, remained baffled and increasingly fascinated. Who was writing to him? How did they know where he was? Why was Uncle Vernon so determined to prevent him from reading the letter? His questions deepened, but answers remained elusive. One evening, Vernon declared a sudden and urgent vacation. "Pack your things," he barked. "We're leaving. Now." No explanation. No destination given. Petunia protested weakly, Dudley cried about missing television, but Vernon's will prevailed, and soon the Dursleys, with Harry in tow, piled into the car and drove aimlessly through the countryside, attempting to evade letters written on parchment by unknown hands. They stopped at a hotel that night. More letters were waiting at the front desk, much to the horror of the receptionist. The next day, they kept driving, and by evening, they had arrived at the edge of a barren, windswept moor. Vernon led them up a rocky path to a weather-beaten hut perched on stilts above the angry sea. The place creaked and groaned in the wind, a skeletal structure abandoned by time. It had no electricity, no telephone, and no hint of the outside world. It was, Vernon insisted, safe. The door closed with a bang. The wind howled. Inside, the Dursleys huddled beneath tattered blankets. A single oil lamp flickered weakly in the gloom. Rain lashed against the walls like thrown stones. Harry sat on the cold stone floor, arms wrapped around his knees. Midnight was approaching. His birthday. 11. He had no cake. No candles. Not even a card. But somewhere beyond the howling wind and rattling roof, he could feel something approaching, something vast and strange and impossible. He counted the seconds. 11 years. 11 years without knowing who he was. 11 years of broom cupboards, hand-me-downs, unanswered questions. And then, with the first toll of midnight, the door crashed open. The door didn't creak, nor groan, nor swing open. It collapsed. With a sound like thunder tearing across the sky, it burst inward, flying off its hinges and landing flat on the floor with a reverberating crash that seemed to shake the foundations of the hut. For a moment, no one moved. The lamp quivered on its hook, casting wild, dancing shadows across the interior. The wind roared through the open frame where the door had been, bringing with it the scent of sea salt, damp wool, and something wilder, earth and storm and forest. The smell of something not entirely tamed. A silhouette filled the doorway. Towering. Massive. Larger than any human Harry had ever seen, so tall that he had to stoop to avoid hitting his head on the lintel as he stepped inside. His shoulders were as broad as a wardrobe, and his hair and beard tumbled together in a thick, tangled mass like seaweed after a tempest. His coat, if it could be called that, appeared to be made of assorted moleskin, patched together in 100 hues of brown. Boots the size of buckets thudded against the floorboards with each step. His eyes, though deep-set and half-obscured beneath bristling brows, gleamed with a curious warmth. He carried a pink umbrella, comically small in his enormous hand. The Dursleys recoiled. Vernon scrambled backward, pushing Petunia and Dudley behind him like a man shielding his family from an avalanche. I demand you leave immediately," he sputtered, though his voice cracked with each syllable. The giant ignored him. Instead, his eyes found Harry. And for the first time in his life, Harry saw someone look at him not with disdain, suspicion, or irritation, but with something like recognition. "Harry Potter," the man said. His voice was gravel and thunder, but kind. "Blimey. Last time I saw you, ye were no bigger 'en a boat truckle. Ye looked just like your dad, but ye got your mum's eyes." Harry stared. His throat worked, but no words came. "Name's Rubeus Hagrid," the man continued, as though introductions in the middle of a broken doorframe were the most natural thing in the world. "Keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. Sorry about the door, should have knocked, I suppose." He gave a sheepish glance at the door, which now lay askew beside a pile of seaweed and wind-blown debris. Then he turned back toward the Dursleys, his expression darkening slightly. "Couldn't make it easy, could ye?" he muttered, glaring at Vernon. "I've been trying to deliver this letter for a week." From his coat, he withdrew a slightly crumpled envelope. Heavy parchment. Emerald ink. The same as before. He held it out to Harry. Hands trembling slightly, Harry took it. This time, no one snatched it away. He opened the envelope with care, the flap creasing gently beneath his fingers. The parchment inside was thick and curled slightly at the edges, as if it preferred to be rolled into a scroll. The ink shimmered faintly in the flickering lamplight. "Dear Mr. Potter, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Please find enclosed a list of all necessary books and equipment. Term begins on September 1st. We await your owl by no later than July 31st. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. Harry read it 3 times. He wasn't sure what he expected, certainly not something so formal, so definite. There was no mention of possibly or we think you might be, just a clear statement of fact, you are a wizard. The word echoed inside his skull like a tuning fork struck against bone. Wizard. What does this mean? He asked, voice small in the vast hush of the room. Hagrid's face broke into a wide, beaming grin. It means you're coming to Hogwarts, of course. Best school of witchcraft and wizardry in the world. Been expecting a year for years, we have. But I can't be, I've never. Course have, Hagrid interrupted. Ever made something happen when you were scared or angry? Things what couldn't be explained. Images flooded Harry's mind, the regrown hair, the shrinking jumper, the vanishing glass. The snake. The whispered thanks. But I thought it was just coincidence, he said. Hagrid chuckled. Now. That's magic, that is. Just untrained, wild stuff. Wait till you get a wand in your hand. Vernon stepped forward then, his face livid. Now see here. He's not going to any crackpot school for abnormal people. We've kept him away from all that nonsense for 10 years. Kept him away. Hagrid's voice dropped. Kept him away. The words vibrated in the air. You mean to tell me, Hagrid growled, turning on the Dursleys, that this boy whose parents were 2 of the finest witches and wizards I ever met, has grown up not knowing who he is? Not knowing anything about where he comes from. The air grew colder. The wind outside the hut seemed to still. Harry watched, wide-eyed, as Hagrid's expression darkened further. There was a weight in the room now, not physical, but old and dense. A thrum of magic, coiled and waiting. He doesn't need to know, Vernon snapped. It's better this way. We swore when we took him in, we'd put a stop to all that nonsense. And we did. We were normal, and we made him normal. Hagrid took a step forward. Normal, he said softly. You think living under the stairs is normal? Thinking he's not worth a birthday card? Never telling him about who he really is. He turned back to Harry, his anger softening. They didn't even tell you about your mum and dad. Harry shook his head. Didn't tell you how they died. Car crash, Harry murmured. Hagrid inhaled sharply. A car crash? He said, almost choking on the words. Is that what they told you? Harry nodded, numb. Lily and James Potter didn't die in no car crash, Hagrid said slowly. They were murdered. Killed by the darkest wizard there's ever been, Voldemort. The name hung in the air, heavy and dark. He tried to kill you, too, Hagrid continued, but he couldn't. No one knows why. But the curse didn't work on ye. Left ye with that scar, and made ye famous. Harry raised a hand to his forehead, tracing the familiar lightning-shaped mark. Emmy, he stammered. Famous? In our world? Everyone knows your name. You're the boy who lived. Harry sat back slowly, the letter still clutched in his hand, the words settling around him like snow. He was a wizard. He was going to Hogwarts. And the world, once so small and grey and narrow, had suddenly opened like a door blown wide by the wind. The storm had not abated. Wind still howled across the moor, pushing sea spray against the crooked windows and rattling the boards beneath the hut like restless fingers tapping in code. Yet within the ruinous shelter atop the rocks, time had taken on a different rhythm. Harry Potter sat cross-legged on the floor, Hagrid's words circling in his mind like constellations shifting into a new configuration. His world, once firmly anchored in the realm of the ordinary, had tilted into something vast, ancient, and unknowably deep. Outside, nature shrieked. Inside, magic whispered. Hagrid sat heavily on the stone hearth beside the extinguished fireplace, rummaging through the inner folds of his coat. He retrieved a battered kettle, several sausages wrapped in paper, a box of matches, and what appeared to be a crumpled tea bag. In another moment, with a few jabs of his pink umbrella and a muttered bit of warmth, if ye please, flames leapt to life beneath the kettle. The sudden burst of fire warmed the air, casting flickering light on the walls and washing Hagrid's face in orange glow. Harry had questions. Hundreds, it seemed. But he could not yet form them. Everything he'd ever understood had cracked. Hagrid, sensing the quiet tension, busied himself with food, speaking as he worked, not hurriedly, not with drama, but with the gentle pacing of a storyteller who knows his listener is only now realizing they've lived their entire life without the story they were meant to hear. Hagrid said, poking the fire. Lily and James, your mum and dad, were some the best we ever had at Hogwarts. Kind, brave, sharp. Everyone knew they were special, even when they were in school. Joined the Order, they did. Fought against you-know-who, that's what most call him, anyhow. Voldemort, his name was, though folks rarely use it. Harry didn't flinch. The name no longer seemed abstract. It had weight now. The kind that settles in the chest and never fully lifts. Powerful, he was, Hagrid went on, lowering his voice. Wanted to rule the magical world, wipe out Muggle-borns, witches and wizards born to non-magical parents. Called mudbloods, nasty term, that. Cruel. He gathered followers, the Death Eaters, and waged a war against everyone who stood in his way. Harry stared into the fire. He came for your mum and dad, Hagrid said. Dunno how he found they were in hiding. Used a charm, powerful magic, to stay safe. But someone betrayed Elem. Told you-know-who where they were. Harry looked up, eyes wide. Betrayed? Hagrid nodded, slowly. Don't know the whole truth, myself. Dumbledore knows more. But what matters is this, he found Elem. Killed your dad first, trying to protect your mum and you. Then went after her. She could have lived, he offered her a chance to step aside, but she didn't. She chose to die for you. Silence fell. She died to save you, Hagrid continued, and that kind of magic, it's old. Real old. Love that deep, that sacrificial, it leaves a mark. Not just the scar. The protection. That's why when he tried to kill you, the spell backfired. Destroyed him. Not completely, but enough. He vanished. And you all survived. The fire popped, sending sparks into the air. Harry didn't move. His thoughts folded inward, chasing fragments of memories that weren't there, or shadows of a woman's scream, green light, the cold of fear. Nothing whole. Nothing clear. But something. You've got a place at Hogwarts, Hagrid said, shifting tone gently. Best place to learn magic, proper magic. Dumbledore's the headmaster, greatest wizard alive, if ye ask me. You'll learn spells, potions, how to fly, even how to take care of magical creatures. Harry looked down at the letter in his lap. They wanted to keep this from me, he said quietly. All of it. Hagrid's beard bristled. Aye. They did. Out of fear, mostly. Or bitterness. Your aunt, she never understood magic. Never wanted to understand. She was jealous, I think, of Lily. Never forgave her for being different. The doorless frame still gaped, wind sneaking in now in lighter bursts, as if the storm itself was losing interest. The kettle hissed softly as it neared a boil. But you've got a right to this world, Harry, Hagrid said. It's yours by birth. You were born a wizard, strong blood in ye. And now it's time you came back to where you belong. Harry asked, what happens next? Well, Hagrid said, sitting back, we get ye to Diagon Alley tomorrow. That's the wizarding market, hidden in London. Get ye a wand, books, robes, all the things ye'll need for school. Start of term September 1st. You'll take the train from platform 9 3/4, bit tricky, but I'll explain that when the time comes. Harry was quiet for a long moment. And what if, he hesitated. What if I'm not good at it? Hagrid laughed, deep and genuine. Don't you worry about that. Dumbledore wouldn't have put your name down if you weren't meant to be there. Magic's in your blood, Harry. It's who you are. From the corner, Vernon made a strangled sound, as if trying to protest but too overwhelmed by the evening's events to form words. And I'll be taking you shopping in the morning, Hagrid said, rising with a stretch. Until then, you'd best get some rest. Gonna be a big day. He conjured a blanket with a flick of the umbrella, old, but warm, and passed it to Harry, who took it numbly. The wind had calmed. The sea murmured against the rocks like a lullaby written in another age. Harry lay down on the rough floorboards and pulled the blanket around him. Above, the ceiling groaned and leaked in two corners, but he did not mind. He stared at the beams overhead for a long time, the crackling fire painting his vision in orange and gold. A wizard. He let the word settle. A wizard. And somewhere out there, beyond the sea, beyond the sky, beyond the crumbling ruins of his childhood, was a world where he was not unwanted, not strange, not a burden. A world where he belonged. Morning arrived not with sunlight but with a grey, reluctant drizzle that swept across the moor in gauzy sheets. The sea hissed below like a pot perpetually on the edge of boiling, and the hut creaked in protest against the damp. Yet within the crooked walls, the gloom was chased away by the clink of a kettle and the low hum of Rubeus Hagrid, who busied himself preparing tea with a battered tin of loose leaves and a teacup that looked more like a flowerpot. Harry Potter awoke to the smell of damp wool and something vaguely resembling bacon. For a moment, he forgot where he was. Then the events of the night before, the storm, the shattered door, the letter, and the giant, surged back into his awareness like surf crashing over rock. He sat up slowly, his blanket slipping from his shoulders. Hagrid handed him a steaming mug, his massive hand cradling a matching cup of his own. No time to waste, Hagrid said, already gathering his belongings. We'll be heading into London soon as we're ready. Got to get you sorted with your school things. Harry sipped the tea. It was strong, slightly gritty, but warming. He felt as though he had crossed some invisible threshold, as if, in falling asleep the night before, he had left one world behind and entered another. The Dursleys remained silent. They hadn't said a word since Hagrid's arrival. Vernon's mustache twitched with impotent fury, and Petunia's lips were pressed into a line so thin it could have been a scar. Dudley, still pale from the confrontation, kept his distance from Hagrid, casting terrified glances whenever the man moved. By midday, the two unlikely travelers were back on the mainland, traveling by way of a small boat Hagrid had commandeered with surprising deftness. From there, it was trains, rattling carriages with cracked windows and the occasional curious glance at Hagrid's size and appearance, which he ignored with practiced ease. London was a different world. The air was heavy with summer heat and city noise, car horns, hurried footsteps, the rustle of newspapers. Crowds ebbed and flowed around them like a river parting around a boulder. Hagrid towered above everyone, navigating effortlessly through the chaos, while Harry clung close behind, wide-eyed and silent, trying to absorb everything at once. Their destination was tucked away behind a perfectly ordinary pub called the Leaky Cauldron, a place Harry had never noticed despite passing through that part of London many times before. The building seemed half-faded from view, almost forgotten, as if it chose who could see it. Inside, the smell of wood polish, pipe smoke, and something rich and spiced hung in the air. The patrons, witches, wizards, and other beings of varying distinction, turned as they entered. Some paused, mouths open. Whispers followed in their wake. "Blimey, is that Potter?" isn't it? The scar. Hagrid gave a small, apologetic shrug. Told you were famous, he muttered, steering Harry quickly through the bar and toward the rear. A tap of his umbrella against the brick wall in a specific rhythm, 3 up, 2 across, and the bricks began to shift. They retracted and twisted, unfolding into an archway, and beyond it, Harry saw a world entirely unlike any he had ever imagined. Diagon Alley. The street was narrow and cobbled, bustling with activity, and flanked by buildings that leaned slightly in defiance of geometry. Shop signs hung crookedly, painted in elaborate fonts, advertising everything from cauldrons and spellbooks to dragon livers and enchanted ink. Owls soared overhead, hooting amidst the noise. Children darted between adults, pointing excitedly at broomsticks displayed in windows or robes that shimmered with starlight. Harry stood at the threshold, staring. Hagrid clapped a hand on his shoulder. Welcome to Diagon Alley. Their first stop was Gringotts, the Wizarding Bank, a marble fortress towering above the surrounding shops. Goblins manned the counters, small, shrewd-looking creatures with long fingers and calculating expressions. Hagrid presented a key, and together they descended into the vaults by means of a rickety cart that sped along twisting tracks deep beneath the city. They retrieved 2 things. A small fortune in gold, silver, and bronze coins from Harry's vault, and a mysterious, grubby little package from a high-security vault, which Hagrid pocketed with a mutter about Hogwarts business. From there, the real errand began. Robes at Madame Malkin's, where measuring tapes moved on their own and cloth shimmered with subtle runes. Books from Flourish and Blots, stacked in teetering piles, volumes on charms, transfiguration, magical theory. A set of brass scales, a telescope, a cauldron made of pewter. A wand still remained. But as they walked, Harry absorbed the details. There were smells of parchment and potion, a flicker of flame behind a shop window as a new cauldron was tested, a talking mirror that scolded a woman for wearing mismatched earrings. Wizards passed wearing plum-colored robes and silver-tipped boots. An old witch sold broomstick polish while a cart nearby advertised self-stirring cauldrons. Everywhere, magic moved, not as spectacle, but as fact. Harry felt as though something long asleep within him was slowly waking up. Finally, they came to a narrow shop squeezed between 2 taller buildings, with a dusty window that displayed a single wand resting on a faded cushion of velvet. Ollivanders. Makers of fine ones since 382 BC. Inside, the shop was silent. Rows of thin boxes lined the walls, stacked high and close. The air smelled faintly of dust, varnish, and something sharp, like ozone. A man appeared from the shadows. He was tall, thin, and ghostly pale, with wide, silvery eyes that seemed to see through walls. He moved without sound. "Ah, Mr. Potter," he said, as though the words had been waiting. "I was expecting you." Harry said nothing. Ollivander moved quickly, selecting boxes and opening them with swift, practiced hands. Harry was instructed to try wand after wand, maple and phoenix feather, beechwood and unicorn hair, ebony and dragon heartstring. Each wand was placed in his hand, and each was found wanting, failing to react, or causing minor disasters, until he held a wand of holly and phoenix feather. 11 inches. Supple. The moment his fingers closed around it, a warmth spread through his arm, a breeze stirred his hair, though the shop had no windows. Gold sparks erupted from the tip, casting light across the room. Ollivander's eyes gleamed. "Curious, very curious," he murmured. "I wonder, yes. The wand chooses the wizard, Mr. Potter. Always remember that." He leaned in slightly. "I remember every wand I've ever sold. It so happens that the phoenix whose feather resides in your wand gave another, just one other, to a wand that gave you that scar." Harry swallowed. "Yes," Ollivander whispered. "It is curious indeed how these things come to pass." Harry stepped out into the street a moment later, wand boxed and purchased, the weight of history in his pocket. He looked down Diagon Alley, crowded and colorful, alive with magic and meaning. The wizarding world was real. He was a part of it now. And his journey had truly begun. Diagon Alley, for all its wonder, was not without corners of silence, quiet pockets between bursts of color and motion, where dust gathered in high places and time seemed to stretch like light through stained glass. One such place was Madame Malkin's Robes for All Occasions, nestled between a wand-polishing kiosk and an enchanted quill emporium. The shop's bell gave a soft chime as Harry Potter stepped inside, following Hagrid's brief directions and armed with a folded list and a light pouch of coins. Hagrid had left him temporarily, something about picking up a bit of dragon liver for Professor Snape, with the promise to return shortly. Harry entered the shop alone. It was cooler inside, with an air of lavender starch and fabric magic. Bolts of cloth floated lazily along high shelves, occasionally rolling or folding themselves. In the corners, small silver pins hovered in neat formations like insects in a swarm. A mannequin by the window turned slowly, dressed in midnight blue robes embroidered with tiny moving stars. "Just a moment, dear," came a voice from the back. Madame Malkin appeared moments later, short, smiling, and wrapped in lilac robes speckled with chalk marks. Her eyes gleamed with the quiet assurance of someone who had spent decades measuring adolescent limbs and pinning hems without ever drawing blood. "Hogwarts?" she asked briskly. Harry nodded. "First year." Another nod. "Right this way, then. Up on the stool. We'll get you sorted." As she led him toward the raised fitting platform, Harry became aware that someone else was already there, another boy, roughly his age, already half-dressed in school robes. His hair was pale and fine, slicked neatly to one side, and his eyes, a light grey, cool and appraising, flicked toward Harry with immediate curiosity. Madame Malkin gestured for Harry to step onto the adjacent stool. "Won't take long," she said kindly, summoning a measuring tape that snapped to attention midair. For a time, there was silence, filled only by the soft movements of fabric, the whisper of tape as it circled arms and shoulders, and the rustle of robe hems. Then, the other boy spoke. "Going to Hogwarts too?" he asked, in a voice that tried to sound casual but carried the unmistakable lilt of someone accustomed to being listened to. Harry nodded. "Yes." He didn't elaborate. He was still unsure of how much to say, or how to say it. The boy continued, undeterred. "My father's next door buying my books. He's in flourish and blots. I've already got my wand. 12 inches, dragon heartstring. Very powerful." Harry wasn't sure how to respond, so he simply nodded again. The boy tilted his head. "Have you got your own broom?" "No," Harry said. "Oh," the boy replied, sounding slightly disappointed. "I suppose they don't let everyone have one their first year. Father's going to buy me a Nimbus. Best model on the market. You do know about Quidditch, don't you?" "I've heard of it," Harry said cautiously. This seemed to perk the boy's interest. "It's brilliant. I'm sure I'll be on the house team. My family's all been in Slytherin. I'd hate to end up anywhere else. You do know about the houses, right?" "A little." The boy frowned faintly. "I don't think they should let just anyone in. Muggleborns and the like. Some of them don't even know they're magical until their letter comes. It's ridiculous. I mean, how can you expect people like that to keep up?" Harry said nothing. But something inside him, quiet and firm, coiled slightly. The boy didn't seem to notice. He stared into the mirror behind Harry, adjusting the fall of his robes. "My name's Draco, by the way. Draco Malfoy." Harry didn't respond at first. Draco looked at him, waiting. "Harry," he said finally. The boy's eyes narrowed slightly, gaze dropping to Harry's forehead. The fringe of hair had shifted, not entirely, but enough. Draco tilted his head. "Potter." Madame Malkin re-entered just then with a handful of robe pins, blunting the conversation. "All done, Mr. Malfoy," she said brightly. "Your father's paid in advance. You're free to go." Draco stepped down from the stool, sweeping his robe behind him with theatrical flair. "Maybe I'll see you at Hogwarts, Harry Potter," he said. "We'll see who ends up where." He left the shop with measured grace, though Harry noticed the way his eyes flicked back once before the door swung shut behind him. The room seemed quieter in his absence. Madame Malkin resumed pinning hems with quiet efficiency. "Some of them come in knowing exactly who they are," she said gently, more to herself than to Harry. "Others discover it along the way." Harry nodded, unsure whether she meant him or Draco. Soon, the fitting was complete. Robes neatly wrapped in brown paper, Harry stepped back out onto the cobbled street just as Hagrid returned, a large paper bag in one hand and a smear of something greenish on his sleeve. "All right, Harry?" Hagrid asked, noticing his expression. "Yes," Harry said, glancing back toward the robe shop. "I think so." But part of him, the part that had listened to Draco Malfoy's easy prejudice, his entitlement, his assumptions, remained thoughtful. The magical world, it seemed, was as full of pride and division as the one he'd left behind. And Hogwarts, looming on the horizon, was no ordinary school. It was a place where houses meant legacy, where bloodlines still mattered, where choices might define you. Harry tightened his grip on the package in his hand, felt the one box tucked under his arm, and squared his shoulders. He would meet this world on his own terms. The last days of August folded themselves into a quiet anticipation. Though the Dursleys did little more than grumble and scowl in Harry's direction, their efforts to ignore the reality of his departure had grown increasingly strained. They drove him to King's Cross Station on the morning of September 1st with the resigned silence of people escorting a contagious disease to quarantine. No luggage help. No goodbye. No well wishes. Just a boot to carry his belongings and a glare for punctuation. Harry stood at the entrance to the station, trolley in hand, owl cage perched atop his school trunk, and a folded ticket in his pocket that read simply, "Platform 9 3/4, Hogwarts Express. Departing 11 a.m. He stared at the platform signs. 9. 10. There was no 9 3/4. The space between them was a solid wall of brick. The Dursleys, perhaps for the last time, smirked at him over their shoulders and disappeared into the flow of foot traffic without a backward glance. For a moment, Harry felt the sting of helplessness again. That familiar cold, gnawing uncertainty. But before the panic could rise, a voice caught his attention. "Packed with muggles, of course," said a woman's voice, light and practical. "All right, Percy, you go first." Harry turned. A plump, red-haired woman stood with a group of children and several heavily laden trolleys. Her eyes were warm and sharp, her presence immediately maternal. One of her sons, tall and serious-looking with a polished prefect badge, nodded and turned toward the barrier between platforms. And to Harry's astonishment, walked straight through it. "Excuse me," Harry said quickly, stepping forward. "Sorry, but how do you get onto the platform?" The woman turned, kindly. "First time at Hogwarts? Don't worry, dear. All you have to do is walk straight at the barrier between platforms 9 and 10. Bit of a run if you're nervous." Harry swallowed. "Thank you." "You're welcome, dear. Best do it before you think too much. Go on, off you go." Heart pounding, Harry pushed his trolley toward the barrier. The wall loomed closer, solid and unyielding. He closed his eyes at the last second, and passed through. It was as though he had stepped through a thin film of air. The sounds changed instantly. The echoing din of King's Cross was replaced by the clamor of an entirely different world. Before him stood the scarlet steam engine of the Hogwarts Express. It hissed and rumbled, casting white plumes into the sky, already surrounded by clusters of students in black robes and parents offering final hugs and instructions. Owls hooted from cages. Cats mewed. Luggage trolleys rolled and collided. The scent of smoke and warm metal hung in the air. Harry stood still, overwhelmed. For a moment, he simply watched, taking in every detail. This was no illusion. No dream. This was real. A voice called behind him. Fred! George! Hurry up! The red-haired family emerged onto the platform, bringing energy and motion with them. The twins. Identical boys with quick grins, jostled each other and offered theatrical bows to the woman as she scolded them gently. "You'd better not blow up another toilet," she muttered. "And Ron, for heaven's sake, don't forget Scabbers again." Ron, the youngest of the group, looked around sheepishly. His hand clutched a battered cage containing a very sleepy, orangish rat. Harry moved toward the train. A porter helped him load his trunk into a compartment near the middle, and Hedwig's cage was placed carefully atop it. The owl blinked at him with golden eyes, then promptly tucked her head under one wing. As the whistle blew, Harry leaned out the window. The Weasley matriarch was waving at her sons, dabbing at her eyes. "Have a good term, dears. Learn something. And no more detentions." The train began to move. It pulled forward with a lurch, wheels clanking into motion, smoke billowing behind. Slowly, the platform began to drift away. Along with the Muggle world, the Dursleys, and everything Harry had ever known. He was on his way to Hogwarts. The countryside rolled past the windows in shades of green and gold, broken by the occasional cluster of trees or distant village spire. The rhythm of the train, steady and hypnotic, seemed to lull the compartment into a gentle hush. Harry sat alone at first, his hands resting on his knees, gaze fixed to the glass. He didn't feel nervous. Nor afraid. There was only wonder, and something that felt like belonging. Eventually, the door to the compartment slid open. It was Ron, the boy from the platform, now dressed in slightly oversized school robes, his hair still windblown from the morning rush. "Mind if I sit here?" he asked. Harry shook his head. "Not at all." Ron dropped into the seat across from him, glancing around. "Everywhere else is full," he added, though Harry suspected he was more curious than crowded out. The two boys sat in companionable silence for a while. Then the trolley came. A witch pushing a cart filled with sweets and snacks appeared at the door, and Harry, eager to try everything, bought a bit of everything. Bertie bought every flavor: beans, chocolate frogs, cauldron cakes, pumpkin pasties, and licorice wands. He offered some to Ron, who looked briefly stunned before accepting with gratitude. The afternoon passed in a blur of countryside, laughter, and quiet, cautious conversation. Harry learned about Hogwarts houses, about Ron's large family, and about the intricacies of wizard chess. He listened more than he spoke, absorbing every detail like dry ground soaking in rain. Eventually, they changed into school robes, the sky outside growing darker as the train climbed higher into the hills. The sun began to sink, and with it, the chatter in the carriages quieted. Lamps flickered on, casting the interior in golden light. Then, at long last, the voice of the conductor echoed down the corridor. "We will be reaching Hogwarts in 5 minutes' time. Please leave your luggage on the train, it will be taken to the school separately." Harry stood, his heart lifting as the train began to slow. He had passed the barrier. He had crossed the border. And now, Hogwarts awaited. The train groaned to a halt with a final shudder, wheels grinding against iron tracks as steam hissed upward into the chill night air. Darkness had fully descended outside the compartment windows, but the lamps inside burned warm and steady. An air of collective expectation gripped the students, a quiet ripple of nervous energy that stirred robes, adjusted collars, and prompted whispered rehearsals of names and spells. Harry Potter stood among them, his breath briefly caught in his throat. The window beside him had fogged slightly, but through the damp pane he could see distant lanterns glowing, and beyond them, the towering silhouette of a castle unlike any he had ever imagined. A sprawl of turrets and ramparts, rising out of the highlands like something carved from the bones of the earth. Hogwarts. A voice pierced the night. "First years. First years this way." Rubeus Hagrid, lantern raised high, beckoned them forward from the platform edge. His great silhouette loomed above the sea of smaller figures, his voice familiar but now belonging to the landscape, not just a visitor from another world, but part of the world itself. Harry followed. The path from the train curved down through a thicket of trees, the group of first years pressing close together, their footsteps muffled against damp earth and loose gravel. The air smelled of lake water, moss, and the lingering smoke from the train's engine. Then the trees broke. They stood before a vast black lake, its surface like polished obsidian, moonlight rippling gently across it. Atop the cliff on the far side rose the castle, towers etched against the stars, windows glowing gold in the night. Its reflection shimmered faintly in the water, as if the whole world had doubled itself. "No more Enfer to a boat," Hagrid called, pointing to a line of bobbing vessels tethered along the shore. Harry clambered into a boat with Ron and two other students, one of whom seemed content to keep his nose in a book, glasses glinting in the lantern light. As soon as all was settled, the boats moved, wordlessly, without oars or sails, gliding forward with quiet purpose across the mirror-still surface of the lake. It was silent. The only sounds were the water lapping against the hulls and the occasional hoot of an owl high overhead. The castle grew larger with each moment, its walls no longer distant scenery but architectural reality, immense, ancient, enduring. They passed beneath an archway in the cliffside, gliding into a narrow tunnel that opened into a subterranean harbor lit by lanterns hanging from iron hooks. Stone steps led up into the castle. Hagrid guided them onward through a set of immense wooden doors, which creaked open with solemn dignity. Inside, the castle's interior was cavernous, high-ceilinged and echoing, with portraits that stirred faintly as the new arrivals passed. A chill draught wound through the hallways, heavy with the scent of old wood, candle wax, and the faint trace of magic long performed. The first years were led into a small chamber off the entrance hall. There, waiting for them, stood a tall witch in emerald robes, her square spectacles flashing in the torchlight. Her bearing was crisp, authoritative, and without fuss, Professor Minerva McGonagall. "Welcome to Hogwarts," she said, her voice composed, though not unkind. "The start of term banquet will begin shortly, but before you take your seats in the Great Hall, you must be sorted into your houses." The room quieted. "There are 4 houses," she continued. "Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. Your house will be something like your family within the school, classes, dormitories, and most of your activities will be spent among its members." She paused, her gaze sweeping the room. "Your triumphs will earn you points. Your misbehavior will lose them. At the end of the year, the house with the most points is awarded the House Cup, a great honor." With a curt nod, she turned and left, the heavy door closing behind her. The silence that followed was a tense one, the kind born of thresholds. No one quite knew what was to come, and every student was left to imagine their own trial. Then, the door opened again. "Ready?" McGonagall asked. They followed. The great hall was immense, its ceiling enchanted to reflect the night sky above, dotted with stars and thin clouds. For long tables stretched the length of the chamber, each lined with students already seated and dressed in house colors. Staff sat at a raised table at the front, watching the new arrivals with varying degrees of interest. In the center of the hall stood a single wooden stool, and atop it, a ragged old hat. Harry blinked. This, apparently, was the sorting hat. It was patched and frayed, its brim torn wide like a mouth. For a long moment, it was still. Then, it twitched. A seam opened across its front, and it sang. The voice was scratchy but clear, and the verses were both whimsical and wise. detailing the qualities of each house, the strengths they prized, and the values they cherished. The song ended to polite applause, and the sorting began. One by one, names were called. Students sat on the stool, the hat was placed upon their head, and after a pause, sometimes long, sometimes short, it declared their house. Hannah Abbott, Hufflepuff, Terry Boot, Ravenclaw, Susan Bones, Hufflepuff. The process continued. When a Draco Malfoy was called, he strode forward with practiced elegance. The hat barely touched his head before it shouted, "Slytherin." Harry watched as Malfoy joined a table draped in green and silver, where students greeted him with nods and grins. Then came the name that shifted the mood of the entire room. Harry Potter. A whisper ran through the hall. He stepped forward slowly, aware of every eye on him. The stool creaked under his weight. The sorting hat was lowered onto his head, slipping over his ears and covering his vision. Said a small voice in his ear, thoughtful and dry. Difficult. Very difficult. Plenty of courage, I see. Not a bad mind, either. And a thirst to prove yourself. Oh yes, you could be great in Slytherin. Yes, indeed. Harry tensed. You would do well there, the hat mused. They could help you on your way to greatness, no doubt about that. Not Slytherin, Harry thought, as clearly as he could. Not Slytherin. Not Slytherin, eh? Said the hat, sounding amused. You're sure? You could be great, you know. But if you're sure, better be. Gryffindor. The shout echoed through the hall. The Gryffindor table erupted in applause. Harry removed the hat, set it gently on the stool, and made his way toward the table bearing red and gold. He sat beside Ron, whose face broke into a relieved smile. As the sorting continued, Harry glanced around the hall. He saw Draco Malfoy watching him from the Slytherin table, a mixture of curiosity and something else, something darker. Finally, when all were sorted, Professor Dumbledore rose to speak. His robe shimmered in the candlelight, his eyes twinkling behind half-moon spectacles. "Welcome," he said. "Let the feast begin." The golden plates on the tables filled instantly with food. And for the first time in his life, Harry Potter sat among people who wanted him there, in a place where he had been chosen, not hidden. The great hall was filled with the hum of conversation, the clatter of dishes, and the comfort of warmth and light. And far above, beyond the enchanted ceiling, stars wheeled silently through the sky, as they always had, and as they always would. The first weeks at Hogwarts passed in a blur of ink, robes, and whispered incantations. The castle unfolded gradually, revealing itself like a riddle half-told, staircases that shifted mid-step, portraits that wandered from their frames, rooms that only appeared when not sought directly. It was a place alive in ways Harry had never experienced, and every corridor held some new impossibility cloaked in charm or shadow. Classes began almost immediately, each taught in a room with its own rules of physics and atmosphere. Charms with Professor Flitwick meant feathers floating like soft snow on the air. Herbology with Professor Sprout was earthy and fragrant, hands buried in living soil. Transfiguration with Professor McGonagall was orderly, crisp, and astonishing, matchsticks becoming needles beneath sharp glances and sharper wand work. Potions with Professor Snape, however, was another matter entirely, cold, cryptic, and thick with silent accusation. But it was flying lessons that changed everything. The Gryffindors and Slytherins assembled on the grass beside the castle one breezy afternoon, brooms lined up in perfect formation. The sky overhead was cloud-streaked and pale, the kind of weather that couldn't decide between wind and calm. Madam Hooch, a witch with hawkish eyes and a whistle around her neck, barked out commands like a general preparing her troops. Harry had never touched a broom before. Yet when she told them to call their brooms into their hands, his rose immediately, sharp, responsive, almost eager. A ripple passed through the group. Some brooms rolled lazily. Others remained on the ground entirely. Only a few obeyed as precisely as Harry's. They were given only the most basic instruction. Hover, lift off, land gently. No tricks. No races. No risks. And then Neville Longbottom was thrown into the air. His broom, nervous or disobedient, rose like a firework before tilting sharply and flinging him sideways. He landed with a dull thump and a cry of pain. Madam Hooch ordered the class to stay grounded and escorted Neville to the hospital wing. But the moment her back was turned, the rules dissolved. Draco Malfoy had retrieved something from the grass. A small, gleaming object Neville had dropped during the commotion. It was a glass orb, softly glowing, a remembrall gifted by his grandmother. Malfoy held it up with a smirk. "Look what poor Longbottom dropped," he drawled, loud enough for all to hear. "Think I'll leave it somewhere high." He mounted his broom and kicked off. Without waiting, without thinking, Harry followed. The wind rushed past his ears as the ground fell away. His fingers closed instinctively around the broom handle, legs tightening to hold balance. The sensation was immediate, natural, exhilarating. Flying was not like walking or running. It was not even like falling. It was closer to becoming something else entirely. He felt every motion through the broom as though it were an extension of his own body. Malfoy darted upward, tossed the remembrall high into the air, and turned sharply to dive away, leaving it to fall. Harry surged forward. The world slowed. His eyes fixed on the orb, every gust of wind calculated in an instant. He leaned, reached, and caught it. Not just caught it, but plucked it cleanly from the air with one hand, just inches above the ground, before pulling the broom into a tight arc that brought him skimming just above the lawn. He landed with hardly a stumble. There was a moment of stunned silence. Then came a new voice, sharp as splintered glass. "Potter!" "Professor McGonagall!" She stood at the edge of the lawn, her expression unreadable. Harry opened his mouth to apologize, expecting a lecture, a deduction of points, perhaps even expulsion. But she didn't reprimand him. "Follow me," she said curtly. He obeyed. She led him briskly through the corridors, ignoring curious glances from passing students, until they arrived at a small classroom occupied by a tall, lean man with a weathered face and a slight limp, the Gryffindor Quidditch captain, Oliver Wood. "I found you a seeker," McGonagall said without preamble. Oliver looked at Harry. Blinked. "Him?" McGonagall nodded. "He caught a remembrall in a 50-foot dive. No training. No fear. You'd be a fool to let that go to waste." Harry's head spun. "First years aren't allowed on house teams," he said, uncertain. McGonagall's lips thinned, though not in disapproval. "Rules can be bent for the right talent." Wood grinned. "You're joining the team. I'll schedule practice this week." It was not a request. News spread faster than wildfire. By nightfall, every corner of the Gryffindor common room was buzzing with the story, Harry Potter, youngest seeker in a century. First year. No experience. Natural-born flyer. The common room had changed, too. Once filled with unfamiliar faces, it now greeted him with nods, smiles, and questions. He was still Harry, but now Harry the Seeker. Harry, who had done something extraordinary. And though he felt a faint discomfort at the attention, part of him quietly savored it. For once, he was known, not for surviving a curse, not for a scar, not for whispers of the past, but for something he had done. That night, he lay awake in the tower dormitory, listening to the wind tug at the windows and the crackling of the fire down in the common room. His broom, a Nimbus 2000, courtesy of McGonagall's swift authority, was on its way, ordered specially and set to arrive before the first match. He stared at the canopy above his bed, thinking of the sky, the thrill of flight, and the subtle shift he felt inside. He wasn't just at Hogwarts now. He belonged. Halloween at Hogwarts arrived not quietly, but with a certain theatrical grandeur. By late afternoon, the castle itself seemed to lean into the festive spirit. The Great Hall had been transformed, hundreds of floating pumpkins hovered beneath the enchanted ceiling, casting flickering orange light across golden plates. Garlands of autumn leaves wound around the bases of the house tables and climbed up the torch sconces like living decorations. Candles bobbed gently above every surface, their flames casting soft halos of light on polished wood and curious faces. Harry Potter had never seen anything like it. In his Muggle primary school, Halloween had meant paper skeletons and cheap masks. Here, it shimmered with old magic, a celebration that felt older than the castle walls. Even Professor Flitwick, typically prim and composed, had bewitched his chalk to write festive phrases in glittering script across the blackboards. Students whispered excitedly about pumpkin pasties shaped like bats and treacle tarts that glowed faintly in the dark. Classes that day were almost leisurely, theory more than practice, and the castle corridors echoed with laughter and the scent of spiced cider drifting from the kitchens. Everything hinted at celebration. No one was prepared for what would come. As the feast began, the hall filled with the sounds of forks on plates and students talking over one another. At the staff table, Dumbledore smiled benignly over his goblet, while Hagrid dug into something that steamed alarmingly. Professors chatted in low voices. Candles flickered. Time seemed suspended. Then the doors to the Great Hall burst open. Professor Quirrell stumbled inside. He was pale, paler than usual, and his turban sat askew. He tottered forward, grabbing the edge of the staff table for support, eyes wide with something beyond fear. "Troll," he gasped. "Troll, in the dungeon, thought you ought to know." And with that, he collapsed. For one heartbeat, no one moved. Then the Great Hall erupted. Screams, scraping chairs, shouted instructions. All at once, 1,000 voices rose in confusion. The candles flared violently overhead as students surged to their feet. Some clambered toward the exits. Others froze. Dumbledore's voice cut through the noise like a bell toll. Silence. The hall quieted. Dumbledore's expression, though calm, was grave. "Prefects, lead your house back to your dormitories immediately." No time was wasted. The hall began to empty in an organized tide, house by house, channeled toward the stairwells. The buzz of confusion rippled again, not panic this time, but tension, curiosity, worry. But Harry was not with the group. Nor was Ron. As the students surged down the corridors, Harry grabbed Ron's sleeve. "Wait, Hermione." In the chaos, a memory surfaced. Hermione Granger, not seen at the feast. Ron looked at him, puzzled. Then his face paled. "She's still in the girls' bathroom," Harry said. "She never came back after charms." They hesitated for only a moment. Then turned and ran in the opposite direction. The corridors were dark now, shadows pooling in corners where torchlight didn't reach. The Halloween decor felt out of place suddenly, cobwebs and floating bats now ominous instead of amusing. The castle, for all its grandeur, seemed vast and unknowable. Every echo sounded heavier. Every gust of wind sharper. They turned down the passage that led to the first-floor girls' bathroom, and stopped short. A stench hit them like a wall. It was thick, wet, and rotten, like mold, blood, and something unwashed. Then came the sound, the slow, dragging stomp of something massive. It rounded the corner. 12 feet tall. Skin the color of granite. Dull, small eyes, and arms that hung nearly to the floor. In its hand was a wooden club thicker than a sapling tree, splintered at one end. The mountain troll had arrived. It lumbered forward slowly, sniffing the air with its wide nostrils, its movement sluggish but purposeful. It hadn't seen them, not yet. Behind it, the door to the bathroom. Slightly ajar. Harry didn't hesitate. "We have to stop it." They ran. The troll reached the bathroom before they could. Its massive hand pushed the door open with a creak. A shriek erupted from inside Hermione. The sound seemed to enrage the creature. It bellowed, a deep, guttural roar that rattled the tiles and raised its club high. Harry launched himself forward, grabbing a loose bit of plumbing from the wall. Ron followed, pale but determined. They burst into the room. Chaos. The troll stood in the center of the tiled chamber, back to them, club swinging. Shards of porcelain littered the floor. Water sprayed from a cracked sink. Hermione was trapped in the corner, hands over her head. "Hey!" Harry shouted. The troll turned. Up close, it was worse. Its breath was unbearable, its eyes dull and unfocused, but its strength was undeniable. The club came down. Harry dove. It smashed into the floor where he'd been, cracking the tiles. The vibration nearly threw him off balance. He rolled to his feet, then leapt onto the troll's back, grabbing hold of its neck. It roared and staggered, swinging wildly. Ron stood frozen for a moment. Then looked down, saw the troll's own club where it had fallen from its grip. "Wingardium Leviosa," he shouted, wand pointed. The club rose. He directed it forward with a flick, and sent it crashing down. Onto the troll's head. The crack was immense. The troll swayed. Then dropped. It hit the floor like a felled tree. Dust rose. Pipes burst. Silence followed. Hermione remained in the corner, wide-eyed, panting. Harry stumbled back, arms aching, heart racing. Ron lowered his wand slowly. Then came footsteps. Professors McGonagall, Snape, and Quirrell burst into the room almost at once, wands raised. They took in the scene with varying expressions, disbelief, fury, confusion. Professor McGonagall's lips were pinched so tightly they had nearly disappeared. "What on earth were you thinking?" Words tumbled out, hurried, awkward explanations. Hermione stepped forward, trembling but firm. "It was my fault," she said. "I went looking for the troll. I thought I could deal with it myself. If they hadn't come, I'd be dead." McGonagall blinked. That changed things. She assigned them all detention, but with a tone more rattled than angry. Points were lost. A lecture given. But something had shifted. Later, in the common room, Harry sat beside the fire, bruised but unharmed. Hermione sat nearby, arms wrapped around her knees, eyes fixed on the flames. Ron lay stretched out on the floor, breathing slowly. Nothing was said at first. Then Hermione turned, voice soft. "You didn't have to come after me." Harry met her eyes. "Yes, we did." She nodded, once. And though no one mentioned it aloud, from that night on, the three of them were no longer just classmates. No longer separate. No longer unsure. They were, in a quiet, unspoken way, friends. And trolls, even mountain-sized ones, couldn't change that. The aftermath of the troll incident left the castle in a curious state of duality, equal parts relieved and unsettled. Though the creature had been dealt with, the fact that it had entered Hogwarts at all was cause for quiet concern among the staff. No formal announcements were made, but the security around the castle tightened in subtle ways. Suits of armor were seen polishing themselves with increased vigilance. Some of the staircases began changing position less frequently, as if encouraged to settle into predictability. Teachers kept a more watchful eye over the corridors, and Filch was seen muttering more furiously than usual about keys, doors, and things what don't belong. For Harry, Ron, and Hermione. 1. The troll marked an invisible threshold. Their bond, forged under pressure and fear, had solidified. Breakfasts became shared routines. Study sessions took on rhythm. Their personalities, Harry's quiet curiosity, Ron's stubborn humor, Hermione's razor-sharp precision began to fit together in the way puzzle pieces do, not by similarity, but by contrast. The trio moved through the school like an emerging constellation, not yet fully formed, but unmistakably present. Still, there remained a sense of the unknown, threads of questions left dangling in the wake of Halloween. Chief among them was the matter of the forbidden corridor on the 3rd floor. Dumbledore had mentioned it in his start-of-term speech, warning all students that entering the corridor on the right-hand side of the 3rd floor would result in a most painful death. At the time, the line had seemed theatrical, the kind of statement meant to inspire thrill and compliance in equal measure. But now, after trolls in the dungeons and whispers of things darker still, it seemed less like theater and more like protection. Their first real encounter with the forbidden corridor came by accident. It was late, the kind of late that turned corridors into echo chambers and made the air feel colder than it should. They had stayed out too long in the library, Hermione insisting they find just one more reference on defensive jinxes for their homework. The castle, indifferent to student procrastination, had begun to shut itself down for the night, extinguishing torches, locking doors, narrowing staircases to prevent after-hours wandering. They were on the 3rd floor by mistake, caught in one of those spatial tricks Hogwarts so enjoyed, where a staircase decided mid-climb to rotate them 90 degrees off-course and deposit them near a hallway they had never seen before. "We're going the wrong way," Ron whispered. "No," Hermione said, though without certainty. "This connects back to the charms corridor. I think." The hallway was quiet. The portraits along the walls were all asleep, their inhabitants snoring gently or murmuring in dreams. The torches here burned low, casting long, hesitant shadows. The stone underfoot was colder than usual. They passed one door. Then another. Then came a third, large, arched, with hinges of black iron and a heavy lock. Unlike the others, it did not open with a gentle push. It was sealed, visibly, unmistakably. "This must be it," Harry said, voice low. Hermione stepped back. "We shouldn't be here." A loud click echoed behind them. The caretaker's cat, Mrs. Norris, appeared around the corner, her yellow eyes gleaming like twin lanterns in the dark. "Filch," Ron hissed. "Run." They didn't speak again. They just ran. Down the corridor, to the only door available. Harry reached for the handle and, surprisingly, it opened. Perhaps Filch had left it ajar. Perhaps the school had relented. Perhaps something else had. They slipped inside, shut the door, and froze. The room beyond was dim, the air thick with the smell of old fur and something deeper, musk and damp stone and animal breath. The floor was polished, reflective in places. And there, directly before them, lay the largest dog Harry had ever seen. Correction, dogs. 3 heads. Each the size of a barrel, resting on massive paws, eyes shut, chests rising and falling with slow, thunderous rhythm. The creature, enormous, black-furred, and unmistakably magical, was asleep. A thin sheen of saliva glistened on the stone beneath its jaws. "Merlin's beard," Ron whispered. "Back out," Hermione breathed. But before they could move, the door creaked behind them, not closed entirely. A gust of wind slammed it shut with a bang. The dog awoke. 3 pairs of eyes snapped open. 3 mouths curled back to reveal rows of yellowed, sharp teeth. The growl that followed was like a boulder rolling across a cave floor. Low, ancient, and angry. Harry didn't think. He grabbed Ron's arm, Hermione's sleeve, and yanked them toward the door. They stumbled out, slammed the door shut behind them, and bolted back down the corridor, not stopping until they reached a familiar hallway, breathless and shaken. They didn't speak until they were back near the Gryffindor common room entrance. That, Ron gasped, was a 3-headed dog. "No kidding," Harry said, wiping his glasses. Hermione looked pale, her eyes wide. "Did either of you notice what it was standing on?" They blinked. "What?" It was guarding something, she said. A trapdoor. In the middle of the floor. Harry frowned. The image returned to him now, barely noticed in the panic, a square outline of iron-rimmed wood, just beneath the dog's massive frame. Whatever it is, Hermione said quietly, Dumbledore doesn't want anyone finding it. They fell silent. Something was being hidden at Hogwarts. Something important. Something protected not by spells or secrecy, but by a creature bred for violence and loyalty. And now they had seen it. December arrived at Hogwarts not with a whisper, but a deep, crystalline stillness that blanketed the castle in white. Snow fell in layers upon the turrets and parapets, softening even the most ancient stone into gentle curves. The black lake froze into glass. Icicles hung long and sharp from the rooftops. Inside, roaring fires blazed in every hearth, warming the corridors with flickering gold light. Many students left for the holidays, their trunks wheeled away and farewells shouted across the entrance hall. But Harry stayed. For the first time in his life, he had chosen to remain in a place he considered home. Ron, too, stayed behind, joined by his elder brothers Fred and George. Their mother, though initially disappointed, sent jumpers and mince pies by owl, cheerful packages that arrived in rustling brown paper, smelling faintly of cinnamon and wool. The castle, once bustling, fell into a kind of serene hush. The empty dormitories echoed faintly with draughts and laughter from the portraits. There were no classes, no schedules, just open hours, snowball fights, and the distant sound of enchanted suits of armor humming carols off-key. And yet, amidst the quiet joy of that first magical Christmas, Harry felt something pulling at the edges of his attention. Not unpleasant, just persistent. A sense that there was something he was meant to find, something waiting in the stillness. It began with a gift. On Christmas morning, Harry awoke to a neat pile of parcels at the foot of his bed. Among them, wrapped in thick brown paper, was something unlike the rest. A cloak. Silvery and fine, almost weightless. When he held it up to the light, it shimmered briefly, then vanished. An invisibility cloak. No note beyond a single tag in spidery handwriting. Your father left this in my possession before he died. It is time it was returned to you. Use it well. Harry ran his fingers along the fabric, stunned. He had no memory of his father, not even a clear image, and yet here, in his hands, was something his father had once touched. A piece of the man himself. That night, unable to sleep and driven by something both curious and restless, Harry drew the cloak over his shoulders and slipped out of the dormitory. The effect was instant. His body vanished. Only the faintest shimmer remained, visible only if one looked exactly the right way. He crept through the halls like a shadow, past snoring portraits and empty suits of armor, beneath windows glazed with frost. At first, he hadn't meant to go anywhere in particular. But his feet carried him, past the trophy room, past locked classrooms, until he found himself in a long, unused corridor on the 4th floor. There, behind a forgotten door, was a room unlike any other. It was tall and empty, save for a single object in the center, a mirror. The frame was ornate, nearly twice his height, carved with runes and inscriptions in an unknown tongue. At its apex was an inscription. Eris stra eru oitube kafru oiton wosi. He read it backward, slowly. I show not your face but your heart's desire. He stepped closer. The surface was not like other mirrors. It did not reflect his surroundings. It showed him standing alone, but he was not alone. Beside him, just over his shoulder, stood a woman with dark red hair and eyes that mirrored his own. Her expression was gentle, her face familiar in a way that made his chest ache. A man stood beside her, tall, glasses perched on a narrow nose, hair untidy like Harry's own. He too was smiling. They looked at him not as strangers or ghosts, but with recognition. With love. His heart swelled painfully. He reached out, fingers brushing the glass. The figures did not move. He sat on the floor before the mirror, cloak forgotten in a heap beside him. He did not know how long he stayed. Eventually, footsteps approached. Quick, careful, adult. He turned and found Professor Dumbledore behind him, hands clasped loosely, expression unreadable. "So," Dumbledore said softly, "you've discovered the Mirror of Erised." Harry stood slowly. "I didn't mean to, I just—" "No harm done," Dumbledore said gently. "It does not surprise me. Few have resisted its call once they've seen it." Harry looked back at the mirror. "It shows what we want. It shows nothing more and nothing less than the deepest, most desperate desire of our hearts," Dumbledore said. "That is why it is dangerous. Men have wasted away before it, entranced by what they see. Or driven mad, not knowing if it is real." Harry didn't answer. "I see you have found your family," Dumbledore said. "It is natural. Understandable." Harry swallowed hard. "Can I see them again?" Dumbledore was silent for a moment. "Then, perhaps. But not here. The mirror will be moved to a new home. One less likely to tempt wandering hearts." Harry nodded, though the loss was sharp. "But remember this, Harry," Dumbledore said, and his voice took on a quiet intensity. "The happiest man in the world would look into the mirror and see only himself, exactly as he is." That night, Harry returned to the dormitory. He folded the cloak and placed it carefully at the foot of his bed. Sleep came slowly. But the memory of their faces, his mother's eyes, his father's smile, stayed with him. Not like a wound, but like a flame. Flickering. Fragile. Real. And with it, a feeling stronger than longing. Purpose. Spring did not so much arrive at Hogwarts as assert itself. The snow melted in stubborn patches, revealing emerald lawns beneath and coaxing crocuses out from cracks in the flagstones. The lake shimmered under clearer skies, and owls, no longer dusted in frost, swept over the castle with renewed grace. Students emerged from their winter hibernation, books under arms, eyes turned toward sunlit courtyards and half-finished essays. Yet beneath the seasonal warmth, certain peculiarities continued to unfold in quiet corners of the school, peculiarities that, as always, seemed to cluster around Harry Potter and his friends. One such oddity began with Hagrid. He had, from the start, been a figure of fascination, part groundskeeper, part gentle giant, part confidant. His fondness for magical creatures was legendary, if occasionally misplaced in judgment. Harry, Ron, and Hermione had long since grown accustomed to Hagrid's odd hobbies and cryptic remarks. But nothing prepared them for the moment, late one afternoon in the library, when Hagrid casually mentioned he was expecting a baby. "A what?" Ron had asked, half laughing. Hagrid had merely grinned and said, "Come down later. Can't talk here. Library's too nosy." So they did. That evening, beneath a darkening sky tinged with spring gold, the trio made their way to Hagrid's hut, tucked at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Smoke curled from the chimney. Fang, Hagrid's boarhound, barked once and then fell silent at the sight of Harry. Inside, the hut was warm and filled with the earthy smell of peat smoke and stew. But there was something else, a sharper scent, acrid and metallic, hovering above the hearth. On the table, a large, black egg, veined with bronze and twitching faintly. "It's a dragon egg," Hagrid said, beaming. They stared. Ron, whose older brother Charlie worked with dragons in Romania, was the first to recover. "Where did you get that?" "Won it," Hagrid said cheerfully. "Game of cards. Down in the village. Fella didn't seem to want to part with it, but I reckon he wasn't expecting to lose." Harry and Hermione exchanged a glance. "You're going to hatch it?" Harry asked cautiously. "Course I am," Hagrid said. "Been keeping it warm all week. Bit O's fire, bit o'er brandy vapors, soft music. Soft music, indeed. A battered wireless sat in the corner, playing something slow and vaguely orchestral. "That's illegal, Hagrid," Hermione said after a moment. "It's a Class A non-tradable good. Dragons are dangerous. There are laws." Hagrid waved a hand. "Don't fret. It's just a baby. Won't be dangerous till it's older. Besides, I know what I'm doing. Read all about it in Dragon Breeding for Pleasure and Profit." And so it began. They visited often, not out of enthusiasm, but concern. Each day, the egg trembled more violently. Hagrid doted on it like an expectant father, muttering to it, stroking its shell, adjusting the heat of the fire. He was utterly convinced it would be the highlight of his year. Then, one night, the egg cracked. It began as a hairline fracture, spreading with a delicate series of pings that echoed like tiny bells. Hagrid stood breathless, tears shining in his eyes. The trio gathered close, unsure whether to be excited or alarmed. Then came the creature. It burst from the shell with surprising force, a gangly, reptilian shape coated in soot and membranous wings. Its scales shimmered faintly in the firelight, a dark, iridescent black tinged with silver. Its eyes, pale and slightly bulging, blinked once before it let out a high-pitched screech and sneezed sparks into the air. "Isn't he beautiful?" Hagrid whispered. Ron took a step back. "It's a Norwegian ridgeback," he said grimly. Charlie's written about them. Aggressive. Unpredictable. Prone to biting. The dragon, already nipping at a scrap of meat, belched out a gout of smoke and began gnawing on the table leg. "What are you going to do with it?" Hermione asked, her voice climbing. "Keep him." "Oh, of course," Hagrid said. "Name's Norbert." Norbert grew fast. Within days, he was the length of a garden hose and twice as temperamental. Hagrid's beard was singed, his furniture scorched, and Fang refused to go near the hearth. The hut began to reek of smoke and scorched wood. Even Hagrid's formidable optimism started to fray. "I reckon he's teething," Hagrid said, nursing a burned hand. Hermione was blunt. "You have to get rid of it." The matter was settled not by logic or fear, but necessity. Norbert bit Ron a deep, venomous nip that sent him to the hospital wing, feverish and mumbling about dragon claws. That night, the trio devised a plan. With Ron's help, they contacted Charlie Weasley via Owl, explaining the situation. Charlie's reply was swift and clear: he would send friends to pick up the dragon, discreetly. They would arrive at the tallest tower, at midnight, on the appointed day. The plan nearly fell apart several times. Sneaking Norbert out was no small feat. He had grown too large to fit in a basket. They sedated him lightly with a mixture of sleeping draught and warm milk. Hagrid, tearful, kissed Norbert's snout before bundling him in blankets. The climb to the astronomy tower was exhausting. And dangerous. They nearly dropped the crate twice, and Harry's arm still ached from dragging the tail. But the tower was empty when they arrived, save for the silhouette of two figures with broomsticks and leather gloves. The exchange was swift. A nod. A rope lowered. The crate lifted, swinging into the air. Norbert was gone. They descended in silence. But peace did not last. Filch caught them on the stairs. They had forgotten the cloak. The night air was damp and still, heavy with the scent of rain-washed soil and the faint rot of fallen leaves. It clung to Harry's skin like dew, seeping into the folds of his robes as he stepped off the castle steps, down toward the edge of the forbidden forest. He was not alone. Beside him walked Hermione, pale and wide-eyed, and Neville, who looked like he was trying very hard not to cry. Ron, unfortunately, was not among them. His visit to the hospital wing after Norbert's bite had spared him this particular fate. They were being led by Filch, who took obvious pleasure in the occasion. His lantern bobbed like a will-o'-the-wisp in the dark, casting crooked shadows across the lawn. Out of bed after hours, sneaking about in the astronomy tower, he sneered. Ought to be expelled. That's what I'd do, if it were up to me. Lucky for you, it's not. He guided them toward the edge of the forest, where Rubeus Hagrid stood waiting with Fang and a crossbow slung over his back. His expression was unreadable, but there was no humor in it. You know why you're here, Filch muttered, shoving the lantern at Hagrid. I'll leave it to you. Hope they come out in one piece. And then he was gone, vanishing into the night like a sour ghost. Hagrid turned to the students. This is punishment, he said quietly, but I don't expect ye to be stupid about it. We're going into the forest. Stay close. Do as I say. Harry looked at the trees, black, skeletal outlines against the sky. They swayed without wind, creaked without movement. The ground beneath them seemed to absorb light. They entered. The forest swallowed sound. Twigs snapped beneath their feet, but nothing echoed. The torchlight dimmed as the canopy thickened overhead. Around them, the trees grew larger and older, some with bark split like scars, others twisted into impossible shapes. The scent of moss and decay filled every breath. There's something hurting the unicorns, Hagrid said as they walked. Found one dead last week. We're looking for another. Whoever or whatever's doing this, it's not natural. They stopped in a clearing where silvery blood glittered on the leaves. Right, Hagrid said. We'll split up. Hermione gasped softly, but Hagrid raised a hand. You'll be safe. I'll take Hermione and Neville. Harry, you go with Fang, and Malfoy. Harry turned. Draco Malfoy stood at the edge of the clearing, his face a picture of theatrical boredom tinged with fear. He had been caught sneaking around as well, and thus shared their fate. Harry said nothing. Neither did Draco. Hagrid handed Harry a lantern. See anything unusual, send red sparks in the air. Fang knows the way back. They set off. The path was narrow, tangled with undergrowth. Tree limbs clawed at their robes. The only light came from the swinging lantern, which cast gold and shadow in equal measure. Neither boy spoke. Then, a sound. Something low. Wet. Breathing. They froze. Ahead, beneath the moonlight leaking through the branches, lay a unicorn. Its coat, once radiant, was dulled now by death. Silver blood pooled beneath it, soaking into the roots. A terrible stillness clung to the scene. Then something moved. From the shadows beyond the body, a figure emerged, gliding, not walking. Its shape was wrong, tall, cloaked, head bent low. It bent over the unicorn and lowered its face to the wound. A sucking sound followed. Harry felt a wave of cold grip his chest. Not physical cold, something deeper. Dread. His scar flared with sudden pain. He staggered backward, clutching his forehead. The figure turned, slowly, and looked at him. No face. Just darkness beneath the hood. But the air around it grew heavier, charged. Then, a burst of movement. The figure lunged. Fang H. Owled. Malfoy screamed. Harry raised the lantern, stepping back blindly. A blur of silver light darted between them, a centaur. The creature reared on its hind legs, bow raised. The hooded figure paused, hissed like steam, and fled into the trees with unnatural speed. The clearing fell silent again. The centaur lowered his bow. "Are you all right?" he asked. His voice was deep, resonant, like wind passing through stone. Harry nodded, breathing hard. The centaur stepped closer. His hair was dark, his eyes ancient. "You are the Potter boy," he said. "You should not be here. The forest is not safe, not for you." What was that?" Harry asked. The centaur's gaze turned toward the place where the figure had vanished. A being who has drunk unicorn blood. It grants strength, even to the half-dead. But at a terrible cost. Who would do that? The centaur paused. Only one who has nothing to lose, and everything to gain. He turned. Tell the headmaster what you saw. Then stay away from the forest. You are marked by fate, Harry Potter. But fate is not always kind. He disappeared into the trees. Later, reunited with Hagrid, Hermione, and Neville, Harry recounted the encounter. Hagrid's face paled as he listened. There's only one who'd do something like that, he said. But he shouldn't be here. He shouldn't be alive. Harry said nothing. But the pain in his scar lingered long into the night. The final days of the school year came shrouded in sunshine and tension. To most students, the looming specter of final exams was the dominant concern. Books were stacked high, revision notes scattered like leaves, and the library had become a battleground of hushed competition. But for Harry Potter, Ron Weasley, and Hermione Granger, a deeper and more dangerous truth had crystallized beyond their studies. Something was hidden at Hogwarts. More than a secret. A power. A stone. The Philosopher's Stone. A legendary object said to grant immortality, crafted by Nicholas Flamel. And someone, Harry was sure now, was trying to steal it. The trio had pieced together fragments over the past months, the three-headed dog guarding a trapdoor on the third floor, the midnight exchange of Norbert the dragon, the presence of something dark and parasitic in the Forbidden Forest. Snape's mysterious behavior. The recent arrival of strange protections layered deep beneath the school. And now a final detail. That night, hidden beneath the invisibility cloak, Harry overheard a conversation in the staff room. It was not Snape who sought the stone. It was Professor Quirrell. And he was moving. That very night. They could no longer wait. They met in the common room after sunset, the corridors already settling into quiet. If he gets the stone, Harry said, Voldemort comes back. Properly. Hermione hesitated at the name, but nodded. Ron's voice was firm. Then we stop him. Together, they left the tower. The halls were dim, echoing only with the sound of their footsteps. Peeves was absent. The portraits watched silently, as if understanding that this was something beyond the usual mischief of school children. They reached the third-floor corridor. Fluffy awaited. The dog was awake, or had been, but Hagrid's flute, passed to them in confidence, lulled it back to sleep with a few uncertain notes. The enormous heads drooped. The paws shifted. And the trio slipped through the trapdoor. They landed in Devil's Snare. The plant writhed and tightened instantly, coiling around limbs with a deadly grace. Hermione acted first, casting a burst of warm, dry light that caused the plant to recoil, retreating with a hiss. They tumbled through it and into the next chamber. A room filled with fluttering keys. Winged, silver, and sharp, they darted through the air like wasps. At the far end, a locked door. Harry spotted a broom and mounted it without hesitation. The key swirled, shimmered, and attacked. But Harry flew as if born to it. He caught the correct key, its wings bent and crumpled, and unlocked the door. They passed through. The next room held a life-sized wizard's chessboard. Massive stone pieces loomed in silence. The only exit was on the far side, blocked by looming black knights. Ron understood immediately. It's a game, he said. We have to play. Properly. He mounted a knight. Hermione and Harry took places as bishop and rook. The game began, and it was no illusion. Each capture came with crushing force. One by one, pieces were lost. Ron led them forward, thinking ahead, sacrificing position. Then came the final move. You have to checkmate the king, he told Harry. I have to be taken. What? Harry protested. That's the only way forward. Go. The night struck. Ron fell. Hermione screamed, but there was no time. Harry moved forward and checkmated the king. The black pieces froze. The door opened. They left Ron behind, unconscious but alive. The next room tested wit. A table of potions. A logic puzzle. Flames behind them and ahead. Hermione stepped forward, eye scanning the bottles, the riddle. Within minutes, she had solved it. Only enough for one, she said quietly. You go forward. I'll go back for Ron. You're the one who has to stop him. Harry nodded. He drank. Ice filled his lungs. He stepped through the flame and entered the final chamber. It was quiet. At the center of the room stood a tall mirror, the mirror of Erist. Before it, his back turned, stood Professor Quirrell. I wondered if you'd come, he said softly. Harry said nothing. Quirrell turned. He was pale. Nervous. But not weak. There is no stone here, he said. Only the mirror. And in its depths, the truth. He ordered Harry forward. Tell me what you see. Harry stepped to the mirror. He saw himself, eyes wide, reaching into his pocket. He felt it, weightless, smooth. The stone. It had appeared in his hand, invisible in reality, but real in reflection. He said nothing. Quirrell stepped closer. Then, a voice. Let me speak to him. Quirrell flinched, then raised his hands to his turban. And removed it. Harry gasped. Where the back of Quirrell's head should have been, there was a face. Pale, stretched, and terrible. Eyes like coals. Slitted nostrils. A mouth that moved without breath. Voldemort. The voice that spoke from the skull was cold and thin as wind in a tomb. Give me the stone. Harry shook his head. Quirrell lunged. Harry grabbed him instinctively, and the moment their skin touched, Quirrell screamed. His hands blistered. His face blistered. He recoiled, tried again, and again was burned. Harry clung tighter. White light filled the room. And then, darkness. When he awoke, it was in the hospital wing. Dumbledore sat beside him. The stone is gone, the headmaster said gently. Destroyed. Flamel agreed it was for the best. Harry tried to speak, but the words failed. You are safe, Dumbledore said. Quirrell is dead. Voldemort fled again. But he'll come back, Harry whispered. Dumbledore nodded once. Yes. He will. But not today. Harry closed his eyes. Victory was a strange thing, quiet, painful, and uncertain. But he had faced the darkness. And it had fled. Sunlight filtered through the high windows of the hospital wing, pooling in golden puddles on the stone floor. The scent of disinfecting potions drifted lazily through the air, mingling with the soft creak of moving bed frames and the occasional snore from behind drawn curtains. It was warm, safe, but not untouched. Harry awoke slowly, blinking at the ceiling, throat dry. His hands were bandaged. A dull ache pulsed behind his eyes, as if his body remembered a weight his mind had not yet caught up with. He wasn't alone. A gentle chime of movement drew his eyes to the chair beside him, where Professor Dumbledore sat with fingers steepled lightly, his eyes reflecting the full weight of time. Good afternoon, Harry, he said quietly. Harry sat up too quickly, pain blooming in his chest. The stone. Destroyed, Dumbledore answered calmly, as it should be. Flamel agreed. He and his wife have enough elixir left to put their affairs in order, and then... He trailed off. Harry nodded. He understood. Quirrell, he asked. Gone, said Dumbledore. What remained of him could not survive the separation. The effort of housing another soul, especially one as broken and hungry as Voldemort, cost him more than he could endure. Harry looked down at his hands. He was there. In the mirror. I saw him. I felt him. Yes, said Dumbledore. You did. He paused, then added, what you did, Harry, was extraordinary. You stood firm not through force, but by refusing to yield. That is a rarer kind of courage. Harry swallowed hard. Why couldn't Quirrell touch me? Dumbledore's eyes were grave. Because of your mother. The words hung in the air like a spell themselves. She died to save you, he said. And in doing so, she left a mark. Not a visible one, though your scar remains, but one older and deeper than dark magic understands. It is love, Harry. A protection woven with intent. Quirrell, steeped in hatred, could not touch you without being destroyed by it. Harry absorbed the words in silence. Not just survival, then. Something more. Something placed within him, not by chance, but choice. Does that mean he's gone? Voldemort. Dumbledore's smile was gentle, but not entirely reassuring. Not gone. Not yet. But thwarted. And weakened. And frightened. You gave him reason to be. They sat quietly for a time. Outside the windows, the sounds of summer filtered in, birdsong, distant laughter, the rustling hush of wind in the trees. Eventually, Dumbledore rose. Rest. There will be time for answers later. But I imagine your friends will be eager to see you. He left as quietly as he had come. Within moments, the quiet was broken by footsteps, then voices. Harry. Hermione, eyes wide and glinting with unshed tears, crossed the room in a rush. Ron followed, his robe slightly askew, face split with a grin. You're awake, Hermione said, taking a seat beside him. Ron dropped into a chair. Mate, you won. You stopped him. The whole school's talking about it. Harry shook his head. I didn't win anything. I just didn't let him have it. Same thing, Ron said. Snape's fuming. You should have seen his face when Dumbledore gave you 50 points. He looked like he'd swallowed a dung bomb. 60, actually, Hermione corrected. And Ron got 40. I got 50. Neville got 10. Wait, Harry said. Neville. Hermione beamed. For standing up to us when we tried to leave Gryffindor Tower. Dumbledore said it took more bravery to stand up to your friends than to your enemies. Harry smiled. Neville. Of course. Soon after, Madame Pomfrey arrived and chased them away with a flick of her wand and a strict lecture about rest and patient dignity. Harry didn't mind. The warmth remained after they left. When he was finally discharged, the school had begun its final preparations for the end-of-year feast. Trunks were packed, owls summoned, goodbyes rehearsed and half-spoken. Exams had been completed in a blur of review sessions and panicked whispers. Yet something had shifted. Harry walked the castle halls now not as a stranger, but as someone seen. Hushed voices still followed him, but they no longer felt invasive. His name was spoken with respect, with awe, and sometimes, with something like hope. At the final feast, the great hall sparkled with house colors, but notably, the hourglasses that tracked house points showed a remarkable upset. Gryffindor, long trailing, now stood at the top. The red and gold banners unfurled themselves from the rafters like flags of victory. And Harry, though seated, smiling, nodding politely, felt strangely still. The applause meant little compared to the knowledge he now carried. That evil had touched Hogwarts. That he had touched it back. That the fight was far from over. And yet, for now, peace. The Hogwarts Express puffed smoke into a bright blue sky, its carriages echoing with the last shouts of the school year. Trunks rattled into compartments. Chocolate frogs changed hands. Owls hooted indignantly from their cages. Harry sat with Ron and Hermione, watching the landscape shift from forest to field. "All right," Hermione said. "Every week." "Same," Ron added. "Mum's going to be fussing over you after this. You'll probably get 5 jumpers." Harry smiled, but said nothing. His thoughts drifted. Back to the mirror. To Quirrell's screams. To the forest. To the touch of hands that had burned with his mother's last act. When the train pulled into platform 9 3/4, the students spilled out in a tide of movement. Hugs. Promises. Tickets passed from hand to hand. Harry lingered. Hagrid stood near the barrier, waving cheerfully. "Doing all right, Harry?" Harry nodded. "Thanks to you." Hagrid smiled. "Till next year, then." The Dursleys waited just beyond the barrier. Cold, stiff, disapproving. Harry squared his shoulders. He stepped forward into the Muggle world again, scar faint beneath his hair, one tucked safely away, heart carrying the first of many secrets. But now, he knew something they didn't. He was a wizard. And he was going back. The summer that followed Harry Potter's first year at Hogwarts began like a dream quickly forgotten upon waking. The colors of magic faded with distance. The feel of his wand in hand, the warmth of the Gryffindor common room, even the awe of the moving staircases dulled under the weight of number 4, Privet Drive. In the bright, orderly quiet of the Dursley household, magic had no place. The return of Harry had been met with a begrudging nod and a list of chores. The cupboard beneath the stairs had been abandoned, not out of kindness, but for appearances. Now, Harry was allowed Dudley's second bedroom, though the space remained a museum of its former owner's broken toys and forgotten tantrums. Weeks passed. The walls of the room closed in. Unsurprisingly, not a single letter had arrived. From Ron. From Hermione. From anyone. Hedwig, Harry's snowy owl, grew restless in her cage, clicking her beak against the bars at night, her wings flaring. But the Dursleys refused to let her fly, fearing she might attract attention, magical or otherwise. "No funny business," Uncle Vernon had said, eyes narrowed, as if magic could leak from the boy's pores. Harry tried to remain hopeful. But as the calendar crept through July, a numb sort of dread settled over him. Had they forgotten him? Had Hogwarts decided, after all, that they'd made a mistake? His birthday came and went without a word. No cake. No letters. No sign that the wizarding world even remembered his existence. Then, one evening, something changed. It began with a sound, a faint pop, not unlike the uncorking of a bottle, followed by a soft thump. Harry looked up from his bed. Nothing had moved. Then he saw it. A creature crouched on the bed. It was small, barely reaching his knees, with skin like stretched parchment and vast, bat-like ears that twitched with every sound. Its eyes were huge, round, and shining with tears. A pillowcase hung from its shoulders like a tunic. Harry stared. The creature bowed so low its nose brushed the duvet. "Harry Potter," it said in a high, tremulous voice. "So honored Dobby is to meet you, sir." Harry blinked. "Who are you?" "Dobby, sir. Dobby the house elf." 1,000 questions formed, none of them appropriate for the moment. "What are you doing here?" Dobby wrung his hands. "Dobby has come to warn you, sir. Harry Potter must not go back to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry this year." There was a moment's silence. "Why not?" Dobby's ears drooped. "Terrible things are to happen. Very terrible. Dobby cannot say. Dobby is bound." He hit his head against the wall with a yelp. "Stop!" Harry hissed, glancing at the door. "You'll wake the Dursleys." "Dobby had to come," the elf whimpered. "To protect Harry Potter." Dobby remembers how it was before. When the Dark Lord was powerful. Harry Potter must be warned. Harry sat slowly. "But Voldemort's gone." Dobby trembled. "Not gone, sir. Not gone. He is plotting. He is waiting. And this year, terrible things will happen at Hogwarts. That is why Harry Potter must not return." The words hung heavy in the air. Harry shook his head. "I can't stay here. You don't understand, Hogwarts is my home." Dobby's ears flattened. Then Dobby must stop Harry Potter. "Dobby is sorry." Before Harry could speak, the elf darted to the hallway, his fingers snapping. The sound of footsteps echoed from the stairs. A crash. By the time Harry reached the landing, disaster had unfolded. Uncle Vernon's dinner guests, an important client and his wife, stood in the doorway, their expressions frozen in a mixture of horror and disbelief. Aunt Petunia clutched a ruined pudding. The floor was slick with cream. A shriek hung in the air. Harry stood in the doorway, Dobby nowhere in sight. He had no defense. The Ministry of Magic sent a warning letter by owl that night. A formal notice. Magic had been used in the presence of Muggles. Any further infractions would lead to expulsion. Uncle Vernon sealed Hedwig in her cage. Harry was locked in his room. Wooden slats nailed the window shut. Meals, when they came, were slipped through a flap like offerings to a prisoner. Time lost meaning. The air grew stale. Hedwig paced. Harry's thoughts spiraled. Then, salvation. It arrived in the form of a rattling engine and a sudden crash. The bars tore free from the window. The night air swept in. And beyond it, the Weasleys, Ron, Fred, and George, grinning from a hovering turquoise car, the Ford Anglia. "Come on," Ron called. Harry didn't hesitate. He threw his trunk into the car, freed Hedwig, and climbed through the window into the unknown. They flew east, the wind whipping past, the countryside below glittering with starlight. Harry leaned out the window, the moon on his face, heart thundering with the rush of escape. He was going back. To Hogwarts. To the world that had not forgotten him. Though something dark had stirred. And somewhere, in the silence between warnings, the Chamber of Secrets had begun to whisper again. The Weasley household, known as the Burrow, did not simply stand in defiance of architectural logic, it wobbled in place, stacked like a magician's tower of teacups, and yet exuded a warmth so tangible it settled into Harry's bones almost immediately. He had never seen anything like it. The fireplace spoke. The dishes washed themselves. Gnomes were flung bodily from the garden. There were more clocks than seemed necessary, one for each family member, each hand pointing not at the time, but at ominous locations like mortal peril and time to feed the chickens. And most miraculously of all, no one yelled at him. Molly Weasley, fierce, freckled, and always half covered in flour or soot, had scolded Ron and the twins thoroughly for their midnight rescue, but then turned to Harry with a soft smile and a plate of eggs. Arthur Weasley, endlessly fascinated by Muggles, asked Harry for explanations about rubber ducks and television antennas with the same reverence he might reserve for dragon hide or unicorn horns. For the first time in weeks, Harry felt the pressure in his chest begin to lift. But Hogwarts loomed. The end of summer approached like a tide, sweeping away late-night Quidditch practice, Gilderoy Lockhart's grinning face on every copy of the Daily Prophet, and even Ginny Weasley's wide-eyed crush on Harry, which she tried, and failed, to disguise behind toast and stammers. When September 1st arrived, the Weasleys packed the battered Ford Anglia wit. Trunks, owls, rats, wands, and children. They left early, driving north to King's Cross with a barely-held-together plan and far too little time. At the station, the family spilled from the car in a rush of steam and feathers. They reached the hidden barrier between platforms 9 and 10, the invisible wall that led to platform 9 3/4. Percy went first, followed by Fred and George. Then, in a flurry of anxiety, Mrs. Weasley ushered Ginny through. Harry and Ron, however, were last. They waited until the coast was clear, then walked briskly toward the wall, only to collide with solid stone. They bounced back onto the concrete, dazed. Harry tried again. Nothing. Panic bloomed. They looked around. The platform was emptying. The clock above them ticked closer to departure. And the barrier, for the first time in their experience, would not yield. They were locked out. "Maybe we missed it," Ron said, voice rising. "Maybe we can get Dad." "He's on the other side," Harry muttered. "Everyone is." A dreadful silence stretched. And then Ron's eyes lit up. The car. It was unthinkable. Irresponsible. Dangerous. And exactly what they did. With no other options, they returned to the parking garage. The Ford Anglia, enchanted beyond reason, waited patiently. Ron retrieved the keys and climbed into the driver's seat. Harry clambered beside him. The engine coughed to life. Moments later, they were airborne. Above London, the sky was grey and heavy with late summer clouds. Cars shrank to toys below. The train tracks, thin and silver, unwound into the north. Ron followed them like breadcrumbs. At first, it was exhilarating. The car soared with surprising grace, bobbing and dipping like a lazy bird. The breeze rushed past. The horizon rolled beneath them in hills and valleys. They even spotted the Hogwarts Express in the distance, red and steaming, a serpent of iron across the land. But the enchantments didn't hold. The longer they flew, the more the car groaned. The engine sputtered. The fuel gauge wobbled wildly. The invisibility charm began to fail, causing muggles to point skyward in confusion. The cooling systems gave out, and the cabin grew stifling. By the time the castle loomed on the horizon, smoke was curling from beneath the bonnet, and Ron's knuckles were white on the wheel. "We're gonna crash," he said hoarsely. "We can't crash." Harry snapped. But they did. The car arced downward over the forbidden forest and plummeted toward the castle grounds, directly into a tall, ancient tree. The whomping willow. The impact was immediate. Branches moved like limbs, twisting and striking. One shattered the windshield. Another crunched the bonnet. The car rocked violently. Harry ducked just as a limb tore through the roof. The tree fought like a living creature, enraged, relentless. Ron jammed the gears into reverse. The car groaned. Another branch struck. Then, with a final wheeze, the car freed itself, wheels spinning, and shot forward across the grounds, dragging their trunks, dropping Hedwig's cage, and eventually lurching to a halt near the edge of the forest. Doors flew open. Harry and Ron were ejected. The car, as if disgusted, turned and vanished into the trees with a final snap of its trunk. Silence followed. The boys were scratched, bruised, and speechless. Their relief was short-lived. Minutes later, Professor Snape descended upon them like a storm cloud, his expression a perfect study in fury. "You were seen," he hissed. "By no fewer than 7 muggles. In a flying car." They were marched to his office, where Dumbledore, McGonagall, and Mr. Weasley soon arrived, the latter looking equal parts horrified and impressed by the car's performance. There was no expulsion. But there were howlers. The following morning, Ron's breakfast was interrupted by an explosive red envelope that screamed in his mother's voice loud enough to shake the windows. Harry winced as Ron turned scarlet. Despite the scolding, they were allowed to stay. The school year had begun. and though they had arrived battered, late, and by air instead of train, they had returned. Hogwarts stood before them once more. But the castle felt different, as though something beneath its stones had stirred. Waiting. The beginning of Harry's second year unfolded beneath a haze of whispered warnings, whispered giggles, and the too bright gleam of perfect teeth. It began, as many things did that term, with Gilderoy Lockhart. Professor Lockhart arrived not quietly, nor modestly, but in a whirlwind of self-promotion that swept through the castle like perfume. A dashing figure with flowing blonde hair and sapphire-blue robes, he seemed to sparkle wherever he went. Aided, no doubt, by the cloud of enchanted aftershave he wore like a badge. He was the new defense against the dark arts professor. But more than that, he was a celebrity. His books, filled with tales of his heroic exploits against banshees, werewolves, and wandering wraiths, had been required reading over the summer. And now, their author strutted through Hogwarts, waving, winking, and autographically signing everything short of the house ghosts. To most of the students, Lockhart was a novelty. To Hermione, he was impressive. To Ron, he was insufferable. To Harry, he was a disaster waiting to happen. From the very first lesson, it became painfully clear that Professor Lockhart's competence bore no relation to his confidence. His classroom resembled a shrine more than a space for learning, walls plastered with his own moving portraits, shelves groaning under the weight of his books, and a golden cage in the corner containing a dozen Cornish pixies. It was with the pixies that everything unraveled. "Let's see what you make of these little devils," Lockhart announced with a flourish, releasing the creatures into the air. Chaos ensued. They swarmed immediately, overturning ink pots, shredding parchment, and lifting Neville by the ears onto a chandelier. Lockhart clapped his hands uselessly, then fled the room. Harry, Ron, and Hermione were left to subdue them. It was the first in a long line of mishaps. Throughout September and into October, Lockhart's lessons became legendary, for all the wrong reasons. In one, he attempted to demonstrate a werewolf banishing charm and turned his own wig into a live badger. In another, he invited students to reenact scenes from Wandering with Werewolves, casting Harry as the helpless young lad whom Lockhart heroically saved, a part Harry deeply resented. And still, Lockhart flourished. He published an article in the Daily Prophet about Harry's tragic battle with fame, complete with invented quotes. He cornered Harry in corridors, offering unsolicited advice about fame management. "You're a natural, Harry," he would say, teeth gleaming. "Just remember to smile, fame is a fickle friend." But Lockhart's absurdity was not the only force unsettling the year. Whispers had begun. Strange noises, hissing, echoing, in the walls. Filch muttering about strange smells near the third-floor corridor. Mrs. Norris, his cat, vanishing for hours and returning with her fur bristling. In this context of growing tension, Lockhart proposed something bold, a dueling club. His justification was that students should be prepared to defend themselves against the unpredictable perils of the magical world. But the true purpose was evident to all, another stage for Lockhart to shine. The first meeting was held in the Great Hall, the tables removed, a long platform raised in the center. Gold banners draped the walls. Students buzzed with anticipation, unsure if they were about to learn something useful or merely be entertained. Lockhart swept in with flamboyant drama, trailed by a reluctant Professor Snape. "I have, of course, faced a dueling ring in every major magical nation," Lockhart announced. "From the alleyways of Marrakesh to the frozen courts of St. Petersburg." Snape interrupted with a curl of his lip. "We'll begin with a demonstration." The duel between them was brief, violent, and extremely one-sided. Lockhart flew across the stage in a whirl of robes, landing with a thump that silenced the room. Snape turned coolly to the students. "Pair up." Harry found himself opposite Draco Malfoy. Wands raised. "Count of 3. Expelliarmus!" Harry shouted. Malfoy countered. Sparks exploded between them. The spells collided mid-air, and the force sent Harry skidding backwards. Then Malfoy struck again, a spell Harry didn't catch. From Malfoy's wand burst a long, twisting form. A snake. It hit the floor with a thud, raised its head, and hissed. Students screamed. Hermione backed away. The snake slid forward, eyes glinting. Then something strange happened. Harry stepped forward and spoke. Not in English, but in hissing. Leave him. Go back. The snake stopped. It tilted its head, understanding, then lowered itself and slithered away. The hall fell silent. Snape's eyes were narrow. Lockhart looked puzzled. Ron looked horrified. It was only later, after the club was dismissed, that Harry learned the truth. You're a Parseltongue, Ron said. What? You can talk to snakes. It's not normal. Harry frowned. But I thought everyone could, when they really try. They can't, Hermione whispered. And suddenly, the room chilled. Parseltongue. The language of serpents. The language of Salazar Slytherin. And as the term stretched on, and rumors of the Chamber of Secrets began to rise, Harry Potter found himself not simply the center of attention, but a source of growing suspicion. It began with a whisper. Not the kind found between friends, nor the murmurs that floated through classrooms before a teacher's arrival. No, this was different, older, colder, and meant for no human ear. Harry first heard it during a history of magic lecture, delivered in Professor Bin's translucent monotone. The ghost professor was deep into a recounting of goblin rebellions, his spectral hand drifting through chalk, when Harry sat up straighter. It was faint, like breath slipping through stone. Rip, tear, kill. He looked around. No one else moved. So hungry, for so long. Ron was scribbling half-hearted notes. Hermione was taking down every word, head bowed. Neither seemed to notice. Then it came again. I smell blood. Harry stood abruptly. Did you hear that? He whispered. Ron blinked. Hear what? Hermione looked up. What is it? But the voice was gone. That night, as he lay in bed staring at the canopy above him, Harry tried to tell himself it had been imagination. A dream. Echoes from a memory. But it returned. In the hallways. During meals. While walking to charms. Let me kill. No origin. No direction. Just sound, slithering from the stones themselves. And still, no one else heard it. He didn't understand. Not then. Not yet. But Hogwarts was listening. And something beneath it had begun to stir. Underscore 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 underscore. The first attack occurred days later. It was a weekend evening, and the castle was filled with the usual low buzz of activity. Students shuffled between common rooms, the library, and the Great Hall. Above it all, Halloween decorations hung from enchanted ceilings, floating jack-o'-lanterns flickering with ever-changing flames. Harry, Ron, and Hermione were returning from nearly headless Nick's Death Day party. A dreary event held in a cold dungeon filled with spectral guests and lamentable music. The three were stiff with cold and slightly sickened from the spoiled food the ghosts had tried to offer. They walked past the trophy room corridor when Harry froze. The voice again. Blood? I smell blood. He turned on the spot. It's going to kill someone, he said, voice suddenly sharp. Then he was running. Ron and Hermione chased him, confused but trusting. The castle blurred around them, torchlight flickering, portraits shouting in alarm as they passed. The voice guided him, though it seemed both ahead of him and within him, as if the walls had grown veins. They skidded to a halt near the second floor. A message had been written on the stone wall, in what looked like thick, glistening red paint. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air, beware. Beneath it hung a cat, Mrs. Norris. Filch's cat. Frozen. Eyes wide, limbs stiff, fur puffed. Not dead, but petrified. A scream rang out. Students arrived like a flood. Filch pushed through the crowd, his eyes immediately locking onto the scene, and then to Harry. "You," he shrieked. "You murdered my cat." Before Harry could speak, Dumbledore appeared, moving with sudden speed and gravity that hushed the crowd. McGonagall and Snape followed. Their presence alone drew the students into silence. The message was examined. Mrs. Norris lifted. The crowd dispersed under strict instruction. Harry, Ron, and Hermione were taken to Dumbledore's office for questioning. They protested, quietly but clearly. Harry explained what he'd seen. But when asked how he had known where to go, he could not answer. Not truthfully. Because the voice, the hissing, could not be explained. Snape's eyes were like oil on water, watching every word. "Curious," he said, "that the only person to hear this mysterious voice is also the only one who can speak Parseltongue." Harry looked at Dumbledore. But the headmaster said nothing. Only observed. Later that night, back in the common room, Hermione brought out Hogwarts, a history, and scanned it feverishly. "The Chamber of Secrets," she said, flipping pages. "Legend says it was created by Salazar Slytherin himself. He built a hidden chamber in the castle before he left, because he believed only pureblood witches and wizards deserved to learn magic." Harry listened carefully. According to the myth, Hermione continued, the chamber contains a monster, one only the heir of Slytherin can control. When opened, it will purge the school of all who don't come from pure wizarding families. Muggleborns, Ron said quietly. Hermione closed the book. A heavy silence followed. There were too many signs. Too many coincidences. And still, no answers. Underscore 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 underscore. Days passed. Fear took root in the castle. Whispers followed Harry in the corridors. Students moved away from him. His ability to speak Parseltongue, once strange, now seemed sinister. Some began to believe he was the heir. Even those who once admired him grew uncertain. Draco Malfoy, emboldened, was heard boasting in the Slytherin common room, "Of course the chamber's been opened. You'd have to be mental not to see it. And frankly, I hope they catch whoever's doing it, unless it's someone I like." The atmosphere thickened. Teachers became watchful. And the voice returned. Always just before, and never long enough to stop what followed. Always too late. As the term deepened, and the shadows lengthened across the castle walls, it became clear that this was not a trick. Not a prank. But a danger from the past. Returned to finish what it had once begun. The attack on Mrs. Norris marked a turning point. Hogwarts, once bright and bustling, grew tense. Whispers followed students like cloaks. Prefects patrolled with tighter jaws, teachers moved in pairs, and even the ghosts seemed to float more quietly through the corridors. The message on the wall remained, stark, gleaming red, until Filch scrubbed it away with salt and a rag, muttering curses in every language he knew. But the words had already etched themselves into memory. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Students speculated endlessly. Some believed the heir of Slytherin was a ghost. Others whispered of secret passages, of long-forgotten dungeons beneath the lake, of monsters invisible to the naked eye. And more than a few believed it was Harry Potter. He was, after all, a Parselmouth, a speaker of snake tongue. He had arrived just before the attack. He had heard voices no one else could. And perhaps most damning of all, he had survived Voldemort. That kind of survival, some believed, required dark luck. Harry walked the halls beneath a cloud. Hushed voices cut off as he passed. Ravenclaws watched him as though he might hiss at any moment. Slytherin smirked with practiced cruelty. Even Hufflepuffs kept a wary distance. Only Ron and Hermione remained firm, though even they grew quieter. The pressure grew. Then came the second attack. It was Justin Finch-Fletchley. They found him near the library, frozen, eyes wide and glassy, limbs stiff. Beside him, nearly headless Nick floated in eerie suspension, his ghostly form solidifying in strange patches, like frost forming on glass. Madame Pomfrey wheeled them both to the hospital wing. More rumors followed. Harry had been seen nearby. Again. Even the teachers began to look at him sideways, kindly, but uncertain. McGonagall stopped him after class. Dumbledore watched him for long moments in the Great Hall. Snape, more than ever, let silence hang in the air during lessons, as if daring the truth to out itself. Harry began to doubt himself. He questioned the voice in the walls. He wondered whether he was connected to the chamber. The Sorting Hat had considered Slytherin. That fact returned now like a shard of ice. He couldn't sleep. And that was when Hermione made her suggestion. "We need to know who the heir is," she whispered one evening in the common room. "If it's not you, and it isn't, then there's one person who might know." "Malfoy," Ron muttered. Hermione nodded. "Exactly. But he'll never tell us. Not unless we ask him as someone else." It was a dangerous idea. Polyjuice potion. A forbidden transformation. Complex, volatile, and illegal for anyone under age. Hermione, undeterred, had already stolen a book from the restricted section, Most Potent Potions. She tapped the page as Harry and Ron leaned in. The ingredients were obscure. Fluxweed, knotgrice, lacewing fly stewed for 21 days. Leeches. Shredded boomslang skin. And, the most personal element, the bit of the person you wish to become. Hair. Nail. Fabric clinging to the self. They began to steal the ingredients one by one. Some came from the student supplies. Others, from Snape's private stores, a dangerous undertaking that ended in a near disaster when a broken vial led to smoke and shouting. But eventually, they had everything. Hermione brewed it in Moaning Myrtle's bathroom, the only place private enough, as most students avoided it due to Myrtle's unpredictable wailing. The ghost floated moodily above the stall while Hermione stirred the cauldron, its contents gradually turning the sickly green of spoiled broth. They would need 3 targets, Crabbe, Goyle, and a third student. Hermione already had a plan. She collected hairs from Crabbe and Goyle by baking enchanted cakes filled with sleeping potion, which the 2 Slytherins devoured with predictable stupidity. Once unconscious, Ron and Harry plucked hairs and borrowed their uniforms. Hermione, more secretive, said she had her sample. The potion was ladled into 3 flagons. And then, they drank. The transformation was painful. Their bones shifted. Limbs extended or compressed. Their voices changed, their faces rearranged. The world spun. When it settled, Harry looked into the cracked mirror and saw Gregory Goyle scowling back. They staggered from the bathroom and made their way to the Slytherin common room, guessing its location, down past the dungeons and beneath the lake. They were lucky to follow another Slytherin in, who muttered the password, Pureblood. The common room was dark, lined with green lamps and high-backed chairs. Water shimmered beyond glass windows, and silver snakes coiled through the carpet. Draco Malfoy sat by the fire, polish. In his prefect badge with unnecessary flourish. "Crabbe! Goyle," he barked. "Took you long enough." They slouched beside him, trying not to speak more than necessary. Malfoy began talking almost immediately. He bragged about his father's influence, about the new rules Umbridge might pass to weed out certain students. He cursed Muggle-borns. He complained about Harry. Then, he mentioned the attacks. "I wish I was the heir," he said, eyes gleaming. "I'd make it count. But even father doesn't know who it is." All he said was it's about time someone opened it again. Harry and Ron exchanged glances. So Malfoy wasn't the heir. It was useful, but disappointing. They slipped away before the transformation reversed itself. Back in the bathroom, they found Hermione behind a stall. But she wouldn't come out. Her voice trembled. "I made a mistake." When she finally stepped into view, they gasped. She had taken a hair from Millicent Bulstrode's cat, not the girl. Her face was covered in fur. Her eyes were yellow and slit-pupilled. Her hands, clawed. She was half-transformed. Madame Pomfrey had to remove her from the dormitories and begin a slow, humiliating treatment. And still, the attacks continued. Colin Creevey, the boy with the camera, was found next. His photograph developed alongside him, both frozen in the act. Then a Hufflepuff boy. Then a Ravenclaw girl. All petrified. All with eyes wide. The hospital wing filled with silent bodies. And the voice in the walls grew louder. The diary appeared as so many sinister things do, innocuous, plain, and unremarkably placed. It came into Harry's possession not through theft or cunning, but by accident, during the chaos of a flooded bathroom. It was February, and Hogwarts trembled under the weight of a long, miserable winter. A sudden outburst from Moaning Myrtle had unleashed a torrent of water through the second-floor corridor. Peeves, ever the opportunist, had joined in the spectacle by pelting soggy books and toilet paper rolls at passers-by. Amid the mess, a small, black-bound book lay in the inches-deep water, unlabeled, unclaimed, and perfectly intact. Harry bent to retrieve it. The cover bore no title. The spine no markings. Inside, lined pages, blank and smooth. The name T.M. Riddles was etched in a neat hand on the inside cover, along with a date, 50 years prior. Hermione was the first to voice suspicion. "Tom Riddle," she said, eyes narrowing. "Why does that sound familiar?" Ron shrugged. "Must have been a student." They debated the object's nature. It held no trace of enchantment, at least not on the surface. No glow. No pull. No humming vibration like the cursed items one reads about in cautionary books. And yet, Harry felt compelled. Late at night, after lights out in Gryffindor Tower, he sat by the window, the diary open on his lap. He dipped his quill and touched it to the page. The ink vanished. Letter by letter, word by word, it dissolved as though absorbed. Then, with a slow, creeping elegance, new words appeared in return. "Hello, Harry Potter. My name is Tom Riddle. How did you come by my diary?" Harry's hand froze. The book was writing back. He explained, cautiously, how he had found the diary. The response came at once. "I always hoped someone might find it again. I kept it preserved, as a record. As memory. Would you like to see it?" There was no true decision. Curiosity had long since taken root. "Yes," Harry wrote. The ink vanished again. Then light spilled from the page, white, thick, and enveloping. It reached from the parchment like mist and wrapped itself around Harry, pulling him forward into cold silence. When he could see again, the world had changed. He stood in black and white. The corridor before him was clean and old-fashioned, the architecture of Hogwarts still familiar, but subtly altered. The torches flickered differently. The portraits dozed in strange frames. Students passed in outdated robes. No one saw him. He was not there. He was inside the memory. He followed the boy ahead, 16, tall, with dark hair and a confident gait. Tom Riddle. The boy moved through the halls with a quiet command, teachers nodding as he passed. He paused at the headmaster's door. At the time, it had belonged to Armando Dippet, a frail man, now pacing his office, wringing his hands. "Another attack," Dippet said gravely. "The school board is demanding answers." "I understand, sir," said Riddle. "There's talk of closing the school. I must ask, have you discovered anything?" Riddle's expression was carefully solemn. "Not yet, sir. But I will." The scene shifted. Now, Harry found himself deep within the dungeons, following Riddle again. There was movement ahead, and sound. A door burst open. A figure stood frozen in the doorway. A younger Hagrid, rounder but still unmistakable, shielding something behind him. "Aragog!" he shouted. "No! Get back in the box!" Behind him, something moved, long, many-legged, massive. Riddle raised his wand. A blinding light. A cry. Then silence. Hagrid sank to his knees. "He didn't do it," he muttered. "He's not dangerous." The vision shattered. Harry was pulled back. Underscore 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 underscore. He sat upright in bed, the diary slipping from his lap. His heart thundered. The past clung to his skin like cold mist. Tom Riddle, the boy in the memory, had accused Hagrid of opening the Chamber of Secrets. It didn't make sense. Hagrid, though eccentric, was no heir of Slytherin. He was half-giant. Loyal. Fiercely protective of magical creatures. Clumsy, yes, but kind. And Aragog, the creature in the vision, had been contained. Still, the pieces fit. The timing. The expulsion. The whispers. Could it be true? Harry told Ron and Hermione everything. They listened with rapt attention. But Dumbledore trusts Hagrid, Ron argued. Always has. I know, Harry said. But what if Riddle was wrong? Hermione said nothing. She was staring at the diary. That book, she murmured. It showed you the memory. Not just words, actual vision. That's not ordinary magic. Harry agreed. Something deeper was at play. But they had little time to ponder. For that evening, another attack came. This time, it was Hermione. They found her frozen in the hallway, her eyes wide and horrified, a scrap of paper clutched tightly in her petrified fingers. Harry felt the loss like a blow. The silence around Hogwarts turned colder still. Dumbledore himself was removed from the castle, the school governors pressured into action by fear and reputation. Hagrid, too, was taken, arrested by the ministry and led away without resistance. Before he left, he said only this: "If anyone wanted to find out what's behind all this, follow the spiders." Then he was gone. And Hogwarts stood still. The diary, as if sensing exposure, vanished. Someone had taken it from Harry's dormitory. No signs. No clues. Just absence. The past was trying to stay buried. But Harry wasn't done digging. The forest had always loomed, not just at the edge of the Hogwarts grounds, but at the edge of comfort, at the edge of rules. Forbidden. Dark. Ancient. Its trees stood like sentinels, thick and tangled, trunks gnarled with age, their branches woven into a canopy that seemed to dim the sun. Now, Harry and Ron were to enter it willingly. Hagrid's words echoed in their minds, "Follow the spiders." Since his arrest, the groundskeeper's hut stood empty, windows dark, its roof furred with moss. Fang, his boarhound, whined endlessly by the door. Without his presence, the edge of the forest felt even more remote, more dangerous, as if the trees themselves had sensed a disruption and had drawn tighter together. The spiders were easy to find. They formed a trail. Small at first, barely visible against the bark and the damp earth. But then came larger ones. Hairy, hurried, scuttling away from light. They moved in clusters, vanishing under roots, over stones, toward the heart of the forest. It was evening. A cool mist curled along the forest floor. Harry and Ron passed beneath twisted boughs, their wands alight. The darkness was not total, silvery moonlight filtered through the shifting canopy, but it was deep, muffling sound, warping shapes. Even Fang's growl seemed muted. They walked for what felt like hours, the forest closing behind them with every step. Then, suddenly, the spiders vanished from sight. Not gone, but gone underground. Into shadows too deep for human sight. Then, without warning, the ground beneath them shifted. A massive form lunged from the dark. Fang barked wildly. Ron shouted. Harry raised his wand, but they were already surrounded. The spiders had found them. Not ordinary spiders, but monstrous, human-sized creatures with gleaming black eyes and legs long as broomsticks. They clicked and hissed in a language Harry could not understand. The largest among them emerged with deliberate steps, its limbs moving like oiled branches. It was ancient. Its body was weathered, grayed by time. 8 eyes peered down from above vast mandibles. There was a hesitation in its movement, a gravity, as though it remembered how to be something other than monstrous. "I am Aragog," it said, in a voice thick with age. "Who speaks for the human?" Harry stepped forward. "Hagrid sent us." There was silence. Then Aragog's stance shifted. "Hagrid is my friend." Harry explained, quickly, urgently, about the attacks, about the diary, about Tom Riddle, and about Hagrid's arrest. The old spider hissed softly. "He believed I was the monster. But I was not." "Then what is?" Harry asked. "What's in the chamber?" Aragog retreated slightly, mandibles twitching. "I do not know," he said. "I never saw it. But I smelled it. Heard it move. A creature from the depths, ancient even in my time. I feared it. We all did." He paused. "And now, it wakes again. Do you know who the heir is?" Ron asked, his voice shaking. "No. But the one who controls the monster, speaks its tongue. The tongue of serpents. That is all I know." A terrible silence followed. Then Aragog spoke once more, softer now. "Though Hagrid brought you, who my children do not know you. And they are hungry." The spiders hissed in unison. Ron paled. "What?" "They will not hurt me," Aragog said. "But I cannot deny them." Then he turned. And the spiders closed in. Fang whined, bolting into the dark. Harry and Ron ran, stumbling over roots, the forest alive now with hissing and the thunder of many legs. Light from their wands cut swaths through the black, but it was not enough. The spiders gave chase. Then, a sound. A roar of gears and wheels. The Ford Anglia burst through the underbrush like a mad creature, headlights blazing. Its doors swung open as if by command. Harry and Ron dove inside. The car spun, reversed, and shot away into the forest. Spiders slammed against its sides, legs scraping across metal, jaws clashing on glass. But the car didn't slow. It roared out of the forest and stopped only at the edge of the grounds. Harry and Ron tumbled out, shaking, breathless. They looked back. The trees were still. The forest had swallowed its secrets again. They returned to the castle changed. Not just in appearance, muddy, torn, scratched, but in purpose. The monster was not a spider. The monster was something older, deeper, and connected to a magic that had slept beneath the castle for half a century. But there were no more clues. The diary was still missing. Hermione remained petrified. The air had not struck again. Until that night. There was another message, this time on a different wall. Her skeleton will lie in the chamber forever. And below it, Ginny Weasley is gone. The writing on the wall changed everything. Ginny Weasley, the youngest of the Weasley family, a first year barely finding her footing at Hogwarts, had vanished. The message announcing her fate was final, scrawled in a script no hand could have written without trembling. Her skeleton will lie in the chamber forever. Panic gripped the castle like a cold wind. Teachers locked doors, gathered students into groups, and ceased all classes. The air thickened with fear, not speculative but real, tangible. There was a victim now. Not petrified, but taken. Dumbledore was gone. Hagrid was in Azkaban. The Ministry hovered like a vulture. There was no one left to stop it. But Harry knew the truth was near. He could feel it in the walls. The tension was no longer creeping, it was rising, swelling, ready to break. And then, in the dim light of the hospital wing, among petrified bodies and perfumed silence, Hermione gave them a clue. Not with words, she could not speak, but with her hand. In it was clutched a scrap of paper. A page torn from Hogwarts, a history, now yellowed and folded. Harry unfolded it slowly. At the top, Basilisk. The creature from legend. A serpent of such power that even a single glance could kill. Its eyes. But none of the victims had died. They'd all been petrified. Because none had looked directly, through mirrors, through water, through glass, or through a camera lens. And the voice Harry had heard? It made sense now. The basilisk was a serpent, and Harry, as a parcel mouth, could hear what others could not. The monster lived. And the chamber had truly been opened. But where? That answer came from a memory, unconnected but persistent. A girl, Moaning Myrtle, had died the last time the chamber was opened. She had haunted a bathroom for 50 years. Harry and Ron ran. Myrtle, floating over a toilet, wailed dramatically when they entered. But Harry approached gently, and for the first time, she responded without shrieking. "I died in this very stall," she whispered. "Over there." I was crying, and then I saw yellow eyes. Just there, by the sink. Harry examined the basin. There was a snake etched into the copper tap, the detail no one had noticed, or had thought unimportant. He spoke to it. In Parseltongue. The tap glowed. The sink slid back. The pipes widened and turned, revealing a tunnel, dark and ancient, descending into the depths of the castle. Ron hesitated. "Do we go down?" Harry nodded. "Ginny's down there." Before they could move, Gilderoy Lockhart burst in, wand raised, hair disheveled, smiling with practiced charm and barely hidden panic. "I'm afraid I'll have to stop you boys," he said. "School safety, you know. I'll just erase your memories and say I saved the girl. Sounds rather good, doesn't it?" He raised Ron's wand, which he had stolen, and cast. Obliviate! The wand exploded. The charm rebounded. Lockhart flew backwards and crumpled, dazed and amnesiac, muttering his own name with childlike confusion. Harry and Ron exchanged a look. Then they dragged him to the tunnel and descended. The path twisted downward for what felt like miles, dripping with moisture, bones scattered beneath the grime. It led to a wall etched in runes, where massive stone serpents curled and watched. Harry spoke again. The door slid open. They entered the Chamber of Secrets. It was vast. Columns rose into shadow, carved with serpents. A statue dominated the far end, tall, pale, and severe, the image of Salazar Slytherin himself. At its feet, Ginny lay motionless. Harry ran to her, heart pounding. She was alive, barely, but cold, drained, as if some force had been feeding on her very life. Then, the air shifted. From behind a column, a figure emerged. Tom Riddle. Harry staggered back. But you're a memory, said Riddle, smiling. Preserved in a diary for 50 years. It clicked. You're the heir. Riddle nodded. And now, through her, I am real again. She poured her soul into the diary. Her fears. Her secrets. Her life. And I gave her my strength, my voice, my purpose. He stepped closer. Didn't you wonder how the attack stopped? Why they always missed? She was afraid. Fighting me. But in the end, she knew it had to be done. The mudbloods. The traitors. And then, she wrote her last confession on the wall and came down here to die. Harry's rage surged. You're Voldemort. Riddle's smile widened. I am. He raised his wandless hand. I am Tom Marvolo Riddle. Letters twisted in the air, reordering themselves. I am Lord Voldemort. And he called the basilisk. It slithered forth from the statue, immersive, scaled, and terrible. Its eyes burned with ancient venom. Its tongue flicked, tasting the air. Harry turned, shielded his eyes, and ran. Blind, desperate, calling out. And something answered. A rush of sound, wings, and a scream. Fawkes the Phoenix descended from above, casting light into the dark. He dropped something at Harry's feet, the sorting hat. The basilisk struck. Harry dove, and Fawkes attacked, pecking at the snake's eyes, blinding it. The creature thrashed, shrieking in rage. From the hat, Harry pulled a sword. Silver. Rubied. Gleaming. He faced the monster. Blood was spilled. Stone shattered. The basilisk lunged, and Harry drove the sword upward through its mouth, into its brain. Silence fell. Then pain. A fang had pierced Harry's arm. Poison. Burning. Riddle watched in triumph. You'll die. And with your death, I return. But Fawkes returned, too. He landed beside Harry and wept. Tears fell onto the wound, phoenix tears, rich with healing. And the poison ebbed. Harry rose. The diary lay on the floor, black, pulsing faintly. Harry stabbed it. Ink exploded. Riddle screamed. A scream of pure memory torn apart. And vanished. Ginny stirred. She awoke sobbing, confused, horrified. Harry held her close. They were alive. The chamber was still. And Voldemort had failed, again. The journey out of the chamber was slower than the descent. The terror of the basilisk still lingered in Harry's limbs, an echo of its weight, its roar, its scale dragging across stone. But now, instead of dread, there was relief. Ginny's heartbeat was steady. Her breaths, slow and full. The sword in Harry's hand was heavy with drying blood, the fang wound on his arm little more than a faint scar. Fawkes flew ahead of them, casting warm light against the damp tunnel walls. The path wound upward, back through the ancient pipe and into the ruined bathroom. Myrtle, floating over her usual stall, blinked at the group with what might have been awe. You died too, she asked Harry, almost hopefully. Nearly, he replied. And with that they emerged, blinking, into the torchlight of the corridor beyond. Ron stared when he saw them. You're alive, he breathed, running forward. Harry nodded, helping Ginny forward. Lockhart followed behind, smiling vaguely, still humming to himself, his memory wiped clean, his identity dissolved. They made their way to McGonagall's office. She was there with Mr. and Mrs. Weasley, both pale with fear, pacing until the door opened and Ginny stepped through. Molly ran first. Her arms wrapped around her daughter as if she could press the nightmare away. Arthur knelt beside them, his hand on Ginny's cheek, speechless. Behind them, Professor McGonagall cleared her throat. Dumbledore stood in the corner, returned to the castle, his expression unreadable but his eyes glinting behind half-moon spectacles. "Well," he said softly, "it seems we owe you a great deal, Harry." Harry recounted everything, the diary, the monster, riddle, and the chamber itself. He left nothing out. Dumbledore listened without interruption. When the tale was finished, the old wizard moved forward. "Remarkable," he said. "Tom Riddle was one of the most brilliant students Hogwarts has ever seen, and one of the most dangerous. To bind a part of himself into a diary, not merely a memory, but a sliver of soul, it is dark magic indeed." Harry looked up. "He-s. I was like him. The Sorting Hat, it wanted to put me in Slytherin." Dumbledore sat across from him, face solemn. "You do share some qualities with Riddle, determination, resourcefulness, a certain disregard for rules. But the crucial difference is choice, Harry. It is our choices that show what we truly are, far more than our abilities." Harry absorbed the words slowly. Then Dumbledore turned to Ginny. "You are not to blame," he said gently. "The diary was a trap. It fed on your fears, your loneliness. But you fought back." Ginny nodded weakly, tears streaking her cheeks. The door burst open moments later. Lucius Malfoy entered, hair gleaming, cloak billowing, eyes sharp. Beside him stood Dobby, his house elf, twitching nervously. "Why is Dumbledore here?" Malfoy demanded. "He was suspended by the Board of Governors." "The governors were misled," Dumbledore said calmly. "They've since seen reason." Malfoy scowled. "I understand your daughter was involved," he said to Arthur, voice smooth with disdain. "She was used," Arthur snapped. "By something your house elf tried to warn us about." Dobby trembled. Harry watched him closely. Then he turned to Dumbledore. "Sir, I think Mr. Malfoy slipped the diary into Ginny's cauldron at Flourish and Blots." Dobby let out a small whimper. Lucius turned cold. "You have no proof." Dumbledore's eyes narrowed. "No, but let me assure you, should another such item be traced back to you." The threat hung in the air like a storm cloud. Lucius turned, cloak swirling. "Come, Dobby." But Harry stepped forward. "Wait." He grabbed the diary, damaged, leaking ink, and wrapped it inside one of his own old socks. Then he handed it to Malfoy. "Here," he said. "I think you've dropped this." Lucius sneered and ripped the book from the sock. But the sock, dirty and striped, landed in Dobby's hands. The elf froze. Then looked up. "You gave this to Dobby," he whispered. "You gave Dobby a sock." Lucius turned. "What?" "Master has given Dobby a sock," the elf shouted. "Dobby is free." Malfoy's face twisted in rage. He raised his wand, but Dobby snapped his fingers first. A burst of invisible force knocked Malfoy backward, slamming him into the wall. "You shall not harm Harry Potter," the elf declared. Malfoy fled. Dobby turned to Harry, eyes wide and shining. "Thank you, sir," he said. "Harry Potter has freed Dobby." And with that, the elf vanished. Underscore 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 underscore. The castle breathed again. The mandrakes had matured. The petrified were restored, Hermione first among them, bursting into the common room with both tears and questions. Celebration filled the air. Gryffindor and Hufflepuff tables cheered. Slytherin sulked quietly. Exams were cancelled, a rare moment of joy that no one questioned. In the days that followed, life returned to something like normal. But for Harry, it was not simple. He carried the memory of the chamber in his chest. Of Riddle's cold words. Of Ginny's pale face. Of the serpent's hiss, and the silence that followed its death. And when the Hogwarts Express pulled from the station, carrying him once more into the summer world beyond, Harry knew this truth. The darkness had not been vanquished. Only delayed. But for now, the light held. And the boy who lived could rest. Number 4, Privet Drive, wore its normalcy like armor. The garden hedges were perfectly clipped. The windows sparkled. And inside, the Dursleys continued their yearly performance of middle-class perfection, their world a closed loop of silent dinners, clipped praise, and forced smiles. But this summer, a quiet tension simmered beneath the surface. Harry had returned from his second year at Hogwarts with deeper shadows behind his eyes. He was taller, more self-possessed, and moved with a certain guarded purpose, something hardened, formed not by books or grades, but by survival. Though the Dursleys still refused to speak of magic, something in Harry's posture made them more cautious than before. He no longer asked permission. He no longer begged. He simply waited. And the Dursleys, perhaps instinctively, gave him space. But that fragile truce shattered with the arrival of Aunt Marge. Vernon Dursley's sister was due to visit for a full week, and the news brought with it the same dread as a storm warning. She was massive, loud, and cruel, a woman who wielded humiliation like a scepter, always aimed squarely at Harry. Vernon made the announcement over breakfast. "She expects you to behave," he said, buttering his toast without looking up. "You'll keep a civil tongue, boy, or you'll be out on the street." No funny business. Harry said nothing. But he had a plan. He would endure Marge's visit, bite his tongue, and at the end of the week, when she left, he would demand Vernon sign a permission form to visit Hogsmeade, the nearby wizarding village, during the upcoming school year. It wasn't a bargain. It was blackmail. Vernon, begrudgingly, agreed. Marge arrived that evening. She waddled into the house with her bulldog, Ripper, in tow. Her handshake was like gripping a sack of sausages. Her smile, thin-lipped and smug, widened at the sight of Harry. "Still here, are you?" she barked. "Thought they'd have locked you up by now." Harry said nothing. Not yet. The week that followed was a slow descent into cruelty. Marge criticized Harry's posture. His schooling. His manners. She scrutinized his clothing, insisted he be fed last, and allowed Ripper to roam freely, snapping at his ankles. She drank wine each evening and grew louder with every glass. But it was on the final night that the dam broke. They were gathered in the sitting room. The fire flickered. Marge swirled her brandy with dramatic flair. "It's all in the blood," she declared. "Bad breed. That's the real problem with that sort. You see it in dogs all the time. Rotten stock. Weak bones. Untrustworthy eyes." Harry stared into his lap. "But take your parents," she said, looking directly at him. "Your father, drunk, I expect. And your mother, well, she had the look of a breeder gone wrong." The glass in Harry's hand cracked. Something inside him, restrained for days, perhaps years, surged upward. "Shut up," he said softly. Marge blinked. "What did you say?" "I said, shut up. About my mum." The room shifted. The air thickened. And then, it happened. Aunt Marge began to swell. Not metaphorically, but literally. Her body inflated like a balloon, her face reddening as she lifted from the ground. Buttons popped from her jacket. Her arms flailed. "Vernon," she shouted. "I'm lime." But she was already floating, her form bumping against the ceiling. Harry stood. He didn't run. He walked to the cupboard beneath the stairs, gathered his belongings, and packed. He retrieved his wand, his one link to his real life, his real self, and slung his school trunk over one shoulder. Vernon roared, chasing him toward the front door. But Harry was already stepping into the night. The suburban calm outside felt surreal, the street lamps buzzed, a cat meowed from beneath a hedge, and the air was still. He had done it. He had used magic. And he had no regrets. But reality followed quickly. Underage magic was strictly forbidden. The Ministry of Magic would surely be notified. Expulsion loomed. For a moment, Harry stood alone beneath the lamplight, breathing fast, heart pounding. He was, for the first time, truly on his own. Then, a movement in the shadows. A shape shifted across the street. Large. Black. Watching. A dog. No, not a dog. Something else. The street lamp flickered. And the shape vanished. Harry staggered back, heart thudding. Then, with a bang like a gunshot, a purple triple-decker bus screeched to a halt in front of him, appearing out of thin air. The night bus. Its conductor stepped down. "Welcome to the night bus, emergency transport for the stranded witch or wizard. What's your name, then?" Harry hesitated. Then, Neville Longbottom. He climbed aboard, sat heavily on a brass bedpost, and watched the Muggle world blur past as the bus shot forward. Behind him, Aunt Marge floated at the ceiling of number 4. Before him, the world waited, full of questions. A name had surfaced in the news, Sirius Black, a criminal escaped from the wizarding prison Azkaban. The papers said he was dangerous. What Harry did not yet know was that Sirius Black had escaped for him. The night bus did not move so much as it shuddered from one location to the next, vanishing and reappearing with a violent jolt, careening between hedgerows, lampposts, and the occasional startled jogger. Its triple-decker frame swayed like a drunken tower, and each of its beds, bolted haphazardly to the floor, squealed against the brass rails with every lurch. Harry gripped the bedpost beside him, blinking away the dizziness. He had given the name Neville Longbottom, not daring to reveal his true identity so soon after breaking the law. The conductor, Stan Shunpike, young, pimply, and full of theatrical confidence, didn't question it. He seemed more eager to entertain than interrogate. As the bus sped along, Stan leafed through a crumpled copy of the Daily Prophet, pausing on the front page. He said, "You seen this bloke? Mad, ain't he?" He flipped the page toward Harry. There, glaring up from the enchanted paper, was a man's face. Gaunt. Pale. Tangled hair hung over eyes that glittered with something far worse than madness. The caption read, "Sirius Black still at large. Ministry intensifies search efforts." Harry stared. There was something haunting about the photo. Not just the wildness, but the intelligence that simmered beneath it. Black's mouth was slightly parted, his expression more feral than angry. "He killed 13 people with one curse," Stan said proudly. "Blew 'em right up. Only left bits of lem. All for you-know-who." Harry said nothing. The name echoed in his chest, Sirius Black. Escaped from Azkaban, the prison Harry had only heard of in hushed tones. Surrounded by dementors. Guarded by despair. And now Black was loose. Possibly nearby. Stan returned to his seat. The bus continued its erratic travel, pausing only to pick up or drop off the occasional passenger, a witch with a cage of fluttering bluebirds, a wizard in tartan pajamas. Each nodded politely to Neville, none the wiser. After what felt like hours, the night bus squealed to a halt on a cobbled street in London. "Here we are," Stan announced. "The Leaky Cauldron." Harry stepped off into the gaslit warmth of the old inn's courtyard. The door creaked open before him, and he entered, expecting confusion or even confrontation. Instead, a familiar figure stood behind the counter. Cornelius Fudge, the Minister for Magic. He looked up, smiled thinly, and beckoned Harry forward. "Harry! My word, we've been worried. Sit, sit. Let's have a chat." Fudge did not scold. He did not reprimand. Instead, he offered tea, a plate of ginger biscuits, and a strange, paternal calm. "You see," Fudge said, stirring his own cup, "underage magic is serious, yes, but given the circumstances, blowing up one's aunt is, well, not ideal, but not unforgivable. Marge has been deflated. No harm done." Harry blinked. He had expected punishment. But Fudge's behavior was odd. Almost too forgiving. "We'd rather you remained safe," Fudge continued. "Sirius Black, you see, dangerous man. Escaped Azkaban. Could be after you. We don't want you wandering about." That name again. Harry asked nothing. Not yet. Fudge arranged for him to stay at the Leaky Cauldron for the remainder of the summer. "You may explore Diagon Alley during the day," he said cheerfully, "but stay within sight. We'll keep an eye on things." And then he left. Just like that. No questions about the incident. No punishment. Only warnings. And the shadow of Sirius Black hung over it all. His days in Diagon Alley passed quietly, at least on the surface. He wandered between shops in the golden summer haze, watching enchanted quills scribble of their own accord, cauldrons bubble in windows, and broomsticks soar in displays of controlled loops. He bought textbooks, refilled potion ingredients, and eyed a new broom, the Firebolt, faster and sleeker than anything before it. Every so often, he would glimpse something, or someone, watching. An owl overhead. A flicker in the corner of a window. The reflection of a face turned too quickly away. But he never voiced these suspicions. At night, he returned to the Leaky Cauldron and lay in a creaky bed beneath warm quilts, listening to the muffled sounds of the inn below. And he dreamed. Of black. Of windows rattling. Of shadows stretching long and teeth bared in moonlight. Then, one morning, everything shifted. He descended to the common room and found Ron and Hermione waiting. They had arrived early with the Weasleys, who were staying upstairs. Hermione beamed and held out a new cat carrier. Inside sat a large, ginger cat, Crookshanks, yellow-eyed and regal. Ron frowned. His rat, Scabbers, had immediately disappeared under the furniture. The trio reunited as if no time had passed. The warmth returned, slowly. Over shared meals, over talk of books and jokes and classes to come, the weight of the summer eased. But Black's name lingered in the corners of conversation. Especially after Arthur Weasley pulled Harry aside. They stood near the back alley, the lamplight flickering. "Harry," Arthur said, "serious now. There's something you mustn't try this year. No matter what you hear." Harry nodded. "Don't go looking for Black." Harry frowned. "Why would I?" Arthur cut him off. "Because he's not just a criminal. He's dangerous. And..." He paused, choosing his words carefully. "He betrayed your parents. He told Voldemort where they were. He led him to them." Harry stood still. Arthur lowered his voice. "He murdered 13 people, Harry. But what he did to your family was worse." Harry said nothing. The truth coiled around his ribs, tightening. He had lived 2 years under the shadow of Voldemort. But now, there was another ghost in the room, a name just as sharp. A betrayal closer to home. And the man who had delivered it was coming closer. Summer clung stubbornly to the final morning of August. The platform at King's Cross Station teemed with wizards and witches in muggle overcoats, trunks clattering across the concrete, owls hooting restlessly in cages. Hidden in plain sight between platforms 9 and 10 stood the barrier, an unseen doorway between worlds. Harry passed through it with practiced ease. Beyond it, platform 9 and 3/4 bustled with magic. The scarlet engine of the Hogwarts Express gleamed in the late morning light, steam hissing from its valves like breath. The whistle had not yet blown, but already the air held anticipation, and for the first time in years, something else. Dread. It clung to the edges of conversation. In hushed warnings. In sidelong glances. The news of Sirius Black's escape had not faded. If anything, it had deepened. And as Harry hoisted his trunk onto the train and found a compartment with Ron and Hermione, he felt the weight of it pressing behind his ribs. Crookshanks, Hermione's massive ginger cat, sprawled across the seat, glaring at Scabbers, who was curled in Ron's pocket, trembling like a leaf. Outside the window, Mr. Weasley was speaking urgently to Harry once again, lips pressed into a tight line. "Don't go looking for him, Harry. Promise me." Harry nodded, but his silence was louder than any answer. The train began to move, pulling out of the station with a low groan of effort. The familiar rhythm of the journey returned, countryside flashing past, sweets from the trolley, chatter in the corridors. But as the train climbed farther north, the air cooled. Clouds thickened. And the sky darkened with unnatural speed. Then, without warning, the train shuddered. It slowed. Then stopped. The lights flickered. A sudden silence fell, thick and unnatural. Outside, mist rolled over the tracks. Dense and low, it clung to the windows like breath. The air inside the train grew colder, not a mere chill, but a deep cold, the kind that seeped beneath skin, beneath clothes, all the way into the marrow. Harry stood and slid the compartment door open. Students had begun peering from their seats. Whispers rippled down the corridor. Then a shape moved past the glass. Tall. Shrouded in black. A hooded figure. It glided soundlessly, like smoke wearing a cloak. The air in its wake froze. The door to their compartment opened. And the Dementor entered. No face. No eyes. Only a mouth, if it could be called that, from beneath its hood. Gaping. Breathing. Drawing. The warmth was sucked from the room. The light dulled. And Harry collapsed. He didn't faint so much as fall through something, a scream that wasn't in the room. A woman's voice, begging. Crying. Not Harry, please no, take me instead. And then, silence. Underscore 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 underscore. When Harry awoke, he was on the floor, the ceiling of the train spinning overhead. His breath came in short, panic bursts. Ron and Hermione hovered nearby. Across from them sat a man Harry hadn't seen before, older, with graying hair, a lined face, and worn robes patched at the elbows. A chocolate bar was being pressed into his hand. "Eat," the man said. "It helps." Harry obeyed. Warmth spread almost immediately through his limbs, pushing back the cold that had lodged itself deep inside. The man extended his hand. "Remus Lupin," he said simply. "Professor Lupin." The name registered dimly. He was the new defense against the dark arts teacher. The compartment had been his, and he had barely stirred when the students entered, asleep, or pretending to be. But when the Dementor arrived, he had risen. And he had driven it away. A soft silver light, a misty, glowing shield, had erupted from his wand, forcing the creature back into the corridor. The train began to move again shortly after. Lights returned. Laughter resumed, though subdued. But something had shifted in Harry. He had heard his mother's voice. Not a memory. Not a dream. A real, echoing voice pulled from the deepest vaults of fear. When they arrived at Hogsmeade Station, the sky was raining softly, the mist clinging like sweat. The carriages waited as they always did, horseless, creaking forward without explanation, and carried the students through winding forest roads up to the castle. But as Hogwarts came into view, rising from the cliff like a crown of stone and shadow, Harry felt the weight of the summer settle fully. Something had changed. Not in the world alone, but in him. The Dementors would remain at Hogwarts, stationed at every entrance, guarding against the return of Sirius Black. But Harry knew, deep down, that they were not there to protect him. They were there to contain something darker. And they had already touched him more deeply than he wanted to admit. Hogwarts in September had always exhaled a sense of renewal. Stone corridors were polished, great tapestries shook off their dust, and owls resumed their ballet in the morning skies. But this year, the school's usual buzz felt dimmed, pressed down by the presence of the Dementors, stationed at the gates like blackened statues. Inside the castle, life resumed, though the air carried more than just chill. Whispers of Sirius Black rippled through the student body. Some laughed nervously, others theorized in hushed corners. The more dramatic student swore he'd already slipped past the gates. No one, however, joked about the Dementors. They were not things to laugh about. Harry tried to pretend that he'd recovered from the encounter on the train. But something about the cold still lingered in his bones, not just physical, but emotional. He felt exposed. Like some hidden part of himself had been laid bare before the entire train. Classes resumed in their usual rhythm, Transfiguration with McGonagall, who barely acknowledged the mounting tension. Herbology with Professor Sprout, who welcomed them back among pufferpards and venomous tentacula. Charms with Professor Flitwick, whose cheer never dimmed. But it was divination that began differently than all the rest. Underscore 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 underscore. The divination classroom was not located in any normal part of the castle. Instead, it was found at the top of a narrow spiral staircase, in a tower few had reason to climb. The corridor leading to it narrowed like a throat. At the summit, a trapdoor opened with a squeal of hinges. They climbed into another world. Thick, perfumed air clung to every surface. The windows were draped with heavy curtains. The furniture was all plush cushions, small round tables, and overstuffed chairs. A fire crackled even though the day was warm. Cups, saucers, and crystal balls littered every surface. It was like entering a heavily perfumed dream. The students barely had time to absorb the scene when a voice floated toward them. "Welcome," it said, distant and slow. "Welcome to the realm of the unseen." Professor Trelawney emerged from the shadows as if conjured. Her eyes were enormous behind glittering spectacles, her shawls trailing behind her like mist. She moved as though in a trance, addressing each student by name, even those she had supposedly never met. She spoke of the planets, of fate, of death. She warned Lavender Brown of the tragic breakage of a beloved object before Halloween. Neville tripped over a teacup and was told his aura was disturbingly turbulent. Harry said little, watching. Trelawney's gaze landed on him last. "Ah. Mr. Potter." She paused. A silence fell across the class. She tilted her head. "You have the Grim." Harry blinked. "Sorry." "The Grim," she repeated. "The darkest of omens. A spectral hound, harbinger of death." Her eyes were wide, her voice whispering. "Very few survive an encounter with the Grim, dear boy. Very few." There was a stir of nervous laughter, and then real unease. Ron looked sideways at Harry, his ears slightly pink. "She says that to someone every year," he muttered under his breath. But something about the words chilled Harry in a way the fire could not warm. Later that day, in care of magical creatures, the shadow of Trelawney's prophecy seemed to slink beside him. Hagrid, now a proper professor, welcomed the third years with flushed excitement. He had prepared something special for their first lesson. "Come on, ye lot," he said, leading them toward the paddock. "We're gonna meet something brilliant." The creatures were hippogriffs. Half eagle, half horse, powerful and regal, their wings twitching in anticipation. Hagrid stressed respect. "Bows first. Let them see you're polite." Harry was the first to approach. The hippogriff, Buckbeak, eyed him with fierce intelligence. Harry bowed. Buckbeak bowed back. The class gasped. And Harry climbed atop the creature. The ride was brief, soaring above the trees, the lake glinting beneath them, but unforgettable. He dismounted breathless and laughing. Then Malfoy stepped forward. He sneered, approached too quickly, and insulted the creature's pride. In a flash, Buckbeak's talon lashed out, a swipe of defense, not aggression. Malfoy fell to the ground, crying out in exaggerated pain. Chaos followed. By dinner, Malfoy had milked the incident for all it was worth, wearing a sling and slouching dramatically. He moaned in the corridors, limped in the common room, and whispered to Slytherins that his life might never be the same. Hagrid was devastated. Back in his hut, he nursed a bottle of mead and wept. "They're going to kill Buckbeak," he muttered. "Should have known better than to trust Lucius Malfoy." Harry, Ron, and Hermione comforted him as best they could. But the injustice burned. Harry lay awake that night, staring at the curtains of his four-poster bed. The stars shone faintly beyond the glass. Somewhere out there, Sirius Black remained free. And somewhere inside the castle, fate was slowly turning its wheel. He had seen a grim in Trelawney's cup. And he had seen it once before, on the corner of a street in Little Whinging. A black dog. Watching. Waiting. October brought a bitterness to the wind that curled around Hogwarts towers and whispered through the gaps in the stone. The lake darkened. The forbidden forest swayed more violently. Leaves spun through the air in flurries of red and gold, gathering in gusts before the castle's heavy oak doors. Inside, the tension mounted. Not because of classes, though they grew harder, more demanding, but because of the growing presence of fear. Sirius Black had not been seen, but he was spoken of constantly. The Ministry of Magic had issued orders to increase security. Dementors still patrolled the castle perimeter, stationed like ancient sentinels on the gates, by the entrances, and sometimes gliding slowly along the edge of the lake. No one dared speak loudly around them. The very presence of those creatures dulled the atmosphere, leaching light and sound. Students avoided the windows at night. The Gryffindor common room, once a hub of warmth and noise, began to feel like a fortress. Whispers passed through its armchairs like smoke. Everyone had theories. Everyone had suspicions. And through it all, Professor Lupin quietly became one of Harry's most trusted teachers. His lessons in defense against the dark arts stood apart from the others. Practical. Precise. Grounded in real experience. He never raised his voice, never sought to impress, but his steady manner and lived knowledge struck a deep chord with the class. To Harry, Lupin seemed like someone who knew exactly what it meant to be afraid, and how to fight anyway. But even Lupin could not protect them from what came next. Halloween arrived with its usual spectacle. The Great Hall was lit with hundreds of floating pumpkins, their insides carved with glowing faces. Bats flew in clusters over the enchanted ceiling, which shimmered with autumnal twilight. Platters of spiced pies, candied apples, and pumpkin pasties filled the tables. Laughter returned, briefly, until the feast was over. And the castle was plunged once more into alarm. The first sign was the scream. A painting, high on the 5th floor, had begun howling. It wasn't unusual for the portraits at Hogwarts to chatter, scold, or even bicker amongst themselves. But this scream was different. It echoed down the corridors, drawing professors and prefects from every direction. The voice belonged to the fat lady, the portrait who guarded the entrance to Gryffindor Tower. When the crowd arrived, they found her missing. Her canvas hung askew, shredded. Long gashes marred the surface, not paintwork, but rips. As though something with claws had slashed at it in rage. Filch the caretaker wrung his hands. Peeves swooped overhead, gleefully echoing the scene. She wouldn't let him in. He got angry. He scratched her, he did. She's hiding in another portrait, a Ravenclaw said. On the 7th floor. Refuses to come back. Dumbledore was summoned. He arrived swiftly, robes billowing, eyes narrowed. He spoke to the remaining portraits in a language not heard aloud in centuries, the formal dialect of painted figures. They murmured back, grave and cautious. And then came the confirmation. It was Sirius Black. He had tried to enter Gryffindor Tower. He had come within inches of where Harry slept. Underscore 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 underscore. The castle was locked down. The fat lady refused to return to duty. In her place, the school appointed Sir Cadogan, a manic, sword-wielding portrait knight who changed the password every day, often speaking in riddles, and challenged students to duels when they fumbled the phrases. It was chaos. Students complained. Prefects lost track. Hermione made a schedule to track the password rotations, carrying it like a ledger. But none of that covered the deeper unease. How had Black entered the castle? How had he passed the Dementors? No one knew. Dumbledore tightened security, but his calm demeanor did not fool Harry. Behind the old wizard's eyes, a storm was gathering. Harry sat awake in the common room, the fire burning low. The chair beneath him creaked softly. He thought of the slashes on the portrait. Of the voice he had heard on the train, his mother's scream. And of the name that now walked the halls, Sirius Black. He hadn't told Ron or Hermione, but he had started noticing the black dog again. Sometimes in his dreams. Once, perhaps, just perhaps, at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. It matched the grim from Professor Trelawney's prediction. The spectral omen of death. And the more he thought about it, the more the pieces began to connect. What if it wasn't just Black who haunted Hogwarts? What if Harry himself was being hunted by death? The weeks after the fat lady's attack passed under the long shadow of heightened security. The once bustling corridors of Hogwarts were now lined with jittery students and ever-vigilant staff. Ghosts floated more purposefully. Teachers patrolled at night. Filch's cat, Mrs. Norris, seemed to double her rounds. But the feeling of being watched, of being stalked, remained. Harry could sense it, a presence just beyond his sight, hovering behind closed doors and heavy drapes. He woke often in the night, heart thudding, wand clenched beneath his pillow. The attack had changed something fundamental. Gryffindor Tower no longer felt untouchable. And then came Hogsmeade weekend, the first of the term. It was a tradition Harry had longed for, a wizarding village within walking distance of the castle, bustling with shops, sweets, and seasonal charm. But he lacked one thing, a signed permission form. When he asked Professor McGonagall, she was apologetic but firm. "Your guardians did not sign the form, Potter. I'm afraid you must remain at the castle." Ron and Hermione offered to stay behind with him. He refused. "It's fine," Harry said. "Go." Really? They left after breakfast, wrapped in scarves and laughter. Harry lingered near the great hall before wandering back toward the main stairwell. The emptiness of the castle on a Hogsmeade weekend was disorienting, quieter even than summer. He had not planned to go far. But the decision to climb a certain staircase, one leading to the third-floor corridor, brought him unexpectedly face to face with Fred and George Weasley. They were crouched near a statue, whispering over a scrap of parchment. When Harry appeared, they grinned like court pranksters, not sheepish, but thrilled. "You're not going to Hogsmeade, are you?" Fred asked. "No permission," Harry muttered. George winked. "Lucky for you." They pressed the parchment into his hand. At first glance, it was blank. Then Fred tapped it with his wand. "I solemnly swear that I am up to no good." Ink spread across the page like a spider's web, delicate, alive. Lines formed corridors, corners, staircases, all annotated in tiny handwriting. The towers and passages of Hogwarts Castle unfurled in real time. At the top of the map, a name appeared in curling ink. Messrs. Mooney, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs, purveyors of aids to magical mischief makers, are proud to present the Marauder's Map. Harry stared in awe. Every room was detailed. Every person within them was labeled, moving as ink dots across the surface, labeled with names: Severus Snape, Minerva McGonagall, Argus Filch, Hermione Granger. Even himself, standing beside Fred and George. "It shows everyone," George explained. "Every secret passage, too. Including 7 that Filch doesn't know about." Fred leaned in. "There's one that leads straight into Honeyduke's cellar. Under the statue of the one-eyed witch," George added. "Tap it with your wand and say, Descendium." Harry didn't hesitate. That afternoon, as the corridors emptied further, he slipped beneath his invisibility cloak, clutched the map, and made his way to the 3rd floor. He found the one-eyed witch. Descendium. The statue's hump creaked open like a trapdoor. Harry climbed in. The passageway was long and dark, a sloping tunnel carved deep beneath the earth, lined with root-veined stone. His footsteps echoed in the silence. He walked for what felt like miles, following the gentle downward curve until finally he emerged in a musty cellar, among barrels of treacle fudge and crates of cauldron cakes. He was beneath Honeyduke's. Carefully slipping from the cellar door, still cloaked and unseen, Harry found himself in the heart of Hogsmeade. The village gleamed with autumn charm. The rooftops were dusted with frost. Wizards bustled past with bags and butterbeer mugs. Zonko's joke shop rang with laughter. Owls fluttered through the rafters of the post office. The scent of sugar and cinnamon filled the air. Harry had never seen anything so enchanted. But he avoided crowds. Slipped between alleys. Stayed unseen. He watched Ron and Hermione from a distance as they browsed in Scriven shafts, then strolled toward the 3 Broomsticks, Hogsmeade's beloved inn and tavern. He followed. Inside, the fire roared. Tables were packed. Butterbeer steamed from tankards. Ron and Hermione sat near the front, chatting comfortably. Harry found a spot in the corner, far from view. Then, voices. Not students. Professors. McGonagall. Flitwick. Hagrid. And Cornelius Fudge. They sat at the table beside Ron and Hermione's, speaking in hushed but urgent tones. Harry leaned in. And heard the truth. Sirius Black had not merely escaped Azkaban. He had betrayed James and Lily Potter. He had been their secret keeper, the one person who knew where they were hiding. And he had revealed their location to Voldemort. Hours later, 13 people lay dead, blasted apart by a single curse. Black had laughed when the Aurors found him. Mad broken. Proud. Fudge's voice was grave. There's no doubt. He was the Potters' friend. And he murdered them. Harry's world tilted. His breath left him. All this time, he had imagined Voldemort alone behind his parents' deaths. But now he saw the face in the Daily Prophet again, gaunt, wild, sunken-eyed. Sirius Black. A friend who had become a murderer. A betrayer who had smiled. The grim in his dreams was no omen. It was him. The corridors of Hogwarts were colder now, not from the wind, but from within. The news about Sirius Black settled into Harry's chest like a stone at the bottom of a deep lake. The man who had held him as a baby. His father's closest friend. The one who had betrayed them to Voldemort. And worse, the one who laughed when they died. Harry didn't speak of it to Ron or Hermione. He barely spoke at all. But the truth boiled inside him, fury and grief in equal measure, and with it, the knowledge that Black was not done. He had come to Hogwarts. Had tried to break into Gryffindor Tower. He was hunting Harry. And with him came the Dementors. Harry had begun dreading their presence. They were no longer confined to the edges of the grounds. Twice now, they had come too close. Once at the Quidditch pitch, where they swarmed during a match and caused him to fall from his broom, losing his beloved Nimbus 2000, and again, in the hallway outside the Great Hall, where their very nearness turned warmth into frost, joy into paralysis. He needed a defense. And he knew where to ask. Harry waited until the corridor emptied after dinner, then made his way to the defense against the dark arts classroom, where Professor Lupin had been preparing lessons. The man looked up when Harry entered. There was no question in his face, only understanding. "You want to learn how to fight them," Lupin said gently. "The Dementors?" Harry nodded. Lupin studied him for a long moment, then motioned for him to sit. "You've seen them more closely than most," Lupin said. "And they've affected you more deeply. That's not weakness, Harry. It's honesty. Dementors feed on the worst parts of us. They amplify grief. They drown us in memory. It's not your fault that you feel it so sharply." Harry looked down at his hands. "I hear my mum screaming." Lupin's voice dropped. "Then we'll give you something to silence them." He reached into a drawer and pulled out a small, battered case. Inside was a boggart, a shape-shifting creature that assumes the form of a person's greatest fear. "Dementors cannot be summoned for practice, obviously," Lupin said. "But this boggart will serve. It will become the thing you fear most. And you will cast the only spell known to resist it." He stepped back. "It's called the Patronus Charm. Underscore 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 underscore." The lessons began that night. Lupin pushed aside desks and lit a single torch. The classroom stretched in silence. "Expecto Patronum," he explained. "It is not a shield, not in the usual sense. It is a positive force, a memory, made manifest. It requires concentration and intent. You must conjure not just magic, but hope." He motioned to the case. "Begin when ready." Harry drew his wand. "Expecto Patronum." Nothing. Again. "Expecto Patronum." A few sparks, faint, silver, and meaningless. The boggart emerged, twisting, growing, shifting, and suddenly, it was a Dementor. Hooded. Breathing. Advancing. Harry stumbled. The air grew thick. The scream rang again in his ears. Lupin banished it with a wave. They paused. Harry panted. Lupin handed him chocolate. It took weeks. Each session began the same. Harry would summon the boggart, hear the scream, fall. Lupin would step in. They would start again. But slowly, gradually, something changed. He found the memory. Not the night in the forest. Not the chamber. Not even flying. It was something simpler. The first time he saw Hogwarts. The castle rising above the lake. A place that felt like home. He focused on it. On the warmth. The welcome. The quiet certainty that he belonged. And then, the magic shifted. Expecto Patronum. Silver erupted from his wand. A shimmer, not yet formed, but bright, radiant. It pushed the boggart back. Harry fell to one knee. But he was smiling. Lupin clapped once. "You're doing it. Underscore 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 underscore." The next week, they tried again. This time, the silver mist took shape. Not a full figure, not yet, but movement. A charge. A creature just beyond form, bounding forward, slamming into the boggart and shattering the illusion. The Dementor vanished. Harry stood still, one trembling. He had done it. A real Patronus. Not perfect. But his. Lupin smiled. "Well done, Harry." Harry nodded, still panting. His skin prickled with sweat, but the cold was gone. In its place, light. He would keep practicing. Would keep learning. Because the Dementors were still out there. And so was Sirius Black. But Harry now held a weapon that could stand against the darkness, not just a spell, but a memory. A promise. That the past could be fought. And the future defended. The days leading into Christmas passed beneath low skies and drifting snow. Hogwarts, swathed in frost and evergreens, transformed into a place of quiet splendor. Icicles hung from the battlements. The lake froze over, reflecting pale winter light. The ghosts sang slightly off-key carols in the corridors. Inside the castle, fireplaces burned steadily and the common rooms glowed with golden warmth. Many students had gone home for the holidays, but Harry remained. So did Ron, Hermione, and a handful of others. The halls were quieter, their footsteps echoing louder in the stillness. There was something comforting about it, the lull after a storm. But for Harry, the unease had not fully left him. The Patronus lessons continued. Lupin, though tired-looking, guided him patiently. With each attempt, Harry's silver guardian grew stronger, more defined, and yet it still refused to take a solid form. He didn't complain. Because each time he summoned it, he pushed Sirius Black further from his dreams. Each time, he held back the scream. But that wasn't the only distraction this winter would bring. Jumper from Mrs. Weasley, some homemade fudge from Hagrid, and a few other modest gifts. But one parcel stood apart. Long. Flat. Wrapped in plain brown paper and tied with thick twine. No note. No tag. Curious, Harry tore the paper away. His breath caught. Inside was the most magnificent broomstick he had ever seen. The handle was ash, polished to a gleam. The tail twigs were perfectly balanced, trimmed for optimal aerodynamics. Every feature was precise, built not just for speed, but for control. The label near the foot read, "Firebolt." Harry stood speechless. This was the broomstick professional Quidditch teams used, leagues beyond his late Nimbus 2000. It was legendary. Coveted. And someone had sent it to him. But no one had signed their name. Ron was the first to burst in. His eyes widened. "That's a firebolt." "Who? How?" Harry didn't know. He didn't even want to guess. Later that morning, the three of them brought it down to the common room, where it drew a crowd of admirers. Even older students leaned in to inspect the footrests, the balance, the hand-carved broomstick shaft. Ron declared it was a sign. "Whoever gave this to you must be loaded." Maybe a secret supporter? Or someone who knew your broom was destroyed. Harry sat in quiet awe, running his fingers along the smooth grain of the handle. But Hermione stood apart. She didn't smile. Didn't touch the broom. Instead, she stared at it with narrowed eyes. "Harry," she said finally, "are you absolutely sure it didn't come with a note? A letter? Anything?" "No," he said. "Just the paper." She hesitated. Then I think you should tell Professor McGonagall. Harry looked up, startled. What? Why? But Hermione didn't waver. It just arrives? Out of nowhere? No sender, no owl? After everything that's happened? Her voice was firm. It could be jinxed. Ron rolled his eyes. You're just jealous. Hermione's cheeks flushed. No, I'm being cautious. Harry, think about it. What if Sirius Black sent it? The room went silent. Harry's fingers curled around the broomstick. I'm not giving it up. You wouldn't be, Hermione said. You'd just be letting them check it. But Ron had already drawn the line. You don't trust anyone. Hermione stood alone. And Harry said nothing. Underscore 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 underscore. That afternoon, after lunch in the nearly empty Great Hall, Professor McGonagall appeared beside Harry with her usual severity. Mr. Potter, she said. May I have a word in my office? Harry followed, broomstick in hand. Once seated, McGonagall gave him a look that was neither unkind nor indulgent, but resolute. Miss Granger has expressed concern about your new broom, she said. Under the circumstances, I agree. Harry tensed. We will have it examined by our experts, she continued. The teachers in the charms department and Madam Hooch. If it is safe, you shall have it returned by term's end. And without waiting for reply, she held out her hand. Harry gave it up, stiffly. The firebolt vanished into her office, locked away, removed from his grasp. The tension lasted for days. Harry barely spoke to Hermione. Ron refused to even look at her. The three sat at meals in a strange triangle of silence, Harry and Ron on one side, Hermione alone on the other. The firebolt had driven a wedge between them. But Harry couldn't ignore the quiet voice at the back of his mind, the one that whispered that Hermione might have been right. That such a gift, so perfectly timed, so valuable, and so unclaimed, might not have been given with goodwill. And in that silence, Harry learned something important. That even the brightest moments, the joys, the laughter, the thrill of flying, could be twisted into shadows when trust was uncertain. The firebolt gleamed in his memory, a promise of freedom. But freedom, he was learning, could not be accepted blindly. Not when you were the one being hunted. By mid-January, the skies above Hogwarts had turned a dull pewter. The snow had thinned, leaving patches of cold mud in the courtyards. But high above the castle, the Quidditch pitch remained clear, charmed daily to preserve its firmness and flight-worthiness. The Gryffindor Quidditch team, under Oliver Wood's iron determination, was flying harder than ever. This year, they were favoured for the cup. Harry, despite the loss of his Nimbus 2000, remained the team's anchor, quick, intuitive, and focused. And yet, he was not the same. The firebolt, gone for examination, haunted him. Every practice on the school's slower clean sweep sevens reminded him of what he had lost, not just in broomstick performance, but in certainty. Every time he mounted, he thought of Sirius Black. And something else, too. The Grim. It had returned. Not in dreams, but on the edge of vision. A black dog, looming just at the edge of the forbidden forest. Once, perched on a slope across the lake. Another time, watching from the foot of the stands. Always still. Always silent. He had not told Ron. Not even Hermione. But he saw it. Each time he flew, it drew closer. Underscore 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 underscore. Their next match was against Ravenclaw, a team clever and fast, but lacking a seeker of Harry's caliber. Still, Wood drilled them mercilessly. We need this win, he barked. Win this, and the cup's in our hands. lose it, and Slytherin gets their claws in. Harry listened. Nodded. Obeyed. But his thoughts drifted, to the black dog, to the memory of his mother's scream, to the knowledge that someone out there wanted him dead. He hadn't told anyone about the feeling he sometimes got during practice, like he was being watched. Not by teammates. Not by students. By something else. The morning of the match dawned grey and cold, the sky stretched thin and flat over the towers. The stands filled quickly. Students wore scarves in house colours, and enchanted banners fluttered with names and charms. From the commentator's booth, Lee Jordan warmed up his voice, announcing the lineups with his usual flair. Though Professor McGonagall's sharp glances curbed his more outrageous descriptions. Harry climbed onto the clean sweep, tightening his gloves. Across from him, the Ravenclaw seeker, Cho Chang, gave him a brief, nervous smile. Harry managed one in return. She was fast, sharp-eyed, and determined. But as the whistle blew and they rose into the air, he felt the same tug he always did. Freedom. The wind roared past him. The pitch fell away. The crowd became a blur of color and sound. Up here, there was no castle, no prophecy, no betrayal, only flight. And then he saw it. High in the stands. Motionless. The dog. Sitting calmly on the stone edge, eyes locked to the sky. A jolt ran through him. His broom dipped. Cho surged forward, scanning for the snitch. Harry pulled up fast, heart hammering. It was there. Real. Not a hallucination. He circled wide, tracking its gaze. But when he passed again, it was gone. Just an empty stone ledge and the fluttering corner of a student's banner. Had anyone else seen it? He didn't know. He forced himself back into the game. Below, Lee Jordan's voice rose in excitement. And Spinnet with a clean pass to Bell, watch out, Ravenclaw's keepers closing in. The quaffle flew. Cheers erupted. But Harry barely noticed. His eyes scanned the sky constantly, not just for the snitch, but for any shape that didn't belong. Then, a flash. Not dark. Gold. The snitch. It darted near the Ravenclaw goalposts, a glittering flicker of light. Cho saw it too. They dived together. She had the better angle. He had the faster reflexes. He leaned into the dive, his grip tightening. The clean sweep groaned beneath the force. Wind howled past his ears. Cho blocked him subtly. He banked left. She followed. But then, the snitch changed course. Zigzag. Reverse. Climb. And Harry felt it. That deep instinct that no strategy could teach. He pulled hard, outmaneuvered her, twisted into a tight spiral. The snitch hesitated, as if sensing him. Then darted forward again. He lunged. His fingers closed. Contact. Whistles blew. The game ended. Gryffindor won. The roar from the stands was thunderous. Oliver Wood screamed loud enough to startle birds from the trees. Fred and George tackled Harry midair, nearly knocking him from his broom. It was triumph. Elation. Release. And yet, as Harry hovered above the field, the snitch still glinting in his palm, he felt the cold edge of something else. Something watching. Not in celebration, but in wait. Later that day, as they returned to the castle with flushed cheeks and sore muscles, Hermione approached quietly. "They've finished examining the firebolt," she said. Harry turned to her. "It's clean," she added. "No jinxes. No hexes. Not even a trace of a tracking charm." He blinked. "They're returning it to you. Professor McGonagall says you can collect it tomorrow." Ron, walking beside them, let out a cheer. But Hermione's face was unreadable. "You're not happy?" Harry asked. I still wonder who sent it. And why?" Harry didn't reply. Because in his heart, he wondered the same thing. The return of the firebolt should have brought joy, and it did, for a moment. Harry unwrapped the broom in Professor McGonagall's office, where it lay on a polished table like a relic. The professors had been thorough, every enchantment had been examined, every fiber tested for tampering. There was nothing dark in its making. It was a perfect broom. She handed it over with a stern nod, but Harry caught the glimmer of approval behind her spectacles. "Keep it in excellent condition," she said. "We'll be needing it to win that cup." Harry left her office with the firebolt slung proudly over his shoulder, the envy of every passing student obvious in their stares. Ron practically danced when he saw it again. Even Hermione, who had not spoken of the matter since its confiscation, offered a quiet, reserved smile. "It's a good broom," she admitted. "And I am glad it's safe." But the ease between them did not fully return. A subtle tension lingered, like the residue of a curse that never quite lifts. Hermione still spent long hours in the library, now with the added pressure of arithmancy and her impossibly full schedule. Ron became more vocal in his defense of Scabbers, who had begun acting strangely, jumpy, thin, and visibly stressed. "He's sick," Ron said firmly one evening, holding the twitchy rat cupped in his hands. "You've scared him." "I haven't done anything to him," Hermione shot back, gesturing to Crookshanks, curled innocently by the fire. "If you won't keep him out of reach, that's not my fault. Your cat wants to eat him." "He's just a cat." "And rats are prey, that's not new, Ron." The argument spiraled from there. Underscore 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 underscore. Harry tried to stay neutral, but it was harder each week. The fights grew more frequent. Ron refused to speak to Hermione on some days, passing her notes instead of words when necessary. Hermione, for her part, seemed increasingly exhausted. She looked like she was carrying a weight none of them could see. Then came the moment that changed everything. Underscore 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 underscore. They were packing for their weekend in Hogsmeade, Harry now using the Marauder's map and his invisibility cloak regularly to slip through the secret tunnel beneath the one-eyed witch's hump. It had become almost routine. But just as Ron zipped up his bag, he paused. "Scabbers is gone." Harry turned. The cage, usually resting beneath Ron's bed, was overturned. Its door hung open, the straw inside scattered. No sign of the rat. Ron stood stunned. His hands hung limp. "Crookshanks," he breathed. They searched the dormitory. Then the common room. Then the corridor. No Scabbers. Downstairs, Hermione was reading at the far table, surrounded by notes. When Ron marched toward her, his voice was already raised. "You've done it this time." Hermione looked up. "What?" "You've killed him. Scabbers is gone." Hermione stood. "I haven't touched your rat, Ron. Your cat has." Crookshanks, roused by the shouting, slinked away beneath a chair. Harry tried to intervene, but Ron's voice overpowered him. "You hated Scabbers. You said he was old and useless, don't think I forgot." "That's not what I—" "You've never liked him. Admit it." Hermione's hands balled into fists. "Because he's been sick for weeks. He barely moves. You won't listen." Harry stepped in, grabbing Ron's shoulder. "We don't know anything yet." "I do." Ron snapped. "I know he's gone, and I know she let her cat finish him off." Hermione turned away without a word and left the common room. The next day, the common room was colder, despite the fire. Hermione sat alone in a far corner. Crookshanks rested on the windowsill, watching the snow drift past. Ron refused to glance in their direction. Harry sat in the middle, caught between them. But something else was on his mind. The sneakerscope. He had all but forgotten the tiny magical device, a gift from Ron months ago. It had been tucked into his trunk, silent and inert. But last night, it had started spinning. A faint whirring. A glimmer of light. The warning of untrustworthy presence. It had never done so before, not even during their travels. And yet, now, with Scabbers gone, the firebolt returned, and Crookshanks prowling around the corridors like he knew something no one else did, the sneakerscope had spun. Harry thought again of the black dog. Of the Marauders map. Of how often someone was missing from the list of names. He pulled the map out again that night. Opened it with the familiar phrase, "I solemnly swear that I am up to no good." The castle inked itself into view. Dots appeared. Students in the dormitories. Teachers in their offices. Filch in the East Wing. But there, moving near the base of the Whomping Willow, Peter Pettigrew. Harry stared. He blinked. The dot remained. But Pettigrew was dead. Wasn't he? March brought storms. Wind lashed the castle towers, rattling windows and howling through the stonework. Trees bent under grey skies, and the Whomping Willow, the ancient, aggressive sentinel on the grounds, thrashed with wild energy. In the days that followed Scabbers' disappearance, Ron barely spoke. His mood swung between silent brooding and furious outbursts, particularly when Hermione entered the room. Harry remained in the middle, navigating tension without answers, though his mind often wandered to darker suspicions. The Marauder's map remained tucked in his robe pocket. Ever since it had revealed the impossible, a name long dead still walking Hogwarts grounds, Harry had carried it everywhere. Peter Pettigrew. A friend turned martyr. A name etched in tragedy. And yet the map had shown him moving beneath the grounds, alive. Harry had shown Ron. But Ron had refused to believe it. "Someone's pranking you," he said. "The map's old. It's got to be wrong." But Harry wasn't convinced. Not when the sneakerscope kept spinning. Not when Crookshanks began disappearing for hours at a time. And not when the Whomping Willow kept moving oddly at night. Then, on a bitter afternoon in early March, everything broke. They were outside, crossing the grounds in thick cloaks after care of magical creatures. The wind had risen again. Snow fell in slow, heavy flakes, and the sky hung low above the lake. Ron froze. His eyes went wide. Harry followed his gaze. There, bounding along the edge of the trees, was Crookshanks, orange fur bristling against the snow. And with him a shape. Large. Black. Low to the ground. The dog. Not imagined. Not spectral. Real. Ron shouted. The dog turned, not to flee, but to charge. And in a flash of movement and snow, it lunged, teeth bared, straight for Ron. Harry barely had time to draw his wand before it had clamped its jaws around Ron's arm and dragged him backward, toward the base of the Whomping Willow. Harry ran, shouting. But the willow had already begun to thrash, its thick limbs sweeping and striking at the air like clubs. One branch came so close Harry had to dive to the side to avoid it. Ron's body, and the dog, had vanished into a hole at the tree's base. Then, impossibly, Crookshanks leapt forward. The cat dodged the swinging branches with impossible precision and pressed a knot in the bark with one paw. The tree froze. Motionless. Still. Harry stared, breathless. "Go," Hermione whispered behind him, appearing at his side. "Now!" They crawled through the tunnel, dark and root-wrapped, the air heavy with dust and age. The passage sloped down, then up, winding beneath the earth. At last it opened into a broken cellar filled with splinters and mildew. They were beneath the shrieking shack. Whispers spoke of it as the most haunted place in Britain, a building of screams and shadows. But what Harry felt wasn't magic. It was memory. Something old. He climbed broken stairs, each creak loud in the silence, and pushed open a warped door. Inside, the wind howled through cracks in the wood. The furniture was wrecked, long abandoned. The wallpaper peeled in great strips. Dust danced in the shafts of cold light. And there, in the center, stood Sirius Black. Alive. Gaunt, wild-eyed, robes in tatters. Ron lay at his feet, clutching a blooded ankle. The dog was gone. Sirius was the dog. Animagus. Unregistered. A secret kept for 12 years. Harry raised his wand, hand shaking. You betrayed them, he said. You killed them. Sirius didn't deny it. He just stood there, eyes sunken, voice low. I don't deny I've done terrible things, he said. But not what you think. His voice cracked. I didn't betray James and Lily. Liar. Harry shouted. Hermione grabbed his arm. Wait. Look at him. Really look. He did. And saw not a madman, but someone who looked like he had been forgotten by the world. Then, the door behind them slammed open. Professor Lupin entered, breathless. And when he saw Sirius, he didn't raise his wand. He stepped forward. Sirius. Harry spun. You knew. Lupin nodded. Slowly. Gravely. Because I saw the map. And it showed a name that can't be there. He turned to Sirius. Peter Pettigrew. Hermione's gasp cut the silence. But Pettigrew is dead, she whispered. Killed by Sirius. And framed him for it, Sirius finished. Lupin turned to Ron. Where's your rat? Ron clutched his pocket. He's gone, Scabbers ran. Not Scabbers, Sirius said. Pettigrew. A silence fell. Then Harry whispered, What are you saying? Lupin drew a breath. That Peter Pettigrew is alive. That he's been hiding in plain sight. As your rat. For 12 years. The room inside the shrieking shack held its breath. Harry stood frozen between two men who, only days ago, had been painted in opposite shades of trust. Lupin, his steady and quiet professor. Sirius Black, the madman fugitive. But now they stood not as enemies, but as allies, facing the same truth. And that truth, somehow, rested in the empty hands of Ron Weasley. Or rather, in the thing that had not been a hand at all. Give him to me, Sirius rasped, stepping forward. Ron stepped back. He's just a rat. He's Scabbers. He's mine. Ron, Lupin said softly, listen to me. That rat has been living with your family for over a decade. Doesn't that seem strange to you? That a rat could survive that long, without ever aging? Without any illness, any signs. Ron looked between them, confused. Angry. Sirius was trembling, barely able to keep himself upright. He cut off his own finger. Killed those people with a single spell. Framed me. Then transformed. Lived under your noses. Watched your family. Watched Harry. All this time. Harry's throat tightened. He remembered the map. The name. Pettigrew. He stepped forward. We need proof. Lupin nodded once, then raised his wand. Ron, hold him tight. Ron hesitated. Then slowly opened his palm. Scabbers, trembling, thin, with eyes darting madly, squirmed violently. "No! You can't!" Ron shouted, but it was too late. Lupin's wand moved in a practiced arc revelio. A flash of white light. Scabbers twisted, shimmered, and changed. In Ron's hands, the rat stretched and grew. Bones cracked, limbs unfurled. Flesh reshaped itself, vanished into skin. And in its place stood a small, hunched man. Balding. Pale. The room erupted. Ron staggered back in horror. Hermione gasped, her hand over her mouth. Harry felt something inside him shatter. He had seen this man. In photographs. In stories. In Dumbledore's memories. A friend of his parents. A member of the Order. The man everyone had believed was murdered by Sirius Black. But now he stood, blinking, stammering, and looking everywhere except at Harry. Sirius surged forward, teeth bared. "You betrayed them," he hissed. "You sold them for your own skin." Pettigrew dropped to his knees. "Sirius, please, I didn't, you don't understand, I was scared." "You were weak," Sirius shouted. "You gave them to Voldemort. You killed them." "I didn't mean to." "You were their secret keeper." Pettigrew looked to Lupin, eyes wide. "Remus, you know me. You knew what James was like. He was always so brave, so reckless. You think I wanted to end up like them?" "I had no choice." "You had every choice," Lupin said coldly. "And you chose yourself." "I was terrified, he would have killed me." "You chose him," Harry interrupted. His voice was cold. Clear. "You chose Voldemort. Over my mum. My dad." Pettigrew shrank back. Harry stepped closer. "You lived in our house. My parents trusted you. And you gave them away." There was a pause. Then Sirius said quietly, "Let me kill him." Hermione gasped. "No trial. No witnesses. Let me finish what I should have done 12 years ago." He raised his wand. Harry said nothing. Lupin nodded. But before the spell was cast, Harry's voice broke the silence. "No." They turned to him. Sirius blinked. Harry spoke again, stronger. "No. Don't kill him." "Harry, he betrayed your parents," Lupin said. "He's the reason they're dead." "I know." Harry stepped forward until he stood face to face with the man who had destroyed his family. "But I don't want my dad's best friends to become murderers." The room was still. Harry's voice barely wavered. "Let the Ministry deal with him. Let the world know the truth. He'll rot in Azkaban. That's better than letting him slip away in death." Sirius lowered his wand. Lupin glanced at him. Together, they bound Pettigrew in magical ropes. The man whimpered and sagged, defeated. But alive. Then, a low rumble shook the floorboards. The wind? No. Something deeper. "Time to go," Sirius said. "They'll be searching." They filed out, Sirius supporting Ron, Lupin gripping Pettigrew. Harry looked once more at the room. At the dust. The broken furniture. The ghosts of trust shattered years ago. Then he turned his back on it all. They emerged from the shrieking shack under cover of nightfall. Clouds had gathered across the sky, but the moon's pale glow occasionally broke through, casting streaks of silver across the snowy grounds. The wind had quieted, the whooping willow standing still in its magically frozen pose. The group moved quickly and carefully, Sirius, gaunt but determined, Lupin, focused and grim, Ron, limping with every step, and Pettigrew, bound tightly by magical ropes, grunting and twitching like a captured rodent. Harry, Hermione, and Crookshanks brought up the rear, silent, tense, and watchful. No words were exchanged. Every movement felt heavy with the weight of everything that had just been said. The truth of Pettigrew's betrayal. The injustice of Sirius's imprisonment. The 12 years stolen by lies. Harry walked beside Sirius, stealing glances at the man, his godfather, and feeling something strange taking root. It wasn't just vindication. It was the faintest flicker of hope. For the first time, Harry imagined a future where he wasn't alone. A family. A home. Someone who remembered his parents not as heroes, but as people. "I'd have taken you," Sirius whispered, as if reading his thoughts. "If things had been different. James and Lily, they named me your godfather. You'd have lived with me." Harry couldn't speak. But Sirius's voice was steady. "We can still make it right. Once I'm cleared, once the truth is out." "Remus," Hermione whispered suddenly, glancing up. "The moon." They stopped. Above them, the cloud cover began to thin. And in that thinning veil, the full moon emerged, luminous, bright, and unforgiving. Harry turned to Lupin. His face had already changed. It began with a tremor. Then a stiffening of the spine. His breathing quickened, chest rising in ragged bursts. His hands curled, claws emerging from fingertips. His shoulders hunched, bones stretching beneath his robes. Lupin dropped to his knees. "No," Sirius breathed. "We forgot, he didn't take the potion." The transformation was violent. Hair erupted across Lupin's face. His back arched unnaturally. His mouth extended into a snout. And then, with a final shudder, Remus Lupin vanished, and in his place stood a werewolf, massive, feral, eyes gleaming with mindless hunger. The forest around them fell into an unnatural silence. Then, the werewolf howled. ____. Pettigrew seized the moment. With a wrench of his arms and a cry of desperation, he transformed. 1 second, the man. The next, all the rat. The ropes fell uselessly to the snow as Scabbers bolted into the underbrush. "No!" Harry shouted. Sirius lunged, but it was too late. Pettigrew had vanished. But there was no time to pursue. Lupin, the werewolf, had turned on them. Sirius flung himself between the group and the creature, transforming in midair with a rippling blur. The black dog emerged once again, all teeth and fury. The two animals collided with a crash. It was not a battle, it was a storm. Snow flew in all directions. Teeth gnashed. Claws raked fur. The werewolf struck with savage fury, the dog fighting with desperate, protective rage. Harry grabbed Ron, pulling him back. "Run!" Hermione shouted. "Toward the lake." They scrambled through the trees, the sounds of the duel echoing behind them, growls, yelps, the snapping of branches. Then came silence. Too sudden. They stopped. In the clearing beyond the trees, Sirius lay crumpled, blood trailing from his side. The dog form trembled, then shifted back into a man. He was conscious, but barely. And from the darkness, Dementors emerged. Not one. Not two. Dozens. They floated like wraiths over the ground, drawn by pain, by chaos, by fear. Harry raised his wand. Expecto Patronum. A silver mist. Not enough. Hermione tried too. They shouted together, again and again, but the Dementors closed in, their rattling breaths louder than the wind. One of them reached Sirius. Began to lower its hood. Harry screamed. Expecto Patronum. His wand flared. But still, only missed. The cold intensified. His fingers numbed. His legs buckled. He heard the scream again, not from outside, but from within. His mother. His father. The final breath. And then... light. Not his. A blazing white Patronus, massive, bright as a star, surged from the tree line, galloping with hooves of fire and antlers like silver branches. The Dementors broke. They fled in all directions, swallowed by the dark. The stag circled once, then stood sentinel. And Harry, before losing consciousness, saw it pause, as if looking at him. As if recognizing him. Then the light faded. And he fell into the snow. The world returned in fragments. A soft humming. The faint scent of antiseptic and warm linen. The quiet rustle of someone moving nearby. Harry opened his eyes to find himself in the hospital wing. Golden light filtered through the tall windows. The snow outside had melted into a wet sheen along the glass. A half-empty chocolate frog box sat beside his bed. On the adjacent cot, Ron lay with his leg bandaged and elevated. Across the room, Hermione sat in a chair, slumped in sleep. His body ached. But it was not the pain that consumed him. It was the loss. In an instant, memory surged, Sirius, on the ground. Lupin, transformed. Pettigrew, escaped. The Dementors, closing in. The Patronus. Not his. Someone else's. Someone who had saved them. He sat up too quickly. The room spun. Madame Pomfrey bustled in, eyes narrowing. "Oh no, you don't. Back down, Potter." "I have to, Sirius." "He's here," she said, voice clipped. "For now." And then, another voice entered the room, low and cool. "Cornelius Fudge." "Ah, Potter. Awake, are you?" The Minister for Magic moved with unhurried steps, flanked by Professor Snape, whose expression radiated triumph. Fudge adjusted his bowler hat. Quite the ordeal. Dementors were very nearly messy. Luckily, your defense professor intervened just in time. Though, he glanced toward the far door. Lupin has since resigned. Seems his little secret made its way to the student body. Harry's stomach turned. But he saved us. Snape's lip curled. He endangered everyone, Potter. A werewolf. Loose on school grounds. If not for my timely intervention, who knows what might have happened. Harry's fists clenched under the blanket. Fudge continued, and as for Black, well. He's been captured. Under heavy guard. Awaiting the kiss. Harry's breath caught. "What?" he whispered. Snape's eyes glittered. "Justice. At last." "No, you can't. Pettigrew, he's alive. He transformed and escaped. Sirius is innocent." Fudge raised a brow. "Mr. Potter, you've had a shock. I don't blame you. But Black confessed 12 years ago. We're not reopening the case on the testimony of 3 teenagers." "He didn't confess," Harry said fiercely. "He didn't even get a trial." Snape stepped forward. "Minister, this is exactly what I warned you of. Potter's been corrupted by Black's influence. A dangerous loyalty." "You're lying." Harry snapped. Madame Pomfrey made a sharp noise of disapproval, but Fudge simply waved a hand. "The Dementors will perform the kiss at dawn. I suggest you rest." They left. And the door closed. Underscore 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 underscore. When Hermione woke, Harry was already pacing. "We can't let this happen." She nodded. "I know." Then, the door opened again. Dumbledore entered, his face lined with grave calm. His eyes twinkled not with mischief, but with something deeper, measured determination. "You believe us?" Harry asked, breathless. "I do," Dumbledore said. "But belief is not proof. The Ministry will not act on a vanished rat." And with Remus resigned, the voices defending Sirius grow faint. "But the map won't be accepted. The Patronus unwitnessed. There has to be something," Hermione said. Dumbledore turned to her. "There is." He stepped closer, lowered his voice. "You may use time." Hermione stiffened. Harry looked at her. "What does he mean?" Hermione reached into her robes and pulled out a chain, and from it hung a small, spinning hourglass. "A time turner," Dumbledore said. "Hermione has used it this year to attend multiple classes simultaneously. But now, you will use it together, to save lives." He looked between them. 3 turns should suffice. Hermione blinked rapidly. "You must not be seen. You must not interfere with yourselves. But you can be where others are not. You can unlock doors others cannot." His eyes sharpened. "You can free Sirius. And you can save more than one innocent soul." Harry understood. "Buckbeak." Dumbledore nodded. Then he turned for the door. "When you succeed," he said, "return to this ward. All must appear unchanged. The future must not unravel." Then he was gone. Hermione placed the chain around their necks. The time turner hung between them, warm to the touch. "Ready," she whispered. Harry nodded. She spun it 3 times. The world blurred. The air thickened. Light twisted. And when it cleared, they were standing in the empty corridor outside the hospital wing, as it had been hours ago. The sky beyond the windows was still light. In the distance, the executioner's axe gleamed beneath the sun. Buckbeak was still alive. And so was hope. The castle had not changed, not visibly. The same stone floors. The same cold corridors. But something beneath the surface had shifted, like the still air before a thunderclap. Only Harry and Hermione had stepped outside of its flow. The time turner hung still now, its hourglass stilled, its work complete. They stood alone in a corridor that, just moments ago, had been full of voices and urgency. Now there was silence, as if the world held its breath for what came next. They had gone back 3 hours. Every event they had experienced, the chaos in the shrieking shack, Lupin's transformation, Sirius's capture, was still unfolding elsewhere in the castle and on the grounds. But they were now spectators. And it was their task to alter just enough to save the innocent, without unraveling everything else. Hermione checked the corridor, then led the way. "We have to get to Hagrid's first." Harry nodded. Buckbeak. There was no time to waste. Underscore 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 underscore. The path to Hagrid's hut was empty, the grounds dipped in a warm, late afternoon glow. The execution had not yet taken place. From the edge of the trees, they could see movement near the hut. The large figure of Hagrid inside, pacing, and the Ministry officials and McNair, the executioner, gathering outside. Buckbeak lay tethered near the pumpkin patch, unaware of what fate had nearly befallen him. Hermione crouched low, pulling Harry into the underbrush. "We can't be seen," she whispered. "Not by anyone." They waited. In the distance, a flash of familiar movement, their past selves, accompanied by Fudge, Dumbledore, and the execution party, walking toward Hagrid's hut. "Now," Hermione whispered, and she broke into a careful run along the edge of the trees, circling behind the hut. Harry followed. They reached Buckbeak moments later, staying low. The hippogriff stared at them with unblinking eyes. Hermione approached slowly, bowing as Hagrid had taught them. Buckbeak's eyes flicked, then he dipped his head. "Thank Merlin," she breathed. Harry loosened the rope tethering him to the post. They worked in silence. Voices carried from inside Hagrid's hut. Dumbledore, calm and warm; Hagrid, distressed and sniffling. Buckbeak gave a low grunt. "Come on," Harry urged. "This way." Together, they led the creature into the trees, far from the hut, tying him gently behind thick brush where he would not be seen. Harry laid a hand on the hippogriff's wing. "You're safe now." And from their hiding spot moments later, they watched as the execution party arrived, only to find the post empty. McNair raged. Fudge blustered. And Dumbledore, just for a moment, looked directly toward their hiding place and smiled. Underscore 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 underscore. With Buckbeak safe, they turned their attention to the greater task. Freeing Sirius. The sun was lower now, casting long shadows across the grounds. The other Harry and Hermione were now with the other Sirius and Lupin in the Shrieking Shack. They would emerge soon, and Pettigrew would escape. "We have to wait," Hermione said, her voice taut. "We can't interfere until the moment is right." So they watched. From the edge of the trees, they tracked the chaos unfolding, just as they remembered it. Their past selves escaping from the Whomping Willow. Sirius fighting Lupin, transformed into the Black Dog. The Dementors descending. And finally, Harry, wand raised, trying to cast the Patronus charm, failing, until the silver stag galloped across the field and banished the darkness. Harry, now watching, held his breath. That was him. He had thought it was his father. That somehow James Potter had returned. But it hadn't been a dream. It had been him, from the future. He stepped forward, hand tight around his wand. He waited until the moment was just right, his past self collapsing, Sirius lying helpless. Then he raised his wand. Expecto Patronum! The stag burst forth, brilliant, powerful, and his. It galloped across the grass, scattering Dementors like leaves in a storm. Their hissing retreat was instant, panicked. The light flooded the clearing. Harry held the spell, feeling the strength of it surge from something deeper than memory, something rooted in purpose. When the last Dementor vanished, he lowered his wand. His stag lingered. Then, silently, it turned and bowed its head, and vanished into silver mist. Hermione touched his arm. "Harry." He looked at her. "I can do it," he said. "I did do it." She smiled. For the first time that day. Underscore 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 underscore. Night had fully descended when they approached the tower where Sirius was held, a high, narrow cell guarded by Dementors, waiting to perform the kiss. But they were no longer guarding him. They had fled. Fearful of the Patronus that still shimmered faintly in the air. Harry and Hermione mounted Buckbeak, now alert and ready. The hippogriff spread his wings as Harry clung to Sirius's wrist, helping him up. "Can you hold on?" he asked. Sirius gave a breathless, astonished nod. "I think so." They rose. Buckbeak soared into the night, wings beating rhythmically as the castle fell away below them. The sky opened wide, cool, dark, limitless. Sirius looked at Harry, wind in his hair, disbelief in his eyes. "You did this," he said. "You saved me." Harry shook his head. "We did." They flew far beyond the castle, until the light of Hogwarts was a soft glow in the distance. At last, they landed in a secluded glen beneath the trees. Sirius stood shakily, turning to Harry. "I can't stay," he said. "They'll still be hunting me." Harry nodded. "But at least you're free." Sirius knelt and gripped Harry's shoulder. "When this is over," he said, "if you ever want, there's a place for you. With me." Harry didn't reply. He didn't need to. Then, with a last glance, Sirius climbed onto Buckbeak's back. The hippogriff leapt into the air and vanished into the stars. Harry and Hermione made their way back through the secret parts of the castle. The sky had already begun to lighten with the approach of dawn. They slipped through the hospital wing doors just before the hour turned. Their beds were just as they had left them. Hermione checked the time turner. Still. Silent. From the corridor beyond, footsteps sounded, the present returning to meet them. Underscore 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 underscore. The truth had not changed. But history had. And though the world did not know it yet, 2 lives had been saved, 1 winged, 1 wounded, by 2 children who walked backward through time to do what others could not. They had not broken the rules. They had rewritten them. Morning came softly over Hogwarts. Snow melted slowly from the stone window sills, and the pale blue sky above the towers glowed with the first promise of spring. A few birds stirred in the trees. The castle, however, remained subdued, as if holding its breath after the turmoil of the night before. In the hospital wing, silence lingered. Harry, back in bed, stared up at the canopy overhead. The time turner had been returned. Their mission completed. Somewhere out in the world, Sirius Black now flew free beneath open skies. And Buckbeak, once doomed to the executioner's blade, soared with him. But no one else knew. To the Ministry, Sirius remained a fugitive. To the Daily Prophet, Buckbeak was a dangerous beast who had mysteriously vanished. To the world at large, nothing had changed. And yet Harry knew that everything had. Underscore 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 underscore. By mid-morning, Madame Pomfrey insisted they return to class, claiming that heroics were no excuse for falling behind in studies. Hermione departed in a rush of books and parchment, murmuring about arithmancy, while Harry and Ron, still limping slightly, made their way to the Great Hall. There, the tension of recent days had settled into quiet curiosity. Whispers followed them, but they were no longer pointed. No more rumors of Sirius hiding beneath beds. No more murmurs of werewolves in the dungeons. The story had burned bright, and then, like so many things at Hogwarts, it had vanished into the endless turning of time and timetable. No one questioned why Remus Lupin was suddenly absent. No one asked how Sirius had escaped. Even among magic, some mysteries simply passed into silence. Underscore 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 underscore. That afternoon, Harry received a letter. It arrived not by owl, but slipped quietly beneath his pillow. No seal. No parchment. Just a single sheet of old paper, folded neatly. He opened it alone in the common room, where the fire crackled low and the windows burnt with the amber of early evening. The handwriting was jagged but unmistakably familiar. Underscore 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 underscore. Harry. I don't know where I'm going yet. That's the truth. Somewhere far, somewhere they won't look. Buckbeak is strong, and I'm healing. I don't expect things to be easy. But you gave me something more than escape. You gave me my name back. My place back. For that, I will never stop being grateful. And if you ever need me, truly need me, look to the sky. I'll find a way. We'll have that home yet. Sirius. Underscore 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 underscore. Harry folded the letter slowly. He sat for a long while. He did not speak of it to Ron or Hermione. But he kept the letter carefully tucked into the inside pocket of his robes, near his wand. Underscore 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 underscore. The term drew toward its close. Final exams arrived, though Professor Lupin's departure had left a gap in the defense against the dark arts syllabus. The remaining staff filled in as they could, but it wasn't the same. Students muttered that no teacher had ever made the subject feel so important. Hermione, despite her usual excellence, quietly dropped 2 subjects. Even she had limits, though she refused to discuss it. Ron spoke less often about Scabbers. And Harry waited. Underscore 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 underscore. On the final day of term, as students prepared to board the Hogwarts Express, Dumbledore pulled Harry aside. They stood at the top of the marble staircase, watching trunks float by and voices rise in chaotic farewell. "Professor Lupin told me what you did," Dumbledore said quietly. Harry looked up. "It wasn't just me." "I know." Dumbledore's eyes twinkled, but his tone remained solemn. "And I want you to know something, Harry. What you chose, to spare Pettigrew, to free Sirius, that was not the easier path. It was the braver one." Harry didn't reply at first. "He deserves a chance," he said finally. Dumbledore nodded. "Yes. As we all do, in the end." He paused, then added, "And one day, the world will learn what truly happened here. But for now, let the truth rest with those strong enough to bear it." They parted without ceremony. Underscore 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 underscore. As the train pulled away from the station, and the landscape blurred into hills and trees, Harry sat by the window, Sirius's letter tucked inside his jacket. The summer stretched ahead of him. The Dursleys awaited. But somewhere beyond the horizon, in the space between stars and storm, a man who had once been lost now rode free. Harry closed his eyes. And for the first time in many months, he felt safe. Summer had returned to Little Whinging, but with it came no peace. Harry Potter sat beneath his bedroom window at number 4, Privet Drive, a letter crumpled in his fist, the heat of the July air thick in the room. Outside, the neat hedgerows buzzed with insects and artificial cheer. Inside, the house remained as suffocating as ever. The Dursleys had spent the better part of the summer pretending Harry did not exist. It was an arrangement that suited them both. He didn't want to talk. Not to them. Not to anyone. But the letter in his hand, its contents brief and urgent, had made it impossible to remain still. "Come with us. We'll explain on the way. We've got tickets to the Quidditch World Cup. Big things happening. Get ready. Ron." There had been no elaboration. No mention of Sirius. No news of the Ministry or the fallout from last term's events. But Harry felt it in his bones, something had shifted in the magical world. Underscore 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 underscore. Days later, he stood at the burrow, where the Weasleys had welcomed him with warmth and noise. The air was filled with the smell of Mrs. Weasley's cooking, the clatter of enchanted pans, and the shouts of Fred and George launching new experiments out of their bedroom window. Hermione arrived soon after, and together, the trio slipped back into their familiar rhythm. Yet even here, beneath the comfort, there was tension. Mr. Weasley spoke in hushed tones with ministry officials by fireplace. Mrs. Weasley stayed up late with worry in her eyes. No one would say why. Underscore 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 underscore. Then came the night of the Quidditch World Cup. Tents dotted the hillsides, lit by floating lanterns. Wizards from every nation gathered, their robes and flags brilliant against the darkening sky. Singing, dancing, enchanted fireworks, the atmosphere was electric. Harry had never seen anything like it. The match itself, Ireland versus Bulgaria, was a spectacle of impossible speed and spell work. The Vela dancers stirred the crowd with unnatural grace. The leprechaun mascots dazzled with gold and green fire. On the pitch, Victor Crumb, Bulgaria's seeker, moved like a shadow with purpose, every dive and turn met with roars of admiration. It was magic-made sport. And yet, even amid celebration, the world outside crept in. That night, long after the match had ended, after the cheering had faded, chaos came. It began with a scream. Then fire. Dark shapes moved through the tents, hooded figures casting spells indiscriminately. People fled in all directions. The night filled with panic, crackling curses, collapsing shelters, the flash of red and green light in the trees. Harry ran with Ron and Hermione, breath tearing in his lungs. They ducked behind trees, wands drawn, unsure what they could even do. They saw muggles, a man and woman, and their children, suspended upside down in the air, spinning helplessly, jeered at by cloaked wizards. Death Eaters. The name came to Harry like a memory. He had never seen them, but he knew them. And they were here. Real. Not shadows of history. Suddenly, the air shimmered. A figure appeared, unknown, alone, and with a sharp movement of their wand, cast something into the sky. It rose fast. Too fast. Then exploded, a huge, luminous symbol stretching across the clouds. A skull. With a serpent emerging from its mouth. The Dark Mark. The crowd screamed. Wizards fled. Then ministry wizards arrived. Spells flew. The cloaked attackers vanished into the darkness, disapparating with cracks of thunder. Harry, Ron, and Hermione stumbled into the clearing moments later, only to be seized by panicked officials. Wands drawn, voices raised, accusations flying. You did it! You conjured the mark. But Harry had no wand in his hand. None of them did. Then Winky, the house elf of Bartemius Crouch, was found nearby, trembling, terrified, and in her possession, Harry's wand, somehow lost during the panic. Suspicion fell like a storm. It was only later, once the situation cooled, that the truth began to take shape. Someone had stolen Harry's wand. Someone had conjured the mark in secret. But who? And why now? Back at the Burrow, the joyful haze of the Quidditch World Cup was gone. The war, long fought over, had shown its teeth. The Dark Mark, unseen for 13 years, had returned. And though no one dared say the name aloud, Harry could feel it. Voldemort was rising. Not yet in body, but in influence. An influence, Harry knew, could be just as deadly. The train ride back to Hogwarts passed with a peculiar silence. Even the usual anticipation of returning to school, the laughter in compartments, the flurry of sweets and robes, felt tempered this year. The events at the Quidditch World Cup had left an imprint, unease that lingered beneath the surface of conversation, in the nervous looks exchanged between older students and the whispers of the younger ones. The Dark Mark had been conjured. The world was watching again. And it didn't know what it feared more, the symbol, or the silence that followed it. Underscore 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 underscore. When the castle finally appeared on the horizon, its towers lit against the dusk, reflecting across the inky black lake, the train seemed to exhale its passengers in quiet relief. Carriages drawn by invisible thestrals carried them up the winding path. And soon, students flowed into the great hall, where golden chandeliers hovered above a sea of candles and a storm of conversation buzzed beneath the ceiling's swirling clouds. At the head of the room sat the professors, mostly unchanged. McGonagall, stern and watchful. Snape, unreadable. And at the center, Dumbledore, his expression warm, but shadowed. But there were new faces, too. One was Alastair Moody, or, more precisely, Mad-Eye Moody, newly appointed Defense Against the Dark Arts professor. His scarred face and electric blue magical eye scanned the room constantly, twitching from plate to portrait to hallway, as though battle might erupt at any second. He carried the presence of someone who had not only seen war, but never truly left it. Beside him sat Barty Crouch and Ludo Bagman, both from the Ministry, their presence unusual for a school gathering. And then there were empty chairs, not symbolic, but held in readiness. The moment came after dinner. Dumbledore stood. His presence, even in quiet, silenced the room. This year, he said, will be unlike any other at Hogwarts. Eyes turned toward him, expectant. We are honored to be hosting two esteemed wizarding schools, Beauxbaton's Academy of Magic and Durmstrang Institute, who will join us in a tradition not seen for more than a century. He paused. The Triwizard tournament. Gasps and murmurs rippled through the hall. Harry sat straighter. He'd heard the name, in passing, in books. But it had always sounded like legend. Dumbledore continued. Founded over 700 years ago, the tournament was established to foster cooperation and friendly competition between the largest magical schools in Europe. Each school would send a single champion, chosen not by faculty, but by a magical artifact, the Goblet of Fire. He turned, and with a flourish, conjured a wooden cup, old, blackened by time, its rim glowing faintly with blue-white flame. It floated into view, crackling quietly. 3 champions. 3 tasks. 1 victor. Excitement surged now, no longer quiet. Hushed or turned to electric anticipation. But Dumbledore raised a hand. This tournament is not without risk. It was discontinued precisely because of it. The tasks are dangerous. For that reason, this year, only students who are 17 or older may submit their names. The room's mood shifted instantly, a blend of disappointment and frustration. Fred and George groaned audibly. Still, I sparkled with dreams of glory. Of adventure. Of eternal bragging rights. Dumbledore's voice softened. But this is more than a game. It is a test of character, courage, and unity. A flame may choose, but a soul must rise. With that, the goblet's flame flared blue and hissed. The room exhaled together. Underscore 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 underscore. Over the following days, preparations unfolded. The arrival of Beauxbatons and Durmstrang was nothing short of theatrical. Beauxbatons descended from the clouds in a towering carriage of ice, drawn by winged Abraxans, with students stepping out dressed in shimmering silver blue, their movements graceful and fluid. At their helm, Madame Maxim, a giant of a woman, her voice regal and commanding. Durmstrang emerged from the lake itself, aboard a ghostly black ship, its masts rising from the mist. The students wore heavy furs and bore the posture of warriors. At their front, Igor Karkaroff, whose smile never quite reached his eyes. And among them, towering, sullen, and magnetic, was Victor Krum, still in his Bulgarian robes. Harry stared in disbelief. The famous seeker was still in school. underscore 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 underscore. The Goblet of Fire was placed in the entrance hall, guarded by an age line cast by Dumbledore himself, a shimmering circle that would repel anyone underage who tried to cross it. Fred and George spent an entire afternoon attempting to bypass it, only to be ejected with long white beards and scorched eyebrows. Names were submitted in secret. Whispers filled the halls. Who would be chosen? Would Krum represent Durmstrang? Would Beauxbaton send their graceful seventh year with the violet eyes? And who, from Hogwarts, would stand as champion? Most assumed it would be Cedric Diggory, strong, fair, and popular, a Hufflepuff whose talent and kindness made him a natural candidate. Harry, meanwhile, kept his distance. He was not yet 17. And he had no intention of entering. Not because he feared the tasks. Though he did, but because something about the tournament felt wrong. He couldn't name it yet. But in the flicker of the goblet's flame, he felt something watching. Something not entirely of this world. The night of the champion selection arrived like a storm waiting just beyond the door. Every seat in the Great Hall was filled, every student dressed in their finest robes, not for formality, but for spectacle. House banners shimmered from the rafters, and the enchanted ceiling showed clouds swirling ominously overhead. Candles floated lower than usual, casting faces in flickering gold. The Goblet of Fire sat alone at the front of the hall, placed atop a pedestal carved from blackened stone. The flame inside it burned a cool, blue-white, steady, soundless, and ancient. The heads of the three schools stood beside it. Dumbledore, calm and watchful. Madame Maxim, radiant and proud. Igor Karkaroff, his smile tense and thin. As the final dessert plates vanished, Dumbledore stood. "The Goblet of Fire is ready to make its decision," he said. "It has taken into itself the names of those students who have submitted themselves to the tournament. The selection it now makes is binding. Once chosen, a champion is bound by magical contract to compete." The hall hushed. Then the goblet's flame turned scarlet. It flared high, a crackling spire of red fire, and from it flew a charred scrap of parchment. Dumbledore caught it with surprising speed. He read aloud. "The champion for Durmstrang, Victor Krum." Applause thundered, especially from the Durmstrang table. Krum stood, unsmiling, and strode forward with the quiet weight of someone who already knew what it meant to be watched. He disappeared through a side door leading to the antechamber beyond the hall. The goblet flickered again. Another flare. Another scrap of parchment. The champion for Beauxbatons, Fleur Delica. Gasps and claps rose as Fleur glided from her table, her silver-blue robes trailing like mist. There was something ethereal about her, beauty woven with cool determination. She vanished through the same door. Then the goblet roared again. "The champion for Hogwarts, Cedric Diggory." A wave of cheering, this time deafening, broke across the hall. Cedric, tall and steady, smiled modestly and rose from the Hufflepuff table. Students slapped his back, shouted his name, and even some Slytherins clapped politely. He too passed through the door. And then it was done. Or it should have been. The flame inside the goblet cooled, returning to its steady blue. Dumbledore turned to speak. But then, the fire turned red again. A fourth flare. A fourth scrap of parchment. The hall gasped. Dumbledore caught it, but this time, he paused. His eyes flicked down. Then up. And his voice was different, quiet, confused. "Harry Potter." Silence fell like a dropped curtain. No one moved. No one clapped. Harry felt as though the world had cracked beneath him. It made no sense. He hadn't submitted his name. He hadn't even tried. Students turned to look at him, whispering, frowning. "Harry Potter." Dumbledore said again, more firmly now. Come forward. He rose slowly. It felt like walking through water. His feet moved without thought. His ears rang with disbelief. At the head table, Karkaroff looked furious. Madame Maxim's lips were pressed thin. McGonagall's eyes were wide. Snape's expression was unreadable, though his fingers curled slightly on the table's edge. Harry passed them all and stepped through the door. Underscore 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 underscore. The anteroom was lit by golden sconces. Fleur, Cedric, and Crumb turned when he entered, each registering varying degrees of surprise or irritation. Before Harry could speak, the door opened again. The professors entered. Dumbledore first, followed by McGonagall, Snape, and the Ministry officials, Bagman and Crouch. Harry, Dumbledore said, his voice level but searching. Did you put your name into the Goblet of Fire? No, Harry said immediately. I swear. Dumbledore didn't look away. Did you ask an older student to do it for you? No. I didn't. Snape scoffed quietly. A very skilled deception for a fourth year. Severus, McGonagall snapped. Karkaroff stepped forward, furious. This is a mockery. The goblet must be fooled, tricked. He is a child, not a champion. Bagman raised his hands. The goblet's magic is binding. We can't undo this. Potter is, by all laws, now a fourth champion. Cedric looked confused. Fleur looked incensed. Crumb said nothing. Harry stood in the middle of it all, the accusations, the magic, the rules. Something had gone wrong. And deep inside, Harry felt it, this wasn't a mistake. It was a move. Someone had wanted this to happen. Someone had forced his name into that fire, not for glory, but for a trap. Underscore 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 underscore. Outside the chamber, the school boiled with rumor. The boy who lived, again at the center of the storm. Was it arrogance? Favoritism? Cheating? No one believed him. No one, that is, except Ron and Hermione. Until that night. Back in the common room, Ron looked at Harry, eyes dark. You didn't tell me, he said. Not even your best mate. Harry stared. I didn't enter. I told you. Ron hesitated. Ted then turned away. And just like that, the silence between them began. A crack in the foundation. Harry lay awake that night, the noise of the common room below replaced by the roar of the crowd in his mind. He was a champion now. But not by choice. And the tournament, once a dream, had become a warning. The days following the Goblet's fourth and final selection passed not in triumph, but under a veil of suspicion. Harry Potter walked through Hogwarts as if wading through thick fog, voices trailing behind him, eyes narrowing when he entered a room. The corridors echoed with whispers. Classmates who had once cheered his victories on the Quidditch pitch now exchanged knowing glances and muttered behind books and backs. Even the Gryffindor common room, usually his sanctuary, had become a place of quiet tension. Ron, when he was there at all, spoke little, and not to Harry. He sat at the far side of the room, casting long looks that hovered somewhere between hurt and disbelief. Only Hermione remained firm at Harry's side. She didn't ask for explanations. She didn't doubt. Her trust was not theatrical, it was simple, and steady, and present. She made room for silence when he needed it, and asked only the questions that mattered. Who do you think did it? She whispered one morning in the library, her quill paused mid-ink. Harry didn't answer. Because he didn't know. Underscore 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 underscore. The weighing of the wands was a tradition almost as old as the tournament itself. It was not about ceremony alone. It was about legitimacy, ensuring that each champion entered the arena with a wand suited to their magic, one free of tampering or curse work. It was the tournament's first moment of magical accountability. The champions were summoned to a small, elaborately furnished room on the first floor, a chamber of polished floors and velvet drapes, lit by a wide stained glass window that fractured the late afternoon light into shifting patterns across the walls. Already present were the three other champions, Cedric Diggory, calm and courteous, Fleur Delica, composed and poised, and Victor Crumb, standing near the fireplace, arms folded, shoulders hunched. In the center of the room stood Mr. Ollivander, thin, white-haired, and sharp-eyed as ever, the legendary wandmaker of Diagon Alley. Beside him, Ludo Bagman, gleaming as always in bright robes, smiling too widely. And behind them, the silent quill of Rita Skeeter, her acid-green quick quotes quill already scribbling across the parchment beside her as she adjusted the grip of her jeweled spectacles. Bagman beamed as Harry entered. Excellent, excellent, all here. Now, before the tournament begins in earnest, we must, of course, have our champions' wands examined. Standard procedure, nothing to worry about, and naturally, our friends at the Daily Prophet would like a moment or two, just to capture the occasion. Harry stood stiffly as Bagman led him to the side, the camera flash from the photographer already hissing in bursts of light. Rita Skeeter pounced with professional precision. Harry, darling, how does it feel to be the youngest champion in over a century? And completely unexpectedly. A dark horse, one might say. I didn't enter, Harry said flatly. Oh, modesty, she trilled. How very gallant. Her quill scribbled furiously. Harry Potter, shy smile, heroic stance, refuses to admit triumph. Harry turned away. Ollivander stepped forward, thankfully redirecting the moment. Let us begin, the wandmaker said softly, his long fingers steepling. Miss Delica, if you would. Flo extended her wand. 9.5 inches. Rosewood. Vela hair core. Ollivander's eyes lit with academic curiosity. Ah, a rare choice, and from your own grandmother, perhaps. Flo inclined her head. The wand was tested, inspected for warping, residue, curses, and returned. Then Cedric. Maple and unicorn hair. 12.25 inches. Pleasantly springy, Ollivander murmured. Well taken care of. Bravo. Crumb followed. His wand, hornbeam, dragon heartstring, 10.25 inches, was rigid and heavy. The magic in it was old, even volatile. And then Ollivander turned to Harry. Ah, yes. I remember this one. Harry handed over the holly and phoenix feather wand. 11 inches. Nice and supple. And curious, he murmured. The phoenix who gave this feather gave only one other. Harry nodded. Brother wands, Ollivander whispered. Yours and Voldemort's. A strange bond, and a powerful one. Harry said nothing. Ollivander tested it gently, summoned a flurry of golden sparks, and returned it without issue. All wands examined. No tampering. No enchantments beyond the norm. Our champions are ready. Bagman clapped his hands, almost too eagerly. Splendid. Champions, you will receive word soon of your first task. For now, rest, prepare, and perhaps stay on your toes, eh? The meeting dispersed. But as Harry left the room, he felt Rita Skeeter's eyes follow him, calculating, hungry. And later that evening, he would discover her article in the Daily Prophet. Not about the wands. Not about the tournament. But about him. Tragic Harry Potter, orphaned hero cast into deadly tournament, is he seeking the fame that escaped him in early childhood? Hermione was furious. Ron, who read it silently across the common room, said nothing at all. Underscore 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 underscore. That night, as the castle settled into sleep, Harry stood at the window in the boys' dormitory, staring out at the forbidden forest. The goblet had spoken. His wand had been measured. His face was in the papers. And somewhere out there, the first task loomed, unknown, unwritten, and waiting. The days leading to the first task passed with maddening slowness, yet each one tightened the air in Hogwarts like the winding of a clock. The castle brimmed with tension. Excited whispers between classes, nervous glances exchanged across the Great Hall. Only the champions and a few select officials knew what the task would be. Harry, of course, was not one of those officials. And unlike Fleur, Cedric, and Krum, he had no mentors offering hints in corridors or quiet encouragement behind closed doors. He was alone in his preparation. Worse, the rules of the tournament forbade champions from receiving outside help. But help, Harry suspected, was already being given, just not to him. He practiced what he could, mostly in secret, mostly in the early hours, basic defensive spells, summoning charms, and dueling stances. Nothing felt enough. There was no curriculum for surviving the unknown. Ron still hadn't spoken to him. And though Hermione remained loyal and present, even she couldn't pierce the veil that hung around the nature of the task. Then, the day arrived. Underscore 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 underscore. Harry awoke with a churning stomach and a weight in his chest that no breakfast could lift. Outside, the sky was overcast. The grounds, cleared and charmed by the professors, bore signs of magical preparation, barriers erected, wards humming faintly in the air, and an enormous cordoned-off arena at the edge of the forbidden forest. The students were directed there after lunch, though most couldn't eat. The atmosphere felt like a Quidditch final, and yet, something darker thrummed beneath it. This wasn't a game. There were no bludgers. No hoops. Only the promise of danger. In a small tent near the edge of the arena, the champions gathered. Cedric sat calmly, fingers laced. Fleur whispered something to herself in French, too low to be understood. Krum stood alone, his eyes fixed and unreadable. And Harry felt his wand in his hand and tried not to imagine it slipping from his fingers. Bagman entered, cheerful and red-faced. "Ready, champions? Excellent. Now, the task is simple. Retrieve a golden egg." Harry blinked. "That's it." Bagman grinned. "Each egg is guarded. And the guardians are, well, part of the challenge. You'll each draw a miniature replica to determine which you'll face." He presented a small velvet bag. Fleur reached in first, pulled out a tiny, moving green dragon. Its wings beat furiously. Comrahuff, Swedish short snout, Bagman confirmed. Krum reached next, his dragon was Chinese fireball, with scales like molten bronze. Cedric's a Swedish short snout as well, a variation. Harry reached in last. His fingers brushed something cold, leathery. He drew it out. A miniature Hungarian horntail, black-eyed, spiked, coiled and twitching with barely restrained fury. Bagman chuckled nervously. "Ah, yes. Nasty one. Well, good luck." Underscore 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 underscore. Harry waited until he was alone. The tent emptied, one champion at a time. From outside, the crowd roared, distant but relentless. Then, Bagman returned. "You're up." Harry stepped into the light. The arena stretched wide before him, grass scorched in places, stones jutting from the earth like teeth. Stands rose high around its edge, filled with students, professors, and guests from across the wizarding world. Flags flapped in the wind. Spells sparkled like camera flashes. At the far end of the field lay the golden egg, shining faintly on a bed of ash and broken stone. And guarding it, the Hungarian horntail. It was massive, easily the length of 2 carriages, with scales black as coal and eyes like burning coals. Its wings were spread in warning. Its tail, ending in vicious barbs, twitched as it watched Harry enter. There was no bell. No whistle. The horntail lunged. Harry sprinted left, barely dodging a burst of fire that scorched the ground behind him. He blasted against his back, the air shimmering. He shouted, "Accio firebolt!" The charm tore from his wand. For a second, nothing. Then, high above, a blur. The firebolt screamed into the arena from the castle, summoned from Gryffindor Tower, streaking like a comet. Harry mounted mid-stride and launched into the sky. The horntail reared, its wings beating with thunder. It rose into the air, huge and clumsy but terrifying in its power. Harry flew fast, darting, dodging. The firebolt responded to every shift of his body, every twitch of thought. He looped once, drawing the dragon higher. Another burst of flame shot past. He circled again, higher, faster, then dove. The dragon followed. But Harry curved low and tight, past the creature's flank. The horntail turned too late. Harry shot beneath it, just above the scorched earth, and grabbed the egg from its resting place. The crowd erupted. A final gout of flame chased him as he rocketed away, shielding the egg with his arm. Then the dragon fell back to its tether, roaring, but grounded. Harry landed hard, knees buckling, but he was whole. Bagman appeared, beaming. "Brilliant, boy, brilliant!" Professors moved forward. McGonagall looked as though she wanted to scold and cheer at the same time. Hagrid wept openly. Hermione reached him moments later. "You did it," she whispered, eyes shining. Harry looked at the egg in his hands, warm, metallic, unmarked. 1 task down. 2 to go. Underscore 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 underscore. That night, the champions gathered briefly in the hall to receive their scores. The judges held up parchment, one by one. Karkaroff, 4. Maxim, 8. Crouch, 9. Bagman, 10. Dumbledore, 9. Total, 40. Fleur and Crumb had done well. Cedric had outwitted his dragon with clever spellwork and false trails. But Harry's aerial display, while unorthodox, had stunned the crowd. Even so, he felt none of the victory that should have come with applause. He had survived. But he still hadn't chosen this. And someone, had ensured he would be here. The egg, when opened, screamed. A shrill, wordless cry that shattered any illusion of peace. The next task would come. And whatever the truth behind the tournament, it was only beginning to unfold. Winter descended on Hogwarts with absolute confidence. The grounds froze solid. The black lake shimmered beneath layers of ice. Students traveled the corridors in heavy robes and scarves, breath fogging the air in pale bursts. Icicles hung from the castle eaves like enchanted daggers. Even the staircases creaked a little slower, bowing under the weight of snow-dampened footsteps. And in the aftermath of the first task, the castle had grown quiet, not in sound, but in spirit. The spectacle of dragons had captivated everyone. But what lingered afterward was uncertainty. The champions had faced the ancient creatures and survived. The golden eggs they'd won now sat in their dormitories, unopened, unyielding, and sealed in riddle. For Harry, the applause had long since faded. The egg mocked him. Whenever he turned its clasp and opened its shell, the only thing it gave was a scream. A high-pitched, wailing, inhuman sound, somewhere between a kettle and a banshee. It filled his ears and rattled his bones. Hermione had tried silencing charms. Even Fred and George had offered to rig something clever. But nothing could tame the noise, nor turn it into something useful. It was not a scream to frighten. It was a scream to conceal. Underscore 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 underscore. Harry tried everything. He listened with the egg in closets, in the owlery, under his pillow. He submerged it in a sink in the boys' bathroom, once. That ended with a flooded floor and a howler from Filch. He began to dread the sound. And worse, he began to fear the next task. Because the dragon had been terrible, yes. But it had been visible. Tangible. This next trial hid behind sound. And Harry, still without Ron's support, still wary of asking Dumbledore or McGonagall, found himself drifting into days where he went through classes as though underwater. Quiet, slow, unseeing. Until Cedric stopped him in the corridor. "You should try the egg in the bath," he said, eyes not unfriendly. Harry blinked. "What?" "Take it to the prefect's bathroom. Use the taps." Cedric hesitated. "That's how I cracked it." Then he was gone. Not gloating. Not condescending. Just offering. Harry watched him go, confused, but grateful. Underscore 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 underscore. That night, guided by a borrowed password, Pine Fresh, Harry slipped through the 7th floor corridors to a polished oak door. The prefect's bathroom was unlike any space he'd ever seen in the castle. Vast, vaulted, and marble-floored, it looked more like a spa than a school facility. A single, gleaming bathtub stretched the length of the room, more like a small pool. Fitted with dozens of jeweled taps, each with its own scent, color, and charm. The walls shimmered with enchanted tiles depicting mermaids, kelpies, and other aquatic creatures, all moving serenely behind the surfaces. Harry locked the door behind him. Steam curled into the air as he turned on the taps, selecting several at random. Jets of hot, foaming water, lilac and blue and honeygold, poured into the enormous tub. He undressed, set the golden egg on the side, and slipped in, the water hotter than he expected, but soothing, welcoming. The tension of weeks bled from his shoulders. But he hadn't come to relax. Carefully, he reached for the egg. He opened it, and, as expected, the shriek tore through the air. He flinched. Then, remembering Cedric's words, he held his breath and lowered it beneath the water. The sound shifted. Still a melody, but no longer a wail. Underwater, the egg sang. Muffled and strange, but coherent. "Come seek us where our voices sound. We cannot sing above the ground. And while you're searching, ponder this. We've taken what you'll sorely miss. An hour long you'll have to look to recover what we took. But past an hour, the prospect's black. Too late, it's gone, it won't come back." Harry surfaced, gasping, water streaming down his face. The voice had been high, lilting, mermaid-like, but distant. The message was a riddle, yes, but it was also a warning. They would take something from him. Something he would miss. He'd have 1 hour to retrieve it. And the singing could only be heard beneath water. That meant the task would take place in the lake. And that meant he'd have to find a way to breathe underwater. Underscore 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 underscore. He remained in the bath a while longer, letting the warmth and steam clear his thoughts. The task was no longer shapeless. It had detail now, and danger. He would have to descend into the dark lake. He would have to find a way to move, to see, to fight. And he would do it alone, because whatever had put his name in the goblet had not yet finished with him. He dried off slowly, dressed, and closed the egg. The silence in the room was different now. Not ignorance, but knowledge waiting. As December deepened, the grounds of Hogwarts transformed into a frozen wonderland. Snow clung to every parapet, and icicles as long as broomsticks hung from the high windows. The lake had iced over completely, smooth and reflective as a polished mirror. Even the whomping willow stood still, its limbs stiff with frost. The air was sharp and silver with cold, and inside the castle, the fireplaces roared constantly. Yet the chill of winter did little to cool the feverish excitement building among the students. The Yule Ball was approaching. A tradition of the Triwizard tournament, the Yule Ball was more than just a dance. It was a pageant, a spectacle, a rare invitation for students to indulge in a night of formality, fantasy, and carefully curated appearances. For many, it was an opportunity to dazzle. For Harry Potter, it was a problem. The champions were required to attend, and worse, required to open the event with the first dance. This, Harry had not anticipated. The concept of facing dragons and diving into lakes sat more easily in his mind than navigating a polished floor in front of hundreds of peers, expected to waltz as though it came naturally. He needed a partner. And quickly. But every time he tried to ask someone, the words dissolved. His courage, which had met Hungarian horntails without flinching, crumbled in the face of awkward silences and sideways glances. Ron, equally flustered, offered no help. Though they had begun speaking again, slowly, cautiously, their friendship remained slightly bruised, like a bone not yet fully healed. Hermione, however, remained inscrutable. Just ask someone, she told them both, one evening in the common room, eyes buried in a book. People like being asked. And if you leave it too long, they'll be gone. Ron muttered something under his breath that Harry didn't catch. Eventually, Harry gathered enough nerve to ask Cho Chang. She was kind. She smiled. But she had already said yes to Cedric Diggory. The rejection stung more than Harry expected. Ron fared no better, attempting to ask Fleur Delica, only to retreat mid-sentence, red-faced and tripping over his own name. By the time they turned, out of desperation, to Parvati Patil, she agreed, provided her twin, Padma, could come with Ron. Problem solved. But not well. Underscore 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 underscore. Christmas Eve arrived. The Great Hall had never looked grander. The usual floating candles had been replaced by crystal globes that glowed soft gold and silver. The ceiling glittered with enchanted snowfall that melted before it touched the floor. Evergreen garlands hung from the pillars, threaded with white roses and icicles that refracted the light like diamonds. The house tables were gone, replaced by dozens of smaller, round tables set for four. At the front of the room, a dais had been erected, upon which sat the champions and their partners, along with the tournament judges. Harry wore deep green dress robes, uncomfortable, unfamiliar, and tried not to shift too much under their weight. Parvati looked radiant in robes of shocking pink, adorned with silver thread. Fleur dazzled eye. En shimmering silver. Crumb, stiffer than usual, was surprisingly at ease beside Hermione, who appeared transformed. Her normally bushy hair was sleek and twisted elegantly, and her periwinkle blue dress robe shimmered as she moved. She smiled, and for a moment, Harry barely recognized her. Ron definitely didn't. He gaped for so long he nearly forgot to sit down. Hermione sat beside Victor, serene and unbothered. Ron, by contrast, burned scarlet. The dinner was lavish: lamb, salmon, roast potatoes, and bubbling pumpkin fizz. Plates refilled themselves. Plates vanished at a gesture. Conversation flowed around the hall like music, though at the champions' table, it stumbled in places. Ron refused to speak to Crumb. Hermione ignored Ron. Harry tried to pretend he didn't notice either of them. Then came the dance. Harry led Parvati onto the floor, feeling as though he were being led to the guillotine. The music, slow, melodic, was a far cry from the chaotic Quidditch energy he preferred. His steps were uneven. He trod on her toes more than once. Still, they made it through the opening number without catastrophe. Afterward, other students joined the floor. The tension eased. Fred and Angelina spun with practiced grace. Neville flailed happily with Ginny, both laughing. Even Professor McGonagall allowed herself a quiet sway with Dumbledore. The evening bloomed. Later, a band called the Weird Sisters took the stage, bagpipes, drums, and spell-enhanced instruments erupting into something loud and strange and utterly magical. Students flooded the floor. Laughter returned. Even the professors seemed content to step back and let chaos reign. Harry sat with Ron off to the side, both of them drinking butterbeer and watching Hermione laugh at something Crumb whispered in her ear. "She's not supposed to be enjoying herself that much," Ron muttered. Harry didn't reply. Because he saw now, clearly, what had been brewing. Not just jealousy, but confusion. Feelings neither of them had been prepared for. And somehow, that made the ball feel more dangerous than dragons. Underscore 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 underscore. Afterward, the snow outside had begun to fall in thick, gentle waves. Harry walked back toward Gryffindor Tower alone. The dance had passed. The pressure of expectation had lifted, for now. But as he reached the steps, his thoughts turned again to the tournament. To the egg. To the lake. And to the person, the hidden hand, who had placed him in the center of this game. The Yule Ball had been a night of music and mirth, but beneath the beauty, something darker stirred. Because while students danced, plots moved. And soon, they would surface. As December deepened, the grounds of Hogwarts transformed into a frozen wonderland. Snow clung to every parapet, and icicles as long as broomsticks hung from the high windows. The lake had iced over completely, smooth and reflective as a polished mirror. Even the whomping willow stood still, its limbs stiff with frost. The air was sharp and silver with cold, and inside the castle, the fireplaces roared constantly. Yet the chill of winter did little to cool the feverish excitement building among the students. The Yule Ball was approaching. A tradition of the Triwizard tournament, the Yule Ball was more than just a dance, it was a pageant, a spectacle, a rare invitation for students to indulge in a night of formality, fantasy, and carefully curated appearances. For many, it was an opportunity to dazzle. For Harry Potter, it was a problem. In this video, the story descends into deeper shadows as Harry uncovers buried truths about betrayal, legacy, and the weight of prophecy. The return of Voldemort shakes the magical world, and the innocence of youth gives way to the harsh reality of war, secrecy, and loss. These chapters reveal that the greatest threats aren't just monsters in the dark, they are hidden in bloodlines, institutions, and within the very people Harry once trusted most. Drop a like and let's get started. The champions were required to attend, and worse, required to open the event with the first dance. This, Harry had not anticipated. The concept of facing dragons and diving into lakes sat more easily in his mind than navigating a polished floor in front of hundreds of peers, expected to waltz as though it came naturally. He needed a partner. And quickly. But every time he tried to ask someone, the words dissolved. His courage, which had met Hungarian horntails without flinching, crumbled in the face of awkward silences and sideways glances. Ron, equally flustered, offered no help, though they had begun speaking again, slowly, cautiously. Their friendship remained slightly bruised, like a bone not yet fully healed. Hermione, however, remained inscrutable. Just ask someone, she told them both, one evening in the common room, eyes buried in a book. People like being asked. And if you leave it too long, they'll be gone. Ron muttered something under his breath that Harry didn't catch. Eventually, Harry gathered enough nerve to ask Cho Chang. She was kind. She smiled. But she had already said yes to Cedric Diggory. The rejection stung more than Harry expected. Ron fared no better, attempting to ask Fleur Delica, only to retreat mid-sentence, red-faced and tripping over his own name. By the time they turned, out of desperation, to Parvati Patil, she agreed, provided her twin, Padma, could come with Ron. Problem solved. But not well. Christmas Eve arrived. The Great Hall had never looked grander. The usual floating candles had been replaced by crystal globes that glowed soft gold and silver. The ceiling glittered with enchanted snowfall that melted before it touched the floor. Evergreen garlands hung from the pillars, threaded with white roses and icicles that refracted the light like diamonds. The house tables were gone, replaced by dozens of smaller, round tables set for four. At the front of the room, a dais had been erected, upon which sat the champions and their partners, along with the tournament judges. Harry wore deep green dress robes, uncomfortable, unfamiliar, and tried not to shift too much under their weight. Parvati looked radiant in robes of shocking pink, adorned with silver thread. Fleur dazzled in shimmering silver. Crumb, stiffer than usual, was surprisingly at ease beside Hermione, who appeared transformed. Her normally bushy hair was sleek and twisted elegantly, and her periwinkle blue dress robe shimmered as she moved. She smiled, and for a moment, Harry barely recognized her. Ron definitely didn't. He gaped for so long he nearly forgot to sit down. Hermione sat beside Victor, serene and unbothered. Ron, by contrast, burned scarlet. The dinner was lavish: lamb, salmon, roast potatoes, and bubbling pumpkin fizz. Plates refilled themselves. Plates vanished at a gesture. Conversation flowed around the hall like music, though at the champions' table, it stumbled in places. Ron refused to speak to Crumb. Hermione ignored Ron. Harry tried to pretend he didn't notice either of them. Then came the dance. Harry led Parvati onto the floor, feeling as though he were being led to the guillotine. The music, slow, melodic, was a far cry from the chaotic Quidditch energy he preferred. His steps were uneven. He trod on her toes more than once. Still, they made it through the opening number without catastrophe. Afterward, other students joined the floor. The tension eased. Fred and Angelina spun with practiced grace. Neville flailed happily with Ginny, both laughing. Even Professor McGonagall allowed herself a quiet sway with Dumbledore. The evening bloomed. Later, a band called the Weird Sisters took the stage, bagpipes, drums, and spell-enhanced instruments erupting into something loud and strange and utterly magical. Students flooded the floor. Laughter returned. Even the professors seemed content to step back and let chaos reign. Harry sat with Ron off to the side, both of them drinking butterbeer and watching Hermione laugh at something Crumb whispered in her ear. "She's not supposed to be enjoying herself that much," Ron muttered. Harry didn't reply. Because he saw now, clearly, what had been brewing. Not just jealousy, but confusion. Feelings neither of them had been prepared for. And somehow, that made the ball feel more dangerous than dragons. Afterward, the snow outside had begun to fall in thick, gentle waves. Harry walked back toward Gryffindor Tower alone. The dance had passed. The pressure of expectation had lifted, for now. But as he reached the steps, his thoughts turned again to the tournament. To the egg. To the lake. And to the person, the hidden hand, who had placed him in the center of this game. The Yule Ball had been a night of music and mirth, but beneath the beauty, something darker stirred. Because while students danced, plots moved. And soon, they would surface. Winter did not loosen its grip on Hogwarts. The castle remained rimed in frost, and the black lake, frozen at its edges, glinted like obsidian beneath the thin January sun. Only the ever-burning torches inside gave warmth, and even they flickered oddly, as if affected by some deeper chill that had nothing to do with the weather. The Yule Ball had passed, leaving behind strange quiet. Whispers had shifted. The focus was no longer on gowns or pairings, but on the second task. A challenge still cloaked in mystery, though the champions were expected to prepare. Harry, unlike the others, now knew where the task would take place. The egg song had made it clear, the lake held the trial. And time, 1 hour, was the key. He would be required to find and retrieve something stolen from him. Something vital. But what he still lacked was a way to breathe underwater. He searched in vain for weeks, through library tomes, through whispered questions to older students, for any magic that would allow him to remain submerged for an hour without drowning. Hermione tried to help, but nothing she found provided a practical solution. Most spells were too advanced. Most potions required ingredients not available to students. The bubblehead charm was inconsistent in long-duration tests, and gillyweed, mentioned in passing in one text, was unfamiliar and impossible to acquire. Harry grew desperate. The date of the second task approached like the ticking of a massive, invisible clock. And he had no answer. The night before the task, Harry fell asleep in the common room, books piled around him like a barricade. Dreams came quickly, dark, misted, shapeless, until they were interrupted by a loud pop. Standing before him was Dobby. The house elf looked frantic, ears twitching. Harry Potter must not miss the task, he squeaked. He must swim. Must find what they took. Harry blinked awake. Dobby. I don't know how. Dobby shoved a small bundle into his hand. A damp, knotted lump of green plant. Gillyweed, Dobby whispered. Eat it just before. It will help Harry Potter breathe. Then he was gone. No explanation. No further questions. Harry stared at the bundle. There was nothing else left to try. The next morning, the stands by the Black Lake were filled with bundled spectators. The cold was bitter, but magical wards kept the worst of the wind at bay. Judges from all 3 schools sat beneath enchanted canopies, quills ready. The champion stood on the icy shore, wrapped in cloaks. Cedric nodded to Harry. Crumb stood silent. Flo exhaled into her hands. Bagman's voice rang through a sonorous charm. Champions, you have 1 hour to retrieve what has been taken from you. Begin, now. Without hesitation, Harry shoved the gillyweed into his mouth. It tasted like rotten spinach. His stomach flipped. His throat tightened. Then, pain. His neck tingled, then burned. He fell to his knees, clutching his sides. Panic swelled. Suddenly, he couldn't breathe. Then, he could. Through gills. He gasped, water flooding into his lungs, and realized he could no longer breathe air. He dove into the lake. Underwater, the world changed. His skin felt slick. His eyes, unburdened by goggles, saw clearly. His limbs moved with newfound ease, webbing between his fingers and toes, muscles streamlined. The water was cold, but not piercing. He swam downward, deeper and deeper. Strange creatures passed in the gloom, darting fish, pale eels, plant life like waving fingers. The deeper he went, the darker the world became. Only the faint glimmer of his wand offered light. Minutes passed. Then music. Haunting, familiar. Mermaids. Their voices called through the water, not with warmth, but with ancient knowing. Come seek us where our voices sound. They circled him at a distance, their eyes yellow and unblinking, their tails flashing silver in the gloom. He followed them. Then, he saw it. A structure beneath the lake, ancient stone, half-ruined, as though built long ago and swallowed by water. Tied among the pillars were 4 figures, floating gently, their eyes closed, unmoving. He recognized them instantly. Ron. Hermione. Jo. Gabrielle Delica. Each tethered to a stone, unmoving. The realization struck Harry like a current. He had to choose. The riddle had said, 1. But who would the others save? Cedric arrived seconds later, grabbed Cho, and nodded at Harry before ascending. Crumb arrived soon after, his face transformed by a partial shark transfiguration. He took Hermione and swam away. Fleur did not come. Panic surged. Gabrielle remained. A child. Alone. Harry waited, 10 seconds, 20, then made a decision. He pulled his wand. Slashed the bonds. Freed Ron first, who floated limply into his arms. Then Gabrielle. The merpeople hissed, surrounding him, angry. Only one, they gestured. Harry ignored them. He kicked upward, dragging both with him. The weight slowed him. The gills began to ache. The light grew closer. Then, the surface. He broke through, gasping, coughing water, dragging Ron and Gabrielle onto a floating platform. Cheers erupted from the shore. Madame Maxim rushed forward to take Gabrielle. Bagman helped Ron to his feet. Harry collapsed, half frozen, but alive. Later, warm and dry, wrapped in blankets by the fire in the castle, the champions were called to hear their scores. Crumb awarded for speed and execution. Cedric, credited for quick thinking. Fleur awarded partial points. She had been attacked by Grindylows and failed to reach Gabrielle. Harry, though last to surface, had rescued more than one hostage, and for his moral judgment, was granted full marks by Dumbledore and Bagman. Karkaroff protested, but was overruled. The scoreboard now showed a narrow margin between the champions, and Harry near the top. But Harry felt no triumph. What lingered was the image of the hostages, drifting in the dark. Of time slipping away. Of breath nearly lost. And, most of all, of how close he had come to failing. The water, he realized, had held more than just the challenge. It had held a warning. There was something deeper still to come. In the weeks following the second task, a slow, uncertain calm settled over Hogwarts. The excitement of the Yule Ball had faded. The roar of the crowd at the lake had quieted. Even the gossip, always persistent, seemed to retreat like a tide. Classes resumed their normal pace, homework piled up, and life at the castle pressed forward as if determined to forget the storm building at its edges. But Harry couldn't forget. He had faced 2 trials, both near fatal, both unasked for. And though he had survived, he had not escaped. The golden egg, once mysterious, now sat empty and cracked. The riddle had been solved. But the tournament itself still hung over him like a curse half-cast. The third task loomed, undefined, unexplained, and waiting. And something else, older and darker, stirred beneath it. Then came the summons. It arrived one evening. Quietly, Dumbledore requested Harry's presence in his office. No reason given. No urgency declared. But the request came through Professor McGonagall's lips with a firmness that left no room for refusal. Harry climbed the stairs of the spiral tower, the moving steps carrying him toward a door carved with runes and crowned with a brass griffin knocker. He murmured the password. Fizzing Wisby, newly changed, and stepped into the warmth of the headmaster's office. It was unchanged, cluttered, cozy, filled with ticking objects and silent portraits. Fawkes the Phoenix dozed on his perch, his feathers glowing faintly in the candlelight. Dumbledore stood beside his desk, not behind it, as though too restless for formality. "Thank you for coming, Harry," he said gently. "There's something I wish to show you. Something I believe may matter greatly before long." He gestured to a shallow, wide stone basin upon a cabinet, its surface filled with silvery light swirling softly like clouded water. Strange symbols rimmed its edge. "A pensive," Dumbledore said. "For storing and examining thoughts. Memories, specifically." Harry leaned closer. The light wasn't just silver, it was alive, shifting in texture, depthless and infinite. "It allows one to step outside their own mind," Dumbledore continued, "to study what has been and how it unfolded. I have collected many such memories." He looked at Harry, blue eyes sharp beneath his half-moon spectacles. "Today, I ask you to look with me." And before Harry could reply, Dumbledore touched his wand to the surface. The silvery mass leapt up and pulled them in. They landed in a cold, wood-paneled courtroom. Rows of high-backed chairs ringed a sunken floor where a young Dumbledore sat with quill and wand. Shadows flickered from torches. In the center, a man stood in chains, Igor Karkaroff, pale, nervous, his eyes darting. The Wizengamot convened above. Karkaroff named names, former Death Eaters, traitors, liars. Some were dismissed. Others not. And then, he spoke a name that chilled the air, Severus Snape. A murmur spread through the chamber. But the younger Dumbledore raised his hand. "Severus Snape has turned spy against Voldemort," he said. "And his life has been risked more than once to deliver us critical information." Karkaroff scowled. The courtroom faded. A new scene bloomed. This one, louder, more intense. A man shouted, Barty Crouch Sr., stern and ruthless, as a trial unfolded before him. For figures were shackled before the court. One of them, Barty Crouch Jr., thin, wild-eyed, pleading. "They are guilty of torturing the Longbottoms into madness," thundered Crouch. "They used the Cruciator's curse for sport. They will be sent to Azkaban." Crouch Jr. looked at his father with desperation, calling to him, begging. Crouch did not flinch. The courtroom swirled again. Harry staggered as he re-entered Dumbledore's office, the rush of returning reality tightening around his ribs. His heart pounded. "Those were real?" he asked. "They were," Dumbledore replied calmly. "Extracted from those who bore them." Harry's mind spun. Barty Crouch Jr., the son of a respected ministry official, had been a Death Eater. He'd helped torture Neville's parents into insanity. And Karkaroff, now headmaster of Durmstrang and a tournament judge, had once served Voldemort. "Why show me this?" Harry asked. Dumbledore looked grave. "Because the past matters, Harry. Not only what we remember, but what we choose to examine." He walked to the pensive, placed the lid gently over it. "I believe dark forces have returned to the edges of our world. Slowly, quietly. And I believe this tournament may be more than a simple contest of skill." He didn't say Voldemort's name. He didn't have to. Harry felt it. The pressure in the air. The pulling of strings behind the curtain. The coincidences piling up, sharp as glass. And now, with these memories, a larger shape forming. I'm trying to connect pieces, Dumbledore added. But the puzzle is changing as I look. Harry remained silent for a long time. Then he nodded. He understood. Whatever the next task was, it was no longer the greatest threat. Someone, was circling. And Dumbledore, at last, had allowed him a glimpse of the deeper war already underway. June arrived at Hogwarts not with gentle breezes or soft blossoms, but with the silent promise of an ending. The third task was upon them. In the days leading up to it, the atmosphere in the castle turned heavy with expectation. The tournament had tested flame and water, now it would test mind and magic. Unlike the spectacle of dragons or the mystery of the lake, the third challenge would be fought in a place of isolation, where each champion faced themselves as much as the obstacles ahead. They would enter a maze. The announcement was made publicly by Ludo Bagman, whose cheerfulness had begun to fray around the edges, though few noticed. On the evening of the task, he stood in the center of the pitch where the Quidditch stadium had been transformed into a vast labyrinth. Massive hedges rose high, taller than any seeker had ever flown, and pulsed faintly with enchantments. Their leaves were thick, dark, and rustled without wind. The maze filled the pitch entirely, its paths twisting and turning, shifting slightly even as one looked at them. Inside lay obstacles, magical creatures, spells, riddles, traps. At the center, the Triwizard Cup. Whichever champion touched it first would win. But reaching it was a trial of both endurance and judgment. Harry spent the day of the task in an odd kind of silence. No one knew what exactly lay in the maze, not even the champions. The professors who had helped design it refused to speak. Only Dumbledore watched Harry with a calm that felt less like detachment and more like grim permission. Themselves. Bagman entered, eye scanning them all with a practiced smile. Right then. You'll enter the maze at intervals based on your scores. Harry, you and Cedric go first. Then Victor, then Fleur. The rules were reviewed one last time. No contact. No attacking fellow champions. Distress would trigger magical extraction. Then Bagman stepped outside. The stands surrounding the stadium were packed. Students, faculty, foreign guests, all watching the hedges like spectators at an arena of fate. Dumbledore raised his wand. A cannon sounded. Harry and Cedric entered the maze. The hedges closed behind them. The world outside vanished. The air inside was still, strangely warm, and unnaturally silent, as if the leaves themselves absorbed sound. The sky above was visible, but faded. The maze was not just physical, it was magical. Its very presence distorted direction, time, even sensation. Harry and Cedric nodded once, an unspoken truce, then turned in separate directions. And the maze moved. The path curved strangely beneath Harry's feet. Turning left felt like turning up. The wall shifted when he wasn't looking. The darkness within the hedges was unnaturally deep. Minutes passed. Or hours. Then, a sound. From around the corner, scuttling. Heavy. Harry raised his wand just in time to see a blast-ended scroot the size of a carriage charge from the shadows. It spewed flame from its stinger as it barreled toward him. He dove aside, cast Impedimenta, then Stupefy. The creature shrieked and collapsed, its armored hide still steaming. Breathing hard, he moved on. Next, a boggart, which erupted from a barrel in the form of a lifeless Ron, eyes glassy, skin grey. Ridiculous! Harry cried. The illusion shattered into smoke. Then, silence again. The maze folded around him. More than once, he felt he was walking in circles. He passed a sphinx who spoke a riddle, which he solved only by guesswork and instinct. Then a turn, a path straight ahead. At the far end, a flash of gold. The cup. But another figure approached it at the same moment. Cedric. They saw each other, both breathless, both battered. The maze trembled. From behind them, something moved, fast. Cedric turned too late. A figure emerged from the shadows, a person, not a creature. Crumb. But not as they had seen him before. His eyes glowed unnaturally. Under the imperious curse. He raised his wand at Cedric, face blank. Stupefy! Harry shouted, slamming Crumb into the hedge. Cedric turned, stunned. Thanks, he said quietly. They looked at the cup, now only feet away. Then at each other. Neither spoke. And together, silently, they reached for it at the same time. Their hands touched the cup. And the world vanished. They landed hard on cold earth. Not the stadium. Not Hogwarts. Gravestones rose around them. They were in a graveyard. The cup lay on its side, spinning slightly. It was a portkey. Cedric stood, brushing dirt from his robes, confusion darkening into alarm. Where are we? Then, a flash of green. Avada Kedavra. Harry turned just in time to see Cedric fall. Limp. Still. Gone. A shape moved in the darkness. A high, cold voice spoke. And Harry's scar burned as though split by a blade. The task was over. The trap had sprung. And the Dark Lord was waiting. They arrived with the cup. But not to victory. The graveyard into which Harry and Cedric fell was not part of any task. No enchantment surrounded it. No referees watched from the stands. There were no flags, no torches, no cheering. Only the stone. Cold and damp earth stretched in uneven rows of gravestones, jutting from the soil like broken teeth. Mist clung low, crawling between markers that bore forgotten names. A distant hill curved into the horizon, silhouetted by dead trees. The cup lay beside them, its metallic surface glinting with residual magic, fading, spent. Cedric rose first, brushing dirt from his sleeve. Where are we? Harry didn't answer. His scar had begun to burn. Not with a throb, not with discomfort, but with searing pain. His knees buckled as it stabbed through his head like a white-hot brand. Something was very wrong. A shape moved through the mist. A man, stooped, small, shuffling toward them with something cradled in his arms. Then it happened. A voice, high, cold, and clear, spoke. Kill the spare. A flash of green light exploded from the wand in the old man's hand. Cedric fell. No cry. No struggle. Just stillness. One moment standing, the next, gone. The ground accepted him without ceremony. Harry screamed. But it was cut short as the man's wand turned on him. Bind him! Ropes flew from the tip of the wand, twisting around Harry's limbs like snakes, dragging him backward toward a dark, stone cauldron at the center of a crooked clearing. He struggled, but it was no use. The ropes tightened, hauling him beside the cauldron, its contents already bubbling. Steam rose from its rim, filled with a foul scent, like metal and decay. The man stepped forward, revealing his face, Peter Pettigrew. Wormtail. He was older than Harry remembered, his hair thinner, his features drawn with guilt and fear. But his eyes gleamed with obedience. And in his arms, wrapped in thin cloth, was something that moved. Not a child. Not fully human. Small. Twisted. Hairless. Its skin gleamed, pale as parchment. Its hands clutched and uncurled in spasms. Its face, noseless, lipless, snake-like, turned toward Harry. Even bound, even broken, Harry recognized it. Voldemort. The ritual began. Wormtail moved mechanically, as though following a script. He approached the cauldron and tipped the thing into its depths. Steam hissed. The potion turned red, then green. The voice spoke again. Not from the creature, now gone beneath the surface, but from the air itself, weaving into the mist. Bone of the father, unknowingly given. Wormtail drew a bone from the earth, from a nearby grave, its headstone worn and pitted. He dropped it into the cauldron. A spark ignited deep in the brew. Flesh of the servant, willingly given. Harry screamed as Wormtail sliced off his own hand. It fell into the potion with a splash, and he staggered back, gasping, his arm a blooded stump. Blood of the enemy, forcibly taken. Harry struggled as the knife approached, but the bonds held firm. Pain bit into his arm as the blade sliced across his skin. Blood fell into a vial, then into the cauldron. The potion boiled. The cauldron shook. Steam rose, thick, curling, until it formed a pillar that glowed faintly with its own heat. Then, silence. A shape began to rise from within. Human-shaped. Whole. Pale skin. Red eyes. Black robes clinging to a tall, skeletal frame. A face returned from the abyss. Lord Voldemort stood again. He took his time, stretching fingers as if testing the boundaries of flesh. His eyes gleamed, not with emotion, but calculation, the joyless satisfaction of a plan realized. He looked at his hands. Flexed them. Raised his wand. The sky crackled as he cast a spell, a jet of fire that soared upward and vanished. He turned toward Wormtail, who knelt in agony, his wand wrapped in a bloody cloth. "Your service is noted," Voldemort said coldly. He flicked his wand. Silver light spiraled toward Wormtail's stump, forming a new hand, shining, strong, inhuman. "Let us call the others." He raised his wand. From the dark, robed figures began to apparate, one by one, encircling the clearing. Men and women, their faces hidden behind masks, their eyes wide with fear and reverence. Death Eaters. They knelt. Voldemort walked among them, speaking softly. He named them. Some trembled. Others stared straight ahead. He spoke of their failings. Of their absence. Of their cowardice. He forgave none. Then he turned to Harry. Still bound. Still watching. "You see, Harry," he said quietly, "the boy who escaped me is now here, at my feet." He paced. "My return is no longer prophecy. It is fact." He raised his wand. And without hesitation, cast the Cruciator's curse. Pain exploded through Harry's body, white and limitless. His bones screamed. His nerves shattered. There was no up, no down, only agony. And then it ended. Voldemort smiled. But it wasn't enough. He stepped back. "Now, we duel." He cut Harry's bonds. "Bo," he said mockingly. Harry stood, barely. His wand was still in his hand. They circled. Spells flew, red and green. Then, a strange collision. As their spells met midair, something impossible happened. Golden light connected their wands. A thread. A bond. Voldemort's wand shook. Harry's pulsed. A dome of light expanded around them, trapping them within. A sound of music began to hum from the core of the connection. Then, shapes began to emerge from Voldemort's wand. Figures. First a man, regal, elderly, with glasses and grief in his eyes. Frank Bryce. Then, Bertha Jorkins. Then, Cedric. And finally, a man and a woman. James and Lily Potter. They surrounded Harry. Their voices were whispers, carried on the wind. "Hold on, Harry. You must get to the cup. We're here, we'll protect you." Voldemort screamed in rage. The light swelled. The spirits surged forward. Harry turned, ran. He dove towards Cedric's body, grabbed the cup, and disappeared. Gone from the graveyard. Back to Hogwarts. But forever changed. The Triwizard cup dropped from the sky into the center of the Hogwarts pitch, glowing faintly with residual magic. But it was no longer a trophy. No longer a symbol of glory or achievement. It was a portkey, and it returned not a champion, but a body. Cedric Diggory lay sprawled across the grass, still, his robes torn and darkened by earth. His face was untouched, peaceful, as if asleep. But he did not stir. And beside him, Harry, alive, trembling, barely upright, clutched Cedric's arm as though trying to anchor himself in a world that had just tilted off its axis. The silence from the stands was deafening. Then a single scream shattered it. Amos Diggory, who had watched with pride moments earlier, now ran forward, his voice breaking open the air. He dropped beside his son, gathering Cedric's head in his lap, rocking him, sobbing without shape or breath. His cries echoed through the pitch like a spell gone wrong. Students stood frozen. Professors rushed forward. Dumbledore moved fastest. Harry, dazed, fell to his knees as Mad-Eye Moody lifted him away from the crowd. "Come on," Moody said roughly. "We need to talk." "You're in shock." The crowd blurred behind them. Harry could no longer hear Amos. He could no longer feel the grass beneath his feet. Only his scar still throbbed, and the weight of what he had seen pressed down on him like 1,000 stones. Moody guided him into the castle, through shadowed corridors, into his office. The door shut. And something changed. Harry slumped into a chair, breathing raggedly. Moody did not offer comfort. He circled Harry slowly, his magical eye rolling madly, his real one unblinking. "You saw him," he said quietly. "Didn't you?" Harry looked up. "Yes." "Voldemort. He's back. He killed Cedric." Moody smiled. But it wasn't a kind smile. It was satisfied. Triumphant. Too late, Harry realized something was wrong. Far too late. Moody's voice grew sharper. "Where did he take you? What did he say? What form did he take?" Harry blinked. "What? How did he do it?" Moody snapped. "What spell? What did he use to return?" Harry backed slightly in his chair. The fear that had gripped him in the graveyard began to rise again, inexplicably. Only now, it was here, in the castle. And Moody wasn't Moody. Not really. The man's features flickered for a moment, subtle, almost imperceptible, as if something beneath his skin had twitched. "I never told you what the tasks would be, Potter," Moody said suddenly, too calmly. "And yet, you always knew. The dragons. The egg. Even the maze." Harry's blood ran cold. He tried to rise. Moody flicked his wand. Harry's limbs froze. "You're just a boy," the man sneered. "But you've been the key to it all. The mark. The prophecy. The path to his return." He reached for a small hip flask, drained it in one gulp. And the transformation began. Not a glamour spell. Not a simple disguise. But a full-body polyjuice unraveling. The real Mad-Eye Moody vanished. And in his place, a man with wild eyes, a lip curling in madness, and a voice that trembled with fanatic joy. Barty Crouch Jr. Dumbledore burst into the office seconds later. Behind him, Snape and McGonagall. A brief struggle. One spell, one strike, and Crouch was disarmed, bound, thrown to the floor. Harry collapsed. Dumbledore said nothing at first. He checked Harry carefully, restored movement to his limbs, then turned to Crouch. With a truth serum, veritaserum, taken from Snape's stores, Crouch began to speak. And the truth unraveled. The real Alastair Moody had been imprisoned in his own magical trunk since the start of the year. Barty Crouch Jr., presumed dead in Azkaban, had escaped, aided by his mother and father, concealed by Polyjuice, hidden by charm and cunning. He had entered Harry's name in the goblet. He had manipulated the tournament to guide Harry to the graveyard. He had been Voldemort's servant. All year long. Hours later, Harry sat in Dumbledore's office, silent. Fawkes perched beside him, warm and still. Outside, the sun had begun to rise. And somewhere in the castle, Amos Diggory mourned his son. The Triwizard tournament was over. But Harry had brought back no victory. Only the body of a friend. Only the truth of a resurrection. And the name the world still refused to believe. Voldemort. The morning after the third task was hushed. Hogwarts, so often a place of noise and laughter, moved with the caution of a house in mourning. Students spoke in whispers. Professors moved with tightened expressions. The banners in the Great Hall were muted, subdued by magic. No victor had been crowned. No celebration declared. Instead, the fourth-year dormitories of Gryffindor remained still, save for the boy who had not slept. Harry Potter sat by the window. He had not changed his clothes. Had not washed. Had barely moved. In his mind, the moments replayed, over and over. The green flash. The graveyard. The blood. The voice of Voldemort. He was back. Not in spirit, not as shadow. In flesh. The scar on Harry's forehead no longer throbbed, but it tingled, faintly, like a mark still burning below the skin. A reminder. Across the castle, a different kind of work had begun. Dumbledore was no longer patient. In the early hours, Dumbledore summoned those he trusted most. McGonagall, who had wept when she heard the news. Snape, whose expression was unreadable but whose agreement to serve again had been immediate. And others, not from within Hogwarts, but beyond. Sirius Black appeared that morning in his dog form, slipping past wards and sentries to arrive in the headmaster's office. There, behind closed doors, a name was spoken for the first time in 13 years, the Order of the Phoenix. Dumbledore had wasted no time reassembling its members. He sent Fawkes with messages across continents. He dispatched trusted allies to watch the Ministry, to monitor the Department of Mysteries, to reach out to known sympathizers before Voldemort could. He knew how the enemy would move. Because he knew who would not. At the Ministry of Magic, the arrival of the news was met not with urgency, but suspicion. Cornelius Fudge, Minister of Magic, had visited Hogwarts personally. He had stood over Cedric Diggory's body. He had questioned Harry himself. He had watched as Barty Crouch Jr., still under veritaserum, confessed to serving Voldemort. And yet, when Dumbledore said the words, "He is back," Fudge had drawn back. He would not believe it. Would not accept it. Because to do so would be to admit failure, that the Ministry's security was a lie, that the peace they had so long praised was a shadow, and that war was not only coming, but already begun. Instead, Fudge called the death an accident. Called the boy a liar. Refused to take possession of Crouch Jr., and insisted he be given the Dementor's kiss. Before the full trial could be held. Within hours, the only witness to Voldemort's return had been rendered a soulless husk. and the ministry returned to silence. Hogwarts, by contrast, remembered. Cedric Diggory's death was not erased. A memorial was held. Simple. Sincere. Students and teachers filled the great hall in silence as Professor Sprout spoke of the boy who had embodied every value Hufflepuff held dear. Who had shown kindness without expectation. Who had died not because of rivalry, but because he was there. No house banners hung. Only black drapery. Harry did not speak. He stood in the back beside Ron and Hermione, hands clenched, throat dry. When the students were dismissed, many approached Harry quietly. Some placed hands on his shoulder. Some said nothing. But their eyes said what words could not. They had begun to believe him. But belief was not protection. In the days that followed, Hogwarts emptied. The tournament had ended, but no one felt like celebrating. Parents arrived early to collect their children. The Hogwarts Express departed sooner than usual. The ride back was subdued. Even Fred and George, usually fonts of mischief, sat quietly, murmuring about something called a joke shop plan but without enthusiasm. Harry stared out the window the whole way back, watching the countryside roll by, the sky overcast. At King's Cross, Sirius appeared again in dog form, walking beside him until the barrier. Then Harry stood before the Dursleys once more. They did not ask questions. He did not speak. But as he turned to leave, Dumbledore's voice echoed in his mind. Something said privately, just before he left the castle, "You have shouldered more than any child should bear. And yet you return, not for comfort, but because you must. That is what makes you strong, Harry." That summer would be long. Harry would wait. Voldemort would gather strength. And the wizarding world, blind in its denial, would not see what had already begun. The war had returned. Summer had returned to Privet Drive, but not the kind found in storybooks or postcards. The days were bright and hot, but to Harry Potter they carried no warmth. The grass was dry, the sun harsh, and the air heavy with stillness. Since returning from Hogwarts, he had spent most of his time in forced silence, cut off from the magical world that now stirred with danger. The Dursleys had resumed their usual pattern: indifference, fear, and begrudging tolerance. Harry was fed, barely. Spoken to, rarely. And left alone for long str. Ed. He would wander the pavements of Little Whinging, often ending up at a small, graffiti-marked playground a few streets away. He'd sit on the swings, let the metal chains creak beneath his weight, and watch the sky. Sometimes, he imagined the clouds forming into familiar shapes: a broomstick, a phoenix, a wand. But even imagination felt dull lately. On one such evening, late in July, he found himself walking alone, the sun already set. A storm threatened in the distance. The sky darkened prematurely. Harry turned down a narrow alley, the shortcut between Magnolia Crescent and Wisteria Walk, the same one Dudley Dursley and his gang often used to sneak back home unseen. Harry heard laughter. Dudley's voice. Loud and crude. Accompanied by jeers and the heavy thud of trainers on pavement. Harry stepped into the alley and crossed paths with his cousin, who was red-faced and swaggering with false confidence. Dudley wore boxing gear, newly won from some Muggle youth club. And his friends had already dispersed into the night. Out for another walk, freak! Dudley sneered. Harry didn't answer. Words felt empty. But the tension between them sparked quickly. Dudley prodded at Harry with insults about Cedric, phrases he didn't understand but had overheard from Harry's fevered nightmares. Harry's hand tightened around his wand, concealed in his pocket. Then, the air changed. Suddenly. Dramatically. Warm summer night turned cold in an instant. The heat was sucked from the air. Harry's breath frosted in front of him. and he knew, without doubt, what was coming. "Run," Harry hissed to Dudley. But Dudley didn't move. The alley was now black, darker than it should have been. Then they descended. Two Dementors, tall and hooded, their forms gliding through the air like smoke clothed in shadow. Harry drew his wand. Expecto Patronum! Nothing. Panic surged. The Dementors moved faster, their faces, or what lay beneath their hoods, looming closer, drawing breath from the air around them. Expecto Patronum! A faint wisp of silver, but not enough. Then the cold sharpened. Dudley collapsed, choking. Harry felt the weight of the graveyard again, Cedric's eyes. His own screams. And then, he remembered. The stag. The warmth of it. "We must get you out of here." But how? Who sent them? Mrs. Figg's face twisted. That's what we must find out. Back at number 4, Harry carried Dudley inside. The Dursleys were frantic, angry, and confused. Petunia screamed. Vernon blamed Harry. Dudley could not speak clearly, only mutter about cold and shadows. Then the owl arrived. A letter from the Ministry. Harry James Potter. You have been found in violation of the decree for the reasonable restriction of underage sorcery. You are hereby expelled from Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. A representative of the Ministry will arrive to destroy your wand. Harry stared at the parchment. The words blurred. Expelled. Cut off. Alone. But another owl arrived, this one with an urgent message from Arthur Weasley. Do not leave the house. Do not surrender your wand. Dumbledore is handling it. So Harry Saturday. In the smallest bedroom of number 4. Waiting. Once again, between two worlds. Rejected by one, endangered by the other. And for the first time since Voldemort's return, he understood. They weren't going to protect him. The heat of midsummer had not lifted, but within the walls of number 4 Privet Drive, the air had turned to iron. Harry waited in silence for 2 full days following the Dementor attack, each moment a slow erosion of patience and control. No word from Dumbledore. No message from Hogwarts. The only communication, that Ministry decree, expulsion, threat of wand destruction, and silence. The Dursleys said little. Dudley remained pale and confused, muttering about cold that hadn't existed. Vernon had seethed, his moustache bristling with rage at the constant flurry of owls and Harry's refusal to explain. Petunia had flitted between suspicion and fear, whispering occasionally about that awful boy from her childhood. But on the evening of the 3rd day, all that changed. There was no knock. No polite arrival. Just the unmistakable sound of a crack, and then another, and another, like thunder trapped in a bottle. In an instant, the living room was filled with witches and wizards. Mad-Eye Moody, his electric blue eye spinning wildly. Nymphadora Tonks, hair bright pink, wand raised. Kingsley Shacklebolt, tall and calm, his voice like velvet over stone. Remus Lupin, pale and tired, but steady. They were followed by others Harry didn't know. They said nothing at first, only scanned the house, ensuring it was secure. Then Tonks turned to Harry with a grin and said, "Time to go, Potter." Harry grabbed his things. No explanations were offered to the Dursleys. And just like that, he left. Into the night. Into the unknown. The flight across London was swift and surreal. They flew, broomsticks and stealth charms, across the rooftops, slipping between clouds, weaving through open sky. The city below glowed with amber lights and summer haze, oblivious to the silent wall rising above it. Harry said nothing. Moody led the formation. Tonks hovered beside Harry, occasionally nudging his broom with playful control, though her eyes remained watchful. When they finally descended, it was to a quiet street in a forgotten corner of London. A row of old houses, tall, brick, all seemingly the same. Until the air shimmered. And between number 11 and number 13, a house emerged, pushing its way into existence, brick by brick, window by window, like a secret returning to memory. Number 12, Grimmauld Place. Inside, the air was musty with age. The entrance hall was long and dimly lit, its wallpaper peeling, its chandelier coated in dust. Mounted on the walls were portraits, sleeping, and a severed house elf's head nailed above the umbrella stand. It was not welcoming. Not even remotely. And Harry immediately understood, this was no safe house. It was a stronghold. A relic. "Welcome to HQ," Tonks said, leading him past the foyer. "Don't touch anything." The house groaned around them. Every surface felt heavy, as though soaked in memory and dark magic. Down the hall, voices rose. Then, a figure turned the corner. Sirius Black. He did not smile at first. Only looked, eyes sharp, dark hair longer than Harry remembered, a beard shadowing his face. Then he stepped forward and embraced Harry tightly. "You're here," Sirius said, his voice low. At last. The kitchen served as the headquarters. Long, wooden, scorched by time and fire. Maps and scrolls littered the table. Dumbledore's name came up often in conversation, though he was not present. Here, Harry learned the truth. The house belonged to Sirius's family, the House of Black, one of the oldest pureblood lines in wizarding history. Twisted by hatred, elitism, and dark magic, it had been all but abandoned until now. And now it served the Order of the Phoenix. A secret group, resurrected by Dumbledore, to fight Voldemort from the shadows. Members came and went. Harry saw familiar faces, Molly and Arthur Weasley, Bill, Charlie, Fred and George, Hermione, and finally Ron, who welcomed him with a mixture of relief and guilt. "I wanted to write," Ron muttered, but Dumbledore said. "I know," Harry said flatly. Hermione hugged him tightly. "You're safe now." But safe was not a word Harry trusted anymore. For the first time since the graveyard, Harry sat with people who believed him. They listened. Not just to the facts, but to the fear beneath them. He told them what had happened, the cup, the portkey, Cedric, the rebirth of Voldemort, the Death Eaters, the duel. No one questioned it. Because they had seen this war before. They knew what it meant. And they knew what was coming. Sirius brought Harry to a small room upstairs, dusty, with a sloped ceiling and a single window, and told him he could stay as long as he liked. "You're not a guest," he said. "You're family." And Harry, for the first time in days, allowed himself to breathe. But that night, as the house creaked and the portraits whispered, he stood by the window and looked out at the silent street below. Number 12 was a refuge. But it was not peace. Not anymore. August dawned with little ceremony. The days within number 12, Grimmauld Place, passed in a slow, heavy rhythm. The headquarters of the Order of the Phoenix bustled with quiet, constant activity. Members came and went, bringing news, sending messages, assembling plans in corners of the house where the wallpaper still bore the residue of long-dead enchantments. But for Harry, the calm was thin, fragile. He had not been expelled, not yet, but the threat still hung over him like an unshed curse. Then the owl arrived. It bore the seal of the Ministry of Magic. To Harry James Potter. You are hereby required to attend a disciplinary hearing at the Ministry of Magic at 9 a.m. on the 12th of August for a violation of the decree for the reasonable restriction of underage sorcery. No courtroom. No mention of witnesses. No offer of defense. Just a date. And a time. And the unspoken warning between the lines. You are alone. On the morning of the 12th, Harry rose before dawn. He ate little. Spoke even less. Sirius offered to accompany him, but Dumbledore had already warned against it. The Ministry was watching. Sirius Black, a wanted man, walking into the heart of magical law would be suicide. So Harry went with Arthur Weasley instead. They travelled by Muggle means, through the London Underground, past half-empty platforms and sleepy commuters, the magic of the Ministry hidden beneath the feet of an unaware city. Arthur was cheerful, pointing out turnstiles and train advertisements with genuine curiosity. But Harry could feel the tension behind his words. When they arrived at a faded telephone box near Whitehall, Arthur stepped inside first. He dialed the number. "Welcome to the Ministry of Magic," said a cool female voice. "Please state your name and business." "Harry Potter." "Disciplinary hearing," said Harry. "Thank you." "Visitor badge number 6. A badge slid into a tray. They descended. And the world shifted. The Ministry of Magic spread out beneath London like a city of polished stone and enchanted ceilings. Tall fireplaces lined the atrium, points for Flu network travel, and gold-lettered signs floated above polished floors. Wizards bustled past in robes and boots, briefcases in hand, parchment swirling beside them. But Harry had no time to admire it. Because they did not take him to a courtroom. They took him down. Far below the main levels. Into the old courtrooms, unused since the trials of Death Eaters after the First War. Here, torches lit the stone. The air was colder. The corridors longer. Arthur's face grew tight. "This is wrong," he muttered. But they kept walking. At the end of the corridor, a vast chamber waited. Tiered benches circled a stone floor, and above it, the members of the Wizengamot sat in rows. Some wore plum-colored robes. Others bore ministry pins. Their faces were cold, formal, unreadable. At the center, a chair with chains. Harry was told to sit. He did. The chains did not bind him, not yet. From behind a high podium, Cornelius Fudge, Minister of Magic, opened the hearing. His tone was clipped. Unsmiling. "This is a full disciplinary hearing of the 12th of August into the offences committed under the decree for the reasonable restriction of underage sorcery by Harry James Potter." The list was read. Use of magic in front of a muggle. Underage use of a defensive charm. Disturbing the statute of secrecy. No mention of dementors. Harry opened his mouth, but before he could speak, the door creaked. A figure entered. Tall. Robed. Calm. Albus Dumbledore. He did not look at Harry. He addressed the court. "I have come as a witness. I asked to speak in the boy's defense." Fudge's smile was thin. "Very well, Headmaster. But understand, this is not a school disciplinary matter. This is a legal proceeding." Dumbledore nodded once. Then turned to the court. He told them the truth. That Harry had been attacked by 2 dementors. That he had used a Patronus charm to save both himself and Dudley Dursley. That Arabella Figg, a known squib and long-term ministry informant, could testify. That this was not a violation of law, but a defense against an attack from dark forces the ministry had long claimed were vanquished. A silence followed. Then, questions. Cold. Leading. Fudge asked why dementors had been in Little Whinging. He suggested Dumbledore was staging an incident to spread panic. He hinted that Harry had become unstable, prone to hysteria. Dumbledore countered, every time, without raising his voice. Harry said little. He watched, heart pounding, as Fudge's questions turned desperate. Then came a voice from the crowd. Madame Amelia Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Are you telling me this boy cast a corporeal patronus at age 15? Dumbledore inclined his head. Indeed. She turned to Harry. Describe it. Harry did. The stag, he said. It chased them off. Bones blinked, and seemed, for a moment, impressed. Others murmured. Fudge's face darkened. But he could no longer control the tide. A vote was called. Hands raised. The count tallied. Cleared of all charges. The chains on the chair slithered back into the wood. Dumbledore turned to leave without looking at Harry. And though the boy longed to speak, to ask why he had been kept in silence for so long, Dumbledore was already gone. Fudge stood frozen in place. His authority had bent, not broken, but it had shown its first cracks. And Harry, though freed, left the courtroom with a quiet certainty. The Ministry was not with him. And it would not be neutral. Not in what was coming. The Ministry's verdict had been delivered, not guilty. Yet there was no celebration. Not in number 12. Not in Harry's heart. Though his wand was safe and his place at Hogwarts secured, Harry returned to Grimmauld Place with a heaviness that no acquittal could lift. He had been tried not for what he had done, but for who he was becoming, a symbol the Ministry wished to silence. And now, as the summer days shortened and the sky outside darkened earlier each evening, Harry found himself trapped within a house that resisted peace at every turn. The House of Black was not merely a structure. It was a curse, preserved in stone and magic. The entrance hall moaned beneath every step. The wallpaper peeled as though in protest to the living. Cobwebs hung from carved ceilings, and an old chandelier trembled when the wind slipped through cracks unseen. Most chilling of all, the portrait of Walburga Black, Sirius's mother. Hidden behind moth-eaten curtains in the front hall, her presence could be felt before she was ever seen. If the curtains were disturbed, even slightly, she would awaken. And she would scream. Blood traitors! Mudbloods! Half-breeds and filth under my roof! Her voice, shrill and hexed with volume, would echo through the house for minutes at a time until someone, usually Sirius, with no gentleness, managed to slam the curtains shut. Yet she was only one relic of many. This house was steeped in the ideology of pureblood supremacy. Tapestries embroidered with family trees, whole branches burned out where someone had married a muggle or chosen the wrong allegiance. Portraits of ancestors who had served in the Wizengamot, or worse, under the Dark Mark. Silver goblets, cursed ornaments, spellbooks written in ink that shimmered with warnings. It was Sirius's inheritance. And he despised it. He tried, in his own way, to purge it. Each day, he led a cleansing, with the help of Molly Weasley and a rotating group of Order members and children. They decontaminated cabinets, removed jinxed artifacts, and fed old, malicious heirlooms into an enchanted sack that moaned as it swallowed them. Even the house elf, Creature, was a relic of the same darkness. He skulked between walls and cupboards, muttering under his breath about dirty blood and shameful masters. Sirius hated him. But he could not dismiss him. Creature was bound to the family line, and Harry could see that the elf, however broken, still carried out orders, in his own corrupted way. The tension in the house thickened by the day. Harry shared a room upstairs with Ron, while Hermione stayed across the hall. Fred and George came and went, though increasingly preoccupied with secret plans and whispered experiments involving fireworks, tonics, and joke shop contracts. Ginny, now more confident than the last time Harry had truly spoken with her, had a quiet strength. She worked beside her mother without complaint, eyes sharp and voice calm. Harry spent time with them, but often found himself wandering alone. He would pause before the tapestry in the drawing room, tracing the name Sirius Black, connected to names like Bellatrix Lestrange, Narcissa Malfoy, and others steeped in infamy. "You see?" Sirius said quietly one afternoon, standing beside him. "My whole family, Slytherins, the lot of them. Obsessed with blood, heritage. They think they're better than everyone else. I was the only one who saw it for what it was, poison." He stared at the burned hole where Andromeda Tonks's name had once been. "She married a Muggle-born," Sirius said. "They blasted her off the tree. Just like they did to me." There was no pride in his voice. Only exhaustion. And bitterness. Occasionally, order meetings were held in the kitchen. Harry was never invited. Though he tried to listen through the floorboards or stairwells, Molly Weasley was quick to shut him out. She insisted he was too young. That it wasn't his fight. Dumbledore had instructed them to keep him uninformed. That cut deepest of all. Each time a meeting was called, Harry felt like the walls closed in a little tighter. He was not a child. He had faced Voldemort. He had seen death. Yet still, they treated him like a student caught breaking curfew. He was growing, not just him. Rias pulled him aside. "You're going back into their world," Sirius said. "But don't let them define your truth. You saw what they wouldn't. You know what they deny. That makes you dangerous. It also makes you unnecessary." Then he grinned, wolfish, proud. "Raise hell, Harry." Number 12 shrank behind him as they departed. But its walls did not forget. They held onto secrets. And within them, the war began, not with curses and hexes, but with knowledge, loyalty, and a house reclaimed. The Hogwarts Express pulled away from King's Cross Station in its usual plume of steam and nostalgia, but Harry felt none of the comfort that once came with the journey. The scarlet engine, the swaying compartments, the snack trolley that passed with cauldron cakes and pumpkin pasties, all familiar, yet somehow distant. Harry sat beside Ron and Hermione, who spoke cautiously, measuring each word. Across from them, Ginny flipped through a book without reading, while Fred and George, a few compartments down, plotted something involving extendable ears and a mysterious self-inking quill. For the first hour, the train rolled through the English countryside in quiet. Then Cho Chang walked past. Their eyes met briefly. She offered a small nod, not quite a smile, before disappearing behind the sliding door of another compartment. Harry said nothing. He stared out the window as the hills passed, grey and green, under a thickening sky. He wondered if it would rain. In the late afternoon, the train jolted slightly, and the tannoy crackled with the conductor's voice. They were approaching Hogsmeade Station. Students began to change into robes, laughter rising in low waves as trunks shifted and owls hooted in agitation. But even here, something was different. The moment the train pulled into the station, auras were present. Not disguised. Not hidden. Ministry officials in dark robes and boots stood at the platform edges, watching. The crowd of students descended into the cool air with hesitancy. Their footsteps were slower. Eyes flicked to the edges of the forest, to the towering castle that loomed ahead in the twilight. Hogwarts still stood. But it felt less like a haven. And more like a fortress. The carriages awaited them, the usual horseless carts creaking over gravel roads. But Harry now saw what most others could not. Thestrals. Black, skeletal, winged creatures, tethered where invisible horses should be. Their blank white eyes and leathery skin gave them the appearance of ghosts wrapped in bone. Only a few others seemed to see them. Luna Lovegood, a pale, dreamy-eyed Ravenclaw girl, stood near one and stroked its neck with gentle fingers. "You can see them too," she said serenely to Harry. He didn't respond. Not because he didn't believe her, but because seeing them meant something. It meant he had seen death. And there was no magic in that. The castle gates opened as they always had. But no Hagrid stood with lantern in hand. Harry noticed immediately. The half-giant's absence was jarring, unexplained. Instead, a short, pinch-looking witch in emerald robes held the torch, Professor Grubblerplank, the substitute care of magical creatures teacher. Harry's heart sank. It had been Hagrid who first introduced him to this world. His absence struck with more force than expected. They entered the great hall beneath floating candles and a magically charmed ceiling that reflected the roiling clouds outside. For tables stretched before them. The Sorting Hat sang, its verses more cautious, more warning than celebratory. When the sorting finished, and the clapping faded, Professor Dumbledore stood. He looked older. Not physically. Not obviously. But his eyes, the usual twinkle behind his half-moon spectacles, seemed dulled, less alive. He welcomed the students with his usual formalities. Then added, "We have a new defense against the dark arts teacher this year." The doors creaked open. And she entered. Short. Round. Dressed in robes of bright pink, adorned with lace and a small, velvet bow perched atop her head like a punctuation mark. She smiled, a sweet, tight-lipped expression. But her eyes glittered like glass. Dolores Jane Umbridge. She walked to the staff table with small, precise steps. Saturday. And folded her hands. There was a silence. Then she stood again. And spoke. Her voice was high, girlish, and utterly condescending. The Ministry of Magic has always valued educational standards. Her speech went on. And on. Full of phrases like harmonious cooperation, clarity of purpose, and valued tradition. Each sentence wrapped in the language of order, each word meant to reassure, but with the effect of a lullaby sung through clenched teeth. Few students listened. But Dumbledore did not stop her. And Harry watched him carefully. Because it was clear, this appointment had not been his choice. This woman, in all her pink and pearls, was minister-placed. She was not here to teach. She was here to monitor. To control. To watch him. That night, as Harry climbed the moving staircases toward Gryffindor Tower, a heaviness pressed behind his eyes. Not just tiredness, but an ache of intuition. The Ministry had entered Hogwarts. Through velvet gloves and pleasant smiles. And the war had followed. By the second week of term, it was clear, Dolores Umbridge was not merely a new face among the staff. She was a manifestation. A slow, creeping vine, winding itself through the halls of Hogwarts, squeezing out autonomy in favor of Ministry control. Her presence was an omen, not dramatic, not explosive, but deliberate, constant, and increasingly suffocating. Her classroom was the first sign. The defense against the dark arts room, once filled with practical learning and danger, now resembled a prim parlor. Lace doilies sat beneath lamps. Framed photographs of kittens in boughs purred on bookshelves. Everything smelled faintly of lilac and dust. There were no spells taught. Only readings. From a Ministry-approved textbook, Defensive Magical Theory by Wilbert Slinkhard. The class was silent. No wand work. No dueling. No defense. When Hermione raised her hand to ask when they'd begin actual practice, Umbridge smiled thinly. The Ministry believes that theoretical knowledge will be more than sufficient for your needs. There is no cause for alarm. When Harry questioned her on this, openly, boldly, he spoke not only of learning but of necessity. What if we need to defend ourselves? What if we're attacked? Umbridge's voice dropped in sweetness, her smile sharpened. There is nothing threatening students at Hogwarts, Mr. Potter. That is Ministry fact. Suggesting otherwise is dangerous misinformation. She gave him a detention on the spot. His first with her came that evening. He was led into her office, pastel-colored, oppressive in its cheer, and made to sit at a polished desk. A single piece of parchment. A long black quill. No ink bottle. "You'll write lines," she said. "I must not tell lies." Harry scowled. "With what?" She gestured to the quill. "You'll find it, self-inking." He wrote. The words formed. But he felt it in his skin. A sharp sting. Then burn. He looked down. The words "I must not tell lies" were carved faintly into the back of his hand, the skin healing and opening again with each repetition. She said nothing. Watched. Smiled. Harry said nothing either. Not to her. Not even to Ron or Hermione. Not that night. Not for several nights. The mark faded slowly. But the resentment did not. Days passed. More students began to murmur. More started to question. But Umbridge's power grew. It was not through spells. It was through decrees. Paper announcements appeared on the walls, nailed magically in place. Each began the same. By order of the High Inquisitor. The first decreed that no practical magic was to be taught without ministry approval. The second stripped teachers of disciplinary independence, granting Umbridge the final word in all punishments. The third installed her as High Inquisitor, a title that gave her permission to observe and evaluate all Hogwarts professors. She began making surprise classroom visits. McGonagall received her coldly, never flinching as Umbridge scribbled notes on her clipboard. Snape was less courteous, curt, clipped, visibly contemptuous. Even Trelawney, wild and vague, trembled beneath her scrutiny. But Umbridge was not there for fairness. She was building a case. And Dumbledore? He did nothing. He watched, quietly, offering no intervention. Harry could not understand it. The students began to feel it. The tightening. They were told not to question. Not to speak. And if they did? Detentions. Points. Suspensions. Surveillance. Umbridge's office became a place of quiet pain and empty words. Even owls were watched. Letters read. Books banned. And throughout it all, she wore the same sweet smile. The same pink robes. As if each decree were not a noose, but a gift. One evening, Hermione stood over a new notice, freshly nailed to the board. Educational Decree Number 22. All student organizations, societies, and clubs are hereby disbanded until approved by the High Inquisitor. She turned to Harry and Ron. Her voice was low, determined. She's not just enforcing ministry control. She's isolating us. Harry didn't need to ask what she meant. He already knew. This wasn't about order. This was about fear. Umbridge feared what students might become if they learned the truth. If they fought back. And from that truth, a decision began to form. Something quiet. Rebellious. Necessary. The parchment was passed quietly. Slipped between books. Folded into bags. Whispered about behind hands cupped and cautious. A single name at the top. Dumbledore's army. It was not an act of defiance for the sake of mischief. It was born of necessity. Students, disillusioned by Dolores Umbridge's hollow curriculum, had begun seeking each other out. They had seen the flaw in obedience. Had heard the stories. Some had even lost family in the First War. Others simply knew that silence wasn't safety. And so, in corners of the library, in back corridors, and through the ever-watchful eye of the castle, a new group began to form. Hermione Granger was its architect. She had identified the need, practical defense, and understood its danger. She had also been the one to suggest the name. Because what the Ministry feared most was Dumbledore's influence. So they gave the fear a face. And a name. The first meeting was not held in a classroom. It was held in the Hog's Head, a modest, grimy pub in Hogsmeade known more for its silence than its service. Dust clouded the corners. The windows were filmy with age. A goat wandered briefly across the back wall, unbothered. Still, 25 students showed up. More than expected. Neville Longbottom. Luna Lovegood. Ginny Weasley. Fred and George, naturally. Others from Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff, names Harry barely knew, but faces that showed resolve. At the head of the meeting, Harry. He hadn't intended to lead. He wasn't comfortable with speeches. But the others looked to him not for words, but for what he had survived. And so, he spoke. He told them about the graveyard. Not with drama, but clarity. He told them about Voldemort, about the duel, about Cedric, about the truth. And they believed him. Not just because they wanted to, but because they needed to. When he asked if they would train together, outside of Umbridge's rules, outside of the Ministry's reach, they said yes. Every one of them. Finding a place to practice was harder. Hogwarts, sentient as it was, did not make rebellion easy. But it rewarded intent. It was Dobby, the free elf, who whispered of a secret space, hidden for centuries, used by witches and wizards when need was greatest. The Room of Requirement. On the 7th floor, behind a tapestry of trolls learning ballet, a stretch of blank stone could transform, if one walked past 3 times, focused on need, and believed it to be there. Harry, Hermione, and Ron tried. And it appeared. A door. Heavy. Silent. Inside, a room shaped by purpose. Tall ceilings. Candelabras. Cushions. Shelves lined with books. A large mirror for spellwork. Dummy targets. Wooden wands for practice. It was perfect. And it was theirs. Their first real session began on a quiet Thursday evening. They gathered in secret, cloaks wrapped tightly, eyes wide with something between fear and exhilaration. Harry stood before them. He had no speech prepared. So he gave none. Instead, he lifted his wand. Demonstrated Expelliarmus, the spell that had saved his life more times than he could count. Simple. Unassuming. But powerful. They copied him. One by one, laughter rising as wands flew from hands, cushions were scorched, targets overturned. But amidst the noise was focus. Determination. They learned Stupefy next. Then Protego. Then Reducto. Each week, a new layer. A new defense. They began to improve, rapidly. Neville, clumsy at first, began to show surprising control. Ginny displayed precision that startled even her brothers. Luna, with her wandering gaze, cast spells with eerie accuracy. Hermione mastered theory. Ron honed timing. And Harry found, for the first time, that he could not only fight, he could teach. He wasn't just surviving anymore. He was passing it on. Hermione enchanted a piece of parchment, a master list of members. Each name recorded. Each page hexed to reveal traitors, should anyone betray them. But betrayal was not their fear. Discovery was. They operated in silence. Changed meeting times. Took alternate routes. Still, the danger grew with every session. So did the hope. They had seen the truth of Umbridge's rule. Now they had each other. Not just a club. Not just a classroom. But a force. A defense. A resistance. They called themselves Dumbledore's army. And in the room of requirement, they trained for the war the Ministry refused to see. The second task of the Triwizard tournament had passed, leaving behind wet robes, hoarse voices, and the fading echoes of Merfolk's song. The lake had swallowed much, but among the survivors, champions and spectators alike, there was an unmistakable sense of deepening tension. Harry had retrieved Ron from the merpeople's clutches, outswimming the Grindylows, navigating the shadows, and earning praise for his moral fiber, though he cared little for points. Something else had taken hold. A weight he could not name. A shift in the air. It was not the cold of the lake that lingered, it was the sense that eyes were watching, even now, long after the task had ended. Back at Hogwarts, the halls remained alive with chatter. Speculation buzzed like a swarm, who had helped whom, which champion was now favored, what dangers the next challenge might bring. But Harry had grown accustomed to noise. It was quiet that disturbed him. It was in the quiet that Mad-Eye Moody beckoned him aside. One evening, long after dinner had ended, Harry found himself summoned to Moody's office. The room, dark and lined with faux glasses, sneakoscopes, and grim books on defensive enchantments, was the same as ever. But the man behind the desk was not. Moody's magical eye turned slowly in its socket, but his living eye was locked on Harry with curious intensity. "That map of yours," Moody said, tapping the surface of the desk with a gnarled finger. "The one that shows where people are. Still have it?" Harry blinked. "Yeah. Keep an eye on it." A pause. The blue eye spun again. "Just keep it close. Never know who might be walking the halls these days." The words felt offhand. But Harry remembered them. Deeply. It began unraveling days later. It started with Barty Crouch Sr., head of the Department of International Magical Cooperation, who had begun appearing increasingly erratic. He had not been seen publicly in weeks. Then, without warning, he arrived at Hogwarts. Pale. Rigid. His eyes darted like he'd been chased. He sought out Dumbledore, but never reached him. Instead, he was found by Victor Crumb, alone near the edge of the Forbidden Forest. When Dumbledore and Harry arrived minutes later, Crouch was gone. Vanished. Only footprints in the soil. No signs of a struggle. Just absence. And then, Harry began to watch. He watched Moody. He watched Karkaroff, who often looked over his shoulder, tattoos itching beneath his collar. He watched Snape, whose face grew stormier with each passing day. But mostly, Harry began to piece together small inconsistencies, things he hadn't noticed before. Moody, who once drank constantly from his hip flask, now seemed sharper, more alert, almost too focused. Moody, who had once spoken in growls and riddles, now spoke plainly, intelligently. And worst of all, Moody, once paranoid about security, had begun asking very specific questions about Harry's dreams. It was the night before the third task when everything clicked. Harry was alone in the common room. The Marauder's map lay open before him. Footsteps appeared, moving along the 7th floor corridor. The name, Bartemius Crouch. Not Junior. Senior. Alive? Harry leaned closer. And then, the name vanished. Moments later, another name appeared, Alastair Moody. Moving in the same direction. Slowly. And a chill ran through Harry's spine. Because Crouch Sr. had disappeared. But not from the world, from sight. And Moody had been there. The final threads came loose on the night of the third task, though the full truth would only be understood later. Harry and Cedric Diggory would enter the maze. The hedges would close. The darkness would thicken. And when Harry reached the cup, when both he and Cedric touched it, they would be transported. Not to victory, but to a graveyard. To Voldemort. To murder. But before that night, in the silence of the days that led up to it, the trap had already been laid. And the man Harry trusted to guard him, guide him, protect him, was not who he claimed to be. Barty Crouch Jr. Hidden beneath Polyjuice Potion. Impersonating Moody. Manipulating the tournament. Guiding Harry to the cup that was a portkey. To his death. And no one saw it. Because the deception was perfect. Because no one questions the guard dog when the wolf wears its skin. The first sign of unraveling was not a scream or a body, but silence. After the second task, Barty Crouch Sr. had appeared on the grounds, disoriented. Rambling, muttering names that had not been spoken since the First Wizarding War. He'd sought Dumbledore, demanded to be heard, insisted that darkness was moving again. Then, just as suddenly, he was gone. Not transferred. Not escorted. Gone. Swallowed by the grounds of Ho. T would later be revealed, and the wheels of bureaucracy ground onward. But those within the castle knew better. Dumbledore was increasingly withdrawn, meeting often with professors in hushed tones. The portraits that lined his office stirred more frequently now, whispering messages to unseen places. Harry, meanwhile, could not stop thinking about that moment in the forest. The look on Crouch's face. The desperation, yes, but also the clarity. He'd seen something. He knew something. And now he was gone. The weeks that followed were heavy with preparation. The third task loomed ahead, its format finally revealed, a maze conjured upon the Quidditch pitch, filled with magical obstacles and illusions. Each champion would navigate it alone, relying not on strength but resilience, instinct, and courage. The prize, the Triwizard Cup, would rest at the center. Harry trained daily under a watchful eye. Moody, or who he believed was Moody, continued to offer advice. It was subtle, always framed as protection, but looking back, it would be clear the guidance had been tailored not for survival, but for manipulation. Don't just go for the obvious path, Moody had said. Trust your instincts. And if you see the cup, don't wait. Grab it. He had smiled then. Not kindly. Not warmly. But with purpose. The absence of Crouch Sr. echoed in other ways. Ludo Bagman, ever jittery, grew more evasive, his enthusiasm less convincing. He stopped answering direct questions about the tournament's oversight. The international judges asked fewer questions. No one spoke of Crouch's protocols, or the security measures he had insisted upon. The silence became complicity. Only Dumbledore seemed alarmed. But even he could not act without evidence. What Harry would come to learn much later was that the real Moody, Alastair, was locked inside a trunk in his own office, imprisoned for nearly 10 months by the imposter. Barty Crouch Jr. The man wearing his face had been administering Polyjuice Potion daily, feeding off secrets, maneuvering the tournament to place Harry exactly where Voldemort wanted him. And Crouch Sr.? He had begun to suspect the truth. He had escaped the Imperious curse, briefly. He had fled to Hogwarts to warn Dumbledore. But the imposter got to him first. In the Forbidden Forest, Crouch Jr. killed his father. Buried him beneath an invisibility cloak. Hid the body with a transfiguration spell. Returned to the castle. Smiling. When his remains were eventually uncovered, weeks later, in the days following the final task, Dumbledore would identify him instantly. He would know the cause. The motive. But by then, the damage would be done. The Ministry would dismiss it as irrelevant, a personal tragedy unconnected to larger threats. Cornelius Fudge would call it an unfortunate lapse of magical health. Others would call it accidental. And still others, those loyal to Voldemort's cause, would simply call it necessary. Barty Crouch Sr. had been many things: ambitious, cold, blindly loyal to order. He had sentenced his own son to Azkaban. He had upheld the laws of the Ministry with unyielding fervor. But in the end, he had tried to do the right thing. He had tried to warn them. And they had not listened. By the time the sun dipped low on the evening of the third task, the Quidditch pitch had vanished beneath a towering, living labyrinth. The hedges rose 15 feet high, their leaves glinting with a faint, unnatural sheen. They rustled without wind, murmuring like something sentient, something watching. Over the past month, they had grown, guided by charms and enchantments, until they formed a maze vast enough to disorient even the cleverest wizard. Inside, the Triwizard Cup waited. Or so everyone believed. In the stands surrounding the pitch, Hogwarts students and visiting delegations sat in tightly packed rows. Flags fluttered. Faces strained to glimpse the maze's dark interior. But from above, little could be seen. The hedges shielded all, not just the physical, but the magical. Viewing spells failed. Omnioculars blurred. At the front row of the stands, Dumbledore, Cornelius Fudge, Barty Crouch Jr., as Moody, and the other judges sat in solemn observation. When the signal was given, the champions approached. Cedric Diggory, Victor Crumb, Fleur-Delica, Harry Potter. Each stood before a different entrance, wands drawn, hearts pounding. A whistle blew. And they entered. Inside, the air changed. It grew heavier, damper. The hedges creaked and breathed as though alive. The sky above darkened unnaturally, cutting off the golden twilight. Harry's path twisted almost immediately, no long view ahead, no line of sight to the cup. He moved forward cautiously. The rules were simple: find the cup. Avoid traps. No external aid. No retreat. But simplicity often hides danger. The first challenge came in sound. A distant scream. Sharp. Human. Harry froze. It wasn't clear who had screamed, the hedges distorted sound. It might have been Fleur. It might have been Crumb. But he couldn't follow the noise. The maze offered only one direction at a time, and every wrong turn closed behind him like a clenched fist. He pressed on. A boggart appeared next, not the playful sort seen in Lupin's class, but something more malevolent. It wore Cedric's face. Lay on the ground, unmoving. Harry banished it quickly with a shout of ridiculous, but his voice trembled. Further ahead, enchanted vines tried to trap his ankles. A blast of incendio freed him. Then came a blast-ended Scroot, fully grown, tail steaming, carapace gleaming. It charged, and Harry ducked behind a stone statue before casting Impedimenta 3 times in rapid succession. The creature slowed, then staggered off into the hedges. He was sweating now. Not just from the exertion, but from a growing sense that this maze was designed to divide and confuse. He was not just being tested. He was being guided. As he rounded a corner, he found Crumb. The Bulgarian stood over Cedric, wand raised. His eyes were blank, lifeless. He turned toward Harry with no recognition, and cast a Cruciator's Curse without hesitation. Harry dodged, stunned him in return, and helped Cedric to his feet. He was under the Imperius, Cedric said, gasping. Had to be. That wasn't him. Harry nodded. Come on. They ran side by side through twisting passageways, only separating when the hedges moved between them again. The maze was collapsing into chaos. Near the center, Harry encountered a sphinx, golden-eyed and still. She offered a riddle. He solved it, barely, his mind clouded with adrenaline and worry. She stepped aside. He passed. Then, through a narrowing of leaves, a sudden opening in the undergrowth, Harry saw it. The cup. Bathed in light. He ran. From the left, Cedric emerged, scratched, breathing hard. They locked eyes. Both slowed. "You take it," Cedric said. "You saved me." "You should," Harry answered. "You got there first." They argued for a moment, wand still raised, breaths coming fast. Then Harry said, "We'll take it together." Cedric stared. And nodded. Together, they reached out. Their hands closed over the cup at the same instant. And then, they were no longer in the maze. The world shifted violently. Color stretched. Wind roared. The sensation of a portkey pulled them forward, not toward the stands, not toward victory, but into darkness. When their feet hit the ground, they stood in a graveyard. Cold. Silent. The moon hung low over cracked tombstones. And something moved. A flash of silver light. A hiss of language older than words. Harry's scar erupted in pain. Then, from the shadows, came a voice. "Kill the spare." A wand flashed. A burst of green light. And Cedric Diggory hit the ground. The cup had been a trap. And they had taken it together. Now Harry stood alone. At the foot of a headstone that bore a name he did not yet understand. Tom Riddle. And before him, a cauldron boiled. The ritual had begun. The ground beneath Harry's knees was wet. Not with dew, but with the blood of Cedric Diggory. Still, unmoving, his hand splayed out toward the cup they had both touched. Only moments ago, Cedric had laughed. Argued. Lived. Now, in the space of a whispered order, he was nothing but a boy cut down without ceremony. Kill the spare. The words echoed in Harry's mind like a curse louder than the spell itself. His wand was gone. His legs refused to move. The graveyard around him was unnaturally still, a quiet built not of peace, but of ritual. In the clearing stood a figure, short, twisted, carrying something bundled and infant-sized. It was Wormtail. And in his arms, Voldemort. Not yet whole. Not yet reborn. But alive. And Harry understood with sudden, brutal clarity what was about to happen. He was not here by accident. This was not a detour. It was a summoning. And he was the final ingredient. The cauldron stood 10 feet high, filled with a strange, smoking potion that glowed faintly blue. Runes shimmered along its base. The ritual was old magic, forbidden magic, and its preparation had taken months. Wormtail began to speak. Bone of the father, unknowingly given. He reached toward the base of the headstone. A spell cracked the stone. Bone powder rose in his hand, fragments of Tom Riddle Sr., Voldemort's muggle father, buried without honor. The powder fell into the cauldron. The potion hissed. Flesh of the servant, willingly sacrificed. With trembling determination, Wormtail raised a silver dagger. He pressed it to his own wrist. And severed his hand. Blood sprayed. The hand fell with a sickening splash into the cauldron. Wormtail collapsed with a scream, clutching the stump. The potion turned deep crimson. Blood of the enemy, forcibly taken. He approached Harry. Harry struggled, but ropes of magic held him fast. The dagger sliced across his forearm. Blood spilled into a vial. Wormtail staggered back, poured the contents into the cauldron. For a moment, there was silence. Then the liquid within the cauldron boiled violently, light flashing from within like lightning trapped in water. A great blast of steam surged upward, and from it rose a man. Tall, pale, barefoot, eyes red as coals. Lord Voldemort, reborn. He stood in the center of the graveyard, his head tilted upward, as though savoring his return. His skin was white and waxy, stretched thin across bone. His fingers were long and spider-like. His face, barely a face anymore, bore slitted nostrils and glowing eyes. He turned slowly, looked down at his hands, flexed them, spoke, rode me. Wormtail, pale from blood loss, crawled forward and draped dark robes over the creature he served. Voldemort stretched his limbs, marveling at their return. Then his eyes fell on Harry. "Do you see, Harry," he whispered, "my return? Made possible by your blood, by your presence." He stepped forward. Harry, still bound, glared up at him. "You're nothing but a murderer," he muttered through gritted teeth. Voldemort only smiled. "I am more than a man now. I am magic perfected. And you are my equal in prophecy, but not in power." His voice echoed across the gravestones, carried on magic old and cold. He raised his wand. A hiss. A call. From the shadows of the surrounding tombstones, Death Eater's apparat, cloaked in black, faces masked, surrounding the clearing in a silent circle. They knelt. Voldemort surveyed them with disgust. "You who fled. You who claimed I had died. You will kneel not just to me, but to my triumph." He paced among them, naming them. Lucius Malfoy. Avery. Nott. Crabbe. Goyle. Each bowed their heads in shame and fear. Then Voldemort turned again to Harry. "We are joined now by blood, Potter. I touch you and live. Your mother's protection is broken. And now..." He cast a spell. The ropes fell away. "We duel." Harry stumbled to his feet. His wand, returned by Wormtail at Voldemort's order, shook in his hand. The Death Eaters formed a tight circle. Voldemort raised his wand. No countdown. No mercy. The duel began. Voldemort struck first, Avada Kedavra. Harry rolled aside, shouted Expelliarmus. Red and green light collided. And then, something unexpected. The twin wands met not with explosion, but with resonance. A golden thread of magic arc between them. Priori incantatum. Harry's wand and Voldemort shared a core, a phoenix feather, from the same bird. Their spells locked. And magic ancient and deep began to unfold. The light from the wands grew brighter. A dome of golden force enclosed them. The Death Eaters backed away. From Voldemort's wand came ghostly echoes. Figures emerged. Mist and Memory. Cedric Diggory. Frank Bryce. Bertha Jorkins. And then Lily and James Potter. They stood beside Harry, spectral and strong. His mother's voice was calm. "Hold on, Harry. Let go only when we say." Time slowed. And when she gave the word, Harry broke the connection, summoned the cup, and grabbed Cedric's body. The portkey flared. And the graveyard vanished. When Harry landed back on Hogwarts grounds, it was not to cheers. It was to screams. Cedric's lifeless form lay in the grass. And in Harry's mind, Voldemort's voice whispered still. "I have returned." The Triwizard cup landed with a dull thump on the grass just beyond the maze, glowing faintly, inert. Harry collapsed beside it, Cedric's body sprawled across the damp earth. For a moment, there was no reaction. The crowd, eager seconds before, went silent. Not in awe, but in confusion. Then screams. One voice louder than the rest. Amos Diggory. He shoved through the crowd like a man drowning. "That's my son. That's my boy." His cry shattered the silence, turning confusion to horror. The pitch, once filled with celebration, twisted into grief. People surged forward. Dumbledore was already there, one drawn, eyes locked on Harry. Harry was pale. His mouth moved, but no sound emerged. His hands trembled violently, still stained red. "His back," he whispered. "Voldemort, his back." Dumbledore moved quickly. He signaled to McGonagall, who began to clear the crowd. To Snape, who disappeared into the castle at once. To Hagrid, who helped carry Cedric's body, gently, reverently. The Weasleys tried to reach Harry, but Dumbledore stopped them. "He needs to be taken inside. Now." Madame Pomfrey met them at the castle doors. But Harry shook his head. He didn't want healing. He didn't want comfort. He wanted someone to believe him. They reached the hospital wing. Harry sat on the edge of a bed, silent. Then Dumbledore entered with a man Harry didn't recognize. Thin, solemn, eyes behind round glasses. "Harry," Dumbledore said softly. "This is Cornelius Fudge, the Minister of Magic." Fudge stepped forward with awkward authority. "Terribly sorry, my boy. Tragic, tragic business. Such a fine lad, Cedric. But accidents do happen in these events." Harry stared. "It wasn't an accident." Fudge blinked. "I'm sorry. Voldemort is back," Harry said. "He killed Cedric. He's got a body now. Flesh and blood. He's back." The silence that followed was long. Then Fudge laughed nervously. "Come now. Harry. You know who? Reborn? Surely you must have, a portkey mishap, trauma, confusion, naturally." "I saw him," Harry snapped. "I fought him." "Ask Dumbledore." Fudge turned to Dumbledore. And Dumbledore, without hesitation, said, "Everything Harry has told you is true." But Fudge would not accept it. The conversation deteriorated quickly. Accusations. Denials. Fudge's face grew red. His voice, shrill. This is madness. Dumbledore, you're making a grave error. If you're suggesting we prepare for war." "That is exactly what I'm suggesting," Dumbledore said calmly. "Then you leave me no choice." Fudge stormed out. And with him went the truth. In the hours that followed, Hogwarts shifted. The tournament was ended. The final feast became a memorial. A black banner draped across the Great Hall. Students sat in silence. Some wept. Others simply stared. When Dumbledore stood to speak, he did not hide the truth. He named Voldemort. Spoke of Cedric's murder. Warned them of what was coming. Many of the students believed him. The Ministry did not. The papers the next morning told a different story. Boy who cried wolf, Potter's confused return. Dumbledore declares Dark Lord rises again, no evidence provided. Rita Skeeter's words were vicious. The Ministry's denial, absolute. The lie spread faster than the truth. And so, the First War ended not with a battle, but with a body in the grass, and a truth no one would hear. And the Second War began in silence. In denial. In fear. But in the shadows of that silence, Dumbledore moved. And Harry Potter, who had faced death and returned, began to understand. He was not just the boy who lived. He was now the boy who knew. And that, in the eyes of the world, was far more dangerous. The silence that followed the Triwizard tournament did not last long. Within days of Cedric Diggory's death, the Ministry of Magic began its slow and deliberate erasure of the facts. Statements were made, investigations stalled, articles retracted. Where Harry Potter spoke of resurrection and murder, official reports spoke only of tragedy and illusion. Cornelius Fudge's grip on power tightened with paranoia, and his refusal to speak the Dark Lord's name became policy. But not all were deceived. In a dusty kitchen at number 12, Grimmauld Place, a house that had long since fallen into shadow and disuse, footsteps echoed once again. It was not the noise of a family returning, but of a resistance awakening. One by one, they arrived. Veterans of the last war, battle-worn but not broken, summoned not by panic but by purpose. Dumbledore moved swiftly in those early days. He knew what was coming. There was no luxury of hesitation, no space for comfort. Those who had stood with him 15 years before answered the call once more. Minerva McGonagall, grave and unflinching. Remus Lupin, tired but resolute. Alastor Moody, freed from his trunk, bruised in body but not in mind. Kingsley Shacklebolt, calm and keen-eyed. Arthur and Molly Weasley, steadfast as ever. This time, the enemy did not wear colors. He wore doubt. He moved through newspapers and bureaucratic procedure. The fight was no longer only magical, it was political, spiritual, systemic. Voldemort had learned from his first defeat. So had those who survived it. The Order of the Phoenix had returned. The headquarters, hidden beneath layers of enchantment, had once belonged to the Black family, a lineage stained with blood and ideology. Now, its walls bore witness to planning, to whispered names, to secrets too dangerous to write down. The long dining table hosted discussions of known Death Eaters, unexplained disappearances, and strategic positioning across the wizarding world. Dumbledore did not. The house itself seemed to resist occupation. It took days just to make rooms inhabitable. Yet slowly, the headquarters came alive. Owls arrived at odd hours. Letters written in vanishing ink passed hands. Wards were tested and retested. Even mundane items were now examined with suspicion, Polyjuice, Imperious. Cursed objects, all were possible weapons in a war fought partially from the shadows. Harry, though still recovering from the weight of Cedric's death, was not yet part of the Order. Dumbledore kept him at a distance, not out of malice, but necessity. The boy's connection to Voldemort was growing, the full implications still unfolding. It was a silence that would later haunt them both, the withholding of truth in the name of protection. But the Order's work moved forward. While the world outside dismissed Voldemort as fantasy, inside Grimmauld Place, his name was spoken with deadly seriousness. It was not a question of if he would move, but when, and how. Across the country, whispers emerged. A man vanished from Nocturne Alley, his shop left open, gold on the counter untouched. A Muggle family near Dover found their home scorched, all their mirrors shattered inward. At St. Mungo's, a patient long comatose began to scream the Dark Lord's name in his sleep. None of it made the profit. But the Order noticed. And remembered. As the weeks passed, they built again what had once been dismantled by time and denial. Old spells were reforged. Hidden allies recontacted. Safe houses reopened. Messages were carried not by owl, but by phoenix feather, by coin, by disguised patroness. There was no fanfare. No public recognition. Only the quiet, tireless work of those who understood what was coming. And though the rest of the world looked away, the Order did not. For they had seen Voldemort rise once before. And they would not let it happen again unchallenged. the Ministry of Magic had many departments, each housed in levels stacked deep beneath the streets of London, each committed to the governance of magical affairs. Most dealt in paperwork, permits, and regulation. A few specialized in research. Fewer still concerned themselves with what lay at the farthest depths of the Ministry. Level 9, the Department of Mysteries. Few witches or wizards, even within the Ministry itself, knew the true extent of what was studied there. Its employees, the unspeakables, were forbidden to speak of their work, even among themselves. They passed through enchanted doors in silence, moved through hallways without windows, and vanished for hours at a time behind doorways that did not always lead to the same place twice. And within those chambers, secured by enchantment so ancient their creators were long dead, rested something Voldemort wanted. He called it a weapon, though it bore no blade and cast no curse. It had no handle, no trigger. It did not kill, not directly. But it could change everything. Voldemort had become aware of its existence shortly after his return to flesh. Through whispers. Through dreams. Through the memory of his failed possession of Harry Potter at the graveyard, when the boy's touch had burned his skin with protection drawn from love. There was magic older than incantation, buried magic. Something powerful enough to shield, perhaps even destroy, and it was kept at the heart of the Ministry. At first, he tried to learn of it through spies. But the Ministry, paranoid and oblivious, had begun locking down information in its own way. So Voldemort did what he had always done best, he turned his attention to manipulation. Not of people, but of mind. Harry Potter's mind, specifically. What Dumbledore feared was already beginning. Through their shared connection, forged in blood, through one cause, through prophecy, Voldemort began to see through Harry's eyes. Not always, not clearly, but in flashes. In corridors. In dreams. Harry would wake breathless, soaked in sweat, unable to explain why the door at the end of a hallway felt important, or why he kept imagining rows of glass spheres, endless and humming. That corridor was not a dream. It was real. It was the Hall of Prophecy. There, deep within the Department of Mysteries, lay thousands of glass orbs, each bearing the record of a spoken prophecy, enchanted so that only the subjects of the prophecy could retrieve them. One bore Harry's name. And Voldemort's. Neither had ever heard its contents. But Voldemort had begun to suspect that within that fragile sphere lay the key to understanding why he had failed to kill Harry, why his killing curse had rebounded, and, perhaps, how to ensure that it would never fail again. He needed that knowledge. And to retrieve it himself would be impossible. Only Harry could take it. So Voldemort waited. He did not strike. He did not storm the Ministry. He simply began planting visions, shaping dreams, luring Harry with false feelings of urgency and dread. He showed him the door again and again, black, handleless, silent. Always just out of reach. He made Harry believe something important was hidden there. A weapon. Something the Order must protect. Something worth risking everything to uncover. Dumbledore, meanwhile, was not blind to the danger, but his attempts to shield Harry came too late and too imperfectly. The connection had been forged long before, in the cradle, perhaps even at the moment of Lily Potter's sacrifice. To sever it entirely would require time, trust, and transparency, things Harry was not granted in the wake of Cedric's death. Instead, Harry was kept in the dark. Told little. Given half-truths. And as the dreams grew more vivid, as the corridor became not just familiar, but longed for, the trap slowly closed. Within the Order, some had begun to sense what Voldemort was after, though few understood it completely. Snape, reinstated under Dumbledore's orders, was instructed to begin occlumency lessons with Harry, a desperate attempt to guard the boy's thoughts from intrusion. But Harry, angry, grieving, and isolated, resisted. He did not understand the urgency. He did not want Snape's help. And in his refusal, the connection grew deeper. The so-called weapon was never a blade. It was knowledge. A prophecy spoken in a shadowed room. A truth so powerful it had been hidden, unspoken, even by those who had built the Order itself. And as the year crept forward, and Voldemort's whispers deepened, the prophecy waited, suspended in its glass cradle, for the day one of them would come to claim it. Not with force, but with intent. And that day was drawing near. The connection had deepened. It was no longer confined to dreams. No longer restricted to the hours between dusk and dawn. By winter, Voldemort had begun to invade Harry's thoughts while he was awake, slipping into moments of distraction like water through cracked stone. Harry did not always recognize it at first. He would stare at doorknobs too long, feel cold in rooms with no windows, or hear whispering voices that no one else acknowledged. Sometimes, he would blink and find himself elsewhere, seeing the world not through his own eyes, but through Voldemort's. He watched the Dark Lord walk dim corridors, examine strange artifacts, even cast spells. It was more than a dream. It was a bridge. And while it remained open, Harry's mind would never be his alone. Dumbledore, upon recognizing the depth of this intrusion, acted swiftly. With a careful, quiet urgency, he arranged for occlumency instruction, a branch of magic designed to protect the mind from external influence. A defense of will. A severing of connections. The task of teaching it was given to Severus Snape. It was not a choice made lightly. Snape's past with Harry, volatile, bitter, unresolved, made him a poor candidate in temperament. But he was a master of the craft. And Dumbledore's options were limited. The lessons began in a hidden room behind a tapestry on the 3rd floor, once used for dueling practice. The windows were narrow. The walls, soundproofed. And in the center stood 2 wizards whose mutual resentment hummed like a static charge in the air. Snape explained little. His instruction was direct, forceful, and void of comfort. Occlumency was not about incantations or gestures. It was about control. About the construction of mental barriers, emotional walls, the erasure of thought before it could be read. It demanded discipline. But Harry, still grieving, still angry, had little of that to give. The sessions often ended in pain, not physical, but psychic. Snape would shout legilimens and Harry would be thrown backward into his own memories. The sensation was invasive, humiliating. Visions of his mother's death, of Cedric's body, of Dumbledore's silence, all resurfaced in vivid clarity, drawn forth like secrets under torture. He tried to fight back. But occlumency was not about fighting. It was about letting go. And Harry could not. Outside the lessons, the connection worsened. There were days when he would wake up breathless, moments when he would say things he didn't remember thinking. The visions became more vivid, and the emotions, not his own, bled into his waking self. Anger without cause. Fear without reason. Satisfaction that sickened him. At night, he dreamed of the Department of Mysteries again. He saw the black door, endlessly locked, then open. He saw rows of glowing glass orbs. One, in particular, always pulled his attention. It hummed. It beckoned. It was calling to him. Or rather, it was Voldemort's desire made manifest in his subconscious. The prophecy's location had become his obsession. And through Harry, that obsession deepened. Snape's lessons, already brittle, collapsed completely after a single misstep. One evening, in an effort to demonstrate the consequence of weak mental barriers, Snape allowed Harry to cast legilimens on him, just once. The spell struck, and Harry fell not into Snape's classroom, but into his memories. He saw a schoolboy version of Snape, cornered and humiliated, laughed at by James Potter. He saw Lily, Harry's mother, trying to intervene. He saw shame. Rage. The words that ended their friendship. Snape ripped the connection away, his face pale with fury. The lesson ended there, not just for the night, but forever. He refused to teach Harry again. And the door to Harry's mind remained open. Dumbledore did not reinstate the lessons. He was growing more distant, more deliberate in his silence. He offered no explanation, only cold concern. And so, Harry remained vulnerable. The link between boy and Dark Lord, once a trickle, had become a channel. It no longer belonged to either of them alone. It flowed both ways. Voldemort fed Harry visions, emotions, compulsions. And through Harry, Voldemort hoped to achieve the one thing he could not do himself, retrieve the prophecy. The failure of Occlumency was not just a personal loss. It was a strategic disaster. And in time, it would lead to the trap at the Ministry, where truths long buried would finally rise, and not everyone would return. The dreams had sharpened. The vision that once wavered on the edge of sleep now stood clear and vivid in Harry's waking mind. The corridor no longer felt imagined, it pulsed with realism. Smooth stone floors stretched in symmetrical silence. Arched doorways lined the walls, most locked, some flickering with pale blue light. And at the end of it all stood the heavy black door. It opened now without resistance. And always, beyond it, the same room. A circular chamber, constantly rotating. A second door. And then, the Hall of Prophecy. Harry had never been there, not physically, but his feet knew the distance. His eyes moved confidently through the shelves. He could even feel the glass of the orb beneath his fingers before waking with a start, chest heaving, hands trembling, a name ringing in his ears. SPT to APWBD. Dark Lord and Harry Potter. He had to see it. He had to know. This wasn't just curiosity anymore, it was a compulsion. Voldemort, hidden far from Hogwarts, knew exactly how much to show, how much to stir. His whispers were no longer aggressive, no longer threatening. They were urgent. Pleading. He gave Harry not commands, but images, a man trapped, tortured, held within the department itself. Sirius Black, broken and bound, screaming Harry's name. It was a lie. But the image was so complete, so emotionally potent, that Harry accepted it without resistance. The fear that Sirius had been captured became the matchstick to Voldemort's plan. Dumbledore had insisted that the prophecy could not be touched by anyone except those named within it. He had kept its content secret, even from Harry himself. But Voldemort, denied access by the enchantments, needed a proxy. Harry's hand, not his. So he drew him in. Not through force, through love. Through the one thing Voldemort could not understand, but knew how to exploit. And Harry, desperate to save his godfather, did what Voldemort hoped. He gathered his friends. He prepared to enter the Ministry. Accessing the Department of Mysteries was never intended to be easy. But for those who believed in what they were doing, who pushed past the alarms and thresholds, the Ministry became navigable in its silence. By night, Harry and his companions, Ron, Hermione, Ginny, Neville, and Luna, entered through the phone booth entrance in London, descending level by level until the great metal doors of the department opened before them. Inside, the rooms were still and vast. Gravity bent in strange ways. Time did not move as it should. The department was not only a place of research but of containment, filled with chambers holding secrets too dangerous to live in the world above. Eventually, they reached it. The black door. The circular room. The rotating doors. And finally, the Hall of Prophecy. It was a place without echo. Glass orbs glowed softly on shelf after shelf, suspended in a kind of permanent stasis. Most bore no labels beyond initials or abbreviations. Only those destined to hear them could unlock their contents. Harry's hand hesitated at first. But then he saw it. Row 97. The orb bearing his name. When he touched it, a whisper stirred within the glass. Cold and ancient. But before he could hear more, the trap sprang. The Death Eaters arrived with sharp precision, surrounding the room in black masks and silence. They had been waiting, watching, for Harry to take the prophecy, for the enchantment to break. Their goal was not to kill. Not yet. It was to retrieve. They wanted the orb. Harry refused. What followed was not a duel, but a shattering. Shelves cracked. Orbs splintered. Ghostly prophecies screamed as they were destroyed, voices of long-dead seers echoing through the vast chamber before fading into nothing. His friends fought bravely. None of them had been trained for war, yet none hesitated. Neville, bleeding and broken-toothed, refused to run. Luna, serene even in chaos, brought shelves crashing down with controlled destruction. Ginny, wandless after a curse shattered it, wielded fragments of magic like weapons. Ron, disoriented by a spell, still threw himself between Harry and danger. And Hermione, struck early, lay unconscious and breathing shallow. They were outnumbered. Overpowered. But they held. Until the Order of the Phoenix arrived. Flashes of light tore through the darkness. Sirius. Remus. Kingsley. Tonks. Moody. The fight escalated into a blur of curses and collapsing architecture. Spells ricocheted off shattered spheres. Voices rose and fell. The prophecy orb remained in Harry's hand, glowing and intact, even as glass rained down around him. But then, a wand. A spell. And the orb fell. It shattered on the floor with a sound unlike glass. The knowledge it carried, gone. There was no time to mourn it. In the chaos, the worst moment arrived not as a scream, but as a flash. Bellatrix Lestrange, laughing, dueling recklessly, turned her wand not at Harry, but at Sirius. The veil within the death chamber whispered as it always had. Sirius dodged once. Smiled. And then the spell struck him squarely in the chest. He fell backward. Into the arch. And was gone. No cry. No final words. Just silence. Harry stared at the place where his godfather had been. He waited for him to reappear. He never did. The arch stood motionless, its stone frame cracked and worn with age, its veil thin as breath. Drifting though there was no wind. No one knew who had built it. No one knew when. It was simply there, in the department's most enigmatic chamber, like a truth too old to question. Only one thing was certain. No one who passed through it ever returned. Harry didn't believe it, not at first. When Sirius fell, his body vanished beyond the black curtain, swallowed in total silence. No flash, no cry, no burst of magical light. He simply tipped backward, expression frozen between defiance and disbelief, and was gone. Harry sprinted forward, heart beating with blind hope. He called out. Waited. Even reached toward the veil itself. It rippled faintly, responding as though it were alive. Somewhere behind it, he was sure, Sirius must still be standing. Must still be breathing. But the veil did not yield. There was no echo. No return. Only the dull, unbreakable finality of death. The battle still raged around him, curses firing from every corner of the stone amphitheater. The surviving members of the Order dueled with lethal precision, pushing back the Death Eaters who had begun to retreat once their mission had failed. But Harry remained at the edge of the arch, frozen. His wand useless in his grip. His world narrowing to that spot where his godfather had vanished. It was Remus Lupin who pulled him back. Not gently. Not with explanation. He seized Harry by the shoulders, dragged him behind the pillar, and held him fast. Harry screamed. He insisted Sirius wasn't dead, couldn't be. That he would come back. That he had just fallen. The veil wasn't death, it was a passage, a veil. Something could be done. But Remus's eyes held no comfort. Only the grief of a man who had lost everything once before, and now, once again. The arrival of Albus Dumbledore shattered the battle like glass underfoot. He apparat into the chamber not with drama, but with a force so ancient and commanding that the very air shifted. His spells moved faster than thought, non-verbal and precise, disarming and binding the remaining Death Eaters before they could retreat. Even Bellatrix Lestrange was forced to flee, slipping through the Ministry's shadows with laughter that echoed long after she vanished. The chamber quieted. Bodies lay still. Dust hung in the air. And Sirius Black was not among them. The Ministry had not yet responded. No auras arrived. No alarms had sounded in the levels above. The Department of Mysteries remained untouched by bureaucracy, a fortress built around questions, not answers. Dumbledore took control quickly. Injured were treated. The children were gathered. The prophecy was confirmed lost, its knowledge now unrecoverable, unless someone who had once heard it survived. Only Dumbledore had. And he remained silent. Harry did not. Ed her ankle. Neville's nose had been broken. And all of them bore the same exhaustion, a weight too large for their years. But Harry bore the heaviest loss. Not the prophecy. Not the weapon. Not even the knowledge of Voldemort's trap. He had lost family. The only person who had ever looked at him with the eyes of both past and future, who had seen him as more than the boy who lived. The only adult who had loved him not as Symbol, but as Harry. And that could not be replaced. In the days that followed, the Ministry could no longer pretend. Too many had witnessed too much. The presence of Death Eaters inside the Department of Mysteries could not be erased. Cornelius Fudge was forced, at last, to acknowledge Voldemort's return. He gave a press conference with shaking hands. His words were empty. But the tide had shifted. The wizarding world now understood that they were at war, though many still failed to grasp what that meant. For Harry, war had already taken something that no apology could restore. At night, he dreamed of the veil. Not in motion. Not with sound. Just drifting, like memory through fog. He would spend years wondering if there had been a way to reach through it. To take Sirius's hand. To pull him back. But magic does not undo death. And the veil does not give back what it has taken. The castle had never felt emptier. Though the term had not yet ended and the corridors still echoed with students' voices, there was a kind of hush over Hogwarts, the hush of mourning, of consequence. The Triwizard tournament had shattered the illusion of safety the previous year, but Sirius Black's death had broken something more personal, more internal. A silence of grief had taken root behind Harry's eyes, and no charm, no class, no game of wizard chess could unseat it. The prophecy was gone, shattered in the Department of Mysteries. But Dumbledore, who had been silent for too long, at last chose to speak. He summoned Harry not to his office, but to a private chamber where the walls flickered with golden candlelight and ancient shelves sagged with books bound in fading leather. There were no distractions here, no phoenix to sing, no portraits to interrupt. Just the truth, waiting. And Dumbledore gave it to him. Not in bits, not with riddles, but plainly. The orb had been only a vessel. The real prophecy had been spoken years ago, heard and remembered by Severus Snape, delivered in fragments to Voldemort, and now held in full by Dumbledore himself. It had been made before Harry was born, in a small room above the Hogshead Inn, to a young Dumbledore by a seer named Sybil Trelawney, whose gift was rarely more than theatre, but whose voice, that night, had rung with the unmistakable cadence of true prophecy. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches. Born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies? And the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal. But he will have power the Dark Lord knows not. And either must die at the hand of the other. For neither can live while the other survives. It fell into the air between them like a spell without a countercurse. Harry, marked by a scar not just of lightning but of destiny, stared into nothing. The prophecy did not shock him so much as it confirmed what he had always feared, that his life was not his own. That all of this, from the cupboard under the stairs to the graveyard to the department, had not been a story unfolding, but a path laid before him long ago. He had not been chosen by prophecy. Voldemort had made him the subject of it by acting on it. In attempting to prevent it, he had fulfilled it. By attacking the Potters, by choosing Harry over another child born that same July, Voldemort had marked him as his equal, had made him the only one who could end the cycle. In doing so, he had created the very enemy the prophecy foretold. There could be no retreat from it. No safety. No rest. Only the end. One of them would have to die at the hand of the other. And until that day, neither could truly live. Dumbledore's face, always a mask of calm and insight, held something different that night, a profound sorrow. Not pity, but guilt. He admitted that he had withheld the prophecy out of love, out of a misguided hope that Harry might live a childhood untouched by the burden of fate. But in delaying the truth, he had only sharpened its edges. Harry did not cry. He did not rage. But something in him hardened. He left the chamber in silence, the words echoing like a spell etched into his bones. The prophecy was no longer a secret. It was a weight he would carry into every duel, every choice. He could not ignore it. And he would not run from it. He understood now why Voldemort feared him. Not because of his strength. Not because of his magic. But because of something the Dark Lord could not possess, could never understand. The prophecy had named it only in passing. Power the Dark Lord knows not. It was love. The force that had saved him as an infant. The force that had protected him through every loss, through every scar. And it would be that force, not prophecy alone, that would decide the end. The wizarding world did not collapse overnight. It happened quietly, in steps and shadows, until fear became routine and disappearance became expected. With the Ministry's forced acknowledgement of Voldemort's return, the illusion of order remained, but its foundation had cracked. Cornelius Fudge, once defiant in denial, found his authority crumbling beneath him. Public trust had vanished, and with it, the fragile alliance between the Ministry and its citizens. His resignation was not announced, it was orchestrated. In his place rose Rufus Scrimgeour, formerly head of the Auror Office. Scrimgeour was a warrior first, a politician second, his face carved by conflict, his manner brisk and tactical. To the public, he represented strength. To the Ministry survivors, he represented stability. But to Dumbledore and those closest to Harry, he represented more of the same, a leader who valued control over clarity, who saw Harry not as a person, but as a symbol to be wielded. Scrimgeour's earliest efforts were not aimed at defeating Voldemort, but at managing perception. He sought Harry's cooperation not in spells, but in smiles. Public appearances. Carefully worded interviews. He wanted the boy who lived to become the boy who believed, in the Ministry, in procedure, in unity. But Harry, older now, and harder, refused. He had seen the cost of silence. Of public comfort purchased with private suffering. He would not sell hope in exchange for propaganda. The minister's hand, offered in alliance, was refused, quietly but firmly. Meanwhile, the Order of the Phoenix operated deeper in shadow than ever before. Their headquarters at number 12, Grimmauld Place, had become more than a meeting hall, it was now a sanctuary. Protected by the Fidelius charm, it served as both command post and shelter for those whose names appeared on Voldemort's growing list. Muggle-born witches and wizards vanished from their homes. Some fled. Some were taken. Rumors surfaced of strange trials, new laws, and pureblood supremacy re-emerging in whispered policy. Werewolves, once ignored, were now recruited. Fenrir Greyback's name began appearing in connection with attacks on wizarding children. Giants, long exiled, were reportedly sought by Voldemort's envoys. Even within the ranks of the Auras, questions of loyalty became common. Not everyone within the ministry resisted the new power rising. Old laws were dusted off. Old alliances reawakened. And old enemies returned. Among them was Bellatrix Lestrange, who, now free and fully aligned with Voldemort once more, began striking at targets not for strategy, but for cruelty. Her name became associated with missing families, burned homes, and the hollowed remains of those who resisted too late. Meanwhile, Severus Snape, ever the enigma, had returned to Voldemort's side. Officially, he had rejoined the Death Eaters. But unofficially, Dumbledore insisted, he remained loyal to the Order. His role was to deceive, to observe, to mislead. His orders were not public. His protection was not universal. Many within the Order, particularly Molly and Moody, distrusted him deeply. But Dumbledore stood by his decision, a trust rooted in some history he refused to reveal. The war had not yet erupted. But the signs were everywhere. In Diagon Alley, storefronts shuttered early. Gringotts employed doubled security, goblins now carrying blades as well as ledgers. Owl traffic increased exponentially, with messages coded, jinxed and disguised. Hogsmeade felt watchful. The Prophet, censored. The Hogwarts Express, guarded. And still, no one said the word war. But they all prepared for it. Through it all, Harry remained at Hogwarts. The final year before his majority passed in a haze of training, vigilance, and memory. He no longer saw the castle as sanctuary, it was a garrison, and he its soldier. Dumbledore had begun to share more, but never everything. They were preparing for something greater than just confrontation. They were preparing to finish what had begun 17 years earlier. The world was now divided, not between good and evil, but between those who understood what was coming, and those who would realize it too late. The wizarding world no longer whispered Voldemort's name. It choked on it. Shadows stretched across even the brightest places. Diagon Alley shuttered shops early, ministry officials walked with eyes on every corner, and families who had once debated Quidditch scores now debated escape routes. The war was not declared, but it had begun. In tonight's video, we will learn what has become of the wizarding world now that Voldemort has returned. The ministry may deny it, but the shadows grow longer with each passing day. Shops in Diagon Alley stand empty, families vanish in the night, and whispers of dark magic spread faster than the truth itself. The Order of the Phoenix has returned to defend what little light remains, but even they know the storm that is coming will test them beyond measure. Meanwhile, Harry Potter carries the weight of prophecy, the knowledge that he alone must face the Dark Lord. He grieves for Sirius, questions his own strength, and yet feels destiny pulling him forward. And far away, in the echoing halls of Malfoy Manor, another boy has been given a mission meant to end in blood, Draco Malfoy, forced to prove his worth in service to the Dark Lord. Their paths are about to cross in ways that will change everything. As we turn the page to the chapters ahead, we will uncover hidden memories of Tom Riddle's past, a vow that will seal Dumbledore's fate, and the beginning of a war that will engulf Hogwarts itself. Before we dive in, I want to share a little about why I do this. My dream is to make the best sleep stories on YouTube, stories that can calm your mind, help you drift off, and take you on adventures in the world you love. One day, I want to bring in real voice actors, create even richer stories, and produce videos that truly feel magical. But to make that dream possible, I need your support. So if you enjoy these stories, please hit subscribe, drop a like, and leave a comment. Every bit of support helps me grow this channel and keeps me moving toward that dream. And if you want more, I already have stories on Harry Potter lore, Star Wars adventures, and timeless fairy tales like Cinderella, something for everyone who loves to let their imagination wander. Now, get comfortable, relax, and let's begin tonight's story. At the ministry, Cornelius Fudge had fallen into disgrace, replaced by Rufus Scrimgeour, a man who carried himself like a soldier even when seated behind a desk. His voice promised strength. His eyes revealed doubt. Beneath the grand proclamations of security, cracks ran deep, disappearances unreported, murders disguised as accidents, fear taking root faster than policy. But nowhere did the storm feel heavier than at Hogwarts. The school that had once been untouchable now trembled on the edge of becoming a battlefield. Harry Potter, the Chosen One, was no longer merely famous. He was hunted. Whispers followed him not just in corridors, but in the Daily Prophet. Students speculated, professors worried, and even allies pressed him for answers he did not yet have. Dumbledore had begun training him privately, sharing fragments of Tom Riddle's past, revealing how memory itself might hold the key to defeating a Dark Lord who had splintered his soul. Harry felt the weight of prophecy pressing like iron on his chest. He had lost Sirius, nearly lost himself, and still could not shake the truth Dumbledore had spoken, neither can live while the other survives. While Harry sat in classrooms, the Order of the Phoenix fought in alleys and back rooms. Lupin reported werewolf packs drifting toward Voldemort. Tonks appeared her laughter faded. Arthur Weasley returned from raids with burns hidden under his sleeves. And Mad-Eye Moody muttered endlessly of infiltrations no one else could yet confirm. Privet Drive remained Harry's prison and sanctuary, a protection forged in sacrifice. The Dursleys tolerated him as though he were a ghost, unseen but not absent, while Order members rotated guard duty outside. Every night, owls carried grim news to the kitchen table at Grimmauld Place. Every morning, another name went missing. Far from Harry, another boy had been given a destiny. Draco Malfoy, once smug and reckless in his cruelty, now carried secrets heavier than his pride. His family's fall from grace after Lucius's failure at the Department of Mysteries had placed the Malfoy name on a knife's edge. The Dark Lord did not forgive. He punished. And so Draco, barely 17, was given a mission designed not as glory but as death, to kill Albus Dumbledore. It was not expectation. It was a sentence. As summer deepened into autumn, the wizarding world braced for fracture. The Ministry clung to order, the Order clung to hope, and Hogwarts clung to tradition as if feasts and timetables could disguise the war marching closer. But behind locked doors, in a tower office lit by candle and starlight, Dumbledore and Harry began their true lessons. They delved into pensives and memories, unraveling the history of a boy named Tom Riddle who had grown into the monster now hunting them all. Every story was a clue. Every memory, a map. And each night, Harry realized the war would not wait for him to grow older. It was already here. Winter pressed itself against the wizarding world with unusual heaviness that year, as though the season itself recognized what loomed just beyond the horizon. Snow fell often, thick and windless, blanketing villages that had grown quiet under the fear of shadow. Even the magic in the air felt different, slower, guarded, as if every wand held in its core a question it dared not voice. It was during this season that Severus Snape made his way through winding streets slick with ice, moving not with stealth, but with purpose. He was not hiding. He was being watched. The house he entered stood dark at the edge of a forest outside a forgotten village, ancient stone, shuttered windows, its chimney puffing smoke that smelled faintly of laurel and damp wood. Inside, the warmth did not reach the floorboards. Dust clung to every corner, and the fire flickered like a heartbeat struggling to maintain rhythm. Seated beside it was Narcissa Malfoy. Her elegance remained, but it had hardened. Her fingers trembled even as she held her chin high. The Malfoy name, once a thing of pride and protection, had become a liability, and her son, Draco, had been given a task that chilled even her coldest instincts. Voldemort, in his return, had chosen not only followers, but tools. And Draco, barely 17, had been handed a mission meant to kill him, an opportunity cloaked as honor. He was to infiltrate Hogwarts, to carry out a plan too dangerous and too complex for any adult to complete without exposure. It was not expectation. It was punishment. A leash drawn tight around Lucius's failure at the Department of Mysteries. And Narcissa knew it. She had come to beg. Not of the Dark Lord, but of Severus Snape, the man who moved in two worlds, accepted by both and trusted by neither. By her side sat Bellatrix Lestrange, ever suspicious, her wand never far from her lap. She had agreed to this meeting only because she expected Snape to fail some test. Her loyalty to the Dark Lord had become fanatical, absolute. She no longer obeyed out of belief, she obeyed out of worship. The conversation was brief. Narcissa asked for what no proud witch ever should. Protection. Not of her, but of her son. She asked Snape to watch over Draco, to ensure the boy survived whatever had been asked of him. Not to stop the mission. That was impossible. But to intervene, should Draco falter. Should he fail? Snape did not agree with words. He agreed with magic. There was no more binding contract in the magical world than the unbreakable vow. Its incantation was old, and few dared speak it, for its conditions were not metaphorical. Should the vow be broken, should the terms not be met, death would follow, immediate and absolute. Snape extended his hand. Narcissa took it with shaking fingers. Bellatrix served as bonder, her wanderlight, drawing glowing threads of fire around their clasped hands as the words were spoken. Will you, Severus Snape, watch over my son, Draco, as he attempts to fulfill the Dark Lord's wishes? I will. And will you, to the best of your ability, protect him from harm? I will. And if it seems Draco will fail, will you carry out the deed that has been assigned to him? Snape hesitated, not in speech, but in soul. I will. The threads flared white-hot, then vanished. The vow was made. The room darkened. Outside that house, the world continued unaware. But within the hidden corridors of Hogwarts, change had already begun. Draco Malfoy, once arrogant and theatrical in his cruelty, now moved with the cold calculation of a boy pressed into an adult's war. He spoke less. He laughed never. His pride remained, but it had become armor rather than arrogance. His task was unspeakable. He had been ordered to kill Albus Dumbledore. To assassinate the headmaster of Hogwarts, not as a challenge, but as a test. Voldemort did not expect success. That was never the point. Failure was Draco's destiny, and death his punishment. The boy had been set on a path with no exit. Snape now walked that path beside him. By vow. By strategy. By a deeper arrangement still known only to Dumbledore. Nothing in the castle's day-to-day life revealed what churned beneath its stones. Lessons continued. Feasts were held. But the tension, once limited to whispers, now existed in the air like humidity. Clinging to every hallway, every glance. The headmaster watched all of this unfold with increasing gravity. He, too, had made plans. He, too, had made a vow, though not bound by flame. And he, too, knew that the final chess moves had begun. A boy tasked with murder. A spy bound to intervene. And a war not fought on battlefields, but in the trust between enemies. The sea had long since swallowed the path. They stood at the edge of a jagged cliff, its face slick with salt and wind, looking out toward a dark inlet where waves struck stone with the rage of centuries. The sky, choked with grey, pressed low and cold upon the water. Far below, the mouth of a cave yawned open, not inviting, but waiting. Dumbledore had known this place long before Harry set foot there. It had lived in his thoughts for months, pieced together from memories gathered and recollected from those Voldemort had manipulated. It had once been an orphanage outing. A place where a boy named Tom Riddle had lured others into fear. The trauma of that moment had rooted something in him, had marked the location in his mind not just as a memory, but as a foundation. Voldemort had returned here as a man. And he had hidden part of his soul within it. A Horcrux. This was not theory anymore. It was a pursuit. They apparat near the shore, far from where any Muggle road reached. Harry carried only his wand, a pouch of emergency supplies, and the weight of his growing understanding. Dumbledore was weaker now, not in mind, but in hand. His injury from a curse months prior had blackened and withered his right arm, wrapped perpetually in enchanted cloth. He said little about it. But the pain was constant. They descended in silence, carving their way along a narrow ledge that hugged the cliff face. Wind tore at their robes. Salt bit their eyes. The sea below foamed with indifference. As they approached the cave's mouth, the air changed. Magic lived here. Dark magic. It clung to the rock in layers, not just protective but punishing. Dumbledore traced the runes etched invisibly across the cave entrance, muttering words in ancient tongues, drawing magic not from confrontation, but from understanding. The cave resisted, not like a creature, but like a prison. And once it allowed them inside, it sealed behind them. The darkness within was absolute. They conjured light and followed the passage deeper, the ground slick with time. The cave opened into a hollow chamber, where a black lake stretched outward, its surface unnaturally still, surrounded by rock as smooth as bone. At its center, a small island. No bridge. No boat. But magic often mimicked memory. And Voldemort had been a boy here once, frightened of abandonment, obsessed with control. He would not have swum to his hiding place. There had to be a method he would have respected. Dumbledore found it. A chain, invisible to the eye, that drew forth a small boat from the water when summoned with the proper blood. They entered and rowed forward in silence. The lake made no sound. Harry felt eyes on him, not from the darkness above, but from beneath. The water had depth not of distance, but of depth. The inferi waited there. Not yet stirred. At the island, a low pedestal held a stone basin filled with a liquid that glowed faintly green. Dumbledore confirmed it, a protective enchantment laid upon the Horcrux. The locket could not be taken, only retrieved by drinking the potion. All of it. Whatever it did. No substitution. No counter-curse. And so Dumbledore drank. Cup after cup, he consumed the potion as Harry refilled it, helpless to do anything else. The headmaster, always so composed, began to change as the liquid passed his lips. He cried out. He begged. He shook. His voice, once calm, now broke into pleading, not for himself, but for others. Memories surfaced. Ones Harry could not see. Names long dead. Regrets never spoken. He shouted for mercy. He pleaded with invisible enemies. And all the while, Harry poured the next cup. The final sip left Dumbledore collapsed, gasping. Harry reached for the locket, a heavy, hideous thing. As soon as his fingers closed around it, the lake responded. The inferi rose. They came not as individuals, but as a mass, silent, sodden, reaching hands and rotting faces. 1,000 drowned memories, preserved in undeath. They clambered from the lake, dragging with them the cold of the grave. Harry's fire could not hold them back. But Dumbledore, barely conscious, lifted his wand with a cry that summoned flame not from air, but from will. A ring of fire blazed around them, searing the creatures back into the water. The light roared through the cave like vengeance. And for a moment, they stood alive in the place of death. They returned to the shore shaken. Dumbledore, weakened by the potion, leaned heavily on Harry. The Horcrux pulsed in his pocket, vile and deceptive. The journey had cost them dearly, not just in strength, but in revelation. This was only one fragment of Voldemort's immortality. And already, it had nearly destroyed them both. The return to Hogwarts was not triumphant. They arrived under cover of darkness, the sky roiling with storm, clouds swollen and electric. The wind that howled across the battlements felt unnatural, not merely weather, but foreboding. As if the castle itself had sensed the coming fracture. Dumbledore leaned heavily on Harry as they reached the astronomy tower, the highest point of the castle. The headmaster was near collapse, the effects of the potion still visible in his trembling hands and hollowed gaze. He said nothing of pain, but the effort it took for him to stand was evident in every motion. Before he could call for help, they were interrupted. A sound. Not from the stairs, but from the air. A burst of magic. And then, rising from the shadows, Draco Malfoy. His wand was raised. His face pale. Sweat clung to his brow despite the chill of the tower. His eyes, no longer those of a boy, held the knowledge that he was not prepared for what had come to him. He had done it. He had breached the castle. He had brought in Death Eaters. He had disarmed Dumbledore. But he could not kill him. Dumbledore, even weakened, looked at Draco not with fury, but with understanding. He spoke softly, not to plead, but to offer a choice. Draco had not yet crossed the line. He had not yet committed the act. And the headmaster, ever the teacher, ever the strategist, still hoped that mercy might sway a soul before it was truly lost. But the decision was no longer Draco's alone. The tower door burst open again, and with it came a rush of black-robed figures, Death Eaters, their faces obscured, their wands raised. Among them, Fenrir Greyback, wild-eyed and bloodthirsty. Alecto and Amicus Caro, twin sneers in shadow. And then, Severus Snape. He arrived silently, his expression unreadable. His eyes met Dumbledore's. There was a flicker, not of fear, not of surprise, but of understanding. And in that breath between lightning and thunder, Dumbledore spoke. "Severus, please." There were no more words. Snape raised his wand. He did not hesitate. He did not falter. Avada Kedavra. The jet of green light struck Dumbledore square in the chest. His body was lifted into the air, suspended against the storm. And then he fell, from the height of the tower, through the open sky, and disappeared over the edge. The Death Eaters fled, their task completed. Chaos exploded within the castle. Spells echoed through corridors. Students screamed. Professors fought. The Order responded, but too late to prevent the breach. The symbol of Hogwarts, of safety, of guidance, Dumbledore himself, had been extinguished in an instant. Harry, paralyzed under the effects of a bodybind curse cast earlier by Dumbledore himself to protect him, could do nothing. He had watched it all, unable to move, unable to speak, locked behind a wall of his own silence. Only after Snape had vanished did the curse lift. By then, it was over. The tower was empty. The storm still raged. And the man who had been their guide, their guardian, their last defense against the rising dark, was gone. The next hours blurred. The body was recovered. The staff gathered. The castle fell into stunned quiet. Students whispered in corners, unsure if they were mourning a man or the world he had upheld. For to lose Dumbledore was to lose a constant, a light that had burned since before most had been born. In the great hall, a vigil formed, unplanned, unwritten. Wands raised not in defiance, but in remembrance. Harry stood apart from it, his grief too large for ceremony. He knew that Dumbledore had died not from betrayal, but by design. A plan hidden even from the Order, born from the unbreakable vow, and executed with grim purpose. Snape had not fled justice. He had fulfilled a promise. And in doing so, had vanished into shadow, hated by all, known only by one. The war had truly begun. And its first great casualty had been the one man who had tried to win it without violence. Hogwarts did not mourn with noise. Its grief arrived in quiet patterns, in classes that went half-filled, in meals where forks clinked too softly against plates, in students who no longer laughed in corridors. Even Peeves, that eternal mischief, drifted through the rafters in silence, his antics stilled as though even chaos had lost its voice. Albus Dumbledore was dead. The fact of it hung heavier than any storm. It was not just that he was gone. It was that the impossible had happened. That the one man everyone believed could never be broken had fallen. That the light that had shone at the center of the wizarding world had gone out, not with explosion, but with quiet purpose. And so the preparations for his burial became an act of quiet rebellion. No headmaster had ever been buried on the Hogwarts grounds. Not one. But no headmaster. Aurist. Open to the sky. The funeral drew witches and wizards from across Britain and beyond. Some arrived by broom, others by apparition. Even creatures not typically welcome within human rights found space at its margins. Centaurs stood at the edge of the forest, heads bowed low. Merfolk surfaced in the lake, their haunting songs humming just below the waterline. Giants, at great distance, watched from mountain shadows. And from the castle, students in uniform filed out row by row, flanked by professors, heads lowered in uniform grief. They carried no banners. They spoke no pledges. The silence spoke for them. In the front row, Harry stood flanked by Hermione and Ron. His heart held too much for words, guilt, fury, sorrow, a sense of helplessness sharpened into something close to resolve. Dumbledore had believed in him, trusted him even when the reasons were not shared. And now, that trust had been passed into Harry's hands, heavier than any wand. The service was brief. No speeches from politicians. No fanfare. Elphia's Doge, Dumbledore's oldest friend, spoke softly of a boy who had once been brilliant and solitary, a youth who had lost a sister and remade himself in the name of protection. He did not mention the controversies, the complexities, the shadows that even Dumbledore had carried. He spoke of wisdom wielded with humility, of power refused, of mercy offered even to enemies. And then, in a magic older than modern ceremony, the white marble tomb rose, conjured not by wand, but by collective will. It stood luminous against the grass, without inscription, without ornament. It did not declare greatness. It simply stood, as he had stood, watchful, enduring. After the crowd dispersed, Harry remained. He did not kneel. He did not pray. He only stared at the tomb, at the white stillness of it, and allowed the weight of what must come next to settle inside him. Dumbledore had left more than a legacy. He had left a mission. There were more Horcruxes. More fragments of Voldemort's soul, hidden across the world in places as dangerous as that cave had been. The destruction of the locket had been a beginning, not a triumph. And now the responsibility of finishing what Dumbledore had started belonged to Harry alone. Or nearly alone. Ron and Hermione had already vowed to go with him. Not because they had to. Not because he asked. but because love in its truest form is voluntary. In the months to come, there would be no Hogwarts for Harry. No 7th year. No NEWTS. He would not return to platform 9 3/4 with trunk in hand. He would leave behind the only home he had ever known and begin the final leg of a journey that had begun the night Voldemort marked him with a curse meant to kill. That scar, long dormant, had begun to burn again. A war had begun. And now, with Dumbledore beneath stone, Harry Potter would fight it. The protection Dumbledore had left behind was ending. It had always been temporary. A spell born of sacrifice, tethered to blood, and woven through the quiet geography of Privet Drive. So long as Harry called it home, and so long as his relatives remained, the ancient enchantment held. But now, as his 17th birthday approached, that magic would collapse. And when it did, Voldemort would come. Not in secret. Not in shadow. But with force, and without restraint. The Order of the Phoenix knew this. They had prepared for it, trained for it, built contingency upon contingency. And now the time had come to enact the most dangerous plan they had ever attempted. They would move Harry Potter before the protection failed. And to do so, they would make him many. The kitchen of number 4, Privet Drive, had never seen such sorcery. Around the table sat not only the core members of the Order, Remus Lupin, Mad-Eye Moody, Kingsley Shacklebolt, Tonks, and Arthur Weasley, but also volunteers beyond the call of duty. Fred and George Weasley. Bill. Fleur-Delica. Hagrid. Even Mundungus Fletcher, grumbling and shifting uneasily, having been dragged into the plan by force of obligation rather than conviction. And among them stood Harry, watching as 6 of them transformed into himself. Polyjuice potion, brewed by the twins under supervision, altered height, hair, voice, even scars. It was uncanny. 6 Harrys, blinking in unison, all dressed in his clothing, holding decoy trunks and glasses that pinched at unfamiliar ears. The plan was simple in design, impossible in risk. Each pair, 1 Harry, 1 protector, would travel by broom, thestral, or enchanted motorbike, departing simultaneously from Privet Drive to a secure location, none of them to the burrow directly. Only the real Harry would travel with Hagrid, atop Sirius's enchanted motorbike, rebuilt with dragonfire accelerators and hidden weaponry. Each team had a different route, a different timeline, a different chance. But only one would carry the real target. They departed at dusk, the sky heavy with summer heat, the air too still. Within seconds of lift-off, the trap sprang. The Death Eaters had known. They had been waiting. And they came not with scouts or spies, but with Voldemort himself. The sky erupted into battle. Wandfire lit the clouds. Broom swerved. Thestrals shrieked. Figures moved in chaotic motion, each decoy Harry drawing spells in all directions. The night became a constellation of curses. On the motorbike, Harry clung to the handlebars as Hagrid swerved through the chaos. Spells ricocheted from magical shielding, enchanted side mirrors exploded under hexfire. The altitude shifted wildly as they dodged Death Eaters that closed in like vultures. From the corner of his eye, Harry saw Mad-Eye Spiral in battle with a masked attacker. A flash of green light. Then, nothing. He saw George fall sideways from his broom, blood streaking the wind. He saw Hedwig, silent, faithful Hedwig, struck by a stray curse in her cage. The motorbike veered. Hagrid shouted. Voldemort appeared, not as whisper or dream, but there, in flight, wand outstretched, eyes locked on Harry. He fired. And in that instant, their wands connected, not by spell, but by core. The gold light of Priory Incantatum burst between them once again, separating the Dark Lord from his prey. Voldemort's curse rebounded, searing across the sky, destroying one of his own in the blast. And then, the motorbike fell. Hagrid roared. Harry clung tight. They crash-landed in a pond near a dilapidated cottage, the water extinguishing flames that had begun to consume the bike. Drenched, bruised, and heart-pounding, Harry dragged Hagrid free from the wreckage. They had survived. But the cost had already begun to mount. Over the next hours, the safe houses filled. One by one, pairs returned, or didn't. George Weasley arrived with blood pouring from where his ear had been, injured by a curse from Snape, though the circumstances were unclear. Bill returned with Fleur, scarred and pale. Tonks and Ron made it. Kingsley and Hermione too. But Mad-Eye Moody did not return. He had fallen in battle, last seen dueling with overwhelming force. He was presumed dead. Harry sat in the kitchen of the burrow, surrounded by grief disguised as healing. Bandages were applied. Tea brewed endlessly. Molly Weasley wept as she hugged George, and no one asked about the things they did not want to confirm. The war had begun in earnest. The protections were gone. And the sky, once the safest place Harry had known, had turned traitor. The burrow, for all its warmth, had grown quieter since the escape from Privet Drive. The house that once echoed with clattering pans and endless Weasley laughter now held its breath, stretched thin between grief and preparation. George moved more slowly now, ears bandaged and mood dulled. Fred joked less. Mrs. Weasley spoke in half sentences, too often wiping hands that were already clean. In this stillness, an owl arrived bearing a letter not sealed in wax, but with ministry authority. The will of Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore was to be executed. It had been delayed, first by bureaucracy, then by suspicion. The ministry, now deep in the process of quietly transforming itself under Scrimgeour's watch, had taken the liberty of reviewing the headmaster's final wishes. Officially, this was standard procedure. Unofficially, it was an act of caution, spurred by Dumbledore's influence, power, and the potential that even in death, he had left behind something dangerous. They found nothing illegal. But they found much that was puzzling. The items were delivered not in private, but by Scrimgeour himself, who arrived under the guise of formality, though his presence carried the weight of inquiry. He wanted answers, and believed Harry might supply them. He would be disappointed. The bequests were simple in form but complex in implication. To Ron Weasley, Dumbledore left the Deluminator, the small silver device used to snuff out and restore light with the click of a button. To most, it seemed little more than a curiosity. But to those who understood Dumbledore, it was clear no item had ever been so precisely chosen. To Hermione Granger, he left a worn copy of the Tales of Beedle the Bard, a collection of children's fairy tales, their pages annotated in Dumbledore's spidery hand. Hermione, bemused at first, quickly recognized that such a gift was no mere keepsake. Within the stories, something had been embedded. Something old. Possibly forgotten. To Harry, Dumbledore left 2 items. The first, the snitch he had caught in his first ever Quidditch match, the one he had nearly swallowed. It arrived in a velvet pouch, golden and inert. The second, an inheritance denied. Dumbledore had willed the sword of Godric Gryffindor to Harry, but the Ministry had confiscated it. They claimed it was not Dumbledore's to give. That it was a historical artifact belonging to Hogwarts. Scrimgeour's tone made it clear that he believed the sword represented something more. That it might be a weapon, or a key. And Harry, in turn, made it equally clear that whatever the Ministry suspected, he knew nothing. It was a lie. He just didn't yet know what kind of truth it protected. After Scrimgeour departed, frustrated, unsuccessful, the 3 sat with their objects, each more confused than before. Ron's Deluminator clicked quietly in his hand, swallowing the light and returning it again as if it were rehearsing. Hermione flipped through Beedle the Bard, reading stories that felt familiar and yet strangely resonant now, particularly one tale involving 3 brothers and a meeting with death. And Harry stared at the snitch. He whispered the word he knew it might respond to. I open at the close. But it remained inert. And still, he felt that Dumbledore had spoken through it, just not in words. Not yet. The will had done what Dumbledore had intended. Not to comfort. Not to explain. But to prepare. To guide them not with maps, but with tools, some obvious, some obscure, all chosen with the care of a man who had known he would not be there to explain them. It became clear, even in their confusion, that they were being asked to step forward without him. The plan, whatever it was, had begun. And though the pieces had yet to align, the next steps would not be taken by professors, auras, or even the Order. They would be taken by 3 students, now fugitives in all but name. The war was here. And the clues left behind would lead them deeper than they could yet imagine, into legend, into death, and into the last mystery Dumbledore had ever pursued. The sky above the burrow glowed gold. Lanterns drifted by magic through the air, soft and warm like bottled starlight. Rows of white chairs lined the garden, transfigured from tree stumps and mismatched furniture. Butterflies conjured from one tip circled bouquets of wildflowers, and beneath a great white marquee, the laughter of dozens rose into the evening like music itself. Bill Weasley and Fleur Delacour were to be married. And the world, for a few precious hours, was invited to forget. The preparations had not been easy. Between raids and ration supplies, the ministry's slow collapse, and the haunting absence of Mad-Eye Moody, joy was a rare and ration thing. But Molly Weasley insisted. Grief would not cancel love. War would not unmake the promise her son had chosen. So the invitations were sent. The tent raised. The goblets polished. And guests began to arrive. Wizards in dress robes. Witches with brooches older than their gowns. Old magic families mingled with new allies. Representatives of the Delacour clan, pale, graceful, ethereal, offered cheek kisses to the more red-faced and hurried Weasleys. It was a blending not only of blood, but of tradition. Even Auntie Muriel, ancient and sharp-eyed, arrived with her hat perched like a challenge to gravity and decorum both. In the center of it all stood Bill. His face bore fresh scars from Greyback's attack, still red and raw. But Fleur had not faltered. She stood at his side with silver in her hair and fire in her spine, and when someone whispered about his changed appearance, she had replied with a voice sharp enough to silence even the boldest tongue. "I am beautiful enough for both of us." And so the wedding proceeded. With a canopy woven of lace and sky. With vows spoken in French and English, binding them across language and pain. With laughter, with tears, and with the dance that followed, spinning guests into spirals of joy they hadn't remembered they were capable of feeling. For Harry, who sat beneath the cover of Polyjuice Potion, transformed into a red-headed cousin named Barney Weasley, the wedding was bittersweet. He watched Ginny from across the marquee, radiant and fierce, dancing without shoes. He watched Ron and Hermione, their hands brushing briefly as they passed goblets and exchanged dry remarks. He watched the Weasley parents hold each other like a sigh after a long day. It was beautiful. And it was borrowed time. Because beyond the boundaries of the Fidelius charm, the world was shifting. The ministry had already begun to rot from within. And Harry knew that even this celebration, this pocket of light, could not last. As twilight deepened, the dancing grew wilder. Luna Lovegood arrived late, wearing a sunflower crown and speaking dreamily about goblins nesting in the rafters. Xenophilius Lovegood, her father, spoke briefly with Harry about the Quibbler, which had begun printing articles openly supporting him, a rarity in a media environment increasingly shackled by ministry decree. And then came the interruption. It did not arrive with noise. It arrived with a patronus. Silver, galloping, a lynx, leapt into the center of the marquee, startling the band into silence, drawing every eye. It was Kingsley Shacklebolts. The ministry has fallen. Scrimgeour is dead. They are coming. The patroness vanished. The music stopped. The world reasserted itself. The sky darkened. And all illusions of safety vanished with it. The patroness dissolved like mist in the heat of the marquee lamps. For half a breath, the crowd stood frozen, silver sparks still hanging in the air like ghostly punctuation. Then the spell broke. Screams rose. Chairs overturned. Robes caught on lantern cords. A blur of motion scattered through the Weasley garden as guests drew wands, many shouting at once, others vanishing on the spot. Harry did not hesitate. He lunged for Hermione and Ron. There were no goodbyes, no plans, only instinct. The crack of apparition split the night as the trio vanished from the chaos. Their feet landed on wet pavement. Darkness. Noise. Smog. They had arrived in Tottenham Court Road, the London street flickering with late-night headlights and neon signs, slick with summer rain and devoid of comfort. The magical world had evaporated. They were standing now on the edge of the Muggle one, modern, blinking, unknowing. The stillness hit them like a slap. They were alive. But already, they were hunted. They ducked into the first open doorway they found, a small cafe, narrow and dim, its windows fogged from years of grease and its booths patched with mismatched vinyl. The hum of fluorescent lights buzzed low above the sizzle of an unattended grill. A waitress blinked at them. Hermione ordered 3 cappuccinos with the unthinking certainty of someone trying not to cry. They slid into a booth, hands shaking, the smell of burnt onions oddly grounding. Harry stared out the window. Ron cursed under his breath. The moment cracked when the door opened again. 2 men stepped in, dressed in unremarkable coats, with eyes that didn't blink often enough. They ordered nothing. They looked directly at Harry. And without prelude, they drew their wands. The cafe exploded into chaos. Tables flew sideways. Mugs shattered. The waitress shrieked and vanished behind the counter. Harry, Ron, and Hermione dove for cover as spells tore through the tiled walls. Green light singed the air. The Death Eaters had found them within minutes. Not trackers. Not scouts. Full operatives, masked only by pretense, not by disguise. Hermione struck first, a stunning spell that sent one of the attackers flying backward into a rack of condiment packets. Ron parried a second curse and disarmed the other. Harry, breath ragged, took aim and fired Expelliarmus, and then again, out of reflex, Petrificus Totalis. The fight ended as suddenly as it had begun. Silence. The Death Eaters lay unconscious on the floor, one partially buried under the wreckage of a shattered booth. They had names, Dolohov and Roll. High-level enforcers. Not the kind sent to search. The kind sent to kill. Hermione sealed the cafe door with half a dozen protective spells, then flicked her wand toward the unconscious bodies, obliviating both in seconds, erasing their memory of the encounter, of Harry, of anything but confusion. She turned to the others, eyes wide. They're monitoring the ministry. That's how they found us. The trace must have broken the second you turned 17, they can track us now. Apparition, spell casting, anything. They were not just fugitives. They were targets. With Dumbledore gone and the Order scattered, no one would intervene fast enough. The ministry was in Voldemort's hands now, a puppet office with new policies whispered behind closed doors. Undesirable number 1 posters had likely already begun printing. Every wand raised in public would narrow their trail. Every spell would bring death closer. They fled the cafe before the spells wore off. Outside, the street remained oblivious, cars passing, a drunk laughing, a dog barking somewhere in the distance. The Muggle world, brilliant in its ignorance, offered no help and no threat. Only silence. They disappeared into an alley, cloaked themselves with disillusionment, an apparat again, not to a home, not to headquarters, but to a rooftop in Camden, empty and exposed. They would not stay long. They would not be staying anywhere long. This was how it would be now, hunted, hidden, moving from place to place like whispers avoiding wind. The war was not coming. It had arrived. And already, it was chasing them. They did not rest. In the days following their flight, Harry, Ron, and Hermione moved like S. Ocket, the one they had retrieved from the cave, once believed to be the real Horcrux, had been a decoy. That deception had nearly cost Dumbledore his life. The real Horcrux, as they had learned from Creature, had passed through many hands before being stolen by Mundungus Fletcher and eventually seized by Dolores Umbridge at the Ministry of Magic. Retrieving it had been a risk almost too great to survive. Now, it hung from a chain in the center of the tent, unassuming in its shape, a locket of old design and tarnished metal. But its presence infected the air. The temperature inside the tent shifted subtly whenever it moved. The fire burned too high. Tempers snapped too quickly. They had not yet found a way to destroy it. But they knew it could not be left alone. So they took turns wearing it. At first, the weight seemed symbolic, a way to share the responsibility. But soon, it revealed itself as something darker. When worn, the locket pressed inward. Not physically. Though it was heavy, but emotionally. Spiritually. It did not speak in words, but in doubts. It magnified what was small, twisted what was true. It sowed discord with surgical precision. For Ron, it whispered of inadequacy. Harry's name, always louder. Hermione's glances, always sharper. The quiet fear that he was merely a follower, a background figure in a legend that had already written him as a footnote. For Hermione, it whispered of doubt. Her plans, her strategies, her logic, always just short of enough. Had she made the right decisions? Was she leading them in circles? Did the boys resent her control? And for Harry, it whispered of guilt. Everyone he loved, harmed. Every death, a mirror. Every choice, a step closer to becoming the man he sought to destroy. It dredged up Sirius. Dumbledore. Even Cedric. The locket did not scream. It only murmured. And it never stopped. Days passed with little progress. Hermione tried every incantation known to magical theory, every destructive curse short of the dark arts themselves, but the locket resisted. It was not just protected, it was woven through with protections that drew from blood, sacrifice, and soul-binding. They had no Gryffinder's sword, which Dumbledore had once believed capable of destroying Horcruxes. The Ministry still held it. Possibly Voldemort himself. For now, the locket remained whole. And their unity fractured. They moved to the Brecon Beacons, camping on a hilltop in late autumn. The sky was low and yellow with coming frost. Rain hissed down the tent's protective charms, and the forest below swayed with whispers. It was Ron's turn to wear the locket. He had been quieter lately, more brittle. His jokes had gone sharp. His gaze lingered too long on Hermione, and too long on Harry when he thought no one was watching. The locket had found the crack in him, and pushed. That night, he snapped. Not loudly. Not dramatically. But with a cold, resigned finality. He accused Harry of leading them nowhere. Accused Hermione of blind loyalty. Accused Dumbledore of betrayal, giving them a quest without guidance, a map with no key, a sacrifice without purpose. Harry tried to stop him. Hermione begged him to wait, to stay, to listen. But Ron turned from the fire and disapparated into the night. The tent was colder without him. Hermione barely spoke. Harry tried to rationalize it, to blame the locket, to believe Ron would come back. But in his heart, he felt the first true fracture of the journey. They had begun together. Now, they were fewer. The locket remained. And it pulsed in the quiet. They waited until Christmas Eve. Snow had fallen for days, burying the forests in muffled quiet. The tent, pitched in the roots of an ancient ash tree, remained warm only by magic and willpower. Neither Harry nor Hermione spoke much of Ron. His absence clung to them, not as conversation, but as atmosphere. It affected everything: sleep, decision, even breath. But the plan remained. Godric's Hollow. It was not just a place. It was origin, the village where Harry had lived as a child, where his parents had died, and where the boy who lived had first been marked by death. And perhaps, it was also a place where something of Dumbledore's trail might remain. They apparat just after dusk. Godric's Hollow lay nestled between dark hills, its rooftops dusted with snow, its gas lamps flickering against the fog. Icicles clung to window sills. Muggle families moved through the streets in scarves and gloves, laughing softly, their world still unbroken. There was something painful in its normalcy. Hermione wore Polyjuice disguise, just in case, but Harry refused. He walked through the streets with his hood drawn and his heart thrumming, absorbing everything: the post office, the pub, the church bells echoing gently through the frost. The graveyard stood behind the chapel. Quiet, half-sunken stones rose from the snow like teeth. They searched by wandlight. They passed names worn by weather, older than even Hogwarts, names like Peveril, Abbott, Dumbledore. Here, in death, bloodlines whispered secrets still unsolved. And then they found Lillian James Potter. Two names, side by side. The last enemy that shall be destroyed is death. The quote carved into the stone caught Harry's breath more than the names did. It felt not like comfort, but like challenge. A line drawn between worlds, one his parents had crossed, and one he had never left. He knelt, brushing snow from the letters. He said nothing. Hermione, beside him, touched his shoulder, and the silence held. Beyond the graveyard lay a crooked lane that ended at a cottage, roof collapsed, ivy grown thick around scorched stone. It stood behind iron gates, half-wrecked, half-preserved, the ruin of the Potter's home. It had not been rebuilt. It had been left as it was, a memorial. A sign stood at the gate, its plaque engraved with a brief message, but scrawled over in wizard ink were messages from others. "Thank you, Harry. They didn't die in vain. We'll finish it. Always." Harry stood before it as if at the edge of time. The house looked small. It was hard to imagine war beginning here, harder still to imagine himself, a baby in a crib upstairs, while a dark lord aimed a wand and a mother screamed in defiance. He reached for the gate. And that's when she appeared. Bathilda Bagshot, cloaked in layers, moved with a slow, halting gait down the lane. Her presence was unexpected, sudden, but not alarming. She looked ancient, almost skeletal, eyes sunken and yellowed with time. Her mouth moved without sound. Hermione flinched. Harry recognized the name, Bathilda, the historian, author of A History of Magic, and one of the few people who had once known Dumbledore well. She beckoned. They followed. She led them into a crooked house, damp with age and smelling faintly of decay. The interior was cloaked in shadows. Books lined every wall, their spines crumbling with age. A fire hissed in the grate, not warm, but perfunctory. Bathilda did not speak. She merely turned, slowly, and ascended the stairs. Harry followed her into a bedroom laid in dust. Hermione stayed behind. It was only once the door closed that Harry realized something was wrong. Bathilda moved not like a person, but like a shell. She turned, her back grotesquely still, and suddenly, split open. From within her corpse slithered something alive. A snake. Massive. Emerald-scaled. Nagini. Not a pet. A part of Voldemort. A trap. The attack came fast. Harry fell backward over broken furniture. Nagini struck, fangs flashing. Wood shattered. A bed frame exploded. Spells fired, stupefy, reducto, anything he could summon, but the snake dodged, twisted, coiled, eyes burning. Hermione burst through the door, screaming curses, light blinding. Together, they fought her back. A shattering window. A flash of green flame. And then, they apparated. They landed in the forest with a crack and a thud. Harry writhed in pain, a gash torn across his arm, his wand hand shaking. The locket had flown loose from around his neck in the chaos. Hermione crawled toward him, tears streaking her soot-covered face. They had escaped. Barely. The trap had been perfect. Bathilda had been dead for weeks. Nagini had worn her skin like a disguise. Voldemort had been waiting, not in the house, but nearby. By the time he sensed Harry, they were gone. But he had been close. Too close. That night, Harry dreamed. Not of home. But of a boy in a mirror, young, dark-haired, thin. Tom Riddle. And of a ring with a symbol, a triangle, a circle, a line. He awoke gasping, the locket hot against his chest. Godric's Hollow had given no answers. Only more questions. And a message written not in words, but in blood. Voldemort was no longer just searching. He was hunting. The forest had frozen into silence. Snow blanketed the world in white, muting every twig, every footprint. The tent, hidden beneath a thicket of blackthorn, stood dim and still. The wind moved in soft, glassy sighs across the treetops, but there was no other sound. Harry lay awake beneath his blanket, the cold pressing into his skin despite magical insulation. Beside him, Hermione shifted in restless sleep. Her breathing trembled now, even when she didn't speak. The events at Godric's Hollow had unsettled her in ways she would never admit aloud. He couldn't sleep. The locket burned against his chest, even when removed. It sat on the table now, radiating unease into the tent. Harry swore it pulsed, not in movement, but in presence. He left the tent before dawn. He needed air. He needed space. He needed to think. The forest outside was crystalline, the snow untouched, the moonlight silvering the trunks of ancient trees. And then, without sound, a light appeared. A creature made of moonlight and memory, stepping silently between branches. A doe. Her body shimmered, not with physical form, but with magic, a patroness. Not his. Not Hermione's. The spell was unfamiliar, and yet its beauty was undeniable. She did not flee. She looked back at him with eyes full of intelligence, then turned, her hooves not leaving a mark in the snow. She wanted him to follow. So he did. Wand gripped tight, heart pounding not with fear but with certainty. The doe led him down a sloping bank, past frost-bitten briars and black branches, to a small, frozen pool nestled between roots. She paused at its edge, then vanished, as if breathed out by the night itself. Harry approached the water's edge. There, beneath the ice, gleamed a shape. A sword. Not just any sword. The sword of Godric Gryffindor. His breath caught. He dropped to his knees, scraping snow aside, trying to see better. The sword lay beneath thick, dark ice, suspended as if it had fallen into memory and become trapped. Dumbledore had tried to leave him this sword in his will. The Ministry had denied it. But here it was, offered not by politics, but by fate. Or something else. He knew what he had to do. He stripped off his coat, then his sweater, boots, even his wand, placing it carefully on the snow. The locket he left last, as if reluctant even to let it out of sight. Then he stepped into the water. It was a cold like nothing he had ever known, not just frigid, but suffocating. Each inch a new form of pain, the surface cracking and shifting as he broke through. When the water reached his chest, he dived. The sword was just out of reach. His fingers stretched. And then, pain. The locket had come alive. It had risen, its chain tightening, strangling. The moment he had submerged himself, it had sensed vulnerability. The Horcrux wrapped around his throat like a snake, pulling, choking, drowning. He clawed at it, bubbles bursting from his mouth. His lungs screamed. Darkness closed in. Until a hand grabbed him. Pulled him upward. Dragged him gasping onto the ice. Harry coughed out water and snow. Beside him stood a figure, soaking, panting, furious. Ron Weasley. Returned. Older, leaner, still furious, but here. Are you mental? Ron growled, pulling the chain from around Harry's throat and throwing the locket into the snow. Jumping into a frozen lake with no backup, no plan, just to die for a sword. Harry wheezed, still coughing. It's not just a sword. Ron didn't answer. He looked at it. Then at the Horcrux. Harry sat up, still shivering, and placed the sword beside the locket. You have to destroy it. Ron hesitated. The sword gleamed, not with polish, but with purpose. Goblin-made. Drenched in basilisk venom. One of the few weapons that could destroy what they hunted. It knows how to play you, Harry said. It did it to me. It'll try to do the same to you. Ron stepped forward. The locket twitched. Then opened. But not physically. The surface swirled with shadow, with visions. Hermione's face, leaning close to Harry. Their laughter. Their shared glances. Then Harry, cruel and mocking, taunting Ron. Telling him he was unnecessary. A footnote. Ron's hands trembled. The voices hissed. The locket spoke, in his voice, and theirs, and ones not heard before. But Ron raised the sword. And with a shout, brought it crashing down. The blade split the locket in two. From within it, a shriek burst upward, not heard, but felt, a piece of soul torn loose from its anchor. The darkness fled. The forest fell quiet. The sword gleamed red. They returned to the tent in silence. Hermione froze at the sight of Ron, her face moving through confusion, shock, anger, and finally relief. Then fury returned. She punched his chest. And then she hugged him. And though she said little, Harry saw it, forgiveness growing like moss over stone. Slow. But sure. That night, the three of them sat close again. Together. The first Horcrux had been destroyed. And though the road ahead remained hidden, for the first time in weeks, a path had opened. They had returned to movement, but not aimlessly now. With Ron back and the locket destroyed, a new determination took root among them, fragile but real. They spent long nights reviewing every scrap of information Dumbledore had left behind, poring over the tales of Beedle the Bard, rereading notes, revisiting conversations. Answers were no longer distant. They were hidden in plain sight. It began with a symbol. A triangle with a circle at its center, bisected by a vertical line. Hermione had first seen it in the tale of the three brothers. Xenophilius Lovegood had worn it at the wedding. And now, in the margins of the old, rune-covered storybook left to her by Dumbledore, the same symbol was scribbled again and again. Harry recognized it not from legend, but from Grindel, from the dreams and visions that haunted him. The three conferred in whispers. The book, given to Hermione as a seemingly whimsical part of Dumbledore's will, now burned with deeper meaning. Hermione turned to the fable, flipping to the old story with hands that hesitated slightly, not from fear, but from awe. She read aloud. The tale of the three brothers. There were once three brothers who traveled a lonely road at twilight. They came upon a river too deep to cross, and so, being clever in magic, they conjured a bridge. But death, cheated of victims, appeared before them. To reward their cunning, Death offered each brother a gift. The eldest demanded a wand more powerful than any before, and received the Elder Wand. The second, mourning a lost love, asked for the power to recall the dead, and was given the Resurrection Stone. The third, cautious, asked for a way to hide from Death himself, and was granted the invisibility cloak. In time, Death took the first two by trick or tragedy. But the third brother passed his cloak to his son, and greeted Death as an old friend, departing with him from life, equal. The story ended as all fables do, with poetic symmetry. But in the silence that followed, none of them laughed. Because the story felt too precise. Too connected. What if it's not just a story? Harry asked. The question hung there. It was Hermione, always rational, who answered. Slowly. Dumbledore meant for us to understand this. He left the book for a reason. That symbol is everywhere, the triangle, the circle, the line. It's not decoration. It's a map. Ron leaned forward. You think these things are real? No one answered immediately. But they knew what they felt. The Elder Wand. The Resurrection Stone. The Invisibility Cloak. 3 objects. 3 artifacts. Together, the deathly Hallows. Harry began to see a thread that stretched backward, through Dumbledore, through Voldemort, through history itself. The wand Voldemort sought. The stone Dumbledore once possessed. The cloak Harry inherited from his father. Not coincidence. A pattern. He remembered the ring, the one Dumbledore destroyed, cursed his hand with, hidden in the gaunt shack. It bore the same symbol. The Resurrection Stone. He remembered Grindel, the symbol etched into the wall at Nermangard. The Elder Wand. And he thought of his cloak, handed down from James, who had possessed it during the war. The Invisibility Cloak. It was not superstition. It was legacy. But if the Hallows were real, and Voldemort knew of them, the danger changed. Because while Harry hunted Horcruxes to destroy the Dark Lord soul, Voldemort may have begun seeking immortality through conquest. He would want the Elder Wand. The legend said it could not be defeated. And Dumbledore, when he died, had been in possession of such a wand. Their quest had split. 2 paths now converged. The Horcruxes, pieces of soul, dark and buried. The Hallows, tools of power, mythic and deadly. And Harry began to wonder if Dumbledore had left him both puzzles at once. Not just to end Voldemort, but to understand him. Because Voldemort sought to conquer death. And the Hallows were the ancient map of every wizard who ever dared to try. Spring had not yet come. The forests remained bare, skeletal, and hostile in their silence. Each day the trio moved deeper into isolation, their faces hollowed by cold and vigilance. The locket was gone. Ron had returned. They had destroyed a piece of Voldemort's soul. But they had not found the next Horcrux. Leads were few. Names whispered in stories had no trails. The sword of Gryffindor lay heavy in Hermione's beaded bag, but the greater quest. The unraveling of Voldemort's immortality had become fogged by myths, by fragments of a plan Dumbledore had never fully explained. Each apparition was now a dice throw. Each crack of displaced air risked drawing attention. Until the day they were ambushed. They had made camp near the edge of Dean Forest, behind an old slate hill, using concealment charms led by Hermione. The tent was pitched beneath bramble, set behind boulders, invisible to any who passed. But the Snatchers weren't ordinary travelers. They were not subtle. They were hunters. Harry had removed his invisibility cloak, only for a moment, to scan the tree line. That was enough. A jinx flew like a whip, striking him across the cheek. He fell. The air filled with shouts, rough voices, fast. We got here then, the leader sneered, stepping forward. Harry said nothing. He didn't have to. His face was on posters now. His name on lists. But it was Hermione who moved first. Without hesitation, she turned her wand on Harry's face and muttered a hex, distorting his features, warping his eyes, blurring his scar beneath swelling flesh. Too late. The Snatchers had already seen too much. They were bound and marched through the forest, hands tied, wands confiscated, packs rummaged. Ron was unrecognizable under false identity. Hermione gave a fake name, stuttering convincingly. But Harry? Harry said he was Vernon Dudley, and it was not believed. The Snatchers debated. Then someone saw the sword of Gryffindor, wrapped in cloth. It was enough. The name Harry Potter began to circulate among the group in hungry tones. Arguments broke out. Rewards were speculated. And then, the worst outcome. We take him to Malfoy Manor. Not to the Ministry. Not to a cell. But to Lucius Malfoy. Where Bellatrix Lestrange waited. The journey was short, apparat in jumps. They arrived before the iron gates of Malfoy Manor as shadows under moonlight. The building rose from the dark like something grown, not built, columns of pale stone, windows like black mirrors, surrounded by frost-kissed grounds that seemed to reject warmth altogether. The gates opened. Harry, Ron, and Hermione were forced inside. And the door shut behind them like the lid of a tomb. The entrance hall of Malfoy Manor was more a mausoleum than a home. The stone beneath Harry's feet was polished to glass, reflecting flickers of candlelight and footsteps that did not belong. The ceilings stretched too high, built for grandeur, not warmth. Cold hung like a permanent enchantment. Harry's face still throbbed from Hermione's hex, but it had done its job. His features were just distorted enough to cause uncertainty, enough to delay the moment when recognition could become a death sentence. The Snatchers led them forward like cargo, grinning, loud, too confident to notice the finer tensions waiting inside. Draco Malfoy stood near the hearth, pale and rigid. Behind him, Lucius watched with eyes made colder by disgrace. His name no longer commanded the awe it once had, and he knew it. Now, every opportunity to curry favor with Voldemort was a lifeline. "Is it him?" Lucius asked, voice brittle with need. Draco stared at Harry. Paused. Then looked away. I can't be sure. It was a lie. But one born of exhaustion, of fear, of something too fragile to name. Harry saw the war in Draco's eyes, not between right and wrong, but between orders and consequences. Lucius pressed further, summoning Bellatrix. And when she entered, the temperature dropped. Bellatrix Lestrange moved with an elegance twisted by madness. Her eyes found the sword of Gryffindor, now unwrapped, and panic took her. "Where did you get this?" Hermione stammered. Bellatrix advanced. She tore Hermione away from the others and dragged her upstairs, wand drawn. Screams followed moments later, real, uncontained, slicing through the manor like sirens. Ron fought against his restraints, wild with rage. Harry's pulse thudded in his ears. They were bound in the cellar minutes later, forced below ground, locked with iron and stone and the sound of muffled cries above. The air stank of mildew and old despair. And there, in the shadows, came a voice. "Harry?" It was Luna Lovegood. She sat in the far corner, calm as snowfall, imprisoned for weeks, her silver eyes unclouded. Beside her, Dean Thomas, grimy but alert, and Grip Hook, the goblin from Gringotts, barely breathing, his leg bound by a blood-soaked cloth. They had been taken for different reasons. Luna, for her father's defiance. Dean, for lack of blood status. Grip Hook, for knowledge of goblin secrets. And now they waited in the dark together. Harry and Ron barely listened. Their ears were focused on the screams above. On Hermione. Bellatrix tortured not to kill, but to extract. She believed the sword was stolen from her vault. She demanded to know how. And Hermione, through fire and fury, gave her nothing. Every shriek etched itself into Harry's bones. Time twisted. He didn't know how long they remained locked below. But then came a whisper, soft and deliberate, at the bars. "Dobby has come to save Harry Potter." A pair of tennis ball-sized eyes shone in the dark. Dobby, freed elf, defiant and brilliant, had apparat into the manor, a feat most believed impossible. He was small. But he was magic unbound. Harry's voice trembled as he explained the plan. Dobby would take Luna, Dean, and Grip Hook first, side-along apparition to Shell Cottage, Bill and Fleur's refuge by the sea. Then he would return. Harry would wait. He would not leave without Hermione. The first escape was smooth, Dobby vanished with a pop. And moments later, he returned. Bellatrix was still above. Harry and Ron had no time. They burst from the cellar with the stolen wands Dobby had retrieved, launching curses into stunned snatchers, dodging hexes, and racing for Hermione. They found her curled on the drawing room floor, barely conscious, Bellatrix still snarling threats. A duel erupted. Lucius joined in. Narcissa. Draco hesitated. And then, with perfect timing, Dobby returned. He dropped the chandelier. It crashed down like judgment. Bellatrix screamed. Everyone scattered. Harry grabbed Hermione. Ron grabbed Grip Hook. And they apparated. They landed on the beach at Shell Cottage. Sand. Cold wind. The sea crashing with indifference. Hermione moaned, barely awake. Ron cradled her. Grip Hook bled into the earth. And Dobby stood smiling. Proud. Triumphant. Then he fell. The silver knife thrown by Bellatrix had struck true. Harry caught him. The elf's chest heaved once, twice. Dobby is happy to be with his friend. Harry Potter. And then, he was still. Harry dug the grave himself. No magic. Just hands. Each scoop of earth a final gift. He laid Dobby to rest above the sea, beneath a cairn of stones, with a marker carved into driftwood. Here lies Dobby, a free elf. The war had taken many. But none so brave. None so pure. And in the silence that followed, Harry knew. The quest could no longer wait. The next Horcrux must fall. The morning broke pale over Shell Cottage. Waves dragged themselves across the shore with the weariness of old ritual. In the cottage, a plan began to take form, not sleek or flawless, but one carved from necessity. There would be no time for elegance. Only for boldness. Harry knew that Voldemort had used Bellatrix Lestrange's vault at Gringotts to store something. The panic in her eyes at the sight of the sword of Gryffindor had said as much. She had believed the sword was still in her vault, protected by goblin enchantments and dragon flame. But that had been a lie. And if she believed it gone, she would likely soon check. They had to move first. The days leading to the heist were spent in meticulous preparation, if not for success, then at least for survival. Griphook, now recovering slowly from his wounds, had agreed to assist. Not from loyalty, nor kindness, but from bargain. Goblins were not governed by the same codes as wizards. Ownership meant something older, and more rigid, to them. Harry promised him the sword of Gryffindor in exchange for his help breaching the Lestrange vault. It was not a lie. But it was not the whole truth. Because Harry knew the sword would be needed again, to destroy more Horcruxes. But if they survived Gringotts, they would have time to consider their next move. If the plan required deception. Polyjuice potion brewed. Hair stolen from Bellatrix's robes in Malfoy Manor. Hermione would take her place. Ron, disguised beyond recognition with beard and foreign accent, would pose as a subordinate. Harry and Griphook would remain hidden beneath the invisibility cloak, clinging to Hermione's heels as she barked orders and sneered commands. They apparat to Diagon Alley under morning haze. The street was not as it once was. Shops were shuttered. Windows darkened. Goblins patrolled the steps of Gringotts not as clerks, but as guards. Even under disguise, tension bloomed. Hermione's performance was brittle, but passable. She stormed the lobby with Bellatrix's gait, imperious, impatient, toxic. The goblins recognized her. But they did not trust her. Still, they escorted her. The cart ride into the depths of Gringotts was violent, twisting rails, underground caverns, ancient stone halls carved into the earth. Waterfalls passed overhead, enchanted to detect lies and disguises. The Polyjuice potion faltered, sizzling under magical scrutiny. Their true forms flickered. Hermione shouted. Ron threatened. The goblins hesitated. Then relented. They reached the Lestrange vault. It loomed like a tomb of gold and malice. The door, engraved with curses, opened at the touch of a goblin's claw. Inside, a mountain of treasure, but cursed, multiplied on contact. One touch, and the objects would duplicate, threaten to drown the intruder in their own greed. Amid the pile glinted a single object. A golden cup. Hufflepuff's cup. They moved fast. Harry spotted the cup and dove. The treasure reacted, multiplying with each contact, burning hot, rising like a wave of molten metal. Griphook screamed. Hermione slipped. Ron tried to hold her. The cup was snatched just as the chamber threatened to collapse beneath the weight of its own defenses. And then, betrayal. Griphook turned. He seized the sword, vanished through the vault door, and abandoned them. The guards were already arriving. They fled not by cart, but by force. Spells ignited the tunnel. Alarms blared. Goblins shouted. The vaults trembled. The entire bank seemed to awaken. Not like a structure, but a beast disturbed. Their escape became chaos. And then, they found the dragon. Pale. Blind. Caged in iron. A creature used to guard the lowest vaults, tortured into servitude. Its chains were branded with flame. Its body bore scars older than its keepers. Harry did not see an obstacle. He saw a way out. They mounted the dragon. Hermione cast a blasting curse. The vaults collapsed. And together they rode the dragon through fire and stone, up through the depths, bursting from the white steps of Gringotts into the sky. Freedom came not with silence, but with the scream of a beast and the shattering of centuries-old magic. They flew for miles. The dragon carried them high above the countryside, wind tearing at their skin, the sky wide and wild. Eventually, it landed on a desolate hillside. They slid from its back and watched it disappear into the mountains. They were burned, bruised, exhausted. But in Harry's hands, he now held another Horcrux. Hufflepuff's cup. They had stolen from Gringotts. They had survived. But now, Voldemort would know. They camped in silence after the escape. The stolen cup sat wrapped in cloth, isolated, untouched. But its presence was palpable, not in weight, but in tension. Another piece of Voldemort's soul. Another fragment of the unnatural. Hermione's hand shook when she unwrapped it. Ron didn't speak. And Harry, though cold and scraped raw by dragonflight, stared at it with the haunted clarity of someone who could now see the pattern forming. For Horcrux is destroyed. Tom Riddle's diary, pierced by basilisk fang. Marvolo Gaunt's ring, destroyed by Dumbledore. Slytherin's locket, split by Ron. And now Hufflepuff's cup, gleaming gold and full of rot. But the question that had lingered for months now pressed inward. What were the last pieces? They knew Voldemort had intended 7 total, 6 containers, 1 remnant of soul. But Dumbledore had only ever spoken of 6 artifacts. And 1 remained unaccounted for. Harry thought of the Ravenclaw relic, the diadem, a rumor more than an object. He thought of Nagini, always near Voldemort, too close, too precious to be simply a pet. He thought of himself. And something cracked. The vision came not as sleep, but as invasion. A room of marble. A hand of white bone grasping a wand. Voldemort, pacing before a broken vault in the depths of Gringotts. The dragon scream still echoed in the dark. Rage flooded the vision like venom. They are hunting them. They are destroying them. The voice, high, cold, no longer questioning, but knowing. And then, a flash, the castle by the lake. A tower hidden in shadows. A room filled with forgotten things, broken furniture, forgotten statues, a place where secrets gathered like dust. The Room of Requirement. Voldemort had hidden the diadem at Hogwarts. The last relic of Rowena Ravenclaw. Harry awoke gasping. Hermione crouched beside him, wand ready. Ron stood guard. He told them everything. The vision. The diadem. The vault. The growing sense of urgency. Voldemort now knew they were after the Horcruxes. His defenses would tighten. His soul, once scattered and protected, was nearly unraveled. There was no more hiding. They would return to Hogwarts. But as they prepared to leave, another thought curled in the corners of Harry's mind, a thought he had not voiced aloud. What if there was one more Horcrux? And what if it was not an object? Dumbledore's words returned to him, half-spoken, half-understood. You are the 7th Horcrux, though you never meant to be. The memory pressed itself into shape. The night in Godric's Hollow. The killing curse rebounded. Voldemort's body destroyed. But not all of him had died. A fragment of his soul, unanchored, unloved, had latched onto the only living thing in the room. A baby. Harry. It explained the visions. The pain in his scar. The connection to Voldemort's thoughts. He wasn't just hunting Horcruxes. He was one. He told no one yet. There would be time later. Right now, they had to move. They packed the tent. Hermione sealed the cup deep in her bag. Ron adjusted his grip on the sword of Gryffindor, no longer just a relic, but a key, the only weapon capable of cutting through immortality. And together, beneath grey skies, they prepared to return to the place where it had all begun. Hogwarts. The war would end where Harry's story began. And so would Voldemort's. The castle stood quiet beneath the stars. From a distance, it looked unchanged, turrets rising above the forested hills, warm windows gleaming in the night. But as the trio approached through the darkened landscape, they could feel it. Hogwarts had changed. The air around it was tighter. The enchantments older, more aggressive. The protective wards were layered thickly, not in welcome, but in paranoia. The Death Eater's influence had grown long fingers, and even here, the heart of magical Britain was now stitched with fear. They approached not through the gates, but through Hogsmeade, cloaked and cautious. The village was near abandoned. Windows shuttered. Doors bolted. Only the faintest lights moved behind curtains. Still, the moment they stepped beyond the square, alarms flared, a sharp, magical wail that split the air like a scream. It had been set for Harry. Instantly, the trio ducked into the nearest alley. And then, salvation. A door opened. A hand beckoned. Aberforth Dumbledore. The Hogshead Inn, long thought only a haunt for oddities and outcasts, was now a node of quiet rebellion. Aberforth had not abandoned his brother's memory, only his methods. He fed them, gave them cover, and said little. But when Harry asked for help re-entering the castle, Aberforth gave more than safe harbor. He gave them a path. A portrait on the wall swung inward. Within it, the image of a young woman, Ariana, silent and serene, turned to reveal a tunnel that burrowed deep into the stone. "They'll be waiting for you," Aberforth warned. "But so will your allies." The passage led not to the main entrance, but into the room of requirement. They emerged into a space transformed. The room no longer mirrored comfort or study, but resistance. Tents were pitched between conjured walls. Cots lined the far sides. Maps hovered mid-air. Fires crackled beneath enchanted hoods. And there stood Neville Longbottom. Not the boy they had left behind, but a leader. His face was bruised, his robes torn, but his expression burned with certainty. He grinned at the sight of Harry, Ron, and Hermione, and called others forward. Luna. Dean. Seamus. Lavender. Michael. Parvati. Ernie. The remnants of Dumbledore's army had gathered. And now, the war had come home. The room of requirement became a nerve center. Information flowed in, names of Death Eaters at the gates, movements of Snape, patterns of patrols. The Carrows, Alecto and Amicus, were still brutalizing students. Snape ruled from the shadows, unopposed. But no longer. Harry knew he had returned not for speeches, but for one purpose, to find the diadem of Ravenclaw, the next Horcrux. It was hidden somewhere within these walls. He just needed to remember where. He tried the library, the tower, the Ravenclaw common room. Hermione and Luna joined him, offering guesses, maps, logic. But the answer came from memory. Years ago, Harry had hidden a book in a room that provided whatever one required, a chamber piled with discarded magical objects, cursed items, forgotten relics. The room of hidden things. It was the same room Tom Riddle had once used, the same room where he had placed the diadem. He felt it. Knew it. Tomorrow, they would enter it. But night would not wait. The arrival of Harry Potter had been sensed. Word spread through the castle like wind. Voldemort knew. And he was coming. Through the forbidden forest. Through the night. With him came the army of his making, giants, dementors, werewolves, Death Eaters in cloaks. The sky over Hogwarts darkened. And inside the walls, teachers raised shields. Students rallied. Old ghosts stirred. Armors woke. The Battle of Hogwarts had begun. The castle groaned under the weight of war. From high towers to the depths of the dungeons, every stone shuddered with spellfire. The shield that had once protected Hogwarts had shattered. Its fragments fell as silver rain, drifting through shattered glass and battered flags. The night had become a battlefield. But Harry ran not toward the clash of wands. He ran toward memory. The room of requirement had transformed once before into a place of hidden things, where he had once left a book and found a world of discarded secrets. He believed now, with growing certainty, that Tom Riddle had done the same. The diadem of Rowena Ravenclaw, the final known artifact. And likely, the final Horcrux that could be destroyed. He reached the 7th floor, lungs burning, Ron and Hermione close behind. The corridor was eerily quiet, as if the chaos above had not yet trickled down to this place. He passed the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy. 3 times, he walked past the blank stretch of wall, willing the room to appear. Not as a sanctuary. Not as an escape. But as the place where things were hidden. The door formed. They entered. Well, and inscribed with faded words. "With beyond measure is man's greatest treasure. The diadem of Ravenclaw." He climbed toward it. But the moment his fingers touched the metal, the temperature dropped. A roar echoed behind them. They were not alone. Draco Malfoy stood at the doorway. Behind him, Vincent Crabbe and Gregory Goyle, their wands raised, their expressions less confident than defiant. "Hand it over," Draco hissed. "We know what it is." Crabbe's wand twitched. The standoff was brief. And then, as Ron stepped forward, Crabbe lost control, or perhaps never had it. He screamed a spell, not understanding its power. Fiend fire. Flames erupted. But this was no ordinary fire. It came alive, conjured from dark, ancient magic. A wall of dragon-shaped flame roared through the piles of relics, devouring all in its path. The room of hidden things became a furnace. The heat was monstrous. The objects multiplied the fire's reach, feeding it faster than thought. The trio turned and ran. Harry clutched the diadem. Ron and Hermione leapt over piles of treasure. Behind them, Crabbe screamed, the flames consuming everything. They passed broken walls and toppling stacks. Goyle slipped, but Ron grabbed him. Draco stumbled. Harry turned back, dragging him forward. No one would be left behind. Smoke choked the air. The door reappeared, only when Harry wanted to escape, not to hide. They burst through it as the room collapsed in on itself. Fiend fire, unstoppable, devoured centuries of hoarded magic. And within that inferno, the Horcrux was destroyed. The diadem, the last of the known artifacts, was consumed. The room closed behind them. They collapsed in the corridor. All for Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Draco. No words. Just breath and firelight reflected in their eyes. And then, a sound from below. A scream not of pain, but of loss. Harry's scar burned. Voldemort knew. Another part of his soul had just died. Only 2 fragments remained. One, Nagini, Voldemort's living guardian. And the other, still unnamed, unconfirmed. But Harry now understood what it might be. What it must be. And what he would have to do to finish this war. The castle trembled under the strain of war. Explosions tore through its upper walls. Stone cracked. Dust rained from the ceiling of the Great Hall. Fires raged in corridors where once children studied charms. The world Harry knew as a school had become a tomb of the old world, burning around its last defenders. And then came silence. Not everywhere, but deep within him. A stillness. Because in the chaos, Harry had understood the final truth. It came not from a vision or a prophecy, not from Dumbledore's lips or Voldemort's mind, but from within. A knowledge slow blooming. A revelation long whispered but only now accepted. He was the final Horcrux. Unintended. Unaware. But real. When the killing curse rebounded that night in Godric's Hollow, it had destroyed Voldemort's body. But not all of his soul. A fragment had latched onto the closest life. Harry. The connection had always been more than magical. It was anchored in soul. To defeat Voldemort completely, to make him mortal once more, Harry had to die. By Voldemort's hand. He left without goodbyes. Ron and Hermione were tending the wounded. They didn't see him slip away. He couldn't bear to tell them. Not this. Not now. He passed the ruined staircase, ducked beneath fallen beams, moved past bodies covered in cloaks. The ghosts watched him, not with words, but with a silent reverence. As if they knew. The Marauder's map remained in his pocket. His invisibility cloak over his shoulders. But he made no effort to hide. He wanted Voldemort to see him. Before the forest's edge, he paused. He drew the snitch from his pocket, the one Dumbledore had left him. He had not opened it. Not truly. Not until now. He whispered the words the snitch would recognize. I am about to die. It opened. And inside, nestled in gold, the resurrection stone. He closed his fingers around it. And they appeared. Not as phantoms, but as echoes of soul. His mother, her eyes shining with sorrow. His father, calm and steady. Sirius, smirking as always. And Remus, tired, but proud. We're with you, James said. Until the end, Lily added. Their presence did not ease his fear. But it gave him courage. He walked forward, into the forbidden forest. The trees swallowed the moonlight. Shadows moved. Twigs snapped. Far ahead, a fire crackled, and around it, the Death Eaters gathered. Giants loomed in the distance. Dementors floated at the edges. Wolves prowled unseen. At the center sat Voldemort, pale hands folded, his wand resting across his knees. Harry stepped into the clearing. Gasps. A stir among the cloaks. Some took aim. Voldemort raised his hand. Do not kill him. He comes of his own free will. Harry walked until he stood before the Dark Lord. His mother's presence was gone. The stone had slipped from his hand. Only the moment remained. He looked at Voldemort, not with defiance, not with pleading, but with peace. And then, Voldemort raised his wand. Avada Kedavra. Green light. And silence. There was no pain. Only a sensation of leaving. Of detaching. Harry did not know if it was death. He opened his eyes and found himself not in forest, nor fire, but in a space of soft light and silver mist. A station. A ceiling high above. The whiteness of King's Cross, if it had been dreamt by memory. And on the floor, under a bench, curled like a sick thing, a form no larger than a child, deformed, shivering. The Horcrux that had lived inside him. Dying. And across from it, waiting, was Dumbledore. They spoke. Not in riddles, but in honesty. Dumbledore, frailer now. No twinkle. No charm. Only the weight of his years. He admitted truths long withheld, about Snape, about the Hallows, about the plan that had always asked too much from a boy. But Harry listened without rage. Because now he understood. He had died. But not completely. Because he had walked into death willingly, without vengeance, without fear. And because Voldemort had used Harry's blood to rebuild his body, Harry remained tethered to life. His mother's protection lived on. He could go on, to whatever lay beyond. Or return. He chose to return. For Ron. For Hermione. For Hogwarts. For every soul Voldemort had touched with cruelty. He opened his eyes. He lay still, surrounded by the Death Eaters, his body pale but breathing. Narcissa Malfoy leaned close, checking for life. And then, she lied. He is dead. Voldemort believed her. The final act had begun. Harry's body was carried back to the castle in silence. His eyes remained closed, his limbs slack, but his breath, though shallow, still moved. None but Narcissa Malfoy knew this truth, and she had kept it not out of loyalty to Harry, but love for her son. A mother's answer had saved the world. Voldemort led the procession. Behind him, Death Eaters marched with stolen pride. Giants crushed trees in their wake. Dementors swirled at the castle's edge. The Dark Lord's army gathered before the crumbling stone of Hogwarts, now blackened by flame and grief. Harry Potter is dead. Voldemort's voice rang over the grounds, amplified by unnatural power. He offered clemency. He offered survival. He promised mercy to those who would kneel. But none knelt. The defenders of Hogwarts, blooded, burnt, grieving, rose to their feet. Not for a counterattack, but for defiance. Neville Longbottom stepped forward, his robes torn, his hands blooded. "You'll never win." Voldemort mocked him. Offered him the chance to join. Neville refused. And then, in a flash of fire, the Sorting Hat appeared, conjured by Voldemort and placed on Neville's head as a mockery. But inside the hat, something waited. The sword of Gryffindor. Neville drew it and, in a single stroke, beheaded Nagini, Voldemort's final tether to immortality. The last Horcrux was gone. In that moment, Harry rose. Gasps echoed through both armies. He stepped forward, wand in hand. "It's over, Tom." Voldemort's expression contorted, not in fear, but in disbelief. The killing curse had failed again. The boy had lived again. But this time, Harry did not run. The castle erupted in renewed battle. Death Eaters surged forward. Centaurs burst from the forest. House elves charged from the kitchens, knives flashing. Grawp, the half-giant, swung broken stone columns at trolls. Spells fired in every direction, red, green, silver, streaking like comets. The Battle of Hogwarts ignited. Fred Weasley fell, laughter frozen on his face. Remus Lupin and Tonks fought back to back, and fell, hand in hand. Colin Creevey, too young to be here, struck down amid rubble. But also Percy Weasley, dueling alongside George, breaking years of silence with a fury none had seen in him before. Professor McGonagall, her transfigured army of suits of armor marching through the entrance hall. Firenze, wounded and defiant, hurling arrows into giants. Even Peeves, the poltergeist, joined, singing battle rhymes and pelting Death Eaters with weaponized ink. The entire school had risen. And in its heart, Harry searched. He found Voldemort in the Great Hall, surrounded by his last followers. Bellatrix Lestrange was already dueling, fierce, vicious, until Molly Weasley stepped forward and, with a scream of protective rage, ended her. Voldemort turned. All eyes found Harry. He stepped into the center, wand raised, and said the words no spellbook could teach. "You've lost, Tom. All your Horcruxes are gone. There's nothing holding you together now." Voldemort denied it. But his hands trembled. His breath hitched. Harry pressed on. He spoke of the Elder Wand. How it had never truly belonged to Voldemort. That it had passed, first, from Dumbledore to Draco Malfoy, and then, when Harry disarmed Draco at Malfoy Manor, to him. The wand Voldemort now held, it would never obey him. It was not his. And as Voldemort raised it anyway, out of desperation, out of pride, Harry met him, spell to spell. Avada Kedavra. Expelliarmus. Green met red. The hall exploded with light. But the Elder Wand recoiled. It flew from Voldemort's hand, not into Harry's, but into the air, choosing no master in that moment. Voldemort's body convulsed. And then, with a sound like wind being sucked from the world, he died. No body disintegrated. No scream. Just silence. Tom Riddle was gone. The war was over. Smoke curled from broken beams. The dead were gathered in rows, faces covered. The living tended to wounds, not all visible. Wands were lowered. And Harry stood alone near the headmaster's table, surrounded by ruin and dawn. He did not feel triumph. Only relief. And the weight of what had been survived. The fires had burned low. Hogwarts, though still standing, bore the scars of war. Entire walls had collapsed. Towers had sheared open like cracked eggshells. The marble floor of the great hall was scorched and scored with spellfire. And everywhere, silence pressed like fog. The victors walked carefully. They stepped between rubble and memory. No songs were sung. No flags raised. Only the quiet rustle of cloaks and the whispered naming of the dead. Harry did not speak. He walked alone through the hall, the Elder Wand in his hand, still warm from its final rebellion. He felt no surge of power. Only weight. The Elder Wand, oldest of the 3 deathly Hallows, was flawless. Crafted by death or by legend, it responded to mastery, not morality. It had passed from wizard to wizard by murder, betrayal, theft. It had belonged to Ange Peverell, to Gregorovitch, to Grindelwald, to Dumbledore, to Draco, unknowingly. And now, to Harry, by the unwritten laws of allegiance. It was the most powerful wand in existence. And it would obey him. Fully. Completely. He looked down at it, then out at the ruins of the school, and understood something deeper than grief or magic. This wand had never made its owner greater. Only more feared. Ron and Hermione found him later, standing where Dumbledore had once fallen, the foot of the astronomy tower, its stones blackened and bare. They said nothing. They didn't need to. Harry turned the wand over in his fingers. "It ends with me." Hermione, eyes still red-rimmed from mourning, understood instantly. "You're not keeping it." "No," Harry said. "I was never meant to." The Hallows had tempted so many. Dumbledore had chased them. Voldemort had misunderstood them. The entire myth had revolved around escaping death. But Harry had met death. And walked away. Not because of a wand. Not because of power. But because he had chosen to die. Not to destroy Voldemort, but to save others. And that choice had made all the difference. Together, they returned to Dumbledore's tomb. It had been shattered by Voldemort, desecrated in his hunger for dominance. Now, the white marble casket lay open to the light of dawn. Harry paused. Then gently, reverently, placed the Elder Wand beside the headmaster's still hands. "Let it end here." He tapped the wand once, and the tomb sealed itself, not with spectacle, but with finality. The line of the Elder Wand would go no further. If Harry died a natural death, its power would die with him. A cycle broken. A legend concluded. Later, in the ruins of Gryffindor Tower, Harry retrieved his own wand, the one broken in the forest, the one he had carried since his first year. With Hermione's help, he repaired it, not with spell work, but by instinct. The Elder Wand obeyed him one last time. And his holly and phoenix feather wand mended itself with a crack of light and quiet breath. His true wand, his true magic, returned. Outside, the castle began its slow healing. House elves and centaurs cleared debris. Teachers restored walls. Survivors reunited. The ministry sent envoys, not with demands, but with apologies. Kingsley Shacklebolt was named interim minister for magic. The Death Eaters, scattered and leaderless, were hunted or surrendered. Trials would come. But justice, for once, would begin not with vengeance, but with truth. And Harry, for the first time, had no prophecy to fulfill. No curse to bear. No path laid out for him. Only choice. The years unfolded not with grandeur, but with small, relentless moments, the kind that stack into decades. In the time since the Battle of Hogwarts, the world had not forgotten what came before, but it had chosen to heal. Statues were raised not in celebration, but in remembrance. Names were carved into stone and whispered by new voices who had never known war. Hogwarts was rebuilt, its halls cleaned, its corridors cleared of ash and ruin. The magic remained, softer now, as if the castle itself had exhaled. Harry Potter had not vanished from the world, but he had stepped quietly away from its pedestal. The boy who once bore a lightning-shaped scar across the pages of headlines now lived simply, steadily. He married Ginny Weasley beneath a canopy of summer clouds, their vows private, their joy untouched by the weight of the past. They made a home not far from the burrow, quiet land, open skies, a garden filled with broomsticks and laughter. Together they had 3 children, and each carried pieces of memory, both heavy and light. Harry worked at the ministry, not to lead, but to protect. His role in the Aura office was steady, focused, free of spectacle. He pursued justice with compassion, cautious not to become what he had once fought against. He kept the invisibility cloak, folded away in a drawer. The resurrection stone had been lost in the forest. The Elder Wand remained buried with Dumbledore. The Hallows, once myth and obsession, had faded back into fable. Harry no longer dreamed of power. He dreamed of peace. The friends who had stood beside him had not scattered. Ron, ever loyal, had joined George at Weasley's Wizard Wheezes for a time before stepping into law enforcement, helping to reshape the magical world from within. He and Hermione had married, their relationship rooted in fire-forged trust and mutual intellect. Hermione, brilliant and unwavering, became a force within the ministry, advocating for rights long denied and laws long unchallenged. The trio remained close, not bound by war anymore, but by chosen love. 19 years had passed since that final night, and now the station was crowded with families and trunks and cats in cages. King's Cross bustled with its familiar, otherworldly rhythm. On platform 9 3/4, steam curled like memory, the scarlet engine breathing against the autumn air. Children lined up beside their parents, eyes wide, hands gripping trolleys. Among them were James Sirius Potter, too loud and bold, already teasing his younger siblings, Albus Severus Potter, quiet and uncertain, clinging more tightly to his father's words than he let on, and Lily Luna, still too young to board but bouncing with excitement for the day she could. Harry stood among the crowd, older now, not aged in body so much as in the depth of his stillness. The scar remained, but it had not pained him for years. He bore no mark of war that anyone could see, and yet within him lived the faces of the fallen: Fred, Lupin, Tonks, Dobby, Colin, Snape, each one a silent heartbeat carried forward. He did not speak of them often. He did not need to. Their memory had been folded into how he loved, how he raised his children, how he taught them not just spells, but kindness. The train pulled away with a whistle that echoed like a beginning rather than an ending. Parents stood waving as the red engine vanished into fog, taking the next generation into the halls of magic. For a long time, Harry stood quietly, Ginny beside him, her hand in his. The crowd thinned, but they did not rush away. There was no hurry anymore. And in that stillness, with the weight of the past behind him and the future carried by others, Harry Potter felt what he had once thought impossible. He felt whole. That's our story for tonight. If you are still awake, I want to share something important with you. Making these sleep stories isn't just something I do for fun, it's my dream. I want this channel to become the best place on YouTube for bedtime stories, stories with incredible voice actors, deeper writing, and videos that make you feel like you're stepping into another world. But I can't do it alone. Every like, every comment, and every new subscriber brings me one step closer to making that dream real. So if you enjoyed tonight's video, please hit that subscribe button, leave a comment, and drop a like. It truly makes a huge difference. And don't stop here, check out my other videos. I've got magical Harry Potter lore, epic Star Wars adventures, and even timeless fairy tales like Cinderella. There's a story for everyone, and this is just the beginning. With your support, we can build something amazing together. Thank you for helping me chase this dream, and now, sleep well. Let the nature sounds and soft music put you to sleep.